Chapter 1, Entertainment Dad System, Leave the House with Nothing. It's been 5 years, and you're still just a minor actor. Do you think your daughter will be happy with you? You are already living a precarious life, and you want your daughter to live with you and starve to death? I was so blind at the time, how could I fall for a man like you who has no ambition? In the living room of a luxuriously decorated villa, a woman with heavy makeup, wearing a white silk miniskirt and high heels, was shouting loudly and arrogantly at the silent man sitting on the sofa. The words were full of disdain and sarcasm. The woman's name is Yang Jiao. She is a second-tier domestic actress who has risen rapidly in the past 5 years. She has starred in 2 youth idol dramas and gained a lot of popularity. In the past 2 years, I have received a lot of endorsements and business notices and earned a lot of RMB. The man's name is Guanfong. He came to this world which is extremely similar to Earth 5 years ago. When he was on Earth, he was an extra, so after coming to this world, he went to Hengdian to be an extra. When he first joined the first crew at Hengdian, he met Yang Jiao, who was only an 18th-tier actress at the time. Because of his handsome appearance and sunny smile, Guanfong was favored by Yang Jiao. At the crew's wrap party, after drinking some wine, the two of them fell in love with each other. Not long after, Yang Jiao discovered that she was pregnant. With the attitude of being responsible for himself and others, Guanfong chose to marry Yang Jiao. After the child was born, Guanfong chose to stay at home and be a stay-at-home dad in order to support Yang Jiao's career. I thought life would go on like this, but as Yang Jiao became more and more famous and earned more and more money, family conflicts became more prominent. To this day, their marriage has completely broken down, and they are embroiled in a battle for custody of their daughter, Tang Tang. Guanfong, I'll give you one last chance to regret it. My daughter is with me. I'll give you this house, and I'll introduce you to suitable roles in the future. According to the current price of this house, a 200 square meter house can be sold for at least 10 million. Even if you don't become an actor in the future, it will be enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. As long as you agree, we can sign and transfer the ownership right away. Of course, you can also go to court to file for divorce. You might get more money that way, but your daughter will definitely be awarded to me. By then, you won't be able to see her again in this life. Even if you expose me online, I am still right. I have always been the one who earned the money in the family. You are just a gigolo. Just as Yang Jiao was talking non-stop, an electronic prompt sound suddenly rang in Guanfeng's mind. Ding, the entertainment daddy system is binding. System binding successful. If you agree to divorce, you will receive 100,000 yuan in cash and a novice gift pack. If you give in, you will receive the title of Ninja Turtle and a green hat. System? Multiple choice? Hearing this system prompt sound that came 5 years late, Guanfong almost jumped up in excitement. As for this multiple choice question? Even kindergarten children know how to choose. I agree to a divorce. Guanfong suppressed his excitement, raised his head, and said to Yang Jiao calmly, I don't want the house, the car, and the money. But my daughter must follow me. Hearing Guanfeng's words, Yang Jiao couldn't help but roll her eyes and sneered, My daughter follows you? Do you want her to follow you and live under a bridge, starving? Guanfong, you are still as selfish as ever. You are a coward and have no ambition to make progress. Now you are dragging your daughter down. Do you think you love her? No, you are hurting her. You are trying to ruin her life. Guanfong did not try to defend himself, but said calmly, the child is 5 years old now and knows how to make choices, so let her make her own choice. From his point of view, respecting the child's own choice is the love for her. Okay. Yang Jiao smiled triumphantly upon hearing this, and then added, but let me make it clear first, if my daughter chooses to be with me, you will get nothing and you will have to leave. In her opinion, as she owns hundreds of millions of assets, she will be able to give her daughter a better life in the future, and even a child will make the right choice. At this time, a 5-year-old little girl, as cute as an elf, slowly walked down the stairs, holding the railing. Tears welled up in her lively eyes, her eye sockets were red, and she ran straight to Guanfong, with a pair of white little hands tightly grasping his sleeves. With tears in her eyes, she said, Dad, I want to follow you, please don't leave Tang Tang behind, okay? Guanfong bent down and picked up Tang Tang. He raised his hand to gently wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes and comforted her softly, Don't worry, Tang Tang. Dad will never abandon you, never. When Yang Jiao saw that her daughter had actually chosen that wimp, her face instantly turned livid, and she said viciously, Okay, they are indeed father and daughter. Choose him, and don't regret it later. Go away, go live under the bridge and starve to death. At this time, Yang Jiao was already a little crazy. The veins on her fair neck were bulging, and it was obvious that she was very angry. However, Gu Chenfeng smiled confidently and said, Yang Jiao, don't worry, my father and I will never live under a bridge and starve to death. After saying that, he picked up Tang Tang and walked out the door. When he reached the door, he turned around, a mysterious smile appeared on his lips, and he said word by word, by the way, don't always think of yourself as a savior, thinking that we can't live without you. It won't be long before my daughter and I live a better life than we do now. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau at 10 a.m. tomorrow. After he finished speaking, Gu Chenfeng hugged Tang Tang and left the villa without looking back. Behind me came Yang Jiao's hysterical roar and the sound of broken glassware. Bragging, Gu Chenfeng, just brag as much as you can. You just know how to brag in front of me all day long. I see you took my daughter and left me, how can you live better than now? Gu Chenfeng, who had already walked out of the villa gate, did not hear these roars clearly. I only heard the system prompt sound coming from my mind again. Ding, the host has chosen to agree to a divorce, and has received a cash reward of 100,000 yuan and a novice gift package, please check it out. Do you want to open the novice gift pack now? Not for now. Gu Chenfeng denied in his heart. Gu Chenfeng still has some complaints about this system. I have been in this world for 5 years, damn it, and I have only just succeeded in binding myself. I have suffered so much in the past 5 years, don't you have any AC knowledge? Just as Gu Chenfeng was angrily complaining about the system, a text message came on his phone. The 100,000 yuan cash reward from the system has just arrived. Is there any problem with the money? Gu Chenfeng asked with some surprise and some worry. All rewards of this system are reasonable and legal, and the host can use them with confidence. Chapter 2, Going Home, a great acting and charm fruit seeking reading and investment. After leaving Yang Jiao's villa, Gu Chenfeng took Tang Tang and took a taxi directly to the ancient street outside Hengdian Film and Television Base. My parents in this world opened a restaurant on the ancient street. Since it is close to the film and television base, the restaurant's business is pretty good. But the family didn't save much money. Because Tang Tang was diagnosed with leukemia when she was 3 years old, in order to treat Tang Tang, Gu Chenfeng left the extras team and focused on taking care of the child. Not only did he spend all his savings, but he also spent the more than 1 million yuan that his parents had saved for decades. At that time, Yang Jiao was only busy with her career and never really took care of Tang Tang for a single day. She even gave her very little money, so Tang Tang chose Gu Chenfeng without even a second thought. Before, in order to find a matching bone marrow for Tang Tang, Gu Chenfeng, as a grown man, had to endure Yang Jiao's various nitpicking every day. Fortunately, Tang Tang found a matching bone marrow donor, and the bone marrow transplant was successful. She recovered and was discharged from the hospital. At that time, Yang Jiao had always wanted to find a way to get a divorce. Now that she saw that Tang Tang had fully recovered, she wanted to take action to seize Tang Tang's custody. But, for Gu Chenfeng, he can give up anything except his daughter. Originally, Gu Chenfeng only had a few hundred yuan, and was still thinking about how to explain it to his parents. Now the system gave him 100,000 yuan at once, which solved his urgent problem. An hour later, Gu Chenfeng carried Tang Tang back to his parents' restaurant. This was allocated when the house was demolished. It was a 1-to-2 house. Originally, a large restaurant could have been renovated here, but in order to save money, the old couple rented out the allocated suite and separated out the second floor for use as living. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Before entering the door, Tang Tang sat on Gu Chenfeng's arm and shouted at the top of her voice. Oh, is my precious granddaughter back? At the door of the restaurant, before I saw anyone, I heard an excited female voice. Needless to say, the voice belonged to Gu Chenfeng's mother Deng Junmei. Sure enough, Deng Junmei walked out of the small restaurant, and when she saw Tang Tang in Gu Chenfeng's arms, a bright smile appeared on her face, and her eyes, which were not big to begin with, narrowed into a slit. Tang Tang was also very affectionate when she saw her grandma. She broke free from Gu Chenfeng's arms and ran towards Deng Junmei happily, shouting in a baby voice, Grandma, I miss you. Hearing her granddaughter's lovely and heartwarming voice, Deng Junmei was so happy that she quickly bent down and hugged Tang Tang, saying, Grandma misses you too. Tang Tang giggled and said, Grandma, Dad and I will live at home from now on, okay? I have to say that Tang Tang is very sensible. She knew that Gu Chenfeng was embarrassed to talk about this, so she told him in advance. No matter how unhappy the grandparents are, they can't say that their own granddaughter is not good, right? Deng Junmei glanced at her son Gu Chenfeng, the smile on her face froze a little, and said, "Now that you're back, work hard in the future." When Tang Tang was ill, Yang Jiao did not help or pay any money, which made the old couple very uncomfortable. They advised Gu Chenfeng more than once, but the boy simply didn't listen. The old couple felt that their son was a useless gigolo and were very angry. At this time, Gu Chenfeng's father Gu Jiangwo and his sister Gu Wan also came out of the restaurant. They had just gone to the market to purchase goods, and when they heard Tang Tang's voice, they came out to see what was going on. When he saw Tang Tang, Gu Jiangwo showed a loyal smile, but when he saw Gu Chenfeng, he seemed to want to say something, but he opened his mouth, closed it again, and his face turned cold. My younger sister Gu Wan also had a rather unhappy expression at the moment. My family was considered well off. We could buy whatever we wanted to eat, and as long as it wasn't too expensive, my parents would agree. But ever since Tang Tang fell ill, all the family savings had been spent, making life very tight for the family. Of course, she didn't blame Tang Tang for spending money on medical treatment. I'm just a little disappointed with Gu Chenfeng. If he didn't have the ability to make more money, if he didn't love acting so much, nothing would be like this now. Seeing the expressions of his family members, Gu Chenfeng felt a little guilty. After all, his family was once a well-off family, but now they are back to poverty. It was all because of his own incompetence. Dad, Mom, little sister, Gu Chenfeng really didn't know what to say. He also thought about taking Tang Tang to live in a house outside, but if he wanted to give Tang Tang a better life in the future, he couldn't stay at home every day and wait for support from the system. So in the end I decided to return home, which is close to the Hangdian film and television base, making it convenient for me to work and make money. Moreover, although my parents and sister are a little cold to me, they are genuinely kind to Tang Tang. Really? Deng Junmei, who was soft-hearted, held the child and said to Gu Chenfeng, "Okay, what happened is over. You haven't eaten yet, come in and eat." "Yeah, okay." Gu Chenfeng quickly took advantage of the situation. "At home, my mother has absolute say. As long as she speaks, everything will be fine." Seeing this, Tang Tang kissed Deng Junmei on the face and said with a smile, "I knew that Grandma is the best." "Thank you, Grandma." Deng Junmei's originally cold face once again showed a bright smile. She raised her hand to scratch Tang Tang's nose and said, "You are the only little girl who knows how to coax people. Grandma will buy you some candy later." "Thank you, Grandma." Tang Tang kissed Deng Junmei on the face again and then said like a little adult, "But Grandma, my dad said that if children eat candy, their teeth will hurt. Don't worry about him, it's okay to just eat a little." Deng Junmei said with a doting look on her face. In this way, Gu Chenfeng returned home smoothly with the help of his daughter Tang Tang. However, during the meal, he was completely reduced to a foil. The whole family surrounded Tang Tang and smiled happily, but looked at him coldly. Although Gu Chenfeng felt a little uncomfortable during the meal, he was very happy in his heart. After finishing his meal, Gu Chenfeng returned to the room where he had lived before. Open the newbie gift pack. Congratulations to the host for opening the novice gift package and obtaining a level acting and charming fruit. The first thing Gu Chenfeng did when he came back was to open the novice gift package. When the system prompt sounded, a screen the size of a mirror appeared in front of his eyes, which only he could see. Above is an introduction to a level acting and charming fruit. A level acting skills. After using it, the host can reach the state where every word in action is a play, and whatever role he plays can be played just like that. It can be raised to SSS level acting skills, and the host can reach the state where whatever role he plays can be played just like that, and his whole body is full of drama. Tip: to upgrade from a level acting to S level acting, you need 100,000 reputation points, from S to SS, you need 1 million reputation points, and from SS to SSS, you need 10 million reputation points. Charm fruit: after the host swallows it, his charm value will increase, and people will involuntarily develop a favorable impression of the host. After reading the introduction of these two things, Gu Chenfeng trembled all over and his blood began to boil. These are all good stuff. Even if this system is gone in the future, with just these two things, I can still carve out a place for myself in the entertainment industry, and my dream of living a good life with Tang Tang will come true. The excited heart, the shaking hands, the fusion of skills begins now. Chapter 3, Fusion of Acting Skills, inexplicably selected seeking follow-up reading and investment. In an instant, countless knowledge about acting flooded into Gu Chenfeng's mind. At this moment, he was like a warrior who had opened up his Rin and Du meridians, and his acting skills had reached perfection. Life is like a play, and a play is like life. Even compared with those first-line stars, Gu Chenfeng felt that he was not much worse. Of course, if compared with those veteran actors, there may still be a certain gap. However, this is enough for Gu Chunfeng, who is just an extra now. Online articles never deceive me. Articles produced by the system must be high quality. Gu Chunfeng exclaimed. Then he started to swallow the charm fruit. A green fruit was put into Gu Chunfeng's mouth. It melts in your mouth, tastes sweet and delicious, and is quite tasty. Then. That's all. This? Gu Chunfeng was a little confused. Wasn't this too perfunctory? I don't feel anything. If you think about it carefully, it is already very good that I can get a level acting skills. One should not be too greedy, as it is easy to be despised. Next, he learned a little more about this so-called Shinhao entertainment system. In the system, there is a system store where many things can be exchanged. Investment information, singing skills, dancing skills, ventriloquism, directing skills. There are not only many skills, but also a variety of resources. Science fiction scripts include The Wandering Planet, Across the Stars, etc., and war-themed scripts include Wolf Warrior series, Operation Red Sea, Sniper, etc. Of course, there are also categories such as costume dramas and urban dramas, which contain countless works, and they are all very classics on the earth. Of course, there are not only movie script resources, but also song resources and commercial investment resources. Anyway, the entire system store made Gu Chunfeng very excited. But when he clicked on the prices of these resources, he felt uneasy. Just a simple piece of investment information would require 1 million reputation points. And a singing skill, even in a level 1, requires 500,000 reputation points. However, Gu Chunfeng's current number in the reputation column is 0. In other words, looking at so many good things, he couldn't exchange anything. And according to the system's explanation, reputation can only be obtained through popularity and exposure. The only people who know Gu Chunfeng now, besides the neighbors and family members on the ancient street, is Yang Jiao. It makes sense that the system determines his reputation value to be 0. Dad, there are a lot of customers in the store now, don't you want to go downstairs to help? Just at this moment, Tang Tang ran upstairs, poked his little head in from the door, and asked curiously. Gu Chunfeng came back to his senses after hearing Tang Tang's voice and nodded, okay, I'll be down right away. Even though I now have a great acting skills and can definitely find work as an extra, now that I'm back, I still have to help in any way I can. After Gu Chunfeng carried Tang Tang downstairs, he let Tang Tang watch cartoons at the bar while he went to help. Although the store at home is not big, my father has run the store here for more than 10 years and the business is still very good. We didn't hire anyone at home. My mother helped cut vegetables in the kitchen, and my younger sister was responsible for taking orders and collecting money from the guests. The family of 3 cooperated very well. Gu Chunfeng originally planned to help cut vegetables in the kitchen, but his father Gu Jiangwo disliked his poor knife skills and sent him directly to the cashier to collect money. As a man, Gu Chunfeng would definitely not do such an easy thing. Waiter. This kind of hard work is what a grown man should do. Soon, the handsome Gu Chunfeng became a waiter in the small restaurant. I don't know why. He always felt like he was being stared at, and there was something indescribable about that gaze. Even the look in his sister's eyes when she looked at him was less resentful and more admiring. Gu Chunfeng attributed all of this to his hard work, which attracted everyone's attention. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The small restaurant was finally busy. After Gu Chunfeng had a simple meal, he handed Tang Tang to his mother Deng Junmei and ran to Hengdian Film and Television Base to try his luck. After all, my dream is to be an actor, and now I have a level acting skills. I can't always be a waiter in the small restaurant at home. I just ran to the small square outside the Hengdian Film and Television Base where extras gathered. Gu Chunfeng, who was about to buy a bottle of water, suddenly saw a van driving over from a distance, and a group of people got out of the van. He shouted with a loudspeaker, 5 extras, 100 yuan per scene, young and handsome, raise your hands if you want. When Gu Chunfeng heard that the show cost 100 yuan, he subconsciously wanted to go over. Although he had 100,000 yuan in his hand, that little money could not give Tang Tang a better life than Yang Jiao's. And 100 yuan for a show is not a small amount. However, the van had already been surrounded by extras at this time, and Gu Chunfeng couldn't get through even though he wanted to. The extras shouted excitedly. The leader of the group, I'll go. What the hell are you doing? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? What kind of person is this? Did I not express myself clearly enough, or is there something wrong with your ears? The leader of the group shouted angrily at a burly man with an unsatisfactory appearance. Then he randomly pointed at a few and said, you, and the person standing at the back, it's you. Gu Chenfeng looked at the direction the group of leaders were pointing with surprise, feeling a little confused. I'm standing so far away, and I'm still selected? What are you daydreaming about? Come over and get in the car. The leader of the group urged Gu Chenfeng when he saw him standing there in a daze. Oh, here it comes. Gu Chenfeng came back to his senses and hurriedly ran towards the van. As for the other extras, when they saw that the actors had already been chosen, they could only disperse with curses. 15 minutes later. Gu Chenfeng followed the group to the crew of Ashes of Love, a large-scale ancient costume mythological drama directed by the famous TV director Zhu Bing. Gu Chenfeng had also heard of this drama, and he had also watched it when he was on Earth. It was rated 8.8 points on a certain website, and the total number of views on the entire network reached 8.9 billion. It can be said to be a very rare TV series. The only difference is that the character on Earth is starred by Yang Zi, while the character in this world is starred by his ex-wife, Yang Zhao. But, for Gu Chenfeng, no matter who stars in the film, it has nothing to do with him. After all, he was just an extra, playing the role of a young general from the demon world who had no lines and would die after a few tricks as soon as he appeared on the stage. After putting on makeup and clothes, Gu Chenfeng stood on the set waiting boredly. Because the next scene to be filmed is the battle between the heaven and the demon world, it takes a long time to prepare, so everyone is quite bored. Hey young man, how long have you been a supporting actor? At this moment, a strange voice sounded in Gu Chenfeng's ears. Chapter 4, Yang Jiao was shocked and was noticed by the director seeking follow-up reading and investment. Gu Chenfeng turned around when he heard the voice and suddenly realized that the person who came was the male lead of this TV series, the domestic first-line star Deng Luan. He quickly replied, 5 years. Of course he certainly wouldn't say that he spent most of his time taking care of the children during these 5 years. After all, he now possesses a great acting skills, so even if he says he has 10 years of experience, people will believe him. Deng Luan raised his hand and patted Gu Chenfeng on the shoulder, his eyes full of admiration, and said, I think you have a special temperament, keep up the good work. What? Gu Chenfeng was confused. Deng Luan smiled and said, stick to your dream. I believe you will succeed one day. Having said that, he walked away. However, he had just walked away and Gu Chenfeng was still in a state of confusion. Another person walked towards him and asked in a low voice with a proud look, Gu Chenfeng, I didn't expect that you would chase him to the crew. I'm telling you, even if you kneel down and apologize in front of everyone, I won't accept it. You choose the path yourself, so go ahead and walk it. I won't be soft-hearted anymore. Unless you give my daughter back to me. Hearing this arrogant voice, Gu Chenfeng knew it was Yang Jiao without even looking. However, Gu Chenfeng found her nonsense funny. He turned around and said, you have a very good self-image. Also, I'm here for work, not for you. As for my daughter, don't even think about it. I will support her, and better than you can. After saying that, Gu Chenfeng left. For a woman like Yang Jiao who was not responsible for her child at all, Gu Chenfeng would never let her raise his daughter. Watching Gu Chenfeng leave, Yang Jiao stamped her feet in anger and said through gritted teeth, Gu Chenfeng, I will definitely make you regret it. A gigolo who had just been kicked out of his job was actually looking for a job, and he was in the same crew with me? Why do I always feel that there is an indescribable aura about him? Is it my illusion? Gu Chenfeng ignored Yang Jiao. In his opinion, although Yang Jiao had become a second-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry, rich and famous, her character was not good. As for Yang Jiao's status in the entertainment industry, Gu Chenfeng believed that he would soon be able to reach or even surpass it. Soon. The filming of this scene began. Ashes of Love, a great battle between heaven and devil. Gu Chenfeng plays the role of a young demon who hides in the crowd. The scene being filmed this time was very large. According to Gu Chenfeng's observation, there were dozens of camera positions alone. It seemed that director Zhu Bing wanted to capture this large scene in all aspects. Gu Chenfeng, standing in the crowd, now possesses a level acting skills and is quite keen on controlling the camera. Therefore, he is always able to play his role well while also being able to control the camera well and show his relatively perfect sight in the camera. Director Zhu Bing, who was sitting in front of the monitor, was stunned for a moment after seeing Gu Chenfeng's performance on the camera, and then he was ecstatic. Recalling what Deng Luan had said to him just now, there is one very good person among this group of extras. Director Zhu can pay attention to him. Maybe Deng Luan was talking about him. As a well-known director, Zhu Bing knows countless people and he can basically tell at a glance what kind of person is suitable to be an actor. Obviously, Gu Chunfeng's acting is absolutely gifted and he was born to act. Not only is he popular with the audience, his acting skills are also top-notch, and more importantly, he is very good at controlling the camera and always manages to show his best side. Gu Chunfeng played the role of a young general from the demon world to the fullest, with his fanaticism towards the demon lord, his dissatisfaction with the heaven, and his wish to sacrifice himself just to protect the demon world. What makes the great director Zhu Bing feel even more unbelievable is that even the look in this guy's eyes seems to be acting. Someone with such acting skills should never be underestimated. Are the acting skills of extras so good nowadays? No. He is the only one among the extras with good acting skills, and he is a good candidate for a promising future. At this moment, director Zhu Bing had already made a decision in his mind. For such a talented guy, you can't miss it at all. Zhu Bing made up his mind, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he continued filming. However, Yang Zhao, who was standing behind him, trembled after seeing Gu Chunfeng's performance on the monitor. As an actor who was not trained professionally, Yang Zhao couldn't see much, but she could still tell that Gu Chunfeng's acting skills were definitely not bad. Not to mention anything else, as a bystander, Yang Zhao would involuntarily look at Gu Chunfeng in the crowd through the surveillance camera. Yang Zhao knew that she couldn't do such a thing. How come? Hasn't he been taking care of Tang Tang at home these past few years? How come his acting is so good? Yang Zhao was completely puzzled. Since marrying Gu Chunfeng, Yang Zhao has been working in the entertainment industry and has accumulated a certain amount of acting experience. With her own communication skills, she was able to get the role of Jinmi. But looking at Gu Chunfeng's acting skills, if he could get the audition qualification, he would definitely be able to play a supporting actor. An hour later, the battle between the heaven and the devil was finally filmed. During this period, many problems arose, but the great director Zhu Bing's ability to coordinate is still very strong. No matter what difficulties he encountered, he was able to solve them quickly. After all, such a large-scale scene is extremely difficult to shoot. Even the national director Zhang Yimou could not guarantee that he could shoot it in one take. As for Gu Chunfeng, after finishing the filming, he and the other extras crowded in a corner of the set to remove their makeup. At this moment, the leader of the group came over, found him, and said, "Hey, kid, come with me, Director Zhu is looking for you." Gu Chunfeng raised his finger and pointed at his nose in surprise, and asked in disbelief, "Director Zhu is looking for me?" The leader of the group nodded heavily, a charming smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Your name is Gu Chunfeng, right? You must have been noticed by Director Zhu. If you become successful in the future, don't forget me." After hearing the group leader's words, the other extras all looked at Gu Chunfeng with envy. They all came here together, but it turned out that this Gu Chunfeng was chosen by Director Zhu? Is it because he looks more handsome? So envious and jealous. Amid the envious eyes of the extras, Gu Chunfeng followed the leader of the group and came to Director Zhu Bing. "Your name is Gu Chunfeng?" Zhu Bing looked Gu Chunfeng up and down, left and right, and was very satisfied. Gu Chunfeng nodded and said, "Yes." Zhu Bing then asked, "How long have you been an extra?" Gu Chunfeng replied calmly, 5 years. "What roles have you played during this period?" Zhu Bing asked. Gu Chunfeng replied calmly, "As an extra, I have played many roles, mostly eunuchs, soldiers, corpses, passers-by, small vendors, etc." Chapter 5, Tianmong Entertainment, The Millionaire Anchor Shanshan. Please read and collect. Seeing Gu Chunfeng's frank expression, Zhu Bing showed a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "You are quite frank. I watched your performance just now and I think you are a good candidate. I want to sign you. Are you willing?" Gu Chunfeng did not answer immediately, but thought quickly in his mind. Zhu Bing, if I remember correctly, should belong to Tianmong Entertainment Company, and this company has only been established for 1 year. However, it has the support of Mango TV, whose domestic ratings are comparable to those of the national TV station, and it has enormous resources. Seeing that Gu Chunfeng didn't say anything, Zhu Bing continued, "You should have heard of Tianmong Entertainment, or Mango TV. You can consider it." It can be seen that Zhu Bing is very confident in the strength of his company. Of course, Gu Chunfeng himself was also a little moved at this time. After all, in the entertainment industry, if you don't have a backer, no matter how talented you are, you will never be able to succeed. Gu Chunfeng had a deep understanding of this when he was on Earth. Therefore, he had already made up his mind, and looked at Zhu Bing and said, "Director Zhu, I still have a daughter to take care of. Will I be more free after signing the contract?" For Gu Chunfeng, even though Tianmong Entertainment is backed by Mango TV, it is very powerful. As a newcomer, it is indeed necessary for him to sign with an agency. However, if he signed the contract and could not take care of his daughter, then Gu Chenfeng would not sign the contract even if he wanted to. Xu Bing was stunned when he heard this, and asked in shock, "You look so young, but you're already married and have children?" "Yeah." Gu Chenfeng nodded. He happened to see Yang Jiao not far away from the corner of his eye and added, "But I'm divorced, and my daughter is with me now." Xu Bing narrowed his eyes and stared at Gu Chenfeng in surprise for a long time before he said, "Don't worry about this. Our Tianmong Entertainment has a relatively loose control over actors, and they have more free time. Also, there are no mandatory requirements when it comes to accepting roles. Of course, if you want to climb up, you have to work hard to get roles, and then you will be able to make a breakthrough. The effort and reward are directly proportional." After Gu Chenfeng pondered for a while, he looked at Xu Bing with burning eyes and said, "Okay, since Director Xu thinks highly of me, I am willing to sign a contract with Tianmong Entertainment." "Okay." Xu Bing smiled brightly and said, "You can go back today. I will have someone contact you when the time comes. Don't worry about the treatment. It won't be bad." Be it image, temperament or acting skills, Gu Chenfeng is very good and has the potential to become a big star. What he lacks now is a platform to perform, and Xu Bing saw Gu Chenfeng's potential, so he gave him a platform. Today, Xu Bing is Gu Chenfeng's mentor, but before long, their roles will be reversed. Of course, this is all later. After saying goodbye to Xu Bing, Gu Chenfeng left the set of Ashes of Love. On the way home, all the honors of yesterday have become a distant memory. I have worked hard for half my life, and now I am walking into the storm again tonight. Gu Chenfeng was in a good mood and started humming a little tune as he walked home. Suddenly, a clear and pleasant female voice sounded behind him. "Handsome boy, you sing so well. Can I invite you to sing a song?" I raised my head and looked back. A woman in her 20s was wearing a hip-hugging little black skirt, revealing a pair of beautiful legs wrapped in white stockings in the lower body. She had a well-proportioned figure and was very hot, with delicate facial features, willow-shaped eyebrows and big eyes, and lips of moderate thickness with pink lipstick on them. She looks charming and sexy, and the skin on her neck seems to be able to squeeze water out of it, which arouses endless reverie. "I don't seem to know you." Gu Chenfeng regained his composure, replied, turned around and prepared to leave. "The rose is beautiful, but it has thorns." Seeing this, the female anchor quickly followed up and continued, "The first time is strange, the second time is familiar. I'm an outdoor singing anchor on the Guya Live broadcast platform. I just heard your moving singing voice. Would you like to sing a song for me?" The anchor's name is Shanshan. She is a street singing anchor. Every night she invites passers-by to sing. Just after I finished singing a song, I saw someone in the live broadcast room saying that there was a handsome guy behind me. I took a quick look and found that he was not only handsome, but also sang well. I had to invite him to sing a song with him. As a host who dotes on fans, Shanshan will naturally not give up easily when she sees that fans are interested in this handsome guy. Moreover, I had been singing for 2 hours straight and my throat was a little dry, so I wanted to take a break. The most important thing is that he is such a handsome guy. I couldn't help but feel my heart beating faster when I saw him for the first time. My mother called me home for dinner. Gu Chenfeng declined politely. Seeing that the host herself is not very old, her fans should also be young, and the songs she knows are not suitable. "Handsome guy, sing a song for me and I'll treat you to a midnight snack later." Yes, handsome boy, our Shanshan has been singing for 2 hours straight today. "We'll treat you to a midnight snack." At this time, the fans who had originally gathered outside the singing area, not knowing whether it was because they felt sorry for Shanshan or because they saw that the handsome guy couldn't control himself, all gathered around him. They all looked pitiful, acting cute, and begging towards Gu Chenfeng. What is even worse is that some women even did it directly. Gu Chenfeng was a little skeptical whether these people really wanted him to sing or were trying to take advantage of him. At this time, after taking a look at the fans' comments on the public screen, Shanshan spoke again. "Handsome guy, there are more than 1 million people waiting for you to sing in the live broadcast room now, just sing a song." When Gu Chenfeng heard Shanshan say that she had more than 1 million fans in her live broadcast room, he stopped and had some ideas in his mind. There are a lot of good things in the system store, but they all need to be purchased with reputation points. To put it simply, this reputation value is fame. Okay. Gu Chenfeng pondered for a moment and nodded. "Let me make this clear first. If I don't sing well and your live broadcast room loses popularity, you can't blame me. Although he doesn't watch live broadcasts very often, he knows that live broadcast rooms compete for rankings based on popularity, and the higher the ranking, the greater the exposure, which can attract more people. Conversely, if the number of people in the live broadcast room drops suddenly, it will have an impact on the anchor. When the audience in the live broadcast room heard Gu Chenfeng's words, they couldn't help but comment. "Oh my god, this handsome guy is so cute. Don't you believe in our shining popularity? Such a kind and handsome man, if he could sing better, he would definitely be my idol. I am dying of laughter. Does this guy really not know Shan Shan, the millionaire anchor? What song was that he just sang? How come I haven't heard of it before? Who knows? Anyway, just give Shan Shan a break. I'm going to the bathroom." Chapter 6, A Song to Start Over Again. Please read and recommend. Gu Chenfeng came to the concert area, and was surrounded by fans who did not want tickets. They were probably all fans of the host. "Handsome guy, what song are you going to sing? I'll find you a backing track." Two shallow dimples appeared on Shan Shan's delicate face. She tilted her head and looked at Gu Chenfeng and asked, "Why does this man look more and more handsome under the light? How strange." Gu Chenfeng looked around and saw an electronic keyboard outside the venue. His eyes lit up and he said, "Can you lend me your electronic keyboard?" "No need for anything else." He can't sing the brainwashing hits or catchy songs in this world, and the songs he can sing are all classic songs on earth that don't exist in this world. When Shan Shan heard this, her big round eyes widened, her long eyelashes curled up high, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you going to sing an original song?" She is a singing host. As long as it is a popular song, she has the accompaniment. Even if it is not available, she can find it quickly on the internet. Is this man really going to sing an original song? I guess so. Gu Chenfeng nodded. The songs I brought here have never appeared in this world before, so they are original and there is nothing wrong with them. Wow, really? Shan Shan suddenly became excited and quickly signaled to the staff to give the electronic piano to Gu Chenfeng. Coming to the electronic piano, Gu Chenfeng adjusted the pitch slightly. When he was on Earth, Gu Chenfeng touched this thing many times, but after coming to this world, he never had the chance to touch it. Ding! Ding ding! After getting familiar with each other, Gu Chenfeng said to Shan Shan, "I'm ready." Okay. Shan Shan agreed. Seeing that the staff had adjusted the cameras, microphones, and lights, they shouted, "Please start your performance." After Gu Chenfeng closed his eyes and concentrated for 5 seconds, he opened his eyes again, and his whole temperament changed. The audience, staff, and even Shan Shan couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. "He is so handsome!" Almost everyone exclaimed in their hearts. "My song is called Start Over Again, I hope everyone likes it." Gu Chenfeng stared at the camera and introduced himself. This song on Earth was written by teacher Lu Wan, and it fits Gu Chenfeng's mood at the moment. Leaving the house with nothing and working hard is the only way out. Clap, clap, clap. Led by Shan Shan, warm applause broke out at the scene. Gu Chenfeng placed his slender fingers on the piano keys and began to dance. He is quite professional with the electronic organ and has no problem playing and singing. All the honors of yesterday have become distant memories. I have toiled through half my life, and now I am walking into the storm again tonight. The melodious singing voice, tinged with sadness, lingers under the starry night sky and lingers in the ears. Just the first 2 lines of the lyrics make people feel that their inner emotions have been aroused. Shan Shan, a singing host, was brightened up when she heard the song and started to think about it. From the way this song is composed, it doesn't seem to be in the current popular style. And I haven't heard this song online. Could it be that he really wrote this song himself? If that's the case, then I found a treasure today, right? Although she has millions of fans, comparable to those 3rd and 4th tier singers, she always sings other people's songs and has no works of her own. Judging from the 2 lines of lyrics that Gu Chenfeng just sang, the lyrics and the music have reached a unity in emotion, which can make people clearly feel the emotions that the song wants to express. Listening to the lyrics, a sad picture emerges before your eyes. Shan Shan became more and more excited the more she thought about it. She looked up at Gu Chenfeng who was singing, and her strong interest in her eyes was not concealed at all. I cannot go with the flow. For the sake of my beloved ones, I must be strong no matter how hard it is. Just for those expectant eyes. If the heart is there, the dream is there. There is true love between heaven and earth. No matter success or failure, life is heroic. At worst, you can start over again. When the chorus started, the hysterical shouts made everyone's deepest strings seem to be plucked at this moment. Gu Chenfeng didn't seem to be singing, but rather telling the people around him about his deep sadness. Shanshan, who was standing by, took a quick look at the live broadcast room. Oh my god! You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. Almost no one was talking on the public screen. If the number of people online in the live broadcast room had not remained over 1 million, Shanshan would have thought that all the fans had been driven away by the singing. There are no comments at this moment, probably because everyone is immersed in the singing of this handsome guy. After all, if even a sparkly beauty like me can't resist, my fans can't be stronger than me. If the heart is there, the dream is there, and there is true love between heaven and earth. No matter success or failure, life is heroic, it's just a matter of starting over again. When Gu Chenfeng finished singing the last part of the chorus, he found that everyone had not yet come to their senses and were still immersed in his singing. In fact, the reason why Gu Chenfeng chose this song is because the melody of the song is catchy, without too many frills, and can directly reflect his mood at the moment. Thank you. Gu Chenfeng stood up and bowed politely to everyone. The anchor Shan Shan was the first to react. She walked up to Gu Chenfeng and said with a big smile on her face, "Handsome guy, thank you for bringing such an inspiring song to my fans. To express my gratitude, how about I treat you to a midnight snack?" The conversation between the two was transmitted through the microphone to the ears of netizens in the live broadcast room and the audience on the scene, and they all woke up as if from a dream. They suddenly realized what was happening and became restless. Shanshan, don't think you can monopolize the handsome guy. He belongs to all of us. That's right, old dirty woman Shanshan, you are just greedy for the handsome guy's beauty, your intention is not pure. Handsome, please don't get on this pirate ship. I haven't grown up yet. If you need me, come to me. I'm 36E. Am I the only one who wants the handsome guy to sing another song? I can't let him sing anymore. I'm out of napkins at home. Fuck, the guy upstairs, you actually had evil intentions towards the handsome guy, you are so disgusting. Get lost, I was moved to tears by the handsome guy's singing, but you are the dirtiest. Netizens were posting comments enthusiastically, but Shanshan only had eyes for Gu Chenfeng at this moment, the man who could write lyrics and compose music by himself. If I can establish a good relationship with him, I might be able to ask him to write a song for me in the future. Then I will be the only singing host on the entire network with original songs. As for Gu Chenfeng, I didn't see anything netizens said about him. When the song ended, he stood up and said politely, "It's getting late. I have to go home." After saying that, he walked towards home with steady steps. Seeing this, Shan Shan quickly chased after him and said, "Handsome, let's add each other on WeChat. Thank you for singing a song for my fans today." Chapter 7, Regaining Freedom, Never Being Soft-Hearted. Please read and recommend. Gu Chenfeng originally wanted to refuse, but the host was too persistent, and in the end, the two added each other on WeChat. When I got home, the restaurant was closed and Tang Tang was playing with Gu Wan in the room. Hearing the door open, Tang Tang ran out immediately and shouted happily, "Dad, you are back, how are you today?" Listening to his daughter's gentle care, Gu Chenfeng showed a happy and bright smile on his face. This was the first time he smiled like this in the 5 years since he came into this world. He squatted down and picked up Tang Tang, saying lovingly, "You're lucky today. You'll get work as soon as you get there." After saying that, he took out a red banknote and continued, "Look, this is what Dad earned this afternoon. TSK, you have the nerve to show off just $100. Gu Wan stood at the door of the room without knowing when, and there was a hint of gunpowder in her words. It can be seen that she still has some opinions about Gu Chenfeng. Of course, Gu Chenfeng himself knew all this, and he had indeed lived a very miserable life in the past. Although things have changed now, facts speak louder than words. Only when you are truly capable and successful can you live a happy life with your family. Aunt, my dad has work to do on his first day. That's pretty good. Tang Tang snuggled in Gu Chenfeng's arms, wrinkled her nose, and said a little unhappily. At this time, Deng Junmei, who had just finished washing up, came out and heard the conversation between the three people. She said lightly, "Knowing how to create with your own hands is a good start." Yeah. Although his mother's tone was indifferent, Gu Chenfeng could tell that this was his mother's affirmation of him. The other side. Outside the Hangdian Film and Television Base, in the Hongyan Women's Club, in a luxuriously decorated box. Several charming-looking women in cool clothes were drinking tea and singing. On the coffee table in front of them were fruit plates, beer, and red wine. Yang Jia was sitting among them, her eyes a little dazed and her face slightly red, it seemed that she had drunk quite a bit of wine. One of the blonde women wearing glasses came up to Yang Jiao with a glass of wine and said, "Sister, come here, congratulations on getting rid of your gigolo and regaining your freedom." "Thank you, dear." Yang Jiao stood up swayingly, picked up a glass of red wine on the coffee table, clinked glasses with the blonde woman, and drank it all in one gulp. Then he shouted, "Long live freedom." After Yang Jiao sat down, a woman in a cheongsam looked at her and said, "Jiao, are you serious this time? I've met your husband, and he seems like a nice guy. He was willing to give up his career to treat your daughter. Men like him are rare these days. As a sister, I still think you should give it more thought." "Career? Does he have a career?" Yang Jiao said with disdain. "He was just a minor actor 5 years ago, and he's still a minor actor now. He hasn't made any progress at all. With his limited skills, how much money can he make as an extra in a day? Can this be called a career? He is simply a typical loser." As she spoke, Yang Jiao stood up again, waving her delicate hands, and complained, "You don't know, this kind of man is so hypocritical, he has no ability at all, but he is good at bragging. Do you know what he told me when he took my daughter away this morning? He said that before long, they would have a better life, 100 times better than with me. And the funniest thing is, do you know? When I went to the crew this afternoon, I actually ran into him again. He was paid 100 yuan per scene, and he didn't even have a line, but he was still working very hard. It was so exciting. If nothing else, they want to live a life 100 times better than I do now, which is really hilarious." There was foam all over his mouth and the air in the box was filled with the smell of alcohol. After listening to Yang Jiao's story, the other women also burst into laughter. After all, this bragging is a bit too much, it's almost out of control. You know, the house Yang Jiao lives in now is worth more than 20 million yuan. If it is hundreds of times better than hers, then she must go to Beijing to live in a courtyard house, right? Seeing all the sisters laughing happily, Yang Jiao took 2 breaths and continued, "He and I agreed to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to handle the divorce procedures at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Believe it or not, when the time comes, he will definitely plead his case to me and ask for reconciliation. He might even kneel down and beg for mercy in the street. With that little income and a daughter, they will starve to death without me sooner or later. If you don't believe me, come with me tomorrow and see if I'm bragging or not." At this time, the woman in the cheongsam asked, "If he really kneels down to apologize to you and asks for reconciliation, will you be soft-hearted?" "It's impossible for me to be soft-hearted. I won't be soft-hearted in this lifetime." Yang Jiao sneered and said, "I'll spray him to death with a mouthful of salt soda. I have to finish the road I chose, even if I have to crawl. Given my current situation, any man I find is 100 times better than that loser." He finally agreed to a divorce, but now he wants to regret it? Forget about the door, there's not even a window. Seeing Yang Jiao so determined, the cheongsam woman said nothing more, but picked up a glass of red wine and slowly tasted it. However, the blonde woman laughed and said, "I'm curious about how disgusting it is for a grown man to cry, make a scene, and then hang himself. It just so happens that I'm doing a night show tomorrow, so I have time to go out and play with you during the day." Yang Jiao nodded, poured herself a glass of red wine, raised the glass, and said, "Okay, tomorrow I'll let you see how spineless that coward is. Come on, come on. No one has any scenes to shoot tomorrow morning. Let's get drunk tonight to celebrate our freedom." When Yang Jiao and her sisters were drinking happily, Wang Yan, wearing a cheongsam, sat on the sofa and played with her mobile phone board. Although she and Yang Jiao are good sisters and best friends, she has met Guanfong. Putting aside his ability to make money, Guanfong is definitely a reliable, responsible, and handsome man. As for the lives of Yang Jiao and Guanfong, the cheongsam woman had actually heard a little about them. In her opinion, perhaps this would liberate Guanfong. Suddenly, Wang Yan saw a trending search on Weibo. Shocked, I cried in the middle of the night because of a song. Wang Yan, who is also a singer, subconsciously clicked on this trending search when she saw it. When she saw the video in the pinned Weibo post among the hot search topics, her beautiful eyes widened, and she glanced sideways at Yang Jiao, who was already drunk, and shook her head secretly. This time, Yang Jiao really made a mistake. The video shows a host singing live in a small square. It was originally a live broadcast room of a female anchor, but the person playing the piano and singing in the video was a handsome man. And this man is Guanfong, whom Wang Yan has met many times. All the honors of yesterday have become distant memories. Chapter 8, Reputation Value Increased, New System Tasks. Please read and recommend. Wang Yan's heart trembled just by hearing the first sentence. This sound. This lyrics. This melody. I have to admit that Wang Yan was moved by Gu Chunfeng's singing. Like countless netizens, when the song Start Over Again is played, anyone with a story will be touched. The video is not long, just 4 minutes. But Wang Yan listened to it 3 times over and over again. Her feelings were different each time, but she felt that the song was very inspiring. Just like the lyrics say, if the heart is there, the dream is there is true love between heaven and earth, success or failure is heroic, it's just a matter of starting over again, maybe life is like this. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Yan patted the drunk Yang Jiao on the shoulder, intending to give her a final try. However, Yang Jiao was already drunk at this time and could not speak clearly, so it was impossible to communicate normally. Finally, Wang Yan could only use WeChat to send a message to Yang Jiao, before you go to get a divorce, it's best to check online first. The next day. In the small restaurant, Gu Chunfeng's parents got up early. Gu Jiangwo was responsible for going to the vegetable market to buy ingredients for the day, and Deng Junmei was responsible for making breakfast at home. Gu Chunfeng also got up early today. He had to go to get a divorce in the morning, and director Zhu Bing said yesterday that someone would contact him to sign a contract with Tianmeng Entertainment Company, so Gu Chunfeng planned to go to the street to buy a new set of clothes later. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. Gu Chunfeng understood this principle very well. Before, he seldom went out every day, so he could wear whatever he wanted. I will be going out more often in the future, so I can't be too casual, especially in some formal occasions. If I dress too casually, it will not be good after all. Ha! Tang Tang, you woke up so early? As soon as Gu Chunfeng walked out of his room, he saw Tang Tang being brushed by Gu Wan, and greeted her with a smile. While brushing her teeth, Tang Tang mumbled, "Auntie said that going to bed early and getting up early is good for your health, and she also promised to take me to the street to play today." Although Tang Tang is only 5 years old now, she also knows the differences between boys and girls. After arriving at her grandmother's house, there were limited rooms, so she took the initiative to sleep with her aunt. Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, "Okay, Dad has something else to do today. You and your aunt go to the street to play. You must listen to your aunt and don't be naughty, okay?" "Yeah, I know." Tang Tang answered very obediently. Gu Chunfeng walked down the stairs with a smile on his face. When I went downstairs, I saw Deng Junmei busy making breakfast in the kitchen. After saying hello, she went out directly. It is now 7:40 in the morning, and there are still more than 2 hours before the time agreed with Yang Jiao. There is plenty of time to go shopping for some clothes on the street. Gu Chunfeng arrived at a bank not far from his restaurant and first withdrew 10,000 yuan in cash from the ATM machine. There is now $91,200 left in the card. He had originally planned to come here to withdraw some money to buy some clothes for his parents, sister and daughter Tang Tang yesterday, but he was in a hurry to go to the film and television base to find a job yesterday afternoon and did not have time to come. With 10,000 yuan in cash in my pocket, I came to a men's clothing store. Before I even entered the store, I heard a prompt sound from the system. System task release, accumulate 100,000 reputation points within 3 days. If you complete the task, you will receive a movie script. If you fail, 10,000 reputation points will be deducted. What? Another 10,000 reputation points deducted? I have. Gu Chunfeng was speechless and was about to say something when he suddenly saw that his reputation value was more than 40,000. I was suddenly confused. What did you do? How come there are suddenly 40,000 more reputation points? And this task is a bit too difficult. Even if I am noticed by Director Zhu and sign a contract with Tianmeng Entertainment, it is impossible for me to get exposure resources immediately. Ding bell. At this time, Gu Chunfeng's mobile phone rang with a WeChat notification tone. When I opened it, I was confused again. Shan, handsome guy, congratulations, you've even become a trending topic on Weibo. Looking at the WeChat message from the female anchor, Gu Chunfeng stood there in a daze for 3 seconds. I came to my senses and quickly opened Weibo. I saw the hot search, shocked, I cried in the middle of the night because of a song, which was the video of me singing in Shanchan's live broadcast room on my way home last night. The popularity of the Weibo post actually reached more than 2.6 million, with a vermilion-word explosion at the end. After reading the comments below, almost all of them were positive. Oh my god, this is a song with a very interesting story. Why haven't I heard it before? I can tell at a glance that this handsome guy is a man with a story. In the middle of the night, I hid in my bed, listening to this song and crying quietly. Don't be ashamed. I'm no worse than you. The toilet paper in the bathroom is all used up. The song Start Over Again is very close to my heart. I strongly suggest that you record the single as soon as possible. The effect of recording in this studio is too limited. Am I the only one who wants to know that handsome guy's name? Now Guanfong finally understood why the system suddenly had an extra 40,000 reputation points. It turned out that this was because a song he sang last night directly became a hot topic and became a hit on the entire internet. You should know that this is not a hot search that was created through capital operation, but it topped the hot search list based on the search popularity of netizens. In other words, last night a large number of netizens searched for this keyword on the entire internet, and Guanfong's tasteful song was recognized and loved by netizens. Thank you for giving me a chance to sing. Guanfong suppressed his excitement and sent a message back to Shanshan. Shanshan replied quickly, I should thank you because your song made me famous again. Guanfong smiled and didn't reply. Now I have 40,000 reputation points. When I go back, I can see what I can buy. The task at this time is to buy new clothes for the whole family, but Guanfong doesn't know how to buy for his mother and sister, so he can only let his sister go out and buy them herself and pay for them. Soon, Guanfong picked out 2 sets of clothes in a men's clothing store. One set of middle-aged suits is for Gu Jiangwo, and the other set of casual suits for young people is for himself. The middle-aged man's clothes looked very ordinary, but Guanfong bought good quality ones. The pants and clothes cost more than 1,500 yuan in total, plus a pair of shoes cost more than 400 yuan, for a total of 2,000 yuan. As for Guanfong's own outfit, which included a black casual suit, a white shirt, and a pair of leather shoes, all in all he spent on it was 500 yuan. By the time he returned home carrying his bags, Gu Jiangwo, who had gone out to buy groceries, had already returned home, and 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren were sitting at the table eating breakfast. Wow, Dad, what did you buy? Tang Tang asked excitedly, holding a meat bun in his hand and with oil on the corners of his mouth. Guanfong found a pink school bag with a Peppa Pig pattern printed on it from a pile of packaging bags and said, You are about to go to school, so Dad bought you a new school bag. Chapter 9, Company Phone Call, Divorce Formalities. Please read and recommend. Wow, the new school bag is so beautiful. Tang Tang put down the bun in her hand, ran over to pick up the school bag, happily kissed Guanfong on the face, and said, Thank you, Dad. Guanfong raised his hand and touched Tang Tang's head, a bright smile appearing on his face. Then he took out the clothes he bought for Gu Jiangwo, walked to the dining table, and shouted, Dad, when I went shopping for clothes just now, I saw this suit that suits you very well. Would you like to try it on? Gu Jiangwo raised his eyelids and took a look, but did not take it and continued to eat his meal. In fact, he was quite happy in his heart. Over the years, every time Guanfong came home, he basically asked them for money and never bought them clothes. But he was too stubborn to let go of his pride for the moment. Virtue. Deng Junmei saw through Gu Jiangwo's thoughts, rolled her eyes at him, and said to Guanfong calmly, Your dad has clothes to wear, why are you wasting all that money? Hurry up and sit down to eat. Guanfong had been mentally prepared for Gu Jiangwo's attitude. He smiled, took out another 5,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Deng Junmei, saying, Mom, I have something else to do today. I don't know how to buy your clothes. You and my little sister can go buy them later. Deng Junmei was stunned when she saw the pile of $100 bills. She didn't take the money, but stared at Guanfong for a long time before she said, Son, tell me honestly, where did you get all this money? She knew that Guanfong had never worked and all his previous money had been used to pay for Tang Tang's medical treatment. Are you saying that it was given by that woman Yang Jiao? Deng Junmei said she would not accept it no matter what. Guanfong naturally knew all this, so he could only lie a little and said, I saved this for myself before. Don't worry, this is definitely not Yang Jiao's. I divorced her and left with nothing except sugar. Since returning home, his parents have never asked Guanfong about his divorce. However, in order to avoid his parents' misunderstanding that the money was given by Yang Jiao, Guanfong still explained it. Really? Hearing that Guanfong was leaving the house with nothing but the child, Gu Jiangwo, who was eating, raised his head and said faintly, A man should have his own backbone when he is alive. If he loses even this, he might as well find a piece of tofu and die. You are the only one who talks too much. Your son is in his 20s already. Doesn't he know that? As soon as she finished speaking, Deng Junmei turned her head and retorted to him in a bad mood. Then, he took another 5,000 yuan from Guanfong and said to him, I will keep this money for you temporarily. When Tang Tang starts school, you can use it to register. Guanfong smiled and replied, Okay. He knew that his mother would be reluctant to buy new clothes, so he took out 5,000 yuan in advance and put it aside. He planned to give the other 2,500 yuan to Guan later so that she could buy it. After dinner, before Gu Chenfeng went out, he called Guan aside. Take this money. Take Tang Tang to the street later and buy yourself and mom some clothes. He took out the remaining 2,500 yuan and handed it to Guan. Guan looked at Gu Chenfeng in surprise. After a long silence, she asked, "Is this money really not that woman's?" "Really not." Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, "Little sister, Tang Tang is fine now. I will work hard to make money in the future. Didn't you always want to go to college? Look for a school you want to go to recently. I'll pay for your tuition." Hearing the word university, Guwan's heart skipped a beat, then she shook her head and said, "No, I think it's good to help my parents at home." Does Guwan want to go to college? The answer is yes. But she also knew that she had missed a year and would not be able to keep up with the studies now, or she would have to start all over again. The family situation would be even more difficult if there was a college student at the same time. She didn't want to add burden to her parents, and over the past year, she had figured out some things. There are a lot of college students on the street now, and their monthly salary is only about 3 to 4,000 yuan. Not to mention other things, it will take several years to earn back the money spent on college. Add in the 4 years of college, and a total of 6 or 7 years have passed. Then whatever you want to learn, I will support you. Don't worry, I will make money in the future, a lot of money. Gu Chenfeng stuffed the 2,500 yuan in his hand into Guwan's hand and said confidently. Guwan held 2,500 yuan in her hand, and was very touched, but she said lightly, "Let's talk about it when you earn it." After saying that, he collected the money and went to the kitchen to wash dishes. As long as it wasn't that woman's money, Guwan would not refuse the money given to her by Gu Chenfeng. As for Gu Chenfeng, seeing that it was almost time, he went back to change his clothes and took a taxi to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Fortunately, in this world, there is no 1-month cooling-off period for divorce, and not many people are getting divorced, so the procedures for the two of them went very smoothly. Holding the freshly issued divorce certificate, Gu Chenfeng's cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw it was an unfamiliar number. He quickened his pace, walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau, came to a corner outside, and pressed the answer button. "Hello, who are you?" "Hello, are you Gu Chenfeng?" "Yes, I'm Gu Chenfeng, who are you?" "I'm Zhang Qingqing from Tianmong Entertainment." "I'm sure Director Zhu has told you about the contract. Are you free later? Can you come to the company? First, get familiar with the company. Second, sign an artist contract. Third, let's get to know each other. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be your agent in the future." Hearing Zhang Qingqing's words on the other end of the phone, Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "Sure, I'll be there right away." "Okay, this number is my WeChat. Add me and I'll be waiting for you at the company," Zhang Qingqing said. "Okay." Gu Chenfeng replied, and after hanging up the phone, he added Zhang Qingqing's WeChat. After doing all this, Gu Chenfeng hurriedly walked to the roadside. He had to take a taxi to Tianmong Entertainment Company. "Gu Chenfeng, stop." Just as he walked down the stairs, Yang Jiao's loud roar came from behind. To be honest, Yang Jiao was very angry at the moment. Did she think Gu Chenfeng would cry and beg her to get back together today? After all, now Gu Chenfeng is only favored by Director Zhu, who says he will sign a contract with Tianmong Entertainment, but a newcomer who has just signed a contract basically has to spend his own money on training. Gu Chenfeng, who had no money to begin with, would have been left with nothing without his help. So she had a preconceived notion that Gu Chenfeng would definitely beg her to get back together, and she was already prepared to humiliate him as much as possible. More importantly, she had boasted to her sisters last night that Gu Chenfeng would definitely kneel down and beg for a reconciliation. But she never expected that from the time they went to the Civil Affairs Bureau and received their divorce certificate until now, Gu Chenfeng had never even looked at her straight in the eye. "I received a phone call right after completing the divorce formalities, and now I have to divorce in a hurry again, as if I have to stick to him." In anger, Yang Jiao reluctantly called out to Gu Chenfeng. Chapter 10, Arriving at the company, 26-year-old Zhang Qingqing, please read and recommend. Gu Chenfeng stopped, turned around and asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Seeing that Gu Chenfeng, who was usually mild-tempered, spoke to her in such a cold tone, Yang Jiao's anger suddenly flared up. He roared with a ferocious face, "Gu Chenfeng, I will give you one last chance. Apologize to me immediately and admit your mistake. Hand Tang Tang to me to take care of. I can give you 1 million. This is your last chance. He added through gritted teeth. Gu Chunfeng smiled and shook his head, saying, Do you think Tang Tang is worth 1 million? Yang Jiao, look at how you look now, what's the difference between you and a shrew? I'm telling you, I can give Tang Tang the life you can give her, but you can't give her what I can give her. I have something else to do. I don't have time to chat with you. After saying that, Gu Chunfeng turned around and left, went to the side of the road and got into a taxi. Master, Tianmon Entertainment Company. The taxi started and drove towards Tianmon Entertainment Company. Looking at the car taillights disappearing before her eyes, Yang Jiao was shaking with anger. It has been more than 5 years since they met, and she has never seen Gu Chunfeng so arrogant. Gu Chunfeng, you bastard, go to hell. Yang Jiao cursed angrily in the direction where the taxi disappeared. At this time, a red Porsche sports car drove over and stopped in front of her. Sitting in the car was a woman with dyed blonde hair and heavy makeup. This was Ning Ziki, the sister who had been drinking with Yang Jiao last night. Ning Ziki looked at Yang Jiao and said jokingly, Sister, your gigolo doesn't seem to kowtow and beg for mercy as you said, and his attitude is quite arrogant. He Yang Jiao took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and sneered, Just for the man's pitiful dignity, don't I know him? What else can he do besides bragging all day long? After saying that, he opened the car door, sat in the passenger seat, and closed the door with gritted teeth. In the taxi. Gu Chunfeng didn't expect director Zhu Bing to be so decisive. He had just talked to him yesterday afternoon, and he received a call from Tianmon Entertainment Company this morning. Even, this girl named Zhang Qingqing said that she would be his agent in the future. I have to admire that Tianmon Entertainment Company is so efficient. For a moment, Gu Chunfeng, the owner of the plugin who traveled from Earth, was a little looking forward to this meeting. Sitting in the car, Gu Chunfeng looked at the system again in his spare time. Host's name, Gu Chunfeng. Current skills, A-level acting skills. Current reputation value, 48,000 points. Current system task, within 3 days, the reputation value reaches 100,000 points, and the progress is 48%. Originally, he was planning to buy some skills in the mall, but after seeing the system tasks, Gu Chunfeng resisted the urge to spend. 20 minutes later. Gu Chunfeng came to Tianmon Entertainment Company. Although Tianmon Entertainment belongs to Mango TV, it has a branch in Jinshi. I walked to the service desk and said to the beautiful lady at the front desk, Hello, I'm Gu Chunfeng, and I'm here to look for Zhang Qingqing. The beautiful lady at the front desk smiled when she saw the sunny and handsome Gu Chunfeng, and said, So you are teacher Gu. Sister Zhang has already told us that if you come, just go to the 8th floor to find her. Thank you. Gu Chunfeng thanked him a little embarrassedly. It was the first time I was called a teacher, and it felt great. 5 minutes later. Gu Chunfeng took the elevator to the 8th floor and met his agent Zhang Qingqing on the phone. He originally thought she was a sister in her 30s or 40s, but when he saw Zhang Qingqing's long legs, fair skin, beautiful face, and great figure, Gu Chunfeng found out that he was wrong. This is not a sister at all, she is more like a fairy sister. Even Gu Chunfeng felt that if Zhang Qingqing chose to make her debut, she would become an internet celebrity in a matter of minutes. After all, she already has all the basic external conditions to become a hit. While Gu Chunfeng was looking at Zhang Qingqing, she was also looking at Gu Chunfeng. Although she is only 26 years old, she has been in the agent circle for 7 or 8 years and has seen countless people. Moreover, she has made many stars popular, and the most successful one among them has basically won all domestic awards. If she hadn't had unpleasantness with her previous company, she wouldn't have switched to Tianmon Entertainment. As for why she chose Gu Chunfeng, it was because director Zhu Bing had repeatedly assured her that this man would give her a big surprise. Otherwise, with Zhang Qingqing's status, how could she possibly lead an artist who was so old and had not yet made his debut? At the beginning, she told Zhu Bing frankly that if Gu Chunfeng didn't give her a surprise, she would definitely refuse. But I didn't expect that when I saw Gu Chunfeng for the first time, I found that this guy looked quite good and had the basic external qualities of an actor. In Zhang Qingqing's opinion, someone like Gu Chunfeng, who has not made his debut at the age of 26, is already an older youth. However, after she observed Gu Chunfeng for a while, a hint of shock appeared on her face. This guy, just as director Zhu said, has a 1 in a million audience appeal. Even Zhang Qingqing, who had seen countless people, couldn't help but be attracted by Gu Chunfeng's temperament after staring at him for a while. Temperament is a very mysterious thing, but it does exist. Ha! Zhang Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Chunfeng had fulfilled her first condition. Now let us just hope that his acting skills can be outstanding, otherwise, he can only become a traffic star at best. After looking at each other for a while, Zhang Qingqing was the first to come to her senses. She stretched out her hand and said, "Hello, Gu Chenfeng, I'm Zhang Qingqing, you can call me Sister Zhang." Gu Chenfeng also stretched out his hand, gently shook Zhang Qingqing's weak and innocent white hand, and said with a smile, "Hello, Sister Zhang, please give me more advice." Gu Chenfeng almost couldn't get used to being called sister by a woman who was the same age as him, or maybe even less pregnant than him. Zhang Qingqing nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll take you to see our Minister Lu now. He's waiting for you." "Okay, thank you for your help." Gu Chenfeng responded and followed Zhang Qingqing. The two came to the door of an office, and Gu Chenfeng saw a sign outside the door that read Minister Lu Kuang. After knocking on the door and entering, Zhang Qingqing said to Lu Kuang, "Minister Lu, this is the good seedling that Director Zhu discovered, Gu Chenfeng." Afterwards, Zhang Qingqing introduced Gu Chenfeng, "Chenfeng, this is Director Lu from Tianmong Entertainment, who is in charge of all matters of the branch." Gu Chenfeng smiled at Lu Kuang and said, "Hello, Minister Lu, I am Gu Chenfeng." Lu Kuang carefully looked at Gu Chenfeng and said with a smile, "Little Gu, you are really, as Director Zhu said, very popular with the audience. I am very optimistic about you. If you work hard, you will have all kinds of resources in the future." As a man who has seen countless people and has been able to sit in his current position, Lu Kuang also has his own way of judging people. Naturally, one could see at a glance the special thing about Gu Chenfeng that made him so popular with the audience. Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, "I will try my best." "Okay." Lu Kuang nodded and instructed Zhang Qingqing, "Qingqing, take Xiao Gu to the company first and get familiar with it." Chapter 11, Sign the contract, super good treatment, please recommend and read on. Zhang Qingqing took Gu Chenfeng to take a look around Tianmong Entertainment Company. Here, you can see gyms, swimming pools, recording studios, accommodation, canteens, etc., anything related to entertainment can be seen. After a tour, Gu Chenfeng had a preliminary understanding of Zhang Qingqing, and also had a general understanding of Tianmong Entertainment Company. At present, there are not too many artists under Tianmong Entertainment Company, only 6, after all, it has only been established for 1 year. Those artists who have already become famous have their own companies or studios. The 6 people under Tianmong Entertainment are all big names. If Gu Chenfeng signs the contract, he will be the 7th member of the company and also the least popular one. Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chenfeng and said, "Gu Chenfeng, I suggest you move to the company. There are currently 5 suites in the company that are not occupied. You can live in one of them. Here, you can also make better use of the company's resources and improve your image in all aspects." Gu Chenfeng did not answer directly. Instead, he stared at Zhang Qingqing and asked, "Sister Zhang, do I need to pay rent if I live in the company?" Zhang Qingqing was stunned. She obviously didn't expect Gu Chenfeng to ask such a question, but she still answered, "This is a benefit for the company's artists. You don't need to pay rent." He. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "Then Sister Zhang, please save a set for me." Gu Chenfeng took a rough look. Although the suite here has 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, it is 100 square meters and the decoration is extremely high-end. He did have the idea of moving in. After all, the small restaurant at home is still too crowded. Tang Tang lives in the villa. It's okay if she stays there occasionally, but if she stays there for a long time, I'm afraid she will blame herself in her heart. Zhang Qingqing was stunned when she heard this, and then said, "When will you move in?" "I'll keep it for you. But now we should go sign the contract first." Gu Chenfeng nodded. Since he had already decided to join Tianmong Entertainment, he would naturally not regret it. Even though he has external plug-ins now, he still needs Tianmong Entertainment as a springboard to take off. Moreover, Gu Chenfeng had a very good overall impression of Tianmong Entertainment Company, so he quickly signed an artist contract with Zhang Qingqing. Although this was a rookie contract, the treatment of Gu Chenfeng in the contract surprised him a little. A nanny car, a driver, an assistant, an agent, they actually have all of these. You know, anyone who can own these 4 sets must at least be a very popular star, but Gu Chenfeng is just a newcomer who has not yet made his debut. He actually owns these 4 sets, which shows how much Tianmong Entertainment values him. After signing the contract, Zhang Qingqing stood up, stretched out her hand, and said, "Gu Chenfeng, welcome to join Tianmong Entertainment Company. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation in the future." Gu Chenfeng also quickly stood up, shook hands with Zhang Qingqing, and said, "Sister Zhang, we will definitely have a pleasant cooperation." Hearing what Gu Chenfeng said, Zhang Qingqing smiled. "Is that certain?" "I hope so." Since then, Gu Chunfeng officially joined Tianmong Entertainment. Tianmong Entertainment Company is very efficient. After Gu Chunfeng signed the contract, he was immediately assigned an assistant, a driver, and a nanny car on call 24 hours a day. The assistant is named Wu Xiaoxiao, a cute and adorable girl. The driver is a veteran named Wu Jun. The reason for choosing a veteran is, to put it bluntly, that Wu Jun is both Gu Chunfeng's driver and his bodyguard. After everyone got to know each other, Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chunfeng and asked, "Chunfeng, when are you planning to move in?" Gu Chunfeng thought for a moment and said, "Maybe in 2 days." The reason he said this was because he wanted to go back and discuss it with his parents and Tang Tang. Although the company is not far from home, it takes half an hour to take a taxi. Besides, Tang Tang has only lived there for a short time this time, so if she is taken away immediately, this might make the already bad relationship between Gu Chunfeng and his parents even worse. Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chunfeng in surprise and didn't say anything else. Wu Jun said directly, "Teacher Gu, when you need to move, just call me and I will help you." Assistant Wu Xiaoxiao also said with a smile, "Well, Teacher Gu, I can help you too." Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, "Thank you, but I don't actually have much luggage, just 2 sets of clothes." This was not a lie. When he left Yang Jiao's villa, he only wore 1 set of clothes, and with the one he was wearing now, he had 2 sets of clothes in total. Zhang Qingqing instructed, "Chunfeng, if you want to go back in the afternoon, just let Wu Jun drive you there, and then Xiaoxiao will go prepare some daily necessities and decorate the room." I have to say that Zhang Qingqing really has the demeanor of a big sister, and her ability to coordinate is simply amazing. Naturally, no one else had any objection to what she said. Zhang Qingqing was about to leave when she finished speaking. Gu Chunfeng stood up, followed her and said, "Well, Sister Zhang, I want to ask you something." "What's the matter?" Zhang Qingqing stopped and turned back to ask. Gu Chunfeng said frankly, "Can I just start a live broadcast to practice singing now?" The reason why he asked this was because he still had a system task to complete, which required him to accumulate 100,000 reputation points in 3 days, and the fastest way to gain reputation points was to live broadcast. After all, he has just signed the contract, and the company cannot ask him to participate in any talent show to gain exposure. And judging by the speed at which my reputation value skyrocketed yesterday, if I wanted to complete the system task within 3 days, I could only do live singing. Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chunfeng in surprise and asked suspiciously, "You can sing too? How can you say you can sing? That's quite a good song." Gu Chunfeng was slightly proud in his heart, but he still said modestly, "Not really, just practice first, practice." "You can practice in the company or dormitory, why do you have to go live?" Zhang Qingqing asked back. She had never heard director Zhu Bing mention that Gu Chunfeng could sing. However, if he really can sing, it will be easier to operate in the future. Gu Chunfeng took out his phone, opened Weibo, and found the video of himself singing in Shanshan's live broadcast room last night. He handed it to Zhang Qingqing and said, "I just think that singing live is quite fun. Would you like to listen to it?" Of course, he couldn't tell the truth to Zhang Qingqing. If it weren't for that damn system task, Gu Chunfeng would never be willing to go live to sing. I took the phone and heard a heavy electronic voice first, followed by a slightly sad male voice. All the honors of yesterday have become a distant memory. Just by hearing the first sentence, Zhang Qingqing felt her heart was touched. When she saw Gu Chunfeng playing the electronic piano and singing in the video, a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Chapter 12, Zhang Qingqing was shocked, Yang Jiao was dumbfounded. Please read and recommend. I originally thought that Gu Chunfeng was just good at acting, but I didn't expect that his singing was also so tasteful. At this time, Wu Jun and Wu Xiaoxiao also came over. When Wu Xiaoxiao saw the video on her phone, she exclaimed, "Wow, isn't this the song Start Over Again that Teacher Gu sang last night? I saw this trending search as soon as I woke up this morning. It's a pity that Teacher Gu didn't record it, otherwise I would have played it on repeat." Wu Jun also agreed at this time, "This song is indeed very nice. I also heard it this morning." From the tone of their voices, it can be heard that they both like this song very much. Although the 20-year-old Wu Xiaoxiao may not be able to understand this song, Wu Jun, a veteran, can hear the charm of this song. 4 minutes later, Zhang Qingqing also finished listening to Start Over Again. With 3 parts of shock and 3 parts of joy in her eyes, she looked at Gu Chunfeng and said, "Is this song your original creation?" Yes. Gu Chunfeng answered shamelessly. "Anyway, it has never appeared in this world, and I am the first one to sing it, so it is naturally my original work. There is nothing wrong with it." Zhang Qingqing asked again, "Have you registered the copyright?" To be honest, as an agent, she usually has the habit of checking the trending searches, but today she has to sign Gu Chenfeng, so she was preparing the contract documents early in the morning and didn't have time to check the trending searches. Unexpectedly, Gu Chenfeng became a hot topic just by singing a song. Is this the legendary hot search physique? However, this song really touched Jiang Qingqing, and she even wanted to hear the single of this song like Wu Xiao Xiao. Not yet. Gu Chenfeng shook his head. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and quickly added, in fact, the accompaniment of this song is not yet complete. He was afraid that Jiang Qingqing would ask him to record the single of Start Over Again right away, because recording a single would take a long time and he would not be able to complete the system task. That's a script and 10,000 reputation points. Yeah, I can tell. Jiang Qingqing nodded and continued, well, finish this song in the next 2 days. I'll help you register the copyright. Okay, thank you Sister Zhang. Gu Chenfeng was very happy when he heard it. At noon, Gu Chenfeng had lunch with his team members. Even Jiang Qingqing, who had originally planned to leave, stayed to eat after listening to Start Over Again. In the afternoon, Gu Chenfeng took a nanny car back to his family's restaurant. Since it was just past 1 in the afternoon, there were still 2 tables of guests eating in the restaurant. Guan took Tang Tang to sit near the bar and were preparing to eat. Seeing Gu Chenfeng coming in, Tang Tang's face was immediately filled with a happy smile. Then she trotted all the way to Gu Chenfeng and said with a smile, Dad, you're back. Have you eaten? We are just about to eat. Let's wash our hands and eat together. Gu Chenfeng bent down and picked up Tang Tang, saying lovingly, Dad has already eaten, you should go and eat quickly. Just as Gu Chenfeng and Tang Tang were laughing and talking happily, a Porsche stopped at the corner opposite the restaurant. Yang Jiao and Ning Ziki were sitting in the car, and they saw clearly the scene of the nanny car worth 500,000 yuan bringing Gu Chenfeng back. It turned out that after leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yang Jiao and Ning Ziki went to have a meal together and prepared to go to Hengdian to start work in the afternoon. Yang Jiao thought of the last words that Gu Chenfeng said when he left, why is my daughter not close to you, and was touched. She thought that Tang Tang would be at her grandparents' house, so she came here with Ning Ziki. Just as I was about to leave, I saw Gu Chenfeng getting out of the luxury nanny car. Yang Jiao also knew that Gu Chenfeng would sign a contract with Tianmong Entertainment. But she didn't expect that Tianmong Entertainment would provide Gu Chenfeng with a special car to pick her up just after signing the contract. Ning Ziki turned his head and looked at Yang Jiao, who was sitting in a daze in the passenger seat, and said in surprise, Jiao Jiao, I think that nanny car seems to be from Tianmong Entertainment Company. Why? When did Gu Chenfeng get involved with Tianmong? Everyone knows that newly signed artists cannot receive this kind of treatment. Also, I heard someone in my circle of friends say this morning that a song suddenly became popular last night. Then I went to watch it out of curiosity, and found that it was actually sung by Gu Chenfeng. Could it be because of this? Yang Jiao's expression instantly became extremely ugly, and she said angrily, how could he have a nanny car to pick him up? Ziki, do you think Gu Chenfeng paid for a taxi to come back? In fact, she knew in her heart that the reason why Gu Chenfeng was able to sign a contract with Tianmong Entertainment was not because of his singing, but because Gu Chenfeng's acting skills were recognized by director Zhu Bing. Now, hearing that the song sung by Gu Chenfeng became an overnight hit on the internet, Yang Jiao felt particularly uncomfortable. How could such a waste be able to sing and act all of a sudden? It's totally unfair. Impossible. Ning Ziki shook his head decisively and said, that's the nanny car of Tianmong Entertainment Company. Do you think it's a taxi that you can get just by paying money? To be honest, after I heard Gu Chenfeng singing the song Start Over Again, I wanted to hear the single as soon as possible. Sister, when do you think Tianmong Entertainment will record a single for Gu Chenfeng? As he spoke, Ning Ziki's face was full of anticipation. Yang Jiao was so angry that she said, how much money can you make from a crappy single? Now she was getting angrier and angrier the more she thought about it. When she was going through the divorce procedures, she had wanted to humiliate Gu Chenfeng, but she didn't expect that guy to be so arrogant, leaving no room for the words Yang Jiao had prepared. I originally thought that Gu Chenfeng had at most signed a new artist contract with Tianmong Entertainment, but now I see that he even has a nanny car to pick him up. It's really pissing me off. Just then, Ning Ziki's cell phone suddenly rang. When she picked it up, she saw that it was a message from a girl who worked at Tianmong Entertainment Company. Ziki, do you know a man named Gu Chenfeng? Ning Ziki was stunned and replied, is it the one whose singing went viral last night? Little sister, yes, he signed a contract with our company today. I heard that the company also provided him with a nanny car, a full-time driver, and an assistant, and his agent is Jiang Qingqing. I guess the single for Start Over Again will be out soon, and then we'll have a new single on repeat. Ning Ziki saw the news that Gu Chunfeng's singing became a hot topic from this little sister's circle of friends. Looking at the messages sent by her sisters on WeChat, Ning Ziki actually felt a little excited. The single Start Over Again is coming out soon. That's great. Subconsciously, he said, Jiao Jiao, a girl who works at Tianmong Entertainment Company just told me that the single Start Over Again is about to be recorded. Moreover, Gu Chunfeng's agent is actually Zhang Qingqing. Chapter 13, Redeem Classic Song, The Hill. Please read and recommend. After hearing what Ning Ziki said, Yang Jiao almost vomited blood in anger. Although Zhang Qingqing is young, she has a lot of experience in the circle and is a well-known capable person. Basically, any artist under her management will become famous in the end. Let's go, you don't have to film this afternoon? Yang Jiao's face turned grim as she urged Ning Ziki to leave. I think if I stayed a little longer, I would have a heart attack. However, after Yang Jiao heard that Zhang Qingqing had become Gu Chunfeng's agent, she felt a hint of regret in her heart. At this time in the small restaurant, Gu Chunfeng told Deng Junmei about the contract signing with Tianmong Company. Son, you are a father now. You should be sensible in everything you do. Tang Tang will go to kindergarten next month, and we are close to the kindergarten. When Deng Junmei heard that her son had signed a contract with an entertainment company and was going to be a star in the future, she felt worried but also relieved. After all, which parent doesn't want their children to become successful in the future? For Deng Junmei, the old couple didn't have any special skills, and the only thing they could do to help was to take care of the children. Gu Chunfeng was touched and said, Mom, then Tang Tang can live here while she's studying, and she can live at my place during holidays, okay? Of course he knew that his mother wanted to help him share the burden. After all, sometimes when he had to work, it was inevitable that he would be worried about Tang Tang being alone at home. Deng Junmei nodded and said, okay, just go back to work and I'll take care of Tang Tang. Then Gu Chunfeng told Tang Tang that she would live with her grandparents while studying, and would move to the new place during holidays. The sensible Tang Tang happily agreed. After finishing these things, Gu Chunfeng returned to his room and began to worry about the system's tasks. At this moment, the WeChat notification sound on Gu Chunfeng's phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was from Shan, handsome guy, can I discuss something with you? Gu Chunfeng thought for a moment and replied, what's the matter? It's like this, when I start my live broadcast tonight, I want to invite you to come to the live broadcast room and sing a song. Is that okay with you? Not singing for free, how about 100,000 yuan per song? Gu Chunfeng's eyes widened as he looked at the two messages Shanshan sent on WeChat. Just when I was worrying about not having any results for my system tasks, this female anchor just came to my door? And the price of 100,000 yuan for a song is really arrogant. However, Gu Chunfeng believed that Shanshan would definitely not pay for him to sing just to satisfy the fans' requests. Really? Seeing that Gu Chunfeng didn't reply, Shanshan sent another message, handsome guy, if you think 100,000 yuan is too little, we can negotiate the price. Gu Chunfeng guessed correctly. In fact, Shanshan also hesitated for a long time before deciding to send a WeChat message to Gu Chunfeng. It turned out that after Gu Chunfeng's song became popular on the internet yesterday, Shanshan was actually the one who benefited the most. This morning, a merchant found Shanshan and asked her to sponsor a certain product in the live broadcast room, and the merchant paid based on popularity. For example, when the number of people online in her live broadcast room reached 1 million, the price of the sponsored products was 3 million. For every additional 10,000 people online, an additional 30,000 would be charged. Originally, Shanshan could have easily taken the 3 million plus safely, but this morning, her fans were asking her to invite the handsome guy from yesterday to sing again. After Shanshan carefully thought about it, she sent this message. First of all, Gu Chunfeng is really good at singing, and it's an original song, which shows that he is very talented. This makes Shanshan, who has always wanted to have an original song of her own, very excited. Second, fans need to be maintained. Seeing that the vast majority of fans strongly suggest it, she has to invite Gu Chunfeng in order to satisfy the fans. As for the money, Shanshan thought that it would not be a loss even if she gave Gu Chunfeng 200,000. Gu Chunfeng thought about it and replied, what time is the live broadcast? Where is it? He originally wanted to complete the system's task through live broadcast, and since Shanshan took the initiative to find him, he definitely couldn't refuse. As for why I was silent for a while before answering, two-word, style. So you agreed? Great, I will start the live broadcast at 7 p.m. today at the Cultural Square. Shanshan was very happy to receive the message from Gu Chunfeng and replied. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar, and after the third or fourth time, you will be able to speak easily. This is what Shanshan has in mind. After seeing Shanshan's WeChat message, Guanfong did not reply. Instead, he put away his phone and started contacting the system. I sang Start Over Again yesterday. If I want to complete the system task, I definitely can't sing it again today. System, I want to buy songs. The Earth Music Library has been opened. Then many classic songs appeared on the small screen in front of Guanfong, including classic old songs from Earth and brainwashing songs. After some selection, Guanfong finally chose a classic old song. System, I want to redeem the hill. This song requires 20,000 reputation points. Would you like to redeem it? What? 20,000 reputation points? Guanfong almost spit out a mouthful of salty soda. I only have. No, why did it go up again? 56,320 points. Originally, he was only short of 40,000 yuan to complete the task, but now he had to spend 20,000 yuan at once, and Guanfong still felt a little distressed. However, one song can earn more than 50,000 reputation points, and the reputation points are still rising rapidly, so it is not too much of a loss. After a psychological struggle, Guanfong gritted his teeth and said, "Exchange." Congratulations on successfully spending 20,000 reputation points to redeem the song The Hill. Remaining reputation value 36,320 points, mission progress 36%, remaining time 2 days. As the system prompt sounded, the lyrics and music score of The Hill all appeared in Guanfeng's mind. In the afternoon, Guanfeng told Zhang Qingqing that he would go to Shanshan's live broadcast room to sing in the evening. Zhang Qingqing didn't say anything about this. After all, she had already signed the contract, and it was very good to have some training before her debut. At 6:30, Guanfeng changed into a t-shirt and jeans and came to the cultural square. I saw Shanshan's live broadcast team was making intensive preparations. Wow, handsome guy, you're here. Shanshan spotted Guanfeng from the crowd at a glance, and walked over to greet him with excitement on her face. The people around and the staff of the live broadcast team all looked at Guanfeng. Before, everyone thought he was just a handsome passerby, but those who often watch Shanshan's live broadcast now know that Guanfeng is a talented man and his singing is very good. I just need a guitar and a stool, and I want to sing a song tonight. After the two greeted each other, Guanfeng said to Shanshan. Shanshan nodded and said, "No problem." Although the broadcast has not started yet, there are already more than 800,000 people online in the live broadcast room. If it were before, there would be at most 200,000 people. What surprised Shanshan even more was that the fans in the live broadcast room were all discussing Guanfeng, and they seemed to have forgotten that the host of this live broadcast room was called Shanshan. Chapter 14, Singing Hills, Music Producer Mo Wensha, please read and recommend. 7 o'clock in the evening. Shanshan's live broadcast room is officially launched. After a warm-up, Shanshan began to sing Darkness Before Dawn. Guanfeng, who was sitting next to her, was stunned when he heard Shanshan singing. Her voice is as clear as a mountain stream, striking deep into people's hearts. Maybe it's because her fans listen to it often, so there is no reaction. Guanfeng quietly took out his mobile phone, downloaded the Guya app, found Shanshan's live broadcast room and took a look. The barrage on the public screen was so dense that he couldn't see clearly what the fans were saying. Shanshan, hurry up and ask the handsome guy to come out. You can sing later. Will there be a trending search tomorrow? Millionaire anchor has become a warm-up singer. Shanshan, you've fallen. You didn't even let the handsome guy sing first. I'm so disappointed. I've listened to this song many times. Let's get that handsome guy to sing Start Over Again. You old witch, hurry up and let the handsome guy come out, or I will unfollow you. There were many comments like this, and Guanfeng couldn't read them all. Shanshan, who was holding the microphone, didn't even look at the public screen and just sang by herself. Of course, even if she looked at the public screen, she would not let Guanfeng go up to sing first. Such a big guy must be the finale. Currently, there are only 1.2 million people online in the live broadcast room, which needs to be improved. Time passes slowly. Half an hour later, Shanshan sang a total of 7 songs. Seeing that the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was almost ready, he said, "Okay, stop crying. Next, we will invite handsome guy Guanfeng to bring you a song." At this point, Shanshan remembered that she didn't know what song Guanfeng was going to sing, so she turned her head and asked, "Handsome boy, are you still going to sing Start Over Again today?" "No." Gu Chenfeng shook his head and said, "My song is called Hills, and it's also a new song." Wow! Oh my god, he is going to have a new song? This speed is too fast. It's only been a day and there are new songs? Maybe they had it before, but they just didn't sing it yesterday? The fans at the scene started talking about it. Shanshan was also shocked, and her excitement was beyond words. When the netizens in the live broadcast room heard that Gu Chenfeng was going to sing a new song today, they all seemed very excited. I listened to the handsome guys start over again yesterday, and today I specially downloaded a dog tooth. I didn't expect that I could still listen to the handsome guy's new song today. I am so lucky. Who says it's not? I heard it this morning. That song Start Over Again is such a classic. I wonder if this new song will bring any surprises. Listen first. It would be great if the handsome guy could sing Start Over again after singing his new song today. Obviously, they all came to the live broadcast room today to wait because they listened to the song Start Over Again sung by Gu Chenfeng yesterday. At this moment, the number of people online in the live broadcast room has reached 1.8 million, and is still growing at a rate of hundreds per minute. In one fell swoop, Shanshan's live broadcast room was directly listed on the homepage of Guya during this time period. In front of the camera, Gu Chenfeng sat on a stool, adjusted the height of the microphone, and said to the camera of his mobile phone, "Hello everyone, I am Gu Chenfeng, and the song I bring to you today is called Hills. This song describes my life insights in recent years. You can listen to it at will. It's best if you can understand it, but there's no need to force yourself if you don't understand it." The brief introduction immediately quieted down the live broadcast room, which had been bustling just a moment ago. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen to this seemingly profound song. There are still many things I want to say, but haven't said yet. When no one was prepared, a magnetic voice full of hoarseness and vicissitude suddenly rang out. The lyrics of the first act of The Hill are actually very unique, because the first few words are spoken, while the last 3 words are sung. At this time, a guitar note comes in at the perfect time. As the saying goes, an expert can tell whether something is good or not with just one look. Although Gu Chenfeng only opened his voice for a moment, Shanshan, a singing enthusiast, could still feel that the mood of the song had already come out. I saved it because I wanted to write it into a song, so that people can sing it softly. Remember it lightly. Even if I finally forget it, it's worth it. The intonation, pronunciation, and rhythm are all so perfect. Moreover, there is a sense of maturity and vicissitudes in Gu Chenfeng's singing, as if he is telling a story, which immediately captures the hearts of the audience. This is real singing. It touches the heart. Shanshan stood aside, looking at Gu Chenfeng, who was singing with burning eyes, and murmured softly. At this time, Gu Chenfeng closed his eyes gently and continued singing. Maybe the little thoughts in my life will turn into a river by chance. Then we each stood at one end, looking at the bend of the river. I finally have the courage to face the difficulties of life with a smile on my face. Oh my god. When Shanshan heard Gu Chenfeng's words, "face the difficulties in life with a smile," she instantly felt goosebumps all over her body and couldn't help but exclaim. Gu Chenfeng's voice is so charming that it can easily bring the listener's emotions into the song, making people indulge in it unconsciously. Not only Shanshan, the singing enthusiast, but also those people in her team who specialize in music, as well as the fans at the scene and in the live broadcast room, could not help but tremble with joy. Maybe we never matured, and we are getting old before we know it? Even though I am still alive in my heart, I am still that young man. I keep looking back because I am uneasy, asking for help out of ignorance, and feeling ashamed to ask for help. Climbing over tirelessly every hill. After singing the first verse, Gu Chenfeng's singing gave people the feeling of being heartfelt. His singing seems to have magic. As soon as he opens his mouth, he creates a mood and brings everyone into his singing. Over the hills, though my hair is gray. The endless grief of not being able to find time. You've already lost yourself before you can see the immortality you wish for? After crossing the hill, I found no one waiting. Chattering can never bring back tenderness. Why don't you remember? Who gave me the last hug? When? As Gu Chenfeng finished singing the first verse, some older people in the live broadcast room and at the scene already had red eyes and were quietly wiping away tears. For those older people, this song is like a summary of life, it is so appropriate. In a courtyard in Beijing, a lady in her 50s was sitting on the sofa, looking at her phone and crying quietly. Her name is Mo Wenxia. She is one of the top music producers in the country, and she is also Zhang Qingqing's mother. Yesterday, her assistant told her that a very popular song called Start Over Again appeared on the internet, and as a music producer, she immediately became interested. That's why I found this shining live broadcast room today, wanting to listen to how talented the man is who could create the song Start Over Again. However, when she heard the song Hills, her defense was immediately broken. Chapter 15. When the song ends, thousands of people burst into tears seeking recommendation votes and follow-up reading. Mo Wenxia is getting old, and in recent years she has often recalled the past. She wants to write a song to summarize her life for most of her life. But she never imagined that a young person who looked less than 30 years old would write everything she wanted to say into this song. This shocked Mo Wenxia, a top music producer in China. Especially the last sentence, "Why can't I remember who gave me a hug last time and when?" It really hit her deep in the heart. 5 years ago, her husband passed away and her children were busy with their careers all day, so Mo Wenxia had long forgotten when was the last time she hugged her children. Maybe when her husband died. However, neither the host Shanshan nor Guanfong, who was completely immersed in the song, knew that one of his songs actually made the country's top music producer cry. At this moment, Guanfeng's mind was filled with the hardships he had experienced in the past few years. When her daughter was seriously ill and in urgent need of money, the woman was only concerned with her own career. Not only did she not care about her daughter often, she didn't even give her a penny. The parents had originally lived a relatively well-off life, but in order to save their granddaughter, they spent all their savings and were suddenly back to the days before liberation. All this was caused by Guanfeng's own incompetence, so sometimes he hated himself for not being able to control himself and letting his parents suffer with him. Especially when I think about myself alone in the hospital with my daughter waiting for a bone marrow donor, that feeling. I didn't hide it on purpose, nor did I mean to make you sad. How many times have we been drunk and cursed the shortness of life? It's a pity that we met too late, and it makes a woman's makeup ruined by crying. I don't care. It is a pity that we have never matured, and have grown old before we have known it. I try hard but still don't understand the young people around me. Give yourself a random excuse, follow the temptation of love, and let fate control you. Fighting back without knowing one's own strength. Until death. After finishing this section, Guanfong directly raised his voice by half a tone, and without any pause, he went straight into the second section. Compared with the first paragraph, the guitar sound is no longer monotonous and light, but has many more changes, and the singing is more appealing. Mo Wenxia, who was in the courtyard of Beijing, stared at her phone with burning eyes and said excitedly, I understand, I understand. The structure of this song is that there is the first hill in front, and now we are on the second hill. There should be a third and a fourth hill behind, and it progresses step by step. Use increasingly intense emotions and songs to break everyone's hearts. Guanfong is truly a talent. It looks like China will have another classic song. As expected of one of the top music producers in the country, her judgment is still very accurate. As soon as she finished speaking, Guanfong in the video directly raised the pitch to 2 octaves. Over the hills, though my hair is gray. The endless grief of not being able to find time. Before you can achieve immortality, you have already lost yourself. After crossing the hill, I found no one waiting. Chattering can never bring back tenderness. Why can't I remember who gave me a hug last time? When he sang to this part, Guanfong had already stood up and kicked the stool away. The sound of his guitar and voice were raised at the same time, directly reaching 3 octaves. Over the hill. Although my hair has turned gray. The endless grief of not being able to find time. Why can't I remember who gave me a hug last time? At what time? Guanfeng's vicissitudes of life singing voice was like a flood that broke through the dam. It suddenly became extremely high-pitched, and the blue veins on his neck bulged. It was as if he was using his anger to crush all the suffering that life brought him. The vigorous and hearty singing attracted a lot of audiences around the live broadcast site. People who were originally sitting on the ground could no longer sit there calmly. Everyone stood up, with tears in their eyes and shouting in their hearts to vent. Oh my God, this. Shanshan saw the huge crowds of people and her eyes widened with disbelief on her face. Little did she know, 2 hot tears quietly fell down her cheeks. Shanshan turned his head, faced away from the camera, wiped the corners of his eyes, and was about to take over the live broadcast microphone when he was suddenly stunned. Did she think the song was over? Unexpectedly. Guanfong held the guitar and continued singing into the microphone. The endless grief of not being able to give up time. To the teasing of love, the sway of fate. Fighting back without knowing one's own strength. Until death. Until death. Until death. Gu Chenfeng yelled at the top of his lungs, his emotions reaching their peak. Especially the last sentence, until I die, he yelled it 3 times at the top of his lungs, each time louder than the last. The people watching at the scene seemed to be infected by Gu Chenfeng's emotions, and they all followed him in shouting wildly. The song is over. There was deafening applause and cheers at the scene. Oh my god, this song is so awesome. Now I finally know what singing is. This is it. Oh my god, this is too shocking. I didn't expect to hear such a profound song while taking a walk. It's really nice. You listen to songs, I listen to life. I originally thought that I would never cry again in this life, but now, I was broken by a song. With just a guitar, he can sing out decades of my life. Who is he? I want to give him a little star. Shanshan's live broadcast room is going to be very popular again. I'm afraid that by now, the Gudia officials will have noticed this handsome guy in Shanshan's live studio. Everyone at the scene was applauding and talking at the same time. At this moment, the number of people online in Shanshan's live broadcast room is 4.32 million. The speed of the barrage is almost catching up with the light beam. If you don't pause it, you can't see clearly what the netizens are saying. I declare the most moving song in the history of music to be The Hills. This song is written specifically for those of us who are over 40 years old. It's so real. I was working overtime, but after listening to this song, everyone in the company was quietly wiping away tears. I just went to deliver coffee to the CEO, and was surprised to find that the cold and strong CEO actually had red eyes. He was obviously crying. I hope he can't see this comment. Save your life. I'm very curious. This handsome guy looks like he's less than 30 years old. What on earth did he go through to be able to write such a song? When will this song be released as a single? I'm crying, and I have to let my old comrades shed tears too. Chapter 16, Mission Accomplished, the script buried alive. Please read and recommend. After Gu Chenfeng finished singing, he bowed to the live camera and said, "Thank you." Shan was the first to react. She stood up quickly and said while clapping, "Teacher Gu, your song is simply amazing." Although she is still very young and cannot hear the deeper meaning of the hill, Gu Chenfeng's ability to create such a catchy song is enough to make him worthy of being called a teacher. Don't flatter me. It took me 5 years to create this song. As long as everyone likes it, that's fine. Gu Chenfeng said this modestly and prepared to leave. At this time, Shanshan quickly called him and said, "Teacher Gu, can you sing Start Over Again?" Most people in the live broadcast room wanted to hear Gu Chenfeng sing Start Over Again. Faced with the expectations of fans, Shanshan naturally tried his best to satisfy them. However, she didn't know that after Gu Chenfeng finished singing The Hills, the number of people online in the live broadcast room had reached 7.13 million, and the words "I went over the hills, but found no one waiting" were still ringing in their ears. Gu Chenfeng shook his head and said, "I will record a single for that song as soon as possible and I won't sing it live." After saying this, Gu Chenfeng turned and left in the shocked gazes of everyone. The fans in the live broadcast room and at the scene were left speechless by Gu Chenfeng's actions. This handsome guy is so willful. There are more than 7 million people in the live broadcast room right now. He actually refuses such a good opportunity to become famous? I have to admit that Teacher Gu is indeed very talented. Whether it was tonight's The Hills or last night's Starting Over Again, they can both be called classics. I look forward to Mr. Gu releasing a single from The Hills. A man with such great talent, haven't those entertainment companies noticed it yet? Hurry up and sign Mr. Gu. We want to listen to Mr. Gu's album. In 5 years, he wrote a song about the bitterness and sweetness of countless middle-aged people's lives. I am very curious about what Teacher Gu went through in these 5 years. Gu Chenfeng, who had already left the cultural square, opened the system and checked it on his way home. During the time it took to sing this song, his reputation value actually increased by more than 30,000. The current reputation value has reached 64,560 points. Although Gu Chenfeng didn't know exactly how the system was measured, he could now guess roughly. When I was singing just now, the average number of people online in Shanshan's live broadcast room was 6 million. Excluding some zombie accounts, there were probably 3 million people. 1 to 100? Oh shit. If that's the case, then if I want to complete the task, I have to ask Shanshan for help. Now I have more than 60,000 reputation points, and I need 100,000 to complete the task, so I still need more than 30,000. Forget it, now that I know the way, it will be much easier to complete it later. The next day. Early in the morning, before Gu Chenfeng even got up, he was awakened by a sudden ringing of the phone. Hello, who is this? You haven't gotten up yet, have you? Zhang Qingqing's slightly excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Hearing Zhang Qingqing's voice, Gu Chenfeng quickly sat up from the bed and looked at the time. It was 7:30. He said unhappily, Sister, what time is it now? According to the working hours in the agreement, Gu Chenfeng only needs to go to the company at 9 o'clock every day. He originally thought that he was late, but when he looked at the time, it was only 7:30. It only takes half an hour to take a taxi from my own restaurant to the company, so there is no need to get up so early. When Zhang Qingqing heard what Gu Chenfeng said, she held her forehead and said speechlessly, You are really careless. After such a big thing happened, you can still sleep well? In fact, she hadn't gotten up yet, but was woken up by the company's director Lu's constant ringing. It is said that last night, Gu Chenfeng was on the hot search again, and this time it was because of a song. As Gu Chenfeng's agent, Zhang Qingqing got up immediately and checked the trending searches on Weibo when she heard the news. Wow, 2 of the top 3 Weibo posts this time are about Gu Chenfeng. The song Hills is the most suitable song for middle-aged people. What on earth did he go through? The popularity of both hot searches is very high, with the first one reaching more than 4 million and the second one reaching more than 2.8 million. For a time, the 3 words Teacher Gu became popular all over the internet. Even for first-tier celebrities, they don't become a hot search topic as quickly as Gu Chenfeng, who topped the hot search list for 2 consecutive nights. This made Zhang Qingqing very happy. Gu Chenfeng became famous even before he made his debut, which laid a very good foundation for his future debut. What happened? Gu Chenfeng asked in confusion. After he returned home last night, he took a shower and went to bed. He had no idea what happened on the internet. Zhang Qingqing said with a look of disappointment, Just check Weibo by yourself, and get up quickly and come to the company right away. Gu Chenfeng said and murmured, Am I on the hot search again? After hanging up the phone, Gu Chenfeng opened Weibo and took a look. As expected, I'm on the hot search again. This time, there were 2 hot searches about myself at the same time. That's system reputation value. Current reputation value, 121,230 points. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task ahead of schedule and obtaining the classic movie script Buried Alive. Buried Alive? Gu Chenfeng clearly remembered that there was also a movie called Buried on Earth, and it was very popular and won many awards. At that time, he went to the cinema to watch the movie several times and was deeply shocked by Ryan Reynolds' acting in the movie. Could this be the same script? Gu Chenfeng felt a surge of excitement in his heart and quickly looked at the script. This is exactly the same as Buried on Earth. If there is any difference, it's just that the character settings have been slightly changed. On Earth, he was a truck driver from the lighthouse country, and now he has become a truck driver from China. Just as Gu Chenfeng was excited, the system's prompt sounded again, ding. Although the plot of this script is simple, it requires very high acting skills and can give full play to the host's acting skills. Hearing the system's prompt, Gu Chenfeng directly extracted the script of Buried Alive. Although the script did not contain much content, he still read it carefully. While reading it, he even started to think about how he should play the role of Wang Liyuel. How desperate is it to be in a coffin with only a mobile phone, a lighter, a flashlight, a glow stick, a knife, a wine flask and a pen? However, Gu Chenfeng, who possesses a great acting skills, can interpret this despair and fear very well. In desperation, he burst out with a strong survival instinct and tried every possible way to escape. He doesn't want to die. But in this narrow coffin, he could only rely on the few tools he had on him to escape. How difficult was it? At this time, Gu Chenfeng no longer cared about the fact that he had become a hot topic, and was completely immersed in the script of Buried Alive. Half an hour later, Gu Chenfeng printed out the script and took it to the company. Chapter 17, None of the scripts I selected are suitable, seeking recommendation votes and follow-up reading. After arriving at the company, Agent Zhang Qingqing and assistant Wu Xiaoxiao were already waiting in the office. Teacher Gu, you are on the hot search again, congratulations. Seeing Gu Chenfeng coming in, Wu Xiaoxiao said to him with a smile. Gu Chenfeng waved his hand and said, Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Teacher Gu, when did the song Hills? Wu Xiaoxiao was about to ask something, but suddenly a sharp gaze swept over her. She quickly closed her mouth and stuck out her pink tongue. Zhang Qingqing said, It's pretty good that they have been on the trending search for 2 consecutive days before they even debuted. 2 songs are also okay. I have booked a recording studio for you this afternoon. Go and release these two singles then. Release them while they are still popular. Also, move to the company as soon as possible. I will find some scripts for you to read. After saying that, he took out a few scripts from his bag and threw them in front of Guanfong. When Guanfong saw the script in front of him, he was stunned. You just signed the contract yesterday, and you found a few scripts for yourself today? Is it because he has been on the hot search twice in a row, or is it because Tenmon Entertainment's resources are too abundant? Let us take a look at these scripts first. So, Guanfong sat on the sofa and began to read the script. This time, Zhang Qingqing found a total of 5 scripts for Guanfong, 3 of which were for TV series and 2 for movies. For Guanfong, who possesses a great acting skills, he really has no interest in TV drama scripts. If he wants to hone his acting skills, big screen movies are definitely the most suitable. So, Guanfong rejected the scripts of the 3 TV series without even reading them. Of the remaining 2 movie scripts, one is The Thief, and the role given to Guanfong is the third male lead, which is a relatively important role, but after he read the contents of the script, I found the script to be average, and the third male role didn't have much room to develop. The second movie script is called For Life. It is a youth inspirational film. Guanfeng's role is the second male lead, which is the tragic character who is said to make endless sacrifices, but the heroine will never even look at him. After he finished reading the script, he exclaimed, "The plot is too ridiculous, it simply crushes the IQ of all movie fans." Guanfong felt a little disappointed about this. Tenmon Entertainment has quite a lot of resources, but is this the quality? It's a bit hard to put into words. If it were other newcomers, they would be eager to agree immediately if a movie script came to them. But for Guanfong, he would definitely not be so careless. The first play of a newcomer is very important for an actor, and Guanfong, a time traveler, understands this very well. Sister Zhang, I'm going to tell you something you may not want to hear. Do you want to hear it? Guanfong put down the script and said to Zhang Qingqing, who was drinking tea with Wu Xiaoxiao. Zhang Qingqing put down the teacup and stared at Guanfong suspiciously. Guanfong continued, "None of these 5 scripts is suitable for me." What? Before Zhang Qingqing could say anything, Wu Xiaoxiao next to her exclaimed. Seeing Zhang Qingqing's fierce gaze sweeping over, Wu Xiaoxiao quickly covered her mouth with her hands and stopped talking. Zhang Qingqing said calmly, "The reason." She spent a lot of effort to get these 5 scripts from Minister Liu, and she was able to get them because Guanfong topped the Weibo hot search list for 2 consecutive days. Guanfong is such a good guy, he actually said that no one is suitable for him. This is simply outrageous. Guanfong patiently explained, "I don't want to act in TV series for the time being. As for these 2 movies, I have no room to perform as the third male lead in the first one. It would be a waste of time if I went. The plot of the second part is so ridiculous. If I go, wouldn't I be shooting myself in the foot?" Zhang Qingqing frowned, and after pondering for a long time, she said in a deep voice, "Do you know how much effort I put into finding these 2 movie scripts?" "I don't know." Guanfong shook his head decisively, and then added, "Anyway, the quality of these 2 scripts is really not that good." "The script is of poor quality?" Zhang Qingqing was so angry that she laughed. This guy is really like a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger. He is too self-righteous. Yes. Guanfong nodded heavily and continued, "Actually, I have a script here. I wrote it when I was free. Would you like to take a look at it?" After saying that, he took out the script of Buried Alive that he had printed out in the morning and handed it to Zhang Qingqing. "Huh? You wrote the script?" Zhang Qingqing was stunned and a little bit unbelieving. Wu Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to him, quickly took the script and murmured in admiration, "Wow, Teacher Gu can actually write scripts. That's amazing. But think about it, if I can write songs, I should be able to write scripts too." A word of enlightenment. Buried Alive? Zhang Qingqing looked at the title of the script, then looked at Guanfong and asked, "Are you sure your script will pass review?" Guanfong said uncertainly, "It should be fine, take a look at the content." Half an hour later, Zhang Qingqing said to Guanfong excitedly, "How much do you plan to sell this script for?" She is a top agent in the industry and can tell whether a script is good or bad. This Buried is at least better than the 2 she found. If Guanfong is willing to sell this script, Zhang Qingqing believes that the company will definitely be willing to purchase it. Guanfong was stunned at first, then he reacted and said, "I didn't say I wanted to sell it. What a joke, if I sold it myself, I might not get the male lead. Besides, if this movie is well made, I will win many awards in the future, so I definitely won't sell it myself. Then why don't you show them to me, just to prove that those two movies are not suitable for you? Zhang Qingqing asked, suppressing the anger in her heart. Of course not. Gu Chenfeng quickly waved his hand to deny it, and continued, actually, I want to play the leading role in this movie myself. The company helped to set up the crew, and then I used the script plus the salary of the leading actors as the investment, and I would take a share of the box office revenue later. As a person who has not made his debut, even if he is the leading actor, Gu Chenfeng's pay will not be too high. Moreover, the investment in this movie is not very large, so he can get a relatively large share. But after the movie was released, the box office was very impressive. Of course, if you say now that this movie will have such and such box office performance, no one will believe it. Zhang Qingqing was stunned for 30 seconds before asking, are you sure? At this moment, she didn't know whether to say that Gu Chenfeng was smart or that he was arrogant. Such a good script will definitely sell for a good price. You can take the money yourself without taking any risk, but if you want a share of the box office later, that would be risky. As a newcomer who has not yet made her debut, Zhang Qingqing really doesn't want Gu Chenfeng to do this. But as an employee of a company, she also has to consider the company. It is definitely a good thing for the company to have someone share the risk. Chapter 18, Invest in the script and participate in the box office dividends. Please recommend and read. Gu Chenfeng nodded heavily and said, sure. Gu Chenfeng is still quite confident about the things produced by the system. In the eyes of others, his behavior might be a bit arrogant. After all, between being able to leave with the money without any risk and taking the risk without necessarily getting the money, any normal person would know that they should choose the former. But for Gu Chenfeng, he knew the prospects of Buried Alive and was confident in his acting skills, so he made a decision that normal people could not understand. Okay, that's it. Zhang Qingqing looked at the time and it was already 10 o'clock, so she ordered, Xiao Xiao, take Chenfeng to the recording studio and prepare to record 2 singles. Wu Xiaoxiao responded immediately. As for Zhang Qingqing herself, she went to Minister Lu's office with the script of Buried Alive. When Lu Kuang saw Zhang Qingqing coming, he smiled and asked, Qingqing, has Chenfeng chosen the script? He is very popular online this time, so we can get him more pay from the crew. Zhang Qingqing nodded first, then shook her head. Lu Kuang only noticed her nod in front of him and said excitedly, it must be a movie script. Yes. Zhang Qingqing nodded. Lu Kuang continued, of the 2 movie scripts, The Thief had an investment of over 100 million yuan and was directed by a famous director, so he must have chosen this one. No. Zhang Qingqing shook her head. Lu Kuang was a little surprised. After all, in his opinion, this was the best choice. Why didn't Gu Chenfeng choose this script? So Lu Kuang asked, could it be for life? Although the script is a bit bad, the director is also a big director, and there is also a popular star Guanfong as the male lead, so the box office is guaranteed. Zhang Qingqing shook her head and said, no. What? Lu Kuang was confused. There are 2 movie scripts, and this is not one of them. So which one did Gu Chenfeng choose? Zhang Qingqing took out the script of Buried Alive in her hand, handed it to Lu Kuang, and said, this is the script written by Gu Chenfeng himself. He wants to play the leading male role in this script. He wrote the script himself? Lu Kuang's face was full of surprise. I took the script and read it carefully. If the script written by Gu Chenfeng himself is good, then Tianmong Entertainment will have really struck gold. 20 minutes later. Lu Kuang frowned and said, compared to the other 2 scripts, although Buried Alive is not inferior at all, but... Zhang Qingqing seemed to know what Lu Kuang meant, so she spoke directly, although the plot of Buried Alive is monotonous, the leading role in it is a great test of an actor's acting skills. If he performs well, then it will definitely be a very good start. It's just that you, Minister Lu, have to decide what kind of crew the company should assign to this script and how much investment it will require. Lu Kuang nodded and said, there is no problem with these. What are his conditions? As a veteran in the entertainment industry, Lu Kuang believes that Zhang Qingqing will never let her artists suffer any loss. This script is similar to The Thief. If it is filmed well, it may be the key for Tianmong Entertainment to pry into the film industry. The leading male role and the script are considered investments, and they share in the box office dividends. Zhang Qingqing said with a gloomy face, that's what he said. Ha ha ha. When Lu Kuang heard that the script was free and could be considered an investment, he burst into laughter. Doesn't this save the company another expense? As for box office dividends? This is absolutely no problem. Just the male lead? He's a little guy who hasn't made his debut yet, and he's playing the leading male role? Lu Kuang asked with some concern. Although Zhu Bing said that Gu Chunfeng's acting skills were very good, how could Lu Kuang believe it? How good could the acting skills of a man who had been a supporting actor for 5 years be? After all, companies invest in movies to make money. Zhang Qingqing looked at Lu Kuang and said, I've seen the video of Gu Chunfeng filming the scene with director Zhu Bing, and it feels pretty good. Besides, he will audition with everyone when the time comes. If the director thinks he's good enough, he'll go in, and if not, he won't go in. Okay, that's decided. Lu Kuang felt relieved when he heard this. Moreover, he is very familiar with Zhang Qingqing's ability. She is the ace agent who has made several artists famous. If it weren't for the conflict with his previous company, it wouldn't have been his turn to take advantage and snatch Zhang Qingqing away. Therefore, Zhang Qingqing has her own plans and routines on how to bring artists on stage. Zhang Qingqing said, then let Minister Lu take charge of the crew formation. I will help him record the 2 singles in the next 2 days. The singles, are they Start Over Again and The Hills? Speaking of these 2 songs, Lu Kuang had also heard them, and he wanted to hear the recorded singles as soon as possible. Zhang Qingqing nodded and said, yes, I plan to take advantage of this popularity and release these 2 songs to test the waters. Okay, if you need anything from me, just tell me. The other side. Gu Chunfeng followed Wu Xiaoxiao to the company's recording studio. It took me 2 hours to finalize the accompaniment before I started recording. Although Gu Chunfeng's singing voice was pretty good, he still recorded the song many times in order to produce a single that could be released. Gu Chunfeng recorded the song Start Over Again 12 times before he finished it. The song Hills was much easier and was completed in just 3 takes. After he finished recording 2 songs, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Just after leaving the recording studio, Gu Chunfeng picked up his mobile phone and saw a lot of messages coming to him on WeChat. They all invited him to sing in the live broadcast room, and among the chat messages, there were several transfers of 20,000 yuan. Gu Chunfeng roughly counted and there were 11, which meant a total of 220,000 yuan in transfers. And after the transfer, Shanshan also sent a message specifically stating that her credit limit had been reached and asked him to send his bank card instead. For a moment, Gu Chunfeng was stunned. How much money does this little girl plan to give me? Didn't you say 100,000 yuan? Obviously, he didn't know that Shanshan's live broadcast last night made her more than 20 million. The advertising fees from advertisers alone amounted to more than 10 million, and there were also a lot of tips from fans. I was recording a song this afternoon. Sorry, I didn't see the message. Gu Chunfeng replied to Shanshan with a WeChat message. Just when I was about to put away my phone, I saw a WeChat message from Zhang Qingqing, saying that the script company of Buried Alive had agreed to invest in the script. But whether he can get the leading male role depends on Gu Chunfeng's own abilities. In response, Gu Chunfeng smiled and replied to Zhang Qingqing, no problem, as for the contract, I'll trouble you, Sister Zhang. After replying to Zhang Qingqing's message, Gu Chunfeng left the recording studio. I had been planning to move today, but I was delayed by recording songs in the afternoon, so I had to move back to my own little restaurant. After leaving the company, he got into the nanny car driven by Wu Jun and drove towards his own restaurant. Half an hour later. At the corner outside the small restaurant, Gu Chunfeng was sitting in the back seat and saw 2 women in a Porsche luxury car not far away, staring at his own small restaurant. He frowned and said to Wu Jun, Brother Jun, come pick me up early tomorrow morning and help me move. Chapter 19, Leaving Money for Parents and Moving. Please recommend and read on. Gu Chunfeng had seen the car on the corner more than once, and the person inside seemed to be Yang Jiao's best friend. It is very likely that Yang Jiao is still bothered by the issue of her daughter's custody. Okay, I'll come early tomorrow morning. Wu Jun responded and left Gu Chunfeng's restaurant. Although he noticed the luxury car on the corner that shouldn't be there, he didn't know the reason. That's right. This car is Ning Ziqi's Porsche. He was dragged here by Yang Jiao just after work in the afternoon. Yang Jiao originally said that she wanted to see her daughter, but when she really arrived, she didn't dare to get off. Perhaps it was because the internet had been flooded with news about Gu Chunfeng in the past 2 days that made Yang Jiao feel a little regretful. As a close friend, Ning Ziqi saw the trending searches online, and after listening to the 2 songs sung by Gu Chunfeng, she even had some doubts in her heart. What on earth did Gu Chunfeng and Yang Jiao go through during the 5 years of their marriage? He was able to write a song like The Hill, which is very flavorful and full of life insights. Let's go! Yang Jiao shouted angrily at Ning Ziqi, who was in a daze. These 2 days may be the most embarrassing 2 days in Yang Jiao's life. She originally thought that after divorcing Gu Chenfeng, she would live a carefree life and would have nothing to do with Gu Chenfeng anymore. Now, the first thing I hear when I wake up every day is to hear my agent say that Gu Chenfeng was on the hot search again yesterday. I didn't expect Gu Chenfeng to be so talented that he could even write a song like Hill. Anyway, the three words Gu Chenfeng kept ringing in her ears. This made her extremely annoyed. She even lost her mind several times during filming and was scolded by the director many times. The next day, Wu Jun drove to Gu Chenfeng's restaurant at 7 in the morning. Gu Chenfeng also got up early today, packed up simply, said goodbye to his parents, and got into the black nanny car with Tang Tang. After getting in the car, Gu Chenfeng poked his head out of the car and whispered to his sister Guan, "I left a bank card on the bar, and the password is my mother's birthday." After saying that, he signaled Wu Jun to drive away. Guan stood in front of the restaurant, looking at Tang Tang, who popped her little head out of the car and waved goodbye, and was stunned for a moment. At this time, Gu Jiangwo, who had gone out to buy groceries, came back and saw his daughter standing at the door in a daze. He shouted, "What are you doing standing at the door?" Guan came back to her senses and said, "Oh, nothing, it's just that my brother and Tang Tang left." Gu Jiangwo waved his hand and said, "If he left, he left. He is married anyway. Come quickly and help me get the food." "Oh, here they come." Guan responded and ran over to help Gu Jiangwo carry the just-bought vegetables back to the store. After moving the dishes, Guan remembered what Gu Chenfeng said before leaving, "I left a bank card on the bar," so she walked to the bar to take a look. There was really a bank card stuck in the middle of the account book in the drawer. Picking up the bank card, Guan shouted to the kitchen, "Dad, Mom, I'm going out for a while and will be back soon." After saying that, he ran to the bank not far from the restaurant. Although she found that her brother had changed a little after returning this time, she was still curious for a moment about how much money he had left for her mother. Going to the bank's ATM machine, Guan inserted the bank card according to the password given by Gu Chenfeng and entered Deng Juanmei's birthday. After seeing the balance on the card, I was completely stunned. The machine shows that the balance on the card is 100,000. You know, in order to pay for Tang Tang's medical treatment, not only Gu Chenfeng's own money, but even his parents' money had been spent. Although my parents' small restaurant business is pretty good, they can't save much money after paying for the family's expenses. 100,000 yuan is equivalent to half a year's income for this family now. Where did he get so much money? Did he do something illegal? For a moment, Guan became a little worried, and quickly withdrew her bank card and left the bank. She did not go back to the store immediately, but took out her cell phone and called Gu Chenfeng. "Hello, little sister, what's wrong?" The call was quickly connected and Gu Chenfeng's voice came. Guan asked directly, "Gu Chenfeng, where did you get this money?" "Money? Of course I earned it myself." Gu Chenfeng was confused. He had been given 100,000 yuan by the system before, and the last time he sang the Hill in Shanshan's live broadcast room, Shanshan transferred 200,000 yuan to him for the first time through WeChat. The second time, I transferred another 800,000 yuan to him directly through my bank card. In other words, he actually made 1 million by singing that song. However, Shanshan told him that she earned more money from that live broadcast because of the agreement with the advertisers. All adding up, Gu Chenfeng had more than 1 million in his card. The reason why he only left 100,000 for his family was because it was too much at once and his family would definitely be suspicious. If I suddenly told my family that I made 1 million by singing a song, who would believe me? Guan asked doubtfully, "Really?" "Of course it's true." Gu Chenfeng was so angry that he laughed. What was this? He was suspected of earning 100,000 yuan? Suddenly, he thought of something and continued, "Little sister, you haven't been online for the past 2 days, have you?" Guan on the other end of the phone thought for a moment and said, "Does this have anything to do with whether I'm online or not?" "Have to. My sister is really a good girl. She just helps out in the store all day long. Even when she is resting at night, she reads a book instead of playing with her mobile phone. Then you can check online first. You should be able to find my singing video now." Gu Chenfeng explained, and then added, "Don't worry, your brother knows what to do and what not to do. I'm almost there, so I won't chat with you for now. Remember to give your bank card to Mom. If you want to buy anything, I'll transfer some money to you via WeChat later." After saying that, without waiting for Guan to speak, Gu Chenfeng hung up the phone. Because the car has now arrived at Tianmong Entertainment Company. When Tang Tang got off the car and saw the environment of Tianmong Company, she was stunned and her eyes were full of disbelief. "Dad, where is this? There was some excitement in his tone, but more of nervousness. Gu Chunfeng naturally sensed his daughter's inner nervousness, squatted down and picked her up, and said softly, "This is the house that Dad's company arranged for us. Of course, there is also Uncle Wu's nanny car, which the company also arranged for Dad. We will live here from now on, and occasionally go back to live with Grandpa and Grandma." Really? Tang Tang was both happy and nervous, as if all this was so dreamy. In her memory, although she lived in a luxurious villa before, it did not feel warm at all. "Only every time I go to my grandparents' house, although the place is small, I am very happy." Gu Chunfeng nodded vigorously and said, "Of course it's true. When has Dad ever been biased towards you?" Chapter 20, Burying the Crew Alive. Additions begin seeking follow-up reading and recommendation votes. When Gu Chunfeng brought Tang Tang to the assigned room 701, Tang Tang's face was filled with joy when she saw the luxurious decoration and spotless carpet inside. Tang Tang was very happy to be able to live in such a clean and comfortable place with her father. "Will this be my and my dad's home from now on? It feels like a dream." At this time, Wu Xiaoxiao walked out of the room. After seeing Gu Chunfeng and Tang Tang, she said with a smile, "Teacher Gu, this must be Tang Tang. She is so cute." When Tang Tang saw Wu Xiaoxiao, she also called out sweetly, "Hello, sister. I'm Tang Tang. Sister is so beautiful too." After Wu Jun put Gu Chunfeng's mind at ease, he said, "Teacher Gu, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. If there is anything, just let Xiaoxiao find me." Gu Chunfeng nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Brother Jun. It's not hard. This is what I should do." Wu Jun waved his hand and showed an honest smile. When Tang Tang saw Wu Jun was about to leave, she quickly shouted to him, "Uncle Wu, goodbye." While shouting, he waved his little hands and said goodbye. Wu Jun turned around, smiled, which was rare, and said, "Goodbye, Tang Tang." Next, the entire room 701 was filled with Tang Tang's laughter. The little girl is really happy. "Being able to live in such a nice place with my dad not only allows me to have my own little world, but I can also run around the room and play to my heart's content. The most important thing is that there is no cold-faced tigress." That night, Zhang Qingqing came to room 701. When she saw Tang Tang, she was slightly stunned. "This little girl is so pretty. Is she Gu Chunfeng's daughter?" Gu Chunfeng had said before that he had a daughter, and Zhang Qingqing naturally knew this. So he picked up Tang Tang and asked with a smile, "I guess you are Tang Tang, you are so cute." Zhang Qingqing has always given people the impression of a strong woman. At least in the past few days of contact, Gu Chunfeng has never seen her smile. And this was the first time I saw Zhang Qingqing smile. This smile is so beautiful that it can captivate the whole country, especially since she looks mature inside and out. She is really charming. Tang Tang also shouted sweetly, "Sister, you are so beautiful." Zhang Qingqing's smile widened. She raised her hand and scratched Tang Tang's nose, saying, "Tang Tang's mouth is as sweet as her name." Gu Chunfeng was directly ignored by Zhang Qingqing, who was having fun with Tang Tang. Half an hour later. Zhang Qingqing was probably tired from playing with Tang Tang, so she sat down and took out a few documents from her bag. She threw them to Gu Chunfeng and said, "3 of them are the copyrights of Start Over Again, The Hill, and the script Buried Alive. The other few are contracts for the script of Buried Alive as an investment, and contracts for 2 songs to be handed over to the company for operation. You can take a look at them." Gu Chunfeng was stunned when he saw the 4 documents in front of him. It was done so quickly? If I were to register the copyrights for these 2 songs in the movie script myself, it would take at least 3 days. I didn't expect Zhang Qingqing to be so capable? But I like this speed. Hey. Gu Chunfeng then picked up the investment contract and began to read it. It says that if you invest with the script, you can get 10% of the net box office profit, but his salary is not marked yet. Probably it will be calculated after Gu Chunfeng passes the director's audition. Soon, Gu Chunfeng finished reading the contract for the script of Buried Alive and found no problem, so he signed his name on it. Gu Chunfeng also took a rough look at the operating contracts of the 2 songs. According to the 3:7 split, he took 30% of the net profit and the company took 70%. Although the profit-sharing ratio is relatively low, for a newcomer, it is very good that the company can give him 3-7. After all, Gu Chunfeng doesn't need to take care of anything, he just needs to record it. The following week. In addition to accompanying his daughter every day, Gu Chunfeng was familiarizing himself with the script of Buried Alive. Although he was confident in his acting skills and the script was written by him, he was not arrogant and made sure to understand the script thoroughly before the audition. As for the songs Start Over Again and The Hill, the singles have already been recorded, but Gu Chenfeng doesn't need to do anything. Since the operating rights of these two songs have been handed over to Tianmong Company, he just needs to wait for the money. That day, Zhang Qingqing suddenly found him and said that the crew of Buried Alive had already made preparations and the director wanted to come for an audition. The director of this film is a famous director named Zhuo Lu who was found by Tianmong Company. When he saw the script of Buried Alive, he was very interested, but when he heard that Tianmong Company was going to directly decide on the leading role, he directly refused. For Zhuo Lu, he may not have any movies to shoot, but he will never make bad movies and damage his reputation just for the sake of making money. After some discussion, Tianmong Company finally took a step back and allowed Gu Chenfeng to be interviewed together with others. If he passed, he would be hired. If he failed, he would not be hired. Only after saying this did Zhuo Lu agree to direct. Of course, a big part of the reason why the company decided to choose Gu Chenfeng as the leading actor at the beginning was because of Zhang Qingqing's insistence. She thought that Gu Chenfeng's acting skills were really good and could totally carry the film. However, later, seeing that Zhuo Lu insisted on interviewing all the actors before he was willing to direct, Zhang Qingqing compromised. 10 o'clock in the morning. Gu Chenfeng and Zhang Qingqing came to the audition site of the Buried Alive crew together. Here, there are already several groups of people waiting for auditions. We all came here for an audition and are competitors. Even though we had smiles on our faces, we must have been thinking MMP in our hearts. However, they showed an arrogant attitude towards Gu Chenfeng and his group. Because, apart from Zhang Qingqing who looked somewhat familiar, they had never seen or even heard of Gu Chenfeng and Wu Xiaoxiao, so they naturally would not care about such cannon fodder level opponents. However, these would naturally be handled by Zhang Qingqing, so Gu Chenfeng didn't need to pay any attention to them. Later, two more groups of people came one after another. They all came to audition for the male lead in Buried. Although this drama will not be a big production, Zhuo Li's status is there, so there are still many people who want to get the male lead. In the conference room, Chief Director Zhuo Lu and producer Lu Feng both looked helpless. They had already auditioned 4 people this morning, including a top-tier star, but the results were somewhat disappointing. It's not that those people's acting skills are bad, but they failed to grasp the essence of the character of the male protagonist Paul. Lu Feng looked at his personal information and frowned. Gu Chenfeng? An old supporting actor who has been a supporting actor for 5 years? How did such a person get an audition invitation? At this time, the assistant quickly said, "Boss Lu, this person was recommended by Tianmong Entertainment. He is a newcomer brought by Sister Zhang." Of course, they didn't know that the script was written by Gu Chenfeng, not even the director Zhuo Lu knew it. Lu Feng frowned even deeper and asked, "Sister Zhang? Zhang Qingqing?" "Yes." The assistant nodded and continued, and director Zhuo also agreed to this. Zhuo Lu nodded and said, "Zhang Qingqing is an ace agent with a sharp eye. Maybe this Gu Chenfeng really has some outstanding qualities. Let him in." Chapter 21, the audition begins. The director is shocked. Please vote for recommendation and read on. The assistant nodded when he heard this, and hurriedly ran out and called Gu Chenfeng in. Gu Chenfeng walked in and greeted the auditioners. "Hello, teachers. I'm Gu Chenfeng, auditioning for the role of Paul." Lu Feng looked at Gu Chenfeng and asked, "The information says that you have been a supporting actor in Hengdian for 5 years? "Yes." Gu Chenfeng nodded. This was his experience after coming into this world, and there was nothing shameful about it. Zhuo Lu asked, "Did you also write the song Heal Yourself?" Gu Chenfeng nodded again. This aroused the interest of the great director Zhuo Lu, who said, "Next, I will give you a scene and you will perform it. You only have 5 minutes to prepare. Is there any problem?" "No problem," Gu Chenfeng said confidently. Zhuo Lu nodded to his assistant, who understood and quickly handed a card to Gu Chenfeng. It says what the audition is about. It's the part where Paul wakes up and finds himself trapped in a coffin. Although there is nothing fancy about this scene, it is definitely not an easy task to perform well. A person just wakes up and suddenly appears in a small, dark place. Anyone would be afraid and terrified. How to interpret this kind of fear and terrified is a great test of the actor's skills. Moreover, there is exploration after overcoming fear, and fear again after understanding the truth. It can be said that the difficulty of this section is at the hell level. Soon, 5 minutes passed. Zhuo Lu looked at Gu Chenfeng and asked, "Are you ready?" "Okay." Gu Chenfeng nodded. Zhuo Lu raised his hand, made an invitation gesture, and said, "Please start your performance." Upon hearing the sound, Gu Chunfeng lay directly on the ground and closed his eyes. His aura immediately changed, giving people a feeling of extreme weakness. Seeing this, Zhou nodded slightly, as an affirmation of Gu Chunfeng's acting skills. Soon, he was shocked by Gu Chunfeng's performance. Because when Gu Chunfeng opened his eyes again, he had completely changed. He was no longer the original Gu Chunfeng, but Paul in the script. Gu Chunfeng felt as if he was really trapped in a narrow and dark coffin. Every breath he took was different, and every detail was under control very well. His pupils were dilated, and he was groping for something with fear on his face. At this moment, Gu Chunfeng was full of drama. Every movement is smooth and every expression is a true expression, making it very contagious. This shows that Gu Chunfeng's acting is not rigid, nor is he acting just for the sake of acting. Zhuo Lu was shocked. Lu Feng was shocked. Although he is just a producer, he has invested in many movies, so his vision is naturally not bad. Gu Chunfeng's performance is enough to prove that his acting skills are extremely terrifying, even his eyes are acting. Zhang Qingqing, who was watching through the transparent glass, was also shocked by Gu Chunfeng's performance. It turns out that what director Zhu Bing said was true. Gu Chunfeng was born to be an actor, he just had been overshadowed before. The person who was most shocked and deeply touched was naturally the great director Zhuo Lu. Watching Gu Chunfeng's performance, his heart was burning with excitement, and he wanted to shout out, "This is the Paul I'm looking for." Because Gu Chunfeng's performance was so perfect, it was exactly the same as the Paul in Zhuo Li's mind. Gu Chunfeng, who was performing at this time, had finished his exploration. When he realized that he was in a coffin, he showed fear and despair for the second time. At this time, Zhuo Lu and Lu Feng almost couldn't help but shouting. Wonderful! It's really wonderful! Although they finally suppressed their inner excitement, the trembling of their limbs still betrayed their inner feelings. This scene is actually not long, only 5 minutes. But now, the time is up, and director Zhuo Lu did not call for a stop, and neither did producer Lu Feng. It's not that they didn't shout on purpose, but they were so immersed in Gu Chunfeng's performance that they forgot about it. Seeing this, Gu Chunfeng was speechless for a moment, but did not stop his performance. Instead, he continued to act according to the script. Fortunately, I have memorized the script, so I can continue acting no matter which part. By the time Zhuo Lu reacted, he discovered that Gu Chunfeng was actually continuing to act according to the script, and he was even more shocked. This person is already familiar with the script. Such thorough preparation is enough to illustrate his attitude towards acting. No matter which director it is, he will like Gu Chunfeng very much, and Zhuo Lu is no exception. Click, Gu Chunfeng, it's done. Zhuo Lu shouted to Gu Chunfeng with a satisfied smile on his face. Hearing the click, Gu Chunfeng lost himself in a second, and his whole temperament changed back to normal. He entered the role in 1 second and exited it in 1 second. This operation is simply amazing. Zhuo Lu was shocked by Gu Chunfeng again. He looked at him with burning eyes and asked, Gu Chunfeng, have you really been playing supporting roles for the past 5 years? Not really. Gu Chunfeng shook his head and continued, my daughter got sick and was hospitalized, so I went to the hospital to take care of her. So I didn't go to Hengdian during that time. After hearing what Gu Chunfeng said, Zhuo Lu asked again, have you ever studied acting professionally? No. Gu Chunfeng shook his head and said, but because I love performing, I practice in front of the mirror at home whenever I have time. It may seem a little silly, but the early bird catches the worm. Zhuo Lu was shocked again. How come a person who is talented and hardworking has not been discovered before? Shocked, Zhuo Lu asked again, you clearly finished the audition we gave you just now, why didn't you stop? Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, the director didn't even call for a stop, so how could I stop? Swish. Zhuo Lu trembled all over. Obviously he was touched by Gu Chunfeng's words. This is a real actor. They are nothing like other stars, especially those traffic stars, who have to memorize lines when filming a movie, and they will yell to go to the hospital if they get a little skin cut. They are so pretentious. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others, and it's really hard to compare goods. Zhuo Lu took a deep breath and said, okay, your audition is over. As for the result, we will inform your agent when the time comes. Gu Chunfeng nodded, then bowed slightly to the audition teacher and left. Bang! After hearing the door close, Zhuo Lu couldn't help but look at Lu Feng next to him, and said excitedly, Boss Lu, I think he should be chosen for the role of Paul, do you have any objection? At this time, Lu Feng also had a smile on his face and said, of course I have no objection. This Gu Chunfeng is really a rare talent. His acting skills are on point, and what's even more amazing is his line, "How can I stop when the director hasn't called for it?" I wonder how many celebrities have been slapped in the face by this line. Zhuo Le nodded heavily. He couldn't be more satisfied with Gu Chenfeng. Fortunately, I didn't agree to Tianmong Entertainment's internal selection of the leading actor, otherwise, how could I have met such a good actor? No. Zhang Qingqing seems to be in Tianmong Entertainment, could it be? Chapter 22, Buried Alive starts filming, can the director reshoot it? Please read and recommend. Zhuo soon understood that this Gu Chenfeng was the person that Tianmong Entertainment wanted to recruit before. But he didn't expect that a guy who had been a supporting actor for 5 years could have such great acting skills. But that's okay. This can at least avoid some unnecessary trouble. The assistant next to them was dumbfounded when he heard the two uncles talking, and asked weakly, Director Zhuo, Mr. Liu, are we going to continue with the next audition? Of course, go call the next one. Zhuo Liu said happily with a smile on his face. The assistant nodded and walked out of the audition room to call the next one. On the other side, Gu Chenfeng walked out of the audition room. His assistant Wu Xiaoxiao immediately came over and asked, Teacher Gu, how was the audition? Did you pass? Gu Chenfeng gave a mysterious smile and said nothing. This made the young Wu Xiaoxiao very depressed. Did you pass or not? What does it mean to smile back at me? As an ace agent, Zhang Qingqing knew that the matter was almost settled when she saw the smile on Gu Chenfeng's face. After everyone got on the bus, Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask again, Teacher Gu, did you pass the audition? Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, Director Zhuo told me to go back and wait for notification, but looking at his expression, I think I have got the role. What a joke! I know the script by heart and have a great acting skills. If I still can't pass, I might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill myself. When Wu Xiaoxiao heard this, a bright smile suddenly appeared on her face, and she said, I knew that Teacher Gu would definitely pass it. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said nothing. At this time, Zhang Qingqing said, you still have to follow Director Zhuo's notice. Even if you pass Director Zhuo's audition, Chenfeng, you can't be proud, because getting the role is just the beginning. If you disappoint people during filming, there's a good chance you'll be replaced. Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, Sister Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely not be proud. Zhang Qingqing nodded and chose to believe what Gu Chenfeng said. After all, someone who can be a supporting actor for 5 years without forgetting his original intention will naturally not be proud. At the same time, Zhang Qingqing also believed that Gu Chenfeng himself understood what this opportunity meant to him. Really? That evening, Zhang Qingqing received news from Director Zhuo that the leading male role had been won by Gu Chenfeng. However, Zhuo Le did not blame Zhang Qingqing for allowing Gu Chenfeng to participate in the interview without his knowledge. Although Gu Chenfeng's acting skills are good, there is a difference between passing an audition based on one's own abilities and getting a role through the back door. Gu Chenfeng was not at all surprised to learn the result. Zhang Qingqing was not surprised either. She reported it to Lu Kuang and found that Lu Kuang was not surprised either. After all, this script was brought out by Gu Chenfeng. What followed was the normal signing process between the artists and the crew, all of which was handled by Zhang Qingqing. Therefore, while waiting for the official start of filming, Gu Chenfeng stayed at home. Apart from personally taking Tang Tang to the nearby kindergarten to register for school when she started, and occasionally returning to his own restaurant, he basically stayed in the company, studying scripts from time to time and taking physical education classes occasionally. Soon, half a month passed. September 10th. Today is a very special day for Gu Chenfeng. Because Buried officially started filming today, it also means that this is Gu Chenfeng's first real work after more than 5 years in this world. Gu Chenfeng takes this very seriously and will never allow himself to mess it up. Perhaps because of his exposure to the overseas film market, Zhuo Le did not hold a press conference for Buried and started filming in a low-key manner. The main story of the movie Buried Alive revolves around how the protagonist Paul escapes from the coffin, so most of the scenes are about Gu Chenfeng. Therefore, the preparation is very simple, just a coffin and some costumes and props. Of course, due to the particularity of this film, Gu Chenfeng's makeup was very dirty and messy, but he did not feel disgusting, because when he was a member of the group, he had worn more disgusting costumes than this. And that's what an actor should do. Soon, everything was ready. The first scene is about to start shooting. This shot mainly shows the male protagonist waking up and finding himself in a coffin, full of fear, confusion, and despair. It is a great test of the actor's breath control, facial expressions, and emotional expression. Is it difficult? Quite difficult. As the chief director of this film, Zhou Lu was already prepared to do more than a dozen NGs in the first scene. However, as the camera started filming, Gu Chenfeng's performance shocked him. The moment action sounded, Gu Chenfeng's entire aura changed. He became a little weak, as if he hadn't eaten for many days and felt a little exhausted. This is exactly the effect Zhou Lu wanted. As a director who returned from studying abroad, he has participated in the filming of many blockbusters and has witnessed the acting skills of international Hollywood superstars. Because of this, he was even more shocked after seeing Gu Chenfeng's performance. Get into the role in 1 second. This is something that only a very small number of top movie stars can achieve, but this extra who has been a supporting actor for 5 years actually did it. It's simply incredible. Gu Chenfeng's performance, whether it was the control of emotions, the details of his breathing, or even the control of his facial expressions, was done quite perfectly, as if he had experienced this event himself. Crack! After Zhou Lu took a look at the image on the monitor, he picked up the loudspeaker and shouted. Then he said excitedly, "This one passed, Gu Chenfeng, your acting skills are really amazing, the shot just now was perfect. You are a natural-born actor." From Zhou Lu's words, it can be seen that he is really happy at the moment. Hearing the sound, Gu Chenfeng climbed out of the coffin, then walked to the monitor and watched his performance. However, as soon as I took the first look, I frowned slightly. There is something wrong with this lens. So he said to Zhou Lu, "Director Zhou, can you shoot this scene? Because I think some details are not handled well." Zhou Lu looked at the monitor and said in astonishment, "The details are not handled well? But I feel fine, there is no problem." The assistant director at the side also came over to the monitor to take a look, but didn't find any problems. He stared at the new actor in front of him with wide eyes. "Oh my god, this guy can't be a fool. The director has said there is no problem, so why do we have to shoot it again? Do you really think film is free?" The staff around also had quite a few complaints. After all, if they had to reshoot the scene, they would have to put on makeup again, adjust the camera position, etc. Chapter 23, Extremely Dedicated, Horrible Acting Skills Seeking Recommendation Votes and Follow-Up Reading. Gu Chenfeng didn't care about the discussions of the people around him. This was his first work in this world and he absolutely could not have any regrets. So he pointed at the image just captured on the monitor and said, "Director Zhou, look at my eyes." Eyes? Zhou Lu was stunned at first, and subconsciously said, "Your eyes are big, bright, and sparkling." Wait. I think I understand. Morning Breeze, are you saying that the current state of your eyes is somewhat inconsistent with the character? That's right. After all, he has been through war and is in a dark coffin. It's impossible for his eyes to be so bright. Yes. Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, "So I want to retake this set of shots, okay?" "Okay. Let's shoot it again." Zhou Lu nodded in agreement. Now that he has understood the key point, how could he, as a director, not agree to reshoot it? After Zhou Lu agreed to reshoot, Gu Chenfeng took a bottle of mineral water, poured it directly on his eyeballs, and rinsed them with his eyes open. Suddenly, Gu Chenfeng's eyes turned red due to excessive water intake, and many bloodshot appeared on the whites of his eyeballs, which looked a little scary. After doing all this, Gu Chenfeng said to Zhou Lu, who was shocked and had his mouth open, "Director Zhou, I'm ready. We can start filming." After saying that, he returned to the coffin and began to make preparations. His series of actions shocked the staff who were originally quite resentful. No one expected that the new actor Gu Chenfeng would be so dedicated. You know, having water in your eyes is a very painful thing, but in order to achieve better results, Gu Chenfeng poured mineral water into his eyes without hesitation. Such a dedicated actor is definitely worthy of respect. The first scene and the second one started filming again soon. Of course, Zhou Lu was very surprised when he saw the effect of the reshoot. The second time was much better. Gu Chenfeng also watched the playback himself and felt that he had done what he could, so he started to shoot the next set of shots. Originally, Zhou Lu thought that the filming progress would be very slow. After all, the male lead was a new actor, and no matter how good his acting skills were, it would not be too smooth. But as the shooting progressed, Zhou Lu deeply realized his mistakes. Gu Chenfeng passed almost every one of them in one go, only a few needed to be reshot. This not only shocked Zhou Lu, but even the other cast and crew members of the crew were shocked by Gu Chenfeng's terrifying acting skills. Especially those actors who were once dissatisfied with Gu Chenfeng, a new actor, being the leading actor, put away their contempt and instead showed respect for him after seeing his horrific acting skills. In just one morning, Gu Chenfeng conquered the entire crew and director Zhou Lu with his acting skills. Now, everyone calls him Teacher Gu. As the agent, Zhang Xingxing was shocked to see Gu Qinfeng's amazing performance on the set, but of course she was filled with more joy. She left her previous company due to a quarrel, but was ridiculed by many of her peers, especially the previous company, which secretly spread a lot of negative news about her, causing many people to think that she, the ace agent, was no longer useful. Zhang Xingxing was too lazy to clarify, but she was holding her breath in her heart. Now, after seeing Gu Qinfeng's performance in the crew, she knew that the day for her to vent her anger was coming. As soon as this movie Buried is released, it will definitely shock everyone's jaw. So what if I'm a newcomer? What about starting over? I can still beat you up. With his own script, his own starring role, and such acting skills, Gu Qinfeng is simply his lucky star. As for Gu Qinfeng's assistant Wu Xiaoxiao, after a whole morning, she was already conquered by his acting skills, and her eyes were full of love when she looked at him. That was a look of admiration. In the following days, Gu Qinfeng stayed in the crew every day, filming like crazy. As for Tang Tang, it is almost always her assistant Wu Xiaoxiao who helps pick her up and take care of her, and occasionally sends her back to live with her grandparents to play for a few days. The only time Gu Qinfeng asked for leave was because Tong Tong's school was holding a parent-teacher meeting and he had to go. It is precisely because of such a dedicated male lead like Gu Qinfeng that the filming progress of the crew was very fast. Director Zhuo Lu originally booked a 2-month shooting period for this film, but driven by Gu Qinfeng's terrifying acting skills and extreme professionalism, it only took half a month to complete the shooting of the entire Buried Alive. October 12th. Crack! With Zhuo Li's shout, the filming of Buried Alive was announced to be completed. Zhuo Lu, holding a loudspeaker, shouted to the crowd, "Brothers and sisters, after more than a month of hard work, the filming of Buried Alive has been completed." At this moment, he was extremely excited, as this was the first work he directed personally after returning to China. Although the script was not favored by outsiders, he firmly believed that the film would cause a sensation once it was released. If Zhuo Lu was only 60% sure when he took on this role, then after seeing Gu Qinfeng's acting skills, he would be 100% confident. Buried Alive will definitely cause shock and sensation. When everyone in the crew heard Zhuo Li's words, they felt mixed emotions, including happiness and disappointment. Although we have not been together for a long time, it has been more than a month and we have developed a certain affection, but we are about to separate again. However, this is how it works in this line of work. When one crew finishes their work, everyone goes back home and joins the next crew. Soon, everyone calmed down and began to enjoy the joy of the wrap-up party. Gu Qinfeng was a little excited at this time. This was his first real work after coming to this world. Done. It took just over a month to complete. And over the past month, only Gu Qinfeng knew what he had been through. He experienced Paul's life in the film again. The despair, the fear of death, and the suffocation echoed in Gu Qinfeng's mind like a movie. "Teacher Gu, it's my honor to work with you. You can't miss the celebration party tonight." Just when Gu Qinfeng was in a daze, Zhuo Lu came to his side, patted him on the shoulder and said. Gu Qinfeng turned around, looked at Zhuo Lu and said, "Thank you Director Zhuo for your care and guidance over the past month. I am very happy to work with you." Then, he added, "As for tonight's celebration party, I will attend, but my family has Tang Tang waiting for me to go home, so I can't stay too long. Please forgive me, Director Zhuo." Over the past month, unless it was a night scene, Gu Qinfeng basically went home directly after work, and he never participated in any gatherings of the crew. Therefore, Zhuo Lu had already gotten used to it, and it was precisely because of this that he came over specifically to tell Gu Qinfeng that he must attend. After all, if even the protagonist didn't attend the celebration party, then the celebration party would be a bit awkward. Hearing that Gu Qinfeng was going to attend the celebration banquet, Zhuo Lu smiled and said, "Teacher Gu, you just have to agree to attend. To accommodate your schedule, the celebration banquet will start at 6 o'clock and end as soon as possible. That way, it won't affect you as a model dad in taking care of the baby at home." Chapter 24, finished. Mr. Gu, a daughter slave, please recommend and read. Gu Qinfeng smiled and said, "That's great, thank you Director Zhuo. Why are you being polite?" Zhuo Lu waved his hand at Gu Qinfeng and continued, "If I have a new play in the future, I will definitely look for you. Please don't refuse. It's really a pleasure to work with you. I believe that in the near future, your name will be known all over the country." Gu Qinfeng smiled and said, "Director Zhuo, you think too highly of me. I'm afraid I'll become proud." "Ha ha." Zhuo Lu laughed lightly and said, "If it were someone else, I believe he might be proud, but I would never believe you even if I were beaten to death." Although we haven't known each other for long, after getting to know each other for more than a month, I have a relatively good understanding of your character. To be honest, Teacher Gu, I am very optimistic about you. Really, remember to keep in touch in the future. Gu Chunfeng smiled and nodded, of course, of course. Okay, then you go and clean up first, I'll go get busy. Zhuo Li said and left. Gu Chunfeng looked at Zhuo Li's back as he left, smiled, then walked into the makeshift lounge and washed up. During the more than 1 month on the set of Buried Alive, no one in the entire crew, except Gu Chunfeng himself, knew that Gu Chunfeng was the author of the script of Buried Alive. All I can say is that Tianmong Entertainment Company has done a pretty good job in protecting Gu Chunfeng. 15 minutes later. After Gu Chunfeng finished washing up and walked to the door, he found Zhang Qingqing was already waiting for him outside. I just arrived too. The filming of Buried Alive has been wrapped up. Do you want to go home first or go directly to the hotel? Before Gu Chunfeng could say anything, Zhang Qingqing spoke first. Gu Chunfeng took out his phone and checked the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, so he said, let's go directly to the hotel. The celebration banquet starts at 6 o'clock, so it will be about the same time if we go there by then. Zhang Qingqing nodded and said, okay, let's go over there now. Then, Gu Chunfeng and Zhang Qingqing took a nanny car to the hotel. As for the other members of the crew, they took a bus arranged by the crew. In the car, Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chunfeng and said, Chunfeng, the filming of Buried Alive has been completed. You have worked hard during this period. You should take a rest for a while. Once the post-production of Buried is finished, you will have to cooperate with director Zhuo in promoting it. You will have to fly everywhere by then. Yeah. Gu Chunfeng nodded and said, I am indeed a little tired in the past month. The most important thing is that I don't have much time to accompany Tang Tang. I want to take advantage of this time to accompany Tang Tang. In the past, Yang Jiao focused too much on her career and seldom spent time with Tang Tang, which led to Tang Tang not being close to her at all. Although Gu Chunfeng has now embarked on the path of a celebrity, he will never treat his daughter like Yang Jiao does, not seeing her for several months without even thinking about her. Therefore, in the past month or so, he had spent too little time with Tang Tang, and Gu Chunfeng still felt very guilty. Although he tried to go home as soon as he finished work every day, there were still many times when Tang Tang was already asleep when he got home. The next day, Tang Tang hadn't gotten up yet and Gu Chunfeng left again. As a result, Wu Xiaoxiao was the only one who accompanied Tang Tang almost every day during this period. Zhang Qingqing naturally knew all this, and she also knew that Gu Chunfeng was a daughter slave, so she nodded and said, okay, you stay with Tang Tang for the time being. Although she really wants you to stay with her, she is very sensible and didn't say it. This little girl is really sensible. She is so sensible that it makes me feel distressed. Gu Chunfeng naturally knew what Zhang Qingqing said. He understands his daughter too well. The celebration party for Buried wasn't a big deal, it was just everyone getting together for a farewell dinner. As the chief director, Zhuo Lu got drunk after thanking everyone at the table. But he was really happy. As soon as he returned to China, he met Gu Chunfeng, a talented and gifted actor. He is now impatient to finish the post-production of Buried Alive and release it as soon as possible. He wants to use this work to tell everyone that his Zhuo Li's strength should not be underestimated no matter where he is. The lead actor Gu Chunfeng was also toasted by other crew members, but he accepted all the toasts with drinks instead of wine. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the celebration party for Buried Alive finally ended, and Gu Chunfeng left as soon as it ended. Just go straight to the company's dormitory 701. Gu Chunfeng looked very tired sitting in the nanny car. This kind of socializing was not what he was good at. Zhang Qingqing next to him also noticed that Gu Chunfeng didn't like socializing. In his eyes, apart from his daughter, everything else mattered to him, acting. Even if he acts, it is only to give his daughter a better life. So he said to Gu Chunfeng, Chunfeng, I will try my best to help you turn down such banquets in the future. If I really can't turn it down, I will let you attend the banquets that are very important. Gu Chunfeng said with gratitude, thank you, Sister Zhang. It's okay, it's my duty. Zhang Qingqing replied. When Gu Chunfeng returned home, it was already half an hour later. He originally thought that Tang Tang had fallen asleep again, but the moment he opened the door, a petite figure suddenly flew over. This is his little baby daughter, Tang Tang. Tang Tang climbed onto Gu Chunfeng's body in a few seconds like a gecko, hugged his neck tightly, and said with a smile, Dad, you're back. Gu Chunfeng held Tang Tang in his arms, raised his hand and scratched her high nose bridge, and said, yeah, Daddy is back, why isn't Tang Tang asleep yet? Tang Tang said in a baby voice. Tang Tang is not sleepy now. Sister Xiao Xiao said that Daddy's play has been finished today and he will be back early, so Tang Tang has to wait for Daddy to come back. Hearing Tang Tang's words, Gu Chenfeng's heart warmed up, and he said with eyes full of doting, Dad is sorry for you, for not being able to be with you all the time. But for the next period of time, Daddy won't go anywhere and will just stay at home with Tang Tang, okay? Tang Tang was immediately excited when she heard it. Wow, really? Dad, you don't have to go to film anymore? Gu Chenfeng nodded heavily and said, yeah, the play has been completed. I can spend some time playing with Tang Tang during this period. Tang Tang showed a bright smile on her face, kissed Gu Chenfeng on the face, and said, okay, I know that Daddy treats Tang Tang the best. After saying that, she saw Wu Xiaoxiao standing beside her, and Tang Tang quickly added, well, Sister Xiaoxiao is also very good to Tang Tang, Gu Chenfeng held Tang Tang in his arms, looked at Wu Xiaoxiao and said, Xiaoxiao, thank you for your hard work during this period. Wu Xiaoxiao waved her hands quickly and said, Teacher Gu, you're too polite. It's not hard at all. Tang Tang is so well behaved. Playing with her is like giving me a holiday. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said nothing. He checked the time and said to Wu Xiaoxiao, it's late now. I'll ask Brother Jun to take you back. Okay. Wu Xiaoxiao nodded and thanked him with a smile, thank you, Teacher Gu. After that, she waved to Tang Tang and said, Tang Tang, Sister Xiaoxiao is going back first. Bye. Tang Tang waved her hand and said, Sister Xiaoxiao, please be careful when you go home at night. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Wu Xiaoxiao picked up her bag and left. Chapter 25, Tang Tang Review, Mission 100 Million Box Office. Please read and recommend. After Wu Xiaoxiao left, Gu Chenfeng looked at Tang Tang and asked, Tang Tang, have you taken a shower? I've washed it. Tang Tang nodded obediently and said, Sister Xiaoxiao has already washed it for me. Gu Chenfeng smiled and scratched Tang Tang's nose, saying, okay, go play by yourself for a while, Dad will go take a bath first and then play with you, okay? Okay. Tang Tang nodded in response. Then, Gu Chenfeng went to take a bath. After he finished taking a bath and played with Tang Tang for a while, the little girl fell asleep in his arms. The little girl was really sleepy. Normally, she would have gone to bed at this time, but she stayed up until now because she heard that her father was coming back. Gu Chenfeng gently carried Tang Tang into the room, put her on the bed, and covered her with a quilt before returning to the living room. Sitting on the sofa and looking at the night scene outside the window, Gu Chenfeng was a little dazed for a moment. It has been more than a month since my divorce, and I have been busy filming during this time in order to fulfill the promise I made when I divorced. Now his first work, Buried Alive, has been completed and is in post-production. According to director Zhuo Lu, the post-production should be completed soon. After all, the investment in this film was only 5 million, and it was Paul's one-man show without many special effects, so the post-production was very fast. If he wants Tang Tang to live a better life, he can only continue to use the entertainment dad system to improve his own strength and find ways to monetize it. This is the easiest and quickest. The next day, Gu Chenfeng received a call from Tang Tang's attending physician at the hospital, asking him to take Tang Tang for a follow-up examination. Although Tang Tang has been discharged from the hospital for almost half a year, her illness is not so easy to be cured, so she still needs to go for a follow-up checkup. Tang Tang, get up quickly and have breakfast. We're going to the hospital soon. Early in the morning, Gu Chenfeng got up and prepared breakfast for Tang Tang. Upon hearing this, Tang Tang rolled over and got up, saying excitedly, Great, we are going to meet Aunt Luo Luo, that's great. During the more than 2 years that this little girl was ill, apart from Gu Chenfeng, basically no one, except Aunt Luo Luo, as she called her, was the best to her. Gu Chenfeng was not curious at all about Tang Tang's excitement. After all, even Yang Zhao, her biological mother, is not as nice to Tang Tang as Dr. Luo. After helping Tang Tang put on her clothes and braid her hair, and after having breakfast, Gu Chenfeng asked Wu Jun to take him directly to the children's hospital. Now after signing with Tianmong Entertainment Company, unlike before when I had to take a taxi wherever I go, now I have a nanny car assigned by the company, and traveling is very convenient. Soon, Gu Chenfeng came to the children's hospital, inpatient department on the 10th floor, Department of Hematology. Auntie Lolo. Gu Chenfeng had just walked out of the elevator holding Tang Tang when the little guy spotted Luo Qingchun walking over from the other end of the corridor. He waved his little hands and shouted excitedly from a distance. Then he broke free from Gu Chenfeng's arms and ran straight towards Luo Qingchun. In the long, snow-white corridor, Luo Qingchun, seeing Gu Chenfeng and Tang Tang, quickened her pace and walked towards them. She is 1.7 meters tall, with fair and delicate facial features. Her long chestnut hair is casually tied behind her head with a jade hairpin, showing off her swan-like neck. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses not only did not cover Luo Qingqing's eyebrows, but instead added a bit of intellectual beauty to her. Even though she was wearing a white coat, it could not hide her exquisite figure. It is no exaggeration to say that with Luo Qingqing's appearance and figure, if she enters the entertainment industry, she will definitely be able to beat all the first-line actresses. Luo Qingqing came to Tang Tang, bent down and picked her up. Luo Qingqing kissed Tang Tang's delicate little face hard and said happily, "Oh, Tang Tang, Auntie missed you so much." In fact, when Tang Tang was discharged from the hospital, Luo Qingqing was reluctant to let her go. 2 years ago, she had just become the attending physician of the Department of Hematology, and Tang Tang was the first patient for whom she was fully responsible. In the past 2 years, she watched the little girl grow up little by little, becoming more and more beautiful, lovely, and lively. What moved Luo Qingqing the most was Tang Tang's strength and understanding. Even after enduring the tremendous pain of bone marrow puncture, the young Tang Tang looked at her father crying, saying it didn't hurt and asking her father not to be sad. As a doctor, Luo Qingqing had no idea how many times her eyes had turned red. After 2 years of contact, she and Tang Tang have developed a deep relationship. That kind of relationship is not the emotion between doctor and patient, but more like the relationship between mother and daughter. Aunt Luo Luo. Tang Tang hugged Luo Qingqing's neck and said excitedly, "I have good news to tell you. My dad is going to be a star. Now my father has signed a contract with the company. Not only does he have a new residence, but he also has a special big car to pick him up. That car is so beautiful. So awesome." Tang Tang's cute show-off made the serious Luo Qingqing laugh. Gu Chenfeng, who was standing by, was stunned for a moment when he saw Luo Qingqing's smile. Her smile is so beautiful and pure, giving people a feeling of blooming spring. Having known Luo Qingqing for more than 2 years, Gu Chenfeng had the impression that except when facing children, she would smile. Otherwise, she had a cold face, like an iceberg beauty. "My dad is so great now, he can even sing." Tang Tang continued to show off, and his cooking is also delicious. "Enough. If you continue to brag, I'll be too embarrassed to see anyone." Seeing Tang Tang talking non-stop, Gu Chenfeng hurriedly stopped her. "If she continues talking like this, won't everyone know about her little secret?" Tang Tang made a face at Gu Chenfeng and stuck out her tongue. "Dad, aren't you an actor? Why are you so shameless?" Puff. Luo Qingqing, who was holding Tang Tang, was so amused by her words that she couldn't help laughing. Gu Chenfeng held his forehead with his hand, looking as if he had lost all hope in life. An hour later, all the examinations were completed, and Tang Tang reluctantly said goodbye to Luo Qingqing. It was not until Luo Qingqing said that if Tang Tang missed her in the future, she could send her videos every day that the little girl let go. On the way back, the system prompt sound rang in Gu Chenfeng's mind again. System task released. Complete the challenge of a 100 million box office for the first film. Success will earn you 5 times the physique and a level 100 fist kung fu. Failure will deduct 50,000 reputation points. What? 500 million box office? Gu Chenfeng almost fell headfirst onto the front seat backrest. You know, the investment for Buried Alive was only 5 million, so getting a box office of 100 million is almost impossible. But the rewards are also quite rich. 5 times the physique and a level 100 family boxing kung fu? His physique is 5 times stronger than that of an average person, and he also has a level boxing skills, so it will be much easier for him to shoot martial arts scenes in the future. And this is also a very cool self-defense skill. But if this fails, 50,000 reputation points will be deducted. Chapter 26, Visiting Jade City. He Xiaojuan, please recommend and read. Gu Chenfeng looked at his attribute panel. Host, Gu Chenfeng. Current skills, A-level acting skills. Current reputation value, 65,434 points. Current task, the first film to reach a box office of 100 million. Copyrighted items, songs Start Over Again and The Hills, film and television work Buried Alive. There is no change in other aspects, the most important thing is the reputation value. The last time Gu Chenfeng submitted a task, he had already spent 100,000 yuan, and during this time, he had been filming for the Buried Alive crew and had not received any exposure at all. How come there are still more than 60,000 reputation points? He soon figured it out. It must be because the singles of his 2 songs were liked by many people online, so his reputation value increased. Although he now has more than 60,000 reputation points, Gu Chenfeng has no plans to use them. Instead, he plans to save up 100,000 and then draw another prize. After leaving the hospital, Gu Chenfeng did not go home immediately, but took Tang Tang to the Jade City for a stroll. In addition to buying a jade pendant for Tang Tang, Gu Chenfeng also wanted to buy something for his parents. He hasn't been home for more than a month. Taking advantage of this gap, he plans to take Tang Tang home with him. Since he left 100,000 yuan for his parents when he left last time, and his younger sister Guan learned through the internet that the money was indeed earned by Gu Chenfeng from singing, Deng Junmei and Gu Jiangwo felt a lot more relieved. And they learned from Tang Tang that Gu Chenfeng is now working hard on filming every day to make money, which makes the old couple feel very relieved. For Gu Chenfeng, his parents are always his parents and he will go home to visit them whenever he has time. The Jade City in Jinshe is located near the West 3rd Ring Road. It is the largest jade and jewelry city in the city, with 5 floors and thousands of merchants. There are raw stones, jadeite, gold and silver, jade, agate, etc. It was also Tang Tang's first time to come to such a place. Her little eyes were rolling around, and she seemed very curious. Soon, Gu Chenfeng brought Tang Tang to a shop called Yuqing Pavilion on the 2nd floor. As it was almost noon, there were only 2 or 3 customers wandering around the counter in the huge hall, making it seem a bit deserted. Yuqing Pavilion is the largest jade merchant in the entire Jade City. The store area is about 300 square meters, and it has not only ornaments, pendants, handheld items, etc. Moreover, their main business items include jadeite, Hatian jade, and Shoshan stone, so some uncarved raw jade and high-quality semi-open raw jade can also be bought here. Since Yuqing Pavilion is an old store and has a reputation for being honest and trustworthy, their business is the best in the entire Jade City. That's why Gu Chenfeng chose to come to this store. As soon as they entered the store, they saw a middle-aged woman staring at Tang Tang and exclaimed, "Wow, what a beautiful little girl. How can you be so beautiful? It's like you walked out of a painting." Gu Chenfeng glanced at the middle-aged woman, who was covered in jewels and obviously from a wealthy family, and was just about to say thank you. The middle-aged woman came forward to tease Tang Tang, "Hello, little friend. This person is the proprietress of Yuqing Pavilion, He Shoujuan." But when Gu Chenfeng saw her, he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen her somewhere, but he couldn't remember where for a moment. Tang Tang greeted He Shoujuan politely, "Hello, auntie." Although He Shoujuan is already in her 40s this year, she looks only about 30 years old, so Tang Tang just called her auntie. This made He Shoujuan very happy. Older people almost all like children very much, and He Shoujuan likes them even more. Because all the sisters of her age are enjoying their grandchildren, but his 26-year-old daughter doesn't even have a partner, let alone grandchildren, so her love for the next generation has been transferred to other children. Every time I see a particularly beautiful child, I inexplicably think, this is my granddaughter. He Shoujuan was extremely surprised to see Tang Tang being so well behaved and pretty. If I had such a beautiful granddaughter, I would be willing to let her live a few years less. "Oh, you're such a good baby. What's your name?" He Shoujuan asked with a smile on her face. Tang Tang answered seriously, "Auntie, my name is Gu Tang Tang, and I am 5 years old." He Shoujuan was so amused by Tang Tang's cute words that she couldn't close her mouth. She said, "Oh no, baby, you are so cute. But you have to call me grandma." Although He Shoujuan was very happy to be called aunt, she could not be shameless. After saying that, she took out her cell phone, turned on the camera, squatted down, and said, "Baby, come and take a photo with grandma, okay? Grandma really loves you so much." Tang Tang looked up at Gu Chenfeng, and after seeing her father nod, she stood in front of He Shoujuan and said, "Okay." After saying that, she pouted her little mouth, looking as adorable as could be. He Shoujuan kept pressing the camera button. She was so happy that she kept saying, "Wow, so cute, so cute." While the two were taking pictures, Gu Chenfeng walked to the counter and found what he wanted, a gem bracelet made of 7 pea-sized crystal beads in red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, and purple. Then he asked, "Hello, how much is this bracelet?" The waiter smiled and said, "Hello, sir. This bracelet costs $3,000. Each bead is carved from top-quality natural crystal, and we can also issue a quality certificate." "Okay, show it to me." If it were in the past, Gu Chenfeng would not even look at the bracelet worth 3,000 yuan, let alone buy it. But now it is different. He has money, and most importantly, Tang Tang has talked about this bracelet many times at home. Soon the waiter took out the bracelet. The 7-color crystal beads were slightly cool and smooth to the touch, and felt very comfortable. It would be completely fine even for children to wear it. At this time, Tang Tang came over and said eagerly, "Wow, it's so beautiful. Dad, can you let me wear it for a moment? Just for a moment." Gu Chenfeng asked the waiter, and after she agreed, he said to Tang Tang, "Okay, then try it on." "Wow, what a beautiful gem bracelet. Dad, I love this bracelet. Dad, let's buy one, just one." Tang Tang was so excited that she acted coquettishly and cutely towards Gu Chenfeng, just because she wanted this bracelet. Gu Chenfeng naturally would not let Tang Tang down, so he nodded and said to the waiter, "Please give me the ticket." "Okay, sir, please follow me to the cashier." The waiter bent down and made an inviting gesture with his signature smile. At this time, He Xiujuan, who was standing next to the cashier counter, never took her eyes off Tang Tang, her face filled with unconcealable love. If the clerk hadn't told her her identity, Gu Chenfeng would have thought she was being targeted by human traffickers. "Dad, can you buy me one of these?" Suddenly, Tang Tang stopped and pointed at a rabbit pendant on the counter and asked. Chapter 27, Tang Tang Who Knows How to Be Grateful. Please read and recommend. Gu Chenfeng raised his eyes and looked over. The little rabbit pendant was made of inferior jade material and was sold for just over 1,000 yuan. So he smiled and said, "Let's not wear this. This is for adults to wear." "Dad, I want it. I like this one. Can you buy me one? Please, Daddy, I just want one." I don't know why, but as soon as Tang Tang saw the little rabbit pendant, she insisted that Gu Chenfeng buy it for her. Of course, Tang Tang didn't cry or make a scene like other children. She just kept shaking Gu Chenfeng's arm and stared at him with pitiful eyes. "Oh, my baby." Before Gu Chenfeng could speak, He Xiujuan, who had been staring at Tang Tang, couldn't stand the little girl's coquettishness anymore. She walked over quickly and asked the waiter to take out the little rabbit pendant. She bent down and said to Tang Tang, "This little rabbit is for you. My heart is melting when I see your pitiful appearance." Tang Tang did not take the little rabbit pendant immediately, but looked at Gu Chenfeng. Gu Chenfeng was not the kind of person who liked to take advantage of others, so he quickly declined. No, how about this, how much is it? I'll buy it." But He Xiujuan insisted, "The child calls me grandma, this is fate, it's not something valuable. Since the child likes it, then I will give it to her." "This really won't work," Gu Chenfeng refused with a wry smile. "This will work, it will definitely work." Before he could finish his words, a loud voice sounded beside him. Gu Chenfeng looked back and saw a middle-aged man walking down from upstairs, speaking with a kind face. "This person is the owner of Yuqing Pavilion, Luo Chen. Just now when I was in the office, I heard a familiar voice from below. After listening for a while, I finally confirmed that the voice came from the person singing the hills. That's why I walked out of the office." Before Gu Chenfeng could react, Luo Chen had already walked over quickly, stretched out his hand to him, and said excitedly, "Hello, you must be Gu Chenfeng who sang the hill. That song is really suitable for people of our age. Every time I listen to it, I feel different. Now I listen to it several times a day. This song is absolutely amazing." Gu Chenfeng probably understood. But think about it, the song Hill was created by Mr. Li Zong when he was in his 40s and spent a long time on it when it was on Earth. Especially for those who are older and have some stories to tell, it is easy to be involved in the story when listening to this song. Thank you. Holding Luo Chen's hand, Gu Chenfeng said with a faint smile. At this time, He Xiujuan beside him also understood who the man with the little girl was, and smiled at Gu Chenfeng. "You are the handsome guy who sang the hill. You don't know, but now this song is ringing in my ears all day long. Before, the store played some light music every day, but now, they play the hills at least 5 times a day. I'm afraid these waiters are going crazy." When Tang Tang heard what He Xiujuan said, a proud smile appeared on her face, and she interrupted, "My father sings very well, and he also acted in movies. This little guy seems to be afraid that others don't know how great his dad is, so he will praise his dad whenever he gets the chance." "You're still acting in a movie? What's the title of the movie?" Looking at Tang Tang's smug smile, Luo Chen was also conquered by the little guy and asked with a smile. Tang Tang scratched his head and thought for a while, then said, "It's called Buried Alive, but it's not available in the cinema yet. If you can see it later, Grandpa and Grandma, remember to go and watch it." The cute look made Luo Chen and his wife completely unable to resist. They nodded repeatedly and said, Okay, Grandpa and Grandma will definitely go to the cinema to watch it then." After a few pleasantries, Gu Chenfeng took Tang Tang and left after buying things. In the end, Tang Tang's 7-color crystal bracelet, the bracelet Gu Chenfeng bought for his mother, and the necklace he bought for his sister, totaled more than 13,000 yuan. It's almost cost price. As for the little rabbit pendant, He Shoujuan refused to accept money no matter what she said, saying it was a gift for Tang Tang. There was no other way, Gu Chenfeng could only accept it. Before leaving, Luo Chen and his wife accompanied Gu Chenfeng and Tang Tang to the escalator on the second floor. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. Remember to go to the cinema to watch movies starring my dad. My dad is a great actor. Tang Tang hugged Gu Chenfeng's neck, waved and shouted to Luo Chen and his wife. Okay, we will definitely go. We will definitely go. Bye, Tang Tang. The couple responded with smiles on their faces. After Gu Chenfeng and his daughter got off the elevator, Luo Chen turned around and prepared to go back, but found that He Shoujuan was still sticking her head out and looking around. You've gone so far, are you still looking? Oh. He Shoujuan sighed deeply and said with envy, La Luo, how great it would be if we had such a cute granddaughter. When Luo Chen heard this, he suddenly felt a little emotional and said, yes, all good sons-in-law belong to other people. This Tang Tang dad not only sings well, but also does things properly and steadily, not to mention his image. If our daughter can find a son-in-law like this, I will be satisfied. He Shoujuan rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, she is going to be a star in the future. Although I am very confident about my daughter's appearance, they are not from the same world after all. I cannot use her as a standard. Yes, you are right. Luo Chen responded, and then murmured softly, I have never heard of the movie Buried Alive. Is it a new movie that has not been released yet? As for Gu Chenfeng, it was already past 11 in the morning after he came out of the Jade City. It was so hot and he was afraid that Tang Tang would get heatstroke, so he didn't dare to walk around for long. He directly called Wu Jun over and took a car to his own restaurant. In the car, Tang Tang was playing with the little rabbit pendant in her hand. She looked at Gu Chenfeng and asked, Dad, do you know why I bought this little rabbit? Gu Chenfeng was stunned and asked, why? Because Aunt Luo likes bunnies. I saw a cute bunny on her phone, so I want to give this bunny to her. She will definitely like it. Tang Tang said with a look of longing on her face. Gu Chenfeng burst out laughing when he heard this. No wonder the little guy insisted on having this little rabbit pendant. So this is what is going on. But think about it, Luo Qingcheng has been with Tang Tang during the 2 years she was ill. It can be said that Luo Qingcheng is closer to Tang Tang than Yang Jiao. In the past, the financial situation was not very good, so Tang Tang was very sensible and never asked for anything to be bought. Now that things are a little better, she wants to thank Aunt Luo. Chapter 28, 2 variety shows, which one do you want to be on? Please vote for recommendation and read on. Half an hour later. The black nanny car stopped steadily in front of the restaurant. As Gu Chenfeng got out of the car holding Tang Tang, he saw Deng Junmei walking out with a big smile on her face. Shouted to Tang Tang, oh my dear granddaughter, you are finally back. Grandma. Tang Tang broke free from Gu Chenfeng's arms and ran towards Deng Junmei. The little girl seemed particularly affectionate when she saw Deng Junmei. Gu Chenfeng, who was watching from behind, showed a faint smile on his face. This kind of family happiness is so great. When Gu Chenfeng took Tang Tang home, on the other side, in Tianqing Garden Villa, Yang Jiao sat in the empty big house, staring at a photo of a cute little girl on her phone. Since her divorce from Gu Chenfeng, Yang Jiao has been completely free. Her marriage was due to pregnancy, and except for her close friends, her fans didn't know that she was married. During this period, she partied almost every night, filming on the set during the day and drinking and playing cards at night, but after a period of madness, life returned to normal. Seeing that all her sisters were caring for each other, being picked up and dropped off by people, and visiting her on set, but she was alone, Yang Jiao couldn't help but think of Gu Chenfeng and Tang Tang. She thought that Gu Chenfeng would come back and ask her to get back together with him soon. But more than a month has passed, and the other party has not even sent a message, let alone a phone call. A few days ago, she heard that Gu Chenfeng actually starred in a movie invested by Tianmong Entertainment Company. Are the people in this company all crazy? Or is there no one else in their company? A newcomer actually invested in a movie just for him? When she first met Gu Chenfeng, Yang Jiao had seen Gu Chenfeng's acting skills. Among the extras, his acting skills were only okay, but far from the level where an entertainment company would invest in a movie specifically for him to train him. This is too exaggerated. How much money can a rubbish movie with an investment of only 5 million make? I want to see how you can make Tang Tang live a life that is 100 times better than if she followed me. He is a coward, and he wants to make his daughter suffer. I have never seen such a selfish person. Just wait, Mr. Gu, sooner or later you will come back to beg me. Just as Yang Jiao was muttering angrily, the phone suddenly rang. After answering the phone, he asked with little interest, "What's the matter?" "Hello, sister, do you want to go to SPA?" Ning Ziki's voice came from the other end of the phone. "No, I'm not interested." Yang Jiao said this angrily and hung up the phone. The filming of Ashes of Love has reached its final stage during this period. Although she is very tired from filming every day, she feels more empty inside. In stark contrast to Yang Jiao, after finishing filming Buried Alive, Gu Chunfeng took Tang Tang to visit his parents on weekends. The whole family was happy and comfortable. From Monday to Friday, after sending Tang Tang to school in the morning, Gu Chunfeng would go home to hone his acting skills, and then pick up Tang Tang from school in the afternoon. He also thought about exchanging his reputation points for some scripts, but when he thought about the fact that his first work had not been released yet, he gave up the idea. During this period, Gu Chunfeng seemed to want to make up for everything he had lost to Tang Tang in the past. As long as Tang Tang likes it, including all kinds of beautiful clothes, furry dolls, toys, playgrounds, etc., he will satisfy her needs. Tang Tang was as happy as a princess. Seeing his daughter so happy, Gu Chunfeng felt that it was all worth it. In this way, Gu Chunfeng played with Tang Tang for half a month, and the days were extremely comfortable. This day, Gu Chunfeng suddenly received a call from director Zhuo Lu. "Teacher Gu, the post-production of Buried has been completed. I have already confirmed with the theater chain that Buried will be officially released nationwide at midnight on November 11th. How is it? Are you looking forward to it?" On the other end of the phone, Zhuo Lu seemed very excited. When Gu Chunfeng heard the news, he was indeed excited. He had been waiting for this day and was almost impatient. Then he said, "Director Zhuo, this is really good news. Is there anything I can do for you?" "Not for now." Zhuo Lu continued, "But after 5 days, you will follow me to promote it everywhere. Can you spare the time?" Gu Chunfeng nodded and said, "No problem. As a leading actor, it is my duty to go on roadshows to promote the film, and there are also system tasks to fulfill. It is definitely not an easy task for a movie with an investment of 5 million to get a box office of 100 million. Okay, I'll call you then." Zhuo Lu said that and hung up the phone. As soon as he hung up the phone, Gu Chunfeng's phone rang again. After checking, it was his agent Zhang Qingqing who called. After the call was connected, Gu Chunfeng asked, "Sister Zhang, are you looking for me?" Zhang Qingqing on the other end of the phone said, "I just got the news that the release date of Buried Alive has been confirmed. It will be at the early morning of November 11th. Are you ready?" Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, "Director Zhuo just called me and told me that I have been ready for a long time." Hearing Gu Chunfeng's words, Zhang Qingqing said, "Well, I also believe that you are ready. By the way, your Weibo company has already certified you. You can check it out when you have time. Because of those 2 songs, I now have 100,000 followers on my account. Although it's not much, I believe that after Buried Alive is released, it will definitely increase." "Thank you." Gu Chunfeng expressed his gratitude. Originally, the company planned to help Gu Chunfeng apply for a Weibo account, but Gu Chunfeng used his previous account at the time, so Zhang Qingqing directly got him a certification. After all, Weibo is also one of the main battlefields for celebrity publicity. At this time, Zhang Qingqing spoke again, "By the way, because our Tianmong Entertainment is backed by Mango TV, and now your first movie is about to be released, Minister Liu has secured 2 variety shows for you, so you can choose. The first one is the currently popular Longing for Life, and the other one is Ace, which is a partner of Mango TV. Which show do you want to go to?" In this world, the reality show A Longing for Life is different from the one on Earth. It is broadcast live throughout the entire process. It can be said that it is absolutely real, but it can also easily expose the shortcomings of celebrity artists. After all, there is no chance of redress in live broadcasts. It is precisely because of this that the show A Longing for Life is the hottest show at the moment, without a doubt. Of course, as for the program Ace, it is also very popular and is the Ace program of Jiangsu and Zhejiang TV. It can be said that it was not easy for Lu Quan to secure these 2 programs for the newcomer Gu Chunfeng. When Gu Chunfeng heard the choice given by Zhang Qingqing, he did not answer immediately. Zhang Qingqing on the other end of the phone continued, "I personally recommend you choose Ace. This program only takes 1 day to record, and it is a recorded broadcast, so there won't be any major problems. But Longing for Life lasts 2 days and 1 night, and it is broadcast live throughout, so it is easy to expose some problems, and the risk is relatively high." Chapter 29, Decision, Press Conference Conflict asking for recommendation votes and follow-up reading. Gu Chenfeng naturally understood what Zhang Qingqing said, and he also had his own considerations. If he chooses ace, the effect he wants will not be achieved, and there will be no immediate effect. After all, it is a recorded broadcast, and he doesn't know when it will be broadcast. But the variety show A Longing for Life is different. As long as there are no mistakes, the effect can be said to be immediate. What's more, Gu Chenfeng just needs to do his best. So, he said, Sister Zhang, I choose Longing for Life. Please confirm the time with Director Zhuo and help me arrange it. Thank you for your help. Zhang Qingqing was stunned when she heard this. When selecting the script before, Gu Chenfeng, a newcomer, did not listen to his opinions, and now he ignored his suggestions again. It's really too much. However, as an ace agent, Zhang Qingqing chose to respect Gu Chenfeng's decision. Although I was a little angry in my heart, I still said rationally, since you have made up your mind, then choose Longing for Life. I will arrange other things for you. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and added earnestly, I hope you don't mess it up. Gu Chenfeng smiled and nodded. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, by the way, Sister Zhang, can I take Tang Tang to participate in Longing for Life? Take Tang Tang to participate in the show? Zhang Qingqing widened her eyes, obviously not expecting Gu Chenfeng to have such an idea. After thinking for 3 seconds, he asked very seriously, are you sure? Yeah. Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, I want to take Tang Tang with me. Zhang Qingqing on the other end of the phone fell silent again. 10 seconds later, he said, okay, I'll help you arrange it. It shouldn't be a problem. Although Zhang Qingqing knew that Gu Chenfeng was divorced, she had no intention of making it public. As for Tang Tang, she had considered finding a time to announce it. After all, this kind of thing cannot be concealed once Gu Chenfeng becomes famous. I might as well take the initiative to announce it, anyway. Nowadays, young girls like older men, and with such a cute Tang Tang, maybe Gu Chenfeng will get extra points. To be precise, the company had already considered this issue before Tianmong Entertainment signed the contract with Gu Chenfeng. After all, the emotional issues of any star actor are very sensitive. Therefore, Tianmong Entertainment Company will naturally conduct an investigation in advance and finally draw a conclusion based on the investigation. Gu Chenfeng has a lovely daughter, Tang Tang, which will not cause any negative news to him. Even his ex-wife, the second-tier actress Yang Zhao, cannot pose much of a threat. After all, he spent all his savings accompanying and taking care of his daughter day and night because of her illness, and when they divorced, he was left with nothing. Even if Yang Zhao wants to bite back, Tianmong Company has ways to deal with it. After the two chatted for a while, they hung up the phone. The next few days could be said to be Gu Chenfeng's only few days of vacation. So he tried to stay with Tang Tang as much as possible, playing with her and buying her favorite things. Time flies and 4 days have passed. That day, Gu Chenfeng received a call asking him to go to Beijing with Zhuo Le to attend a movie press conference. After Gu Chenfeng sent Tang Tang to his parents' house, he went to the press conference. But when he arrived at the scene, he was stunned. Because there were not many reporters attending the film press conference, there were only about 10 reporters sitting crowded in the audience. Director Zhuo Li's face looked extremely ugly at the moment. He had never expected that such a situation would occur in his first film after returning to China. Gu Chenfeng walked up to him and asked in a low voice, Director Zhuo, this is? Don't mention it. Zhuo Li waved his hand at Gu Chenfeng and explained softly, I originally invited dozens of media outlets, but none of them came. Instead, they went to attend the press conference of another Love Apartment movie. I was so pissed off. Love Apartment movie? When Gu Chenfeng heard the title, he asked with a strange look on his face, is this movie also going to be released on Double 11? Maybe because Zhuo Li was so angry at the moment, he didn't notice the strange expression on Gu Chenfeng's face at all, and nodded, yes, they will be released on the same day as us, and they can be said to be our biggest enemy. And they have plenty of funds for publicity, so they make a big show of it. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, don't worry. If a movie wants to get good box office, publicity is just icing on the cake. It is far from being a timely help. If a movie wants to be successful, it ultimately depends on its quality. Even if it has great sentiment, it will be useless if the quality is not up to standard. So, Director Zhuo, we just need to do our best. Zhuo Li stared at Gu Chenfeng with wide eyes for a long time. I thought to myself, from what he said, it's obvious that he looks down on Love Apartment movie. But you're right, the success of a film ultimately depends on its quality. Soon, it was 9 o'clock in the morning. Of the dozens of media outlets that Zhuo Luo had originally invited, only 10 came, just enough to reach double digits. The time has come, even if there are only 10 reporters, they have to start their film press conference for Buried. So, Zhuo Luo calmed down, forced a smile, walked onto the stage, and said to the 10 reporters in the audience, "Thank you very much for coming to the press conference for Buried. Now, please welcome the protagonist of our Buried Alive, Mr. Gu." As soon as he finished speaking, the reporters took out their cameras and started taking pictures of Gu Chenfeng. When they saw Gu Chenfeng, they were all stunned. "I remember he seemed to be a singer, the song The Hills was pretty good, but can he act? Why is he the lead actor? That's right, he's totally a newcomer. Zhuo Luo is really too careless this time. He just returned to China and doesn't know much about the domestic film market yet, but he dares to use a newcomer as the lead actor? Is this just a joke?" The reporters secretly complained in their hearts. When the question and answer session began, Zhuo Luo almost got so angry that he went crazy on the spot. Because the questions these reporters asked were all designed to find fault, and they were full of sarcasm. "Director Zhuo, I heard that you have participated in the filming of several big dramas in Hollywood. Why do you want to return to China to develop your career? Is it because you can't develop your career overseas? Director Zhuo, you are also a director. Is there only one lead actor in the film Buried? Is this a one-man show? Do you think anyone will watch such a movie? Director Zhuo, what on earth were you thinking? Why did you let a singer be the lead actor in a movie? Are you just doing this for fun? Director Zhuo, you are a returned director. You are actually shooting a small production with only 5 million investment. Are you here to make money?" Questions like these really made Zhuo Luo furious, but he couldn't lose his temper on the spot. The frustration was even more uncomfortable than eating shit. The reporters asked a lot of questions, but none of them were about the movie Buried itself. All of them were meant to mock and find fault. Just when Zhuo Luo couldn't bear it anymore and wanted to explode, Gu Chenfeng stood up first. Chapter 30, I seem to have gotten into trouble, the whole network is blackening Gu Chenfeng, please read and recommend. Gu Chenfeng stood up and said, "Hello, reporters and media, I am Gu Chenfeng. I think we should return the issue to the movie Buried. You haven't paid attention to the movie itself, but are making random guesses here. I'm afraid this is a bit inappropriate." Director Zhuo returned to China to develop his career because he learned a lot about film overseas. So he came back to lead our Chinese film industry to prosperity and to go abroad, so that foreigners can know that our Chinese films can also go global. As for your claim that we can't develop overseas, I can only say that your vision is too narrow and short-sighted. As for what you said about me, I worked hard in Hengdian before I started singing. Although I am a newcomer, I don't think there is any problem with my acting skills. For this, please go to the premiere of Buried Alive before you judge me. If my acting skills are really bad, then I will gladly accept your criticism. As for the criticism now, I cannot accept it." Gu Chenfeng's words were well reasoned and he did not show any anger or frustration, nor did he give the reporters at the scene any face. The most important thing is that his words are full of strong self-confidence, which not only elevates Zhuo Li's feelings, but also defends his own dignity. Such strong public relations skills even shocked Zhuo Lu. However, after he said this, the reporters in the audience couldn't sit still anymore and became furious. Fuck! A newcomer who sang 2 songs is so arrogant. Who does he think he is? I admit that he sings well, but that's no reason for him to mock us. Gu Chenfeng is so arrogant. I'm just waiting to see what kind of movie a new director and a new lead actor can make with such a crappy combination. Do you really think you're a big star? You just sang 2 pretty good songs. What the hell? The angry reporters left the scene angrily, cursing. Suddenly, the only people left at the conference were director Zhuo Luo, lead actor Gu Chenfeng, producer Lu Feng and the conference staff. Gu Chenfeng looked at Zhuo Luo with an apologetic look on his face and said, "Director Zhuo, was I a little too impulsive? I was really right." Before he finished speaking, Zhuo Luo burst into laughter and interrupted him, saying, "Teacher Gu, you said it very well. I have wanted to confront these hateful reporters for a long time. Look, I haven't even said it yet, but you spoke first. What you said just now was very good." Producer Lu Feng also nodded and agreed, "That's right, Mr. Gu, you said it very well. These guys are not here to attend the press conference at all. They are obviously here to mock us. You are right, and I support you." But Gu Chenfeng wanted to say something. But he was interrupted by Zhuo Lu again, who said, "There's nothing to worry about. I've made up my mind now. We don't need to go around doing promotional roadshows. I'm very confident in the quality of Buried Alive, and I believe there will be people who know its quality." Gu Chenfeng was stunned when he heard this, and asked suspiciously, "This? Not promoting it anymore?" "Actually, it's not that we won't promote it anymore. We still need to put advertisements in major cinemas, and we will also promote it online. We just won't do roadshows anymore," Zhuo Lu explained. Gu Chenfeng thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with this. After all, once the news about today's press conference spread, there would probably be more trouble in future roadshows. Suddenly remembering that he was about to participate in Longing for Life, Gu Chenfeng said, "By the way, Director Zhua, I'm about to participate in a variety show on Mango TV. I will promote it on the show then." With an investment of 5 million, the task assigned by the system is to achieve a box office of 100 million. Now that the roadshow cannot be carried out, Gu Chenfeng can only think of ways to promote it. Zhuo Lu also knew that Gu Chenfeng was going to participate in the Mango TV variety show, and nodded and said, "Okay, Longing for Life is a hot show at the moment. As long as you mention it briefly on the show, I believe that many people will pay attention to our movie Buried Alive. This will be more effective than us going on a dozen roadshows." Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "I hope it works." Just like that, the movie press conference for Buried ended abruptly. Everyone went back to their own homes. After Gu Chenfeng got back to the car, he looked at his agent Zhang Qingqing with some embarrassment and said, "Sister Zhang, I seem to have gotten into trouble." "No, you're right." Zhang Qingqing shook her head, gave Gu Chenfeng an affirmative look, and continued, "Although you are a newcomer, you should be more humble, but those reporters and media are too much. Since they don't give us face, there's no need for us to give them face." Hearing Zhang Qingqing's words, Gu Chenfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "I'm afraid they will blacken me into an African next." After that, he added, "However, if it happens again, I will still say this, after all, they really went too far." Zhang Qingqing waved her hand and said, "It's okay. I have recorded the whole process of the incident. If they want to slander you, they will definitely not be able to do so. And, in a way, the more they report it, the better it is for you." Gu Chenfeng pondered for a moment after hearing this, then gave Zhang Qingqing a thumbs up and praised, "High, really too high. My beautiful agent is so smart. It feels so good to have her protecting me. It seems that before one's wings are fully grown, it is very necessary to have an agency to support one." "Really?" Before Gu Chenfeng returned to the company, various edited videos appeared on the internet, as well as various remarks that slandered the Buried crew and Gu Chenfeng. Especially those reporters and media who were criticized by Gu Chenfeng at the movie launch conference were like mad dogs, frantically leading the trend online. It turns out that the author of the song The Hills is so uncultured. Buried Alive is just a one-man show. A cocky new guy, I can't help but be amused by him. How dare a new director be so arrogant? He even wants to lead Chinese films to the world. I burst out laughing. It is recommended to ban this newcomer. Various remarks emerged, almost all of which were bashing Gu Chenfeng, while not forgetting to bring up Buried Alive and its director Zhuo Lu. For a while, Buried Alive became popular, and Gu Chenfeng also became popular. Even more popular than when he released the songs Start Over Again and The Hills. But this fire is different from the previous ones. It is a fire of national boycott. Gu Chenfeng? The one who sang The Hill? The song is nice and has a lot of flavor, but this is too outrageous. How dare a newcomer be so arrogant? Does he really think he's a big shot? Gu Chenfeng? Who is he? I've never heard of him. What song did he sing? I just checked on Baidu and found out that this Gu Chenfeng is actually an artist of Tianmong Entertainment. He just signed the contract not long ago. He sang 2 songs in a live broadcast room called Shanshan before. No way, when did Tianmong Entertainment become so discerning that they even refused to sign anchors? Chapter 31, The Whole Network is Black, a poem about Lime seeking recommendation votes and follow-up reading. After watching that video, I just want to say that this Gu Chenfeng is a little too proud. A newcomer who only sang 2 songs actually said that if you want to criticize him, you have to watch Buried Alive? I have to say, this guy is teetering on the edge of death. With this kind of EQ, I can still be the lead actor. Come on, I can act, who wants me to be the lead actor? There was a lot of abuse on the internet. When Gu Chenfeng saw the news, he frowned slightly. This was like a blow to him. However, after he accidentally glanced at the system's reputation value, he was dumbfounded. The reputation value rises sharply. Originally, his reputation value was only over 100,000, but now it is almost over 1 million. This is 1 million reputation points that can be upgraded to SS level acting skills. The most important thing is that there is no sign of slowing down in the speed of the surge. Guanfong was a little surprised for a moment, and whispered, "Could it be that being cyber-trolled can also improve my reputation? Maybe this is the effect of exposure." Just then, Zhang Qingqing's phone rang in the car. She answered the phone and said, "Minister Liu, don't worry. There is nothing wrong with Guanfong. Everything on the internet was deliberately fabricated by the media, and those videos were also deliberately edited. I have a complete live video here. Let the news ferment for a while. When the time is right, I will release the complete video." Obviously, Minister Lu Kuang also knew the news on the internet, so he called to inquire as soon as possible. But it is understandable. After all, they have invested a lot of resources in Guanfong and are very optimistic about this newcomer. If it is destroyed before it grows up, the company will suffer a huge loss. After hearing what Zhang Qingqing said, Lu Kuang on the other end of the phone also breathed a sigh of relief. He muttered, "I told you that Chen Feng is not the kind of person who looks down on others. How come he was blacklisted by the entire internet just for attending the press conference of Buried Alive?" After figuring out all these things, he said to Zhang Qingqing, "Okay, I'll leave this matter to you." "No problem." Zhang Qingqing nodded in response. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Qingqing looked at Guanfong and said, "Chenfeng, go to Weibo right now and post a message saying that all the news online is fabricated and distorted. I solemnly tell everyone that your name is Guanfong, and you are from Tianmong Entertainment. Let's take this opportunity to promote you." Guanfong pondered for a moment and asked, "This is not good." "That's great." Zhang Qingqing stared at Guanfong with her beautiful eyes and said with certainty. Guanfong finally listened to Zhang Qingqing. Although he now has a great acting skills, he is definitely not as experienced as the ace agent when it comes to entertainment industry matters. I immediately opened Weibo and the editor said, "Hello everyone, I am the new actor Guanfong who has been blacklisted by you all online, from Tianmong Entertainment Company. I was inspired to write poetry when I saw many netizens scolding me vigorously for some one-sided, distorted, and slanderous news about me. I will compose a poem now and give it to everyone. Lime chant, I was chiseled out of the mountains with thousands of hammers, and burned in the fierce fire as if it were nothing. I am not afraid of being crushed to pieces, I just want to leave my innocence in the world." This was also a poem written by Mr. Yu Qian from Earth that Guanfong thought of on a whim. On the surface, it praises the tenacity and integrity of Lime, but its deeper meaning is to express its spirit of not colluding with evil forces and resolutely fighting them to the end. In this world, there is no such poem and no teacher Yu Qian. This? After seeing Guanfeng's Weibo post, manager Zhang Qingqing was stunned. After about 30 seconds, she said, "This poem is well written. It's enough to shut those people up." "No." Guanfong shook his head and said, "Once this lime chant is released, I will probably be scolded even more miserably." Zhang Qingqing asked in confusion, "Why?" Guanfong explained with a smile, "Because I can be called the lime that wants to keep its innocence in the world, and those unscrupulous media are the representatives of evil forces, so they will definitely scold me more unscrupulously." After hearing what Guanfong said, Zhang Qingqing also understood and said faintly, "It seems to be true." But soon she smiled and said, "But the more this is for you, or for the Buried Alive crew, the greater the benefit." Guanfong hummed and said nothing more. "Are the benefits great?" "Of course, the more fiercely people curse, the faster your reputation will soar. The more reputation you have, the more skills you can exchange for. It's not that Guanfong is mean, but that he has lived 2 lives and has a more open-minded view of many things. Can scolding make you lose a piece of flesh? Not only that, but there are also many benefits. For example, through this incident, Guanfeng's Weibo followers skyrocketed from 100,000 to 300,000, even though these people followed him just to curse him. When they saw Guanfeng's Weibo post, the haters were stunned. They never thought that Guanfong would not find a place to hide at this time, but would dare to come out and write poetry? He simply doesn't take the netizens of this generation seriously. As a result, their insults became even louder. Damn it! How dare this guy come out? Do you really think we don't exist? Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? You're even writing poems and lime poems, what the hell are you doing? I understand now. This Gu Chunfeng is just a gentle beast. You think too highly of him. What the hell is this? It's bullshit. Gu Chunfeng must have a mental problem. He knows that he has been blacklisted by the entire internet, but he still dares to come out. He is simply courting death. Seeing that netizens were scolding him even more because of this Weibo post, Gu Chunfeng smiled helplessly. This was all within his expectations. Just then, Gu Chunfeng's cell phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a call from Director Zhu Bing. Hello, Director Zhu, how come you have time to call me? Gu Chunfeng asked. Zhu Bing on the other end of the phone asked directly, Chunfeng, why are you being attacked by so many reporters? What happened? Did you offend them? This is what happened. Gu Chunfeng roughly told Zhu Bing the cause and effect of the incident. After hearing this, Zhu Bing was furious and said, these unscrupulous media are so despicable. They even twisted the facts to discredit you. This is simply too much. I will now post a Weibo post to support you and criticize those unscrupulous media. Upon hearing this, Gu Chunfeng quickly said, Director Zhu, there's no need to trouble you. Sister Zhang said she can take care of it. No. Zhu Bing on the other end of the phone said angrily, what I hate most is these unscrupulous media. I must ask for an explanation from you. I'm hanging up now. After saying that, Zhu Bing hung up the phone. Gu Chunfeng was a little amused and helpless. He knew that Zhu Bing was a decisive person. He was like this when he introduced him to sign a contract with Tianmong Entertainment, and he was like this again now. Zhang Qingqing also heard the conversation between the two and said, having him come forward will be of great benefit to you. You know, Zhu Bing is a well-known TV drama director and his influence is quite significant. It seems like I have to owe him another favor. Gu Chunfeng sighed. Chapter 32, Upgrade your acting skills and reverse the situation. Please vote for recommendation and read on. Just as everyone continued to attack Gu Chunfeng, the famous TV drama director, Zhu Bing, posted on Weibo. My dear friends, please do not be deceived by those unscrupulous media. All of this is just their one-sided statement. I can be sure that Gu Chunfeng is definitely not that kind of person. The fact that such an honest Gu Chunfeng could explode shows how difficult the media were at that time. We strongly condemn those unscrupulous media and support Gu Chunfeng and the crew of Buried Alive. Not much talk, but plenty of substance. After filming several hit TV series in succession, Zhu Bing became famous. The Ashes of Love he just finished filming became popular before it was aired. When netizens saw Zhu Bing's Weibo post, they were stunned. No one expected that even Zhu Bing, a famous director, would come out to support Gu Chunfeng. Is he really being wronged? One stone stirs up 1,000 ripples, and netizens are starting to get excited again. Fuck, what's going on? Even director Zhu Bing came to support Gu Chunfeng? Is he really being wronged? Director Zhu is well known for hating unscrupulous media and has been angry at them many times. Now he has stood up and criticized the media again. Have we really wronged Gu Chunfeng? If this is really the case, then these unscrupulous media are going too far. They will ruin Gu Chunfeng's future. Director Zhu seems to be from Tianmong Entertainment. He and Gu Chunfeng are from the same company, so it's normal for him to come out to support Gu Chunfeng. It doesn't mean there's something wrong with the media. The above poster, you probably don't know what kind of person Director Zhu is. He is famous for being more principled than affluent. I remember that when an artist from Tianmong was going through security at the airport, he refused to cooperate with the staff and had an argument and used foul language. Director Zhu scolded him online. Yes, I've seen this too. Director Zhu is indeed right. That artist's popularity has plummeted since then, and it seems like he still hasn't recovered. Director Zhu has come forward. Maybe Gu Chunfeng was really wronged. We have to admit that Zhu Bing's influence is still very great. After his Weibo post came out, the one-sided public opinion was reversed. Gu Chunfeng no longer paid too much attention to things happening on the internet. He had done what he should and could do, and said what he should and could not say. I have the ace agent Zhang Qingqing to help me solve the problem, so I can go home and improve myself. I took a look at the reputation value in the system. 1,300,000 5,426. System, I want to improve my acting skills. Gu Chunfeng said. Ding, you spent 100,000 reputation points to upgrade your A-level acting skills to S-level acting skills, and gain the Emperor's Aura. Emperor's Aura, when you play the role of an emperor, you will have the original owner's powerful aura. The original owner's powerful aura? Gu Qianfeng's heart trembled when he heard the system's prompt. You know, there are not many people in the Chinese entertainment industry who can play ancient emperors well. The best among them is Mr. Chen Daoming, who can play the emperor with a hint of imperial aura. And according to what the system said, if I were to play the role of Qin Shi Huang, wouldn't I be able to possess the powerful aura of an emperor who will be remembered throughout history? It's terrifying to think about it. Every character has a different aura when acting, and the emperor's aura is the most difficult, even for movie kings who have won Best Actor awards. Continue to improve your acting skills. After being excited, Gu Guanfong continued. Ding, you spent 1,000,000 reputation points to upgrade your S-level acting skills to SS-level acting skills, and obtained a level director skills. A level director skills? Gu Guanfong almost jumped up in excitement. As we all know, although actors and directors are two different professions, they also have something in common. So in reality, we often see that actors who have reached a certain level of acting skills suddenly become directors. As Gu Qianfeng's acting skills improved, he acquired a level directing skills, which made him very happy. When I go to bed at night, I always have a faint smile on my face. Early the next morning, after Gu Guanfong got up and had breakfast, he saw Zhang Qingqing post the original video on Weibo with the caption, "Some unscrupulous media outlets have really gone too far. This is the original video. Let everyone see the whole story clearly." By the way, I would like to solemnly introduce to you all Gu Guanfong, a new actor with great potential. I hope you will take good care of him. Thank you. Perhaps after a night of fermentation of public opinion, Zhang Qingqing felt that the time had come, so she posted this Weibo early in the morning. Who is Zhang Qingqing? He is a famous ace agent who has made several big names famous, and his fame is quite great. It is precisely because of this that even a Weibo post sent early in the morning instantly ignited the internet. Fuck, what's going on? Sister Zhang actually went to Tianmong Entertainment. Wasn't she in Dynasty before? Pay attention to the key point. Sister Zhang actually introduced Gu Guanfong to us. Could it be that this Gu Guanfong is a new person brought by Sister Zhang? Sister Zhang not only left Dynasty Entertainment, but now she is going to Tianmong Entertainment to train new people. This is too crazy. Fuck. This is the complete video. Those videos on the internet are indeed edited. After watching this video, I realized that there is nothing wrong with Gu Guanfeng's answer. It's these reporters and media who are too much. What kind of questions are they asking? Yes, after watching this video, I realized that we really wronged Gu Guanfong. The Buried Alive crew and Zhuo Lu were also wronged. These media outlets really went too far. You must keep your innocence in this world. Although there is only one leading actor in Buried Alive, Gu Guanfong, you can't ridicule it so blatantly. This time, I stand with Gu Guanfong. After Zhang Qingqing released the original video, the situation on the internet was reversed. Gu Guanfong is no longer a rat crossing the street that everyone shouts and beats, but instead becomes the focus of everyone's attention. Even though he is just a newcomer, his agent is awesome. This is Zhang Qingqing, the ace agent who has created many legendary artists. As a result, Gu Guanfeng's system reputation value and number of Weibo fans once again skyrocketed, soaring to 500,000. This speed is absolutely amazing. Gu Guanfong was in a good mood when he saw the constantly changing wind direction on the internet. Everything was developing in the direction that Zhang Qingqing had expected. In the same good mood as him was the director of Buried, Zhuo Lu. He was feeling so happy at that moment. After this incident, netizens all knew about the movie called Buried Alive. When it is released, many people will go to watch it with curiosity. It can be said that this wave of operations has saved at least tens of millions of advertising costs. Zhuo Lu liked Gu Guanfong more and more, and he had already decided in his heart that if there was a new play in the future, he would definitely invite Gu Guanfong to participate in it as soon as possible. Gu Guanfong is such an honest person. Not only does he have great acting skills, he is also not pretentious, responsible, and not afraid of hardship. It is such a pleasure to work with such a person. Chapter 33, a newcomer with great potential, join the yearning asking for recommendation votes and follow-up reading. So, Zhuo Lu also posted a Weibo. My dear friends, Gu Guanfong is definitely a new talent with great potential. Cooperating with him this time is definitely the best decision I have made. His acting skills are not inferior to anyone else. You may think I am lying, but it is true. Buried Alive will let you see what kind of acting skills this newcomer with great potential has. Please stay tuned. As soon as he posted this Weibo, there was once again a storm of shock on the internet. As the incident broke out, Zhuo Li's background was also dug out. However, you won't know until you see it. Netizens were shocked when they saw it. Because they suddenly discovered that although Zhuo Li seemed to be a new director, he had made great achievements overseas. Not only has she participated in the filming of several Hollywood blockbusters, but she has also received praise from several internationally renowned directors. This background is absolutely amazing. Now, this extremely promising new director actually claimed that Gu Chenfeng is an actor with great potential, and even praised Gu Chenfeng's acting skills as being no less than anyone else. This rhythm is so scary that it's enough to scare people to death. The name Gu Chenfeng was mentioned by netizens again, and this time it attracted much attention. These were all things Gu Chenfeng had not expected. He never expected that so many things would happen after waking up from a sleep. But things were indeed developing according to what he and Zhang Qingqing had guessed. It can be said that this online blackening not only did not cause any negative impact on Gu Chenfeng, but also made him known to the public. A new actor with great potential. In the following few days, although the popularity of Buried Alive and Gu Chenfeng on the internet had decreased a lot, it had never stopped. Although the crew of Buried Alive did not organize a roadshow this time, this incident has already aroused everyone's attention. Especially when the first trailer came out, it shocked everyone. In the narrow and depressing coffin, Paul, filled with despair, began to look for ways to save himself in order to survive. The trailer is short, but extremely exciting. Almost everyone who saw this trailer was amazed by Gu Chenfeng's acting skills. Although this clip is very depressing, it is very interesting. Those who mocked Gu Chenfeng's poor acting skills and those who were not optimistic about Buried Alive have now shut up. Gu Chenfeng also used this trailer to prove his acting skills, which are absolutely online. Time flies, and a week has passed. Wengkao Village. The top traffic star is covered with sweat. Too empty. He didn't expect that the mushroom house would be in such a remote place this time. It was simply life-threatening. Looking ahead with a slightly tired look, Reba, who was like a female man, said, "Sister Reba, let's take a break. I'm so tired. I can't walk anymore." When Reba heard this, a trace of contempt flashed across her beautiful and exotic face. As a top-tier actress, she was not very willing to deal with it. He is obviously a grown man, but he is so listless and even more feminine than a woman. So Reba said unhappily, "You take a rest, I'm not tired, I'll leave first." After saying that, he continued to drag his luggage away. I could only drag my suitcase and chase after him. The audience who were watching the live broadcast at this time were suddenly shocked. It's just crazy. I'm so tired. What's wrong with this rubbish production team? Can't they find a closer place or arrange for someone to take over? It makes me so sad to see this. I wish I could fly over right away and help carry the luggage. Reba is a girl, and I call her sister, but she didn't even help carry the luggage. She will be blackmailed for the rest of her life. Fuck, you idiots should have some bottom line. You actually asked a girl like Reba to help a grown man carry his luggage. You are sick, you need to get treatment. I guess there's no medicine that can cure them, but where are the men here? It's clearly a tomboy and a woman. Yes, please don't taint the title of master. In the live broadcast room, barrages of comments popped up like mushrooms after a rain. Among them, the fans were madly bombarding Reba and the program team. The reason was simple: Reba did not help with the salute, and the place chosen by the program team was too far away, which made them tired. At this moment, another live camera appeared. When netizens saw the people in the live broadcast, many of them were stunned. Who is this? She even brought a cute little kid to participate in Longing for Life. Shouldn't she be participating in Where Are We Going, Dad? Fuck, why is there another live camera? Who is this person? I don't know him. It's a completely unfamiliar face I've never seen before. She even brought her cute little baby to participate in Longing for Life. That's incredible. Fuck, I know, this guy is Gu Chenfeng, a newly signed artist of Tianmong Entertainment. He sang The Hills and Start Over Again, and also made a movie called Buried Alive, which seems to be released soon. Gu Chenfeng? Is he the guy who was very popular on the internet a while ago? Gu Chenfeng, a newcomer brought by ace agent Zhang Qingqing? His resources are so good that he actually came to Longing for Life as a flying guest. Aren't you curious about the cute little baby he's holding? Could it be his daughter? Oh my god, this Guanfong actually has a child? As the new live broadcast camera came out, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. That is right, the two people in the video are Guanfong and Tang Tang. Carrying a luggage bag on his back and holding candy in his hands, he walked on the path, looking very comfortable. At this time, Tang Tang smiled widely, revealing two cute dimples, and said, "Dad, the scenery here is so beautiful." Guanfong looked around and said with a smile, "Well, the scenery here is really beautiful. We should reach the mushroom house soon. We will meet many brothers, sisters, and uncles in a while." Is Tang Tang happy? Of course I'm happy. Tang Tang replied with a smile. The whole cute image is instantly imprinted in the minds of the audience. After hearing the conversation between the two, the audience in the live broadcast room confirmed that the little girl was Guanfeng's daughter. Everyone was stunned. Such a young handsome guy actually has such a big daughter. This is definitely not good news for celebrities in the entertainment industry. Netizens in the live broadcast room expressed their incomprehension and some even expressed pessimism about Guanfeng's future career. Chapter 34, A Catching Performance, Guanfeng arrives. Please recommend and read. Even some of Guanfeng's fans who came to watch the news found it difficult to accept the news for a while. The idol I just fell in love with turns out to have a daughter, so I have to look for one again. My idol got married and my dream was shattered. The other side. Niang Payan and Reba finally arrived at the mushroom house. As soon as she entered the door, Niang Payan complained to Teacher He, who came out, "Oh, Teacher He, you chose this place which is too remote. It really makes me tired." Teacher He Ling was a little embarrassed, but she still forced a smile and said, "Yen Yen, don't you think the scenery here is great? It's a very nice place?" Sissy Yen shook her head and said, "This place is too primitive. If the company didn't force me to come, I really don't want to come to a place like this. If I get hurt accidentally, it would be fatal." After these words were spoken, the expression on Teacher He's face became even more embarrassed. Others didn't know how to respond. As soon as he opened his mouth, he killed the conversation. This EQ is simply unmatched. Didn't he realize that Teacher He was trying to help him out? This Sissy Yen not only didn't understand it, but also said such brainless words. The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't sit still for a moment, and they all tapped the front panel to dominate the barrage. Fuck, where did this idiot come from? Teacher He was obviously trying to help him out, but he ignored her and said something like that. Not even a pig would be that stupid. Emotional intelligence is a luxury for sissies. Oh my, I feel sorry for Teacher He for a second. Haha, I've never seen Teacher He look so embarrassed. I took a screenshot and made an emoticon out of it. Damn it, if this woman doesn't want to come, just go back and stop lowering the quality of this show. Humph, you are such bad guys. Can't we Koan tell the truth? Aren't we allowed to tell the truth now? This place is very primitive. How could our Daishin get used to it? That's right, our Yen Yen is an honest boy. He says what he thinks and never beats around the bush. Such a boy is so cute. You actually scolded our Yen Yen. You are dead. I feel so sorry for Yen Yen. He has never been to such a primitive place. He must not be used to it. If you don't pause the barrage, you can't see what they are saying. There is nothing you can do because there are simply too many of them. In the live broadcast screen, Chef Huang, who was busy in the kitchen, came out and said with a fake smile, "Since you don't want to come, then go back now." Although it seemed like a joke, everyone could tell that Chef Huang was obviously angry. Seeing Chef Huang coming out, Reba quickly walked up to him and said, "Hello, Mr. Huang, I'm Reba." Chef Huang nodded and said with a smile, "Welcome, Reba." Sissy Yen realized belatedly that something was wrong, and suddenly she said to Huang Xiaochu, "Mr. Huang, Mr. He, I have a cool talent that I want to show you, please wait a moment." After saying that, he took the suitcase from Peng Peng and opened it. Various skincare products, cosmetics, facial masks, perfumes and other things appeared in front of everyone. If you didn't know, you would think he was a cosmetics seller. In addition to these, there is actually a basketball. Sissy Yen took out the basketball, and everyone immediately understood what he was going to do. It seems that this guy is going to show off his so-called cool basketball skills. Plus, Jay, your dance is so beautiful. This is really polluting my eyes. Really? Sissy Yen just took out a basketball and started showing off. Everyone present was extremely embarrassed. Chef Huang didn't even look at it and went back to the kitchen to busy himself. Peng Peng covered his mouth with both hands, his face a little red, because it was too hard to hold it in. As for her younger sister Zifeng, her movements are similar to Pingping's. Reba also shifted her gaze to the scenery outside, fearing that it would hurt her eyes, and even felt it was a bit embarrassing to be in the same episode with such a person. Teacher He saw Sissy Yen standing there performing hard, and quickly shouted, Yen, very good, that's enough, that's enough. After hearing what Teacher He said, Niangpo Yen had no intention of stopping, but performed even harder. Sudden. The basketball flew out without being caught. Sissy Yen was stunned for a moment, but her reaction was extremely fast. She started dancing on the spot, as if the basketball slipping out of her hands was an intentional accident. It's so fucking embarrassing. However, fans of Niangpo Yen were extremely excited and screamed wildly in the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. Ah, Yen is so handsome, the action of dropping the basketball is so cool. Lick the screen, it's so handsome, Yen is the most handsome man in the universe, ah. Yen, I love you. At this time. Crack. The door of the mushroom house was pushed open. When everyone heard the sound and looked, they saw Gu Chenfeng walking in with Tang in his left hand and a suitcase in his right hand. Gu Chenfeng saw Teacher He and the others and greeted them. Hello Teacher He, hello everyone, I'm Gu Chenfeng, and this is Tang. Upon seeing this, He Ling immediately came over with a smile and said, Hey, Chenfeng, you're finally here. After saying that, he reached out and touched Tang's little face, saying, This must be our lovely Tang. Oh, she is so cute. Tang also shouted sweetly, Hello, uncle. Pang and Zifeng also came over, and everyone greeted each other and got to know each other. Tang instantly became everyone's favorite. Tang, who was a little nervous at first, soon calmed down and had a smile on her face the whole time, looking very happy. At this time, Chef Huang came out of the kitchen, walked towards Gu Chenfeng, and said, Hey, Chenfeng, you're here, welcome. Seeing this, Gu Chenfeng hurriedly said, Hello, Teacher Huang. Tang also shouted obediently, Hello, uncle. Chef Huang said with a smile, Oh, Tang is so cute and has such a sweet mouth. This scene stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. They never thought that Chef Huang would come out to greet Gu Chenfeng in person. You know, when the top stars Niangpo Yen and Reba arrived just now, Huang Xiaochu did not come out. He only came out after he heard Niangpo Yan's remarks and was so angry. After this comparison, the gap is extremely large. What kind of identity is this Gu Chenfeng? He was actually welcomed by Teacher Huang in person. This kind of treatment is not something that ordinary people can have. Humph, Mr. Huang is going too far. When our Daishin came, he didn't come out to greet him. But this guy came and he came out to greet him. This is simply too much. They must be jealous of our Yen-Yen's beauty, so they want to isolate us Yen-Yen. It seems that this Gu Chenfeng is not ordinary. I'm suddenly interested in Gu Chenfeng. What kind of person is he? Netizens started talking about it. At this time in the mushroom house, everyone had put away their luggage, and then sat in the pavilion and started chatting. Huang Xiaochu looked at Gu Chenfeng and asked, Chenfeng, do you have a movie coming out soon? Yes, Mr. Huang. Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, The movie is called Buried Alive. It is my first movie starring role. It will be released at midnight on November 11th. Chapter 35, A Brother Like a Sister. Please recommend and read on. Teacher Huang smiled and said, Zhou is really lucky. He actually met a treasure like you. I've seen the finished film of Buried Alive, it's really good, your acting is amazing, I was shocked when I saw it. Is this the acting ability that a person who has been a supporting actor in Hengdian for 5 years can have? So I'm sure that this movie Buried Alive will be a big hit. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. No one expected that Chef Huang would advertise for Gu Chenfeng so blatantly and even gave high praise to his acting skills. Buried Alive will definitely be a big hit? Isn't this too much to say? At this time, Mr. He in the pavilion took over the conversation and said, Well, since Mr. Huang said so, then Buried is definitely a good movie. Dear friends, don't miss it if you pass by. November 11th, at midnight, see you at Buried Alive. It is definitely the first time that these two heavyweights have worked so hard to help with advertising since the show Longing for Life was launched. Everyone can understand why Mr. He works so hard. After all, he is from Mango TV, and Gu Chenfeng is from Tianmong Entertainment, and the two have a very close relationship. But Huang Xiaochu does not belong to Mango Entertainment, yet he is working so hard to help with advertising. For a moment, netizens in the live broadcast room started talking about it. Oh my god, is Gu Chenfeng's acting really that good? Joala said on Weibo that Mr. Huang is now on the show and he called Gu Chenfeng's acting miraculous. It seems that this Gu Chenfeng is really extraordinary. For some reason, I suddenly became interested in the movie Buried Alive. When it is released, I must go and see it to see if it is as Mr. Huang said. The word miraculous is not used casually. Teacher Huang actually used it to describe Gu Chenfeng's acting skills. He even said that he was stunned after watching the finished film of Buried Alive. My god, how amazing is Gu Chenfeng's acting skills! Two such heavyweights are actually working so hard to advertise Gu Chenfeng's new movie. It really blinds my titanium alloy dog eyes. While the audience in the live broadcast room were exclaiming and discussing, they were also becoming more and more curious about Gu Chenfeng. Who is he? At this moment, in the live broadcast room, in the pavilion of the Mushroom House, Cohen felt a little unhappy when he saw that both Teacher Huang and Teacher He were so enthusiastic towards Gu Chenfeng. He came to longing for life this time with a work, and he was here to advertise. Now that Mr. Huang and Mr. Wang were helping to advertise for Gu Chenfeng, he quickly said, "Dear friends, I also have new works to show you. My new album is out now, I'm sure you won't be disappointed." I thought the two big guys would also work hard to help him advertise. However, Teacher Huang didn't say a word, only Teacher He responded, "Well, everyone supports it." And then, nothing happened. Cohen was dumbfounded. Why does this plot become wrong when it comes to me? Aren't you two supposed to help me with advertising? Why did it suddenly stall? However, the netizens in the live broadcast room burst into laughter at this moment. They felt so happy to see Cohen's deflated expression. At this time, Tang Tang saw that Cohen's face looked a little strange, so out of kindness, she said sweetly, "Sister, come on, your work will definitely sell well." As soon as Tang Tang said this, Pang Peng, who was drinking water, spit it out. Reba and Zifeng were trying very hard to hold back their laughter, but in the end they couldn't help it and could only cover their mouths to avoid laughing so obviously. As for Mr. Huang and Mr. He, they didn't hold back and laughed out loud. The audience in the live broadcast room were laughing so hard that they were bent over. Ouch, I can't take it anymore. My stomach hurts from laughing. Sister, come on. Oh my goodness, that word enchantment just hit my funny bone. Ha ha, Cohen's face looks so good. Ha ha ha. I burst out laughing. Princess Tang Tang, how can you be so honest? How can this sister live like this? Ha ha ha. Tang Tang is so cute. I will be a fan of Tang Tang from now on, ha ha. At this moment, Cohen's face was already flushed red. The word sister directly touched his heart. Teacher He realized belatedly that he couldn't do this, so he quickly stopped laughing and said to Cohen, "Well, Kunken, children should not be restrained in their words, children should not be restrained in their words, don't mind it, Tang Tang didn't mean it." Then, Teacher He said to Tang Tang, "Tang Tang, this is not your sister, this is your brother, a pretty brother, no, it should be a handsome brother." When Teacher He said this, the audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. When Tang Tang heard what Teacher He said, she was very puzzled and said, "Uncle He, isn't this a sister? Then why does he have long hair? And he really looks like a sister." Teacher He was stunned for a moment, then explained, "Tang Tang, this is brother Kunken's style. Everyone has his or her own unique style." Tang Tang nodded as if she understood, then smiled, and said to Cohen, "My sister, oh no, it's my brother who looks like a sister, your work will definitely sell well, come on." Children's imaginations are definitely huge. Like a sister's brother. These words finally made Reba unable to hold back and she laughed out loud. Although the others also covered their mouths and tried very hard to hold back their laughter, Tang Tang was simply too adorable, like a sister's brother. Ha ha, I really can't hold it in. This description is simply invincible. Cohen showed a smile that was uglier than crying, and said to Tang Tang, "Tang Tang, thank you for your blessing." Tang Tang laughed, revealing two cute dimples, and said, "You're welcome. You're like a sister's brother." Cohen turned his head away and didn't want to talk to this little girl anymore. At this time, Gu Chenfeng said to Tang Tang, "Tang Tang, hurry up and apologize to Uncle Kai. It's rude to call him that, you know? Don't call Uncle Kai that in the future." Teacher He and others asked Tang Tang to call Cohen brother, but Gu Chenfeng directly asked her to call him uncle, which made everyone burst into laughter again. However, when Tang Tang heard what Gu Chenfeng said, she said aggrievedly, "Dad, I know. I won't do it again. Uncle Kai, I'm sorry." After saying this, his eyes became a little red. When Chef Huang saw that Tang Tang was about to cry, he immediately became unhappy. He was a daughter slave, so how could he bear to see Tang Tang being wronged? He said to Gu Chinfeng, how can you speak to Tang Tang in such a tone? Tang Tang did nothing wrong. These words seemed to be teaching Gu Chinfeng a lesson, but actually they were mocking the weird one. Chapter 36, If you soak in water for too long, your hands will wrinkle. Please vote for recommendation and read on. Gu Chenfeng was helpless as he lectured teacher Huang, but he also felt that his tone was a little too harsh. Then he said to Tang Tang softly, Tang Tang, Dad's tone was a bit harsh just now. I was wrong, but you were also wrong. We can't do this anymore in the future, okay? I got it. Tang Tang nodded and responded with some grievance. Her aggrieved look made everyone feel distressed. Not only the older teachers Huang and he, but even the younger ones like Reba and Zifeng felt sorry for Tang Tang, and the audience in the live broadcast room also felt sorry for her. The key point is, they all think Tang Tang did not shout wrong. The one who was wrong is the Sissy Yen Tai. As a result, a new round of attacks against Sissy appeared on the public screen of the live broadcast room. Naturally, fans of Niangpo Yan were unhappy about this and responded on the public screen. The scene was quite hot. In the mushroom house, after drinking tea, it was already past 10 in the morning. Teacher Huang looked at the time and said, okay, it's getting late. I have to start preparing lunch. Hearing this, Sissy Yen immediately became interested and asked, Teacher Huang, is the Buddha jumps over the wall that I ordered yesterday available? No. Teacher Huang answered directly. This time, Sissy Yen was depressed again and asked, what about the fried crayfish? No. Teacher Huang answered without turning his head as he walked towards the kitchen. Then he continued, today's lunch only has mapo tofu, scallion pancakes, and mixed noodles. Okay, Mr. He, you can take care of the others. I have to get busy. After saying that, he went straight into the kitchen without giving Daishin any face at all. Sissy Yen was simply dumbfounded. When he came, he specifically ordered Buddha jumps over the wall and your fried crayfish, but when he arrived today, they weren't available? At this time, Tang Tang stood up and said happily, hey, we ordered mapo tofu and scallion pancakes. Uncle Kai, let's eat together later. Hee, I really want to eat the food made by Uncle Huang. Reba looked at Tang Tang and said with a smile, Tang Tang, I ordered that mixed noodles, it's delicious too, hee. Tang Tang drooled and said, Sister Reba, really? Then let's eat together later, okay? Okay. Reba's childish nature was aroused, and she spoke in a childish tone, which was totally inconsistent with her previous image of a tomboy. At this time, Teacher He stood up and said, okay, now Teacher Huang is going to prepare lunch, we can't be idle. Pang, you take your sister to help Teacher Huang light the fire and give her a hand. Pang and Zifeng nodded repeatedly and walked into the kitchen. Then, Teacher He looked at Niangpo Koan and said, Yen, can you chop wood? Hearing this, Sissy Yen immediately said nervously, chopping wood? Will this hurt my hands? After all, my hands are well maintained and cannot be damaged in the slightest. When Teacher He heard this, he frowned slightly and thought to himself. How on earth did this guy get so much traffic? With such emotional intelligence, he can still be so popular. Seeing this, Gu Chenfeng stood up and said, Teacher He, let me chop the wood. Can you do it? Or you can just take care of Tang Tang. Teacher He was a little surprised to see Gu Chenfeng volunteering. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, Teacher He, Tang Tang and I are not here to enjoy ourselves. We still have to do what we need to do. You don't have to treat me differently. Besides, chopping wood is good and it can also exercise our bodies. Teacher He thought about it and thought that Tang Tang was old enough and could play with Reba, so he nodded and said, okay, Chenfeng, you chop wood, Reba will help, and Tang Tang will supervise. When Tang Tang heard this, she immediately said happily, okay, Uncle He, don't worry, I will definitely supervise Dad to chop wood. Teacher He's eyes were full of doting. He touched Tang Tang's head and said, Tang Tang is the best. Reba also echoed, no problem. In fact, she couldn't do anything at all. She just helped to move the wooden stick. Most of the time she was playing with Tang Tang, and let Gu Chenfeng do all the work alone. After arranging the three people, Teacher He looked at the sissy again and said, Yen, how about you come with me to wash the vegetables? Sissy Yen said with a look of disdain, Teacher He, it takes a long time to wash vegetables. If your skin is exposed to water for a long time, it will wrinkle. It will take a long time to restore it. Or, I'd better go chop wood. Reba and I will chop wood together. As for a beautiful and exotic woman like Reba, Sissy Yen is very jealous and wishes he could get closer to her. So, as soon as he finished speaking, before waiting for Teacher He's consent, he walked directly to the place where wood was being chopped, and reached out to pick up the axe on the ground. The next second, he was stunned. Why is this axe so heavy? Teacher He saw the blushing face of Yen, the sissy, and said, Yen, chopping wood requires a lot of strength, so you should come with me to wash the vegetables. Hearing what Teacher He said, Nyang Pa Yen thought of Tang Tang calling him sister just now, and his face suddenly turned red and said, Teacher He, I can do it. So, he used both hands to lift the axe with great difficulty. The axe was wobbling in his hand. Sissy Yen even boasted to Teacher He, look, I have strength too, just watch. After saying that, he chopped down hard at the wooden stick that had been placed in place. Bang! Ah! The sound of the axe hitting the stick and the sissy's scream rang out almost simultaneously. Because the sharp blade of the axe was not aimed at the wooden stick, the axe flew away under the reaction and bounced back to Sissy Yen, causing his hands to become red and swollen. Everyone at the scene was stunned when they saw this. The audience in the live broadcast room looked gloating. They really couldn't stand this guy who was wearing heavy makeup and looked like his sister. Ah, hurry, and send me to the hospital, my hands are about to break, really about to break. Sissy Yen lay directly on the ground, wailing. It looked as if his hands were really about to break off. At this time, everyone in the program crew was also panicking. Although this guy is not that good, he is also a top star. If any problems arise here, it will definitely not be a good thing for the program team. The director immediately asked the doctor from the production team to come over and check on Sepanyan. After checking, there was no problem. It was just that his hands were a little red due to the reaction force, but the pain went away after a while. After learning the result, everyone in the program crew breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher He said to the sissy Yen, how about this, you go to the pavilion and rest for a while, and let Guanfong do the chopping. Sissy Yen was very annoyed, but he still nodded, walked to the pavilion without any psychological burden, and sat down to rest. Reba looked at him with disdain, then put the wood back in place and said to Guanfong, Teacher Gu, you have to be careful. Tang, who was supervising next to him, also raised his fist and said, Dad, come on, you must pay attention to safety. Chapter 37, The First Day of Yearning, gaining 300,000 fans. Chapter 34 was blocked and unblocked. Guanfong smiled at Tang and said, Don't worry, I'm very familiar with this job, Dad. After saying that, he swung the axe with one hand and chopped down at the arranged wood. Snap! After a crisp sound, the round wood was split directly into two halves. Wow, Dad is so awesome, I give you a thumbs up. Tang, who was standing aside, saw this scene and instantly turned into Guanfeng's little fangirl. Reba, who was helping, was also stunned by Guanfeng's ability to chop wood with one hand. This is so awesome. Chopping wood with one hand completely refreshed Reba's understanding of the job of chopping wood. She said, Teacher Gu, you are so amazing. Teacher He, who was washing vegetables nearby, saw this and was also shocked. He said, Guanfong, you are the best firewood chopping guest I have ever seen, no doubt about it. At this point, Teacher He added, however, for safety reasons, Guanfong, it is better for you to hold the axe with both hands. After all, it is too dangerous to hold it with one hand. Guanfong nodded and said, Okay, Teacher He, I understand. However, his ability to chop wood with one hand directly astonished everyone. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also excited at this moment. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. After watching Guanfong chop wood with one hand, it's really embarrassing to think that someone couldn't even hold an axe before. This Guanfong is quite something. The moment he chopped wood just now was really handsome. Indeed, at that moment, my eyes were directly attracted to him, and I still can't pull them away. On the other hand, someone was just shaken by the reaction force of the axe and started crying. It's really embarrassing. Can't you just be a little more aware? If you can't do it, just admit it. Why are you still trying to save face and suffer in vain? He's not even as good as Reba. How did such a person get to the top position? There really is no harm without comparison. After this comparison, someone is simply trash. Oh my Koan is injured. He is actually injured, and the production team didn't even send him to the hospital. This is simply too abominable. Koan is injured, my heart aches, how could he be injured? My Koan, I feel so sorry for you. Koan, are you okay? It seems so lonely to see you sitting alone in the pavilion. How about I fly over to accompany you? In the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room, two completely opposite statements appeared, colliding with each other. In the yard of the mushroom house at this time, Gu Chunfeng has already started his wood chopping performance. Reba helped him by placing the wood, and then put the wood blocks that Gu Chunfeng had chopped aside. Gu Chunfeng was like the axe god descending to earth, and every strike of his axe was accurate. As for the supervisor Tang Tang, she turned into Gu Chunfeng's little fangirl, helping to move the wood blocks while cheering happily. As the saying goes, when men and women work together, work becomes less tiring. In just a short while, with the cooperation of Gu Chunfeng and Reba, they had already chopped up a lot of them. Seeing this, Teacher He stopped and said, "That's enough, Chunfeng." At this time, Teacher Huang opened the kitchen window and shouted, "Teacher He, there is not much firewood in here. Do you have any chopped firewood outside? Give me some in." Teacher He replied with a smile, "Okay. You can have as much as you want." Oh? Teacher Huang suddenly became interested. He glanced at the pile of firewood in the yard and asked in shock, "Who chopped so many of them? Could it be Chunfeng?" "Teacher Huang, congratulations on your guess." Teacher He continued, "This is what Chunfeng chopped. He is amazing. He is definitely the best firewood chopping star I have ever seen, no doubt about it." Teacher Huang nodded and said, "Well, young man, you have a bright future. If it weren't for your movie Buried Alive that is about to be released, I would have wanted to keep you as a permanent guest." Invisibly, this also served as an advertisement for Gu Chunfeng's new movie. From this we can see that Teacher Huang really likes the newcomer Gu Chunfeng. At noon, Gu Chunfeng and others finally ate the meal prepared by Teacher Huang. I have to say that Teacher Huang's cooking skills are absolutely top-notch. The mapo tofu, scallion pancakes, and mixed noodles he makes are all very delicious. At the beginning, Cohen was a little bit pretending to be reserved, saying that he was losing weight and couldn't eat too much. But in the end, he still ate 3 big bowls, the most in the whole place. After lunch, everyone returned to the room and rested for 2 hours. In the afternoon, Teacher He took Gu Chunfeng, Reba, and Cohen to the mountain to harvest radishes. October is the season for harvesting radishes. A grown man actually said that the radishes were planted too deep and he couldn't pull them out, and then he refused to pull out the radishes. As for Gu Chunfeng and Reba, they had no burden at all and just rolled up their sleeves and started pulling radishes. Gu Chunfeng shocked everyone again by pulling out the radish. His movements were extremely skillful, just like a farmer who often worked in the fields. Both hands moved at the same time, and his speed was quite amazing. After a comparison, Cohen was once again reduced to dust in seconds. Became the target of ridicule among netizens. On the contrary, Gu Chunfeng gained a wave of fans. Less than a day after joining the show A Longing for Life, Gu Chunfeng's Weibo fans have increased by more than 300,000, and now have reached 950,000, almost breaking through 1 million. In addition to the 2 songs he sang before, which accumulated 100,000 fans, there was also the incident with the reporter at the launch of the movie Buried Alive, which caused Gu Chunfeng to gain hundreds of thousands of fans. Although some of them are black fans, they are all genuine fans, not bot zombie fans. In this episode of A Longing for Life, Gu Chunfeng is destined to be the biggest highlight. Really? That night, Gu Chunfeng and his daughter Tang Tang once again became the focus of the mushroom house. Even Reba has to stand aside, and as for Cohen, there is nothing he can do at all. Who made his performance during the day so disappointing? He can't chop wood, wash vegetables, or even pull carrots, let alone carry them. He is a complete loser, worse than Tang Tang. Teacher Huang was the most direct and chose to ignore it completely. If it weren't for Mr. He's thoughtfulness, no one would have paid any attention to Cohen. During the conversation after dinner, Teacher Huang always intentionally or unintentionally asked Gu Chunfeng to share the difficulties he encountered when filming the movie Buried. Of course Gu Chunfeng knew that Teacher Huang wanted to help him, so he was naturally happy to share. This has only deepened everyone's impression of the movie Buried. Chapter 38, I Am My Biological Daughter, singing Where Are We Going, Dad? Please read and recommend. Especially those netizens who did not have time to watch the live broadcast during the day, learned again in the evening that Buried Alive starring Gu Chunfeng would be released on Double 11. However, what impressed people the most was that Teacher Huang asked whether Tang Tang was Gu Chunfeng's biological daughter. After all, Gu Chunfeng is too young and doesn't look like a married person at all. Regarding this question, not only the people in the mushroom house want to know, but the netizens watching the live broadcast also want to know very much, especially Gu Chunfeng's fans, who want to know even more. This is a very sensitive issue. Of course, before asking this question, Mr. Huang also communicated privately with Gu Chunfeng's agent Zheng Qingqing. Gu Chunfeng answered directly, I took Tang Tang away from home some time ago. She is my biological daughter. 3 years ago, she got a rare blood disease. In order to treat her, I worked as an extra in Hengdian while taking care of her. I don't have a mother, only a father. Before Gu Chenfeng finished his words, Tang Tang beside him added. Originally, Gu Chenfeng wanted to change it, but when he thought about how Yang Jiao seldom visited Tang Tang during her illness, and even when she did, it would never last more than 15 minutes, Gu Chenfeng chose to remain silent. In his opinion, Yang Jiao was indeed not worthy of being Tang Tang's mother. When the father and daughter said this, everyone was shocked. They never thought that Gu Chenfeng would so generously admit that Tang Tang was his biological daughter, and they never thought that Tang Tang would say that she had no mother. The netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly excited. Tang Tang did have a rare blood disease. She was in our hospital. Gu Chenfeng accompanied her almost day and night. It really happened. At that time, almost all the extras in our Hengdian knew about it. I've seen Tang Tang, but I've never seen her mother. The man who looks after Chenfeng is probably around 25 or 26 years old. It's normal for him to have a child of 4 or 5 years old. If I could have such a cute daughter, I would be happy to be her stepmother. Who said it wasn't true? I didn't want to have a child in the first place. Now that I have a cute girl who I've already brought up, I can be her stepmother. What Gu Chenfeng didn't expect was that netizens didn't seem to be too disgusted by this incident, and he left an image of a good national father in everyone's mind. As for Gu Chenfeng's Weibo fans, not only did they not decrease, but they increased a lot. This topic did not continue, and the next step was the talent show. What is different from Earth is that in order to facilitate the performances of the guests, A Longing for Life set up a stage directly in the yard, with a full range of musical instruments and equipment. Guests can request songs or sing new songs. The dance was very awkward and the song was not very good either. Gu Chenfeng felt so embarrassed that even Tang Tang couldn't bear to watch it. "Dad, are they dancing?" Tang Tang whispered into Gu Chenfeng's ear. Gu Chenfeng raised his hand and touched Tang Tang's head, whispering, "Maybe everyone has a different style." Afterwards, it was Reba's turn to perform. Reba chose a dance. I have to say, as an exotic beauty, her dancing is absolutely pleasing to the eye. It also received applause from the audience. The netizens in the live broadcast room went completely crazy. Wow, so fairy-like, there is really no harm without comparison. After watching Reba's dance, I recalled someone else's dance just now, it was really eye-catching. The person above, please don't compare someone to Reba, that's an insult to Reba. Reba's dancing is unmatched. It makes my blood boil. So beautiful. Reba is really multi-talented. It's worth it that I waited so long today, now I finally get to see Reba's dance. I just don't know if Gu Chenfeng will sing The Hills again today. I came here just for this song. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room popped up like mushrooms after a rain. Wow, Reba's sister, you dance so beautifully. Can I learn to dance from you? As soon as Reba stepped down from the stage, Tang Tang came over to her with a smile and asked. Reba's forehead was still a little tingling, but she had an extremely bright smile on her face and said, "Okay, sister will teach you to dance in the future." After knowing that Tang Tang had experienced a serious illness, Reba liked this brave and cute little girl even more. "Hello, hello." Tang Tang replied cheerfully. Next it was Gu Chenfeng and Tang Tang's turn to perform on stage. "Teacher," he asked, "Chenfeng, what kind of show are you going to perform with Tang Tang?" "Sing." Gu Chenfeng replied. This was what he had thought of before coming here, to sing Where Are We Going, Dad with Tang Tang. In this world, this song has not yet appeared. Gu Chenfeng spent 10,000 reputation points to exchange it in the system. A song of Where Are We Going, Dad, for everyone. After Tang Tang walked onto the stage, she was not at all stage fright. Her sweet voice was heard by everyone through the microphone. Pa, pa, pa. Teacher Huang, Teacher He and others at the scene gave warm applause. Dad, can you sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? No way. Then I'll teach you. Okay. After the monologue, Gu Chenfeng began to play the piano and Tang Tang was responsible for singing. After a melodious and cheerful melody, a gentle, sweet and clean figure came into everyone's ears like a warm spring breeze. There is a cool guy in my family who has 3 heads and 6 arms and is invulnerable to swords and guns. His hands were a little thick, and he held my hand until I learned to walk. After Tang Tang finished singing, Gu Chenfeng, who was playing the piano, also spoke. Thank you for visiting my little monster, you are the most beautiful love letter I have ever written. Hold your happiness, and love you regardless of wind or rain. Tang Tang, Dad, where are we going? With you here, I have nothing to fear. Gu Chunfeng, baby, I am your big tree. I will accompany you to watch the sunrise for my whole life. Where are we going, Dad? Is a widely circulated song among fathers, sons, and daughters. The lyrics and melody are very simple, but the simpler things are, the more touching they are. Especially what Tang Tang said before, I don't have a mother, which is enough to show that Gu Chunfeng divorced with Tang Tang. Under such emotional rendering, what was originally a cheerful song turned out to be a sad song. Imagine that the parents are divorced and the daughter chooses to follow her father. Where can she go? For a moment, the scene of Gu Chunfeng and Tang Tang wandering outside seemed to appear in everyone's mind. Chapter 39, the recording is over. I made a lot of money this time, please read and recommend. Dad, where are we going? You are my heaven and earth. Tong Tong's voice sounded again. Despite her age, there is a deep sense of sadness in her singing. At this moment, Gu Chunfeng's eyes were slightly red, and they were full of apology. No matter what the reason, when adults get divorced, it always has the greatest impact on children. Not only Gu Chunfeng's eyes were red, but even Reba and Zifeng couldn't control their emotions at this moment and their eyes were filled with tears. As for Mr. Huang, who is a daughter slave, he has no idea how many times he has secretly wiped away his tears. Baby times hand wave. You are forever precious. La 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 la. When the song ended, everyone applauded. Reba has cried her eyes out. Teacher, he also said with red eyes, it's so beautiful. Chunfeng, did you write this song specifically for Tang Tang? Gu Chunfeng nodded, walked off the stage with Tang Tang and returned to the pavilion. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room has begun to boil. The sense of substitution is so strong. If I didn't know Tong Tong's previous story, I would think this song is cheerful, but now I want to cry when I listen to it. I was inexplicably moved. In today's society, it is a blessing to have a father like Gu Chunfeng. I really want to know which woman is so short-sighted that she is willing to give up such a lovely daughter and such a talented husband. From then on, I became a fan of Tang Tang. A longing for life ends here. Gu Chunfeng revealed on the show that Tang Tang is his biological daughter. It was originally thought that this would have an impact on his debut. But after singing the song Where Are We Going, Dad, not only did it not have any impact, but it actually accelerated his pace to debut. Even Tang Tang is known by many people. The next morning, after Gu Chunfeng, Reba and others finished their breakfast, they left the mushroom house with their suitcases. Tang Tang was reluctant to leave. She liked this place very much, liked the colorful lights, liked little H and little O very much, and liked playing with them. I also like Uncle Huang, Uncle He, Brother Peng Peng and Sister Zifeng. Seeing that Tang Tang was about to cry, Gu Chunfeng quickly comforted her softly. Tang Tang, next time when we have time, Daddy will bring you to play again, okay? Tang Tang nodded vigorously and said, okay. Seeing this, Reba also spoke to comfort her. Tang Tang, sister will come to play with you when she is free and teach you how to dance, okay? Hearing this, Tong Tong's emotions were instantly attracted, and a bright smile appeared on her face. She said, okay, Sister Reba, you have to keep your word. After that, she stretched out her little hand and said, Sister Reba, let's make a pinky promise. Reba smiled upon seeing this, and also stretched out her hand, made a pinky promise with Tang Tang, and said, how could I bear to lie to you, Tang Tang? After I go back, I will definitely come to play with you when I have time. Anyway, I often go to Hangdian, hee. After saying that, Reba glanced at Gu Chunfeng inconspicuously. As if feeling Reba's gaze, Gu Chunfeng also looked at her. The latter immediately blushed and quickly turned her head away. Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, then we'll just have to wait for Sister Reba to come and play, hee. Sissy Cohen felt unhappy when he saw Gu Chunfeng and Reba talking and laughing, so he ordered his assistant to drag the luggage and leave quickly. Now that there was no live broadcast, there was no need for him to pretend. It can be said that this time of filming A Longing for Life was definitely the unhappiest time he had ever had. Not only was he ignored by everyone, he also became the object of everyone's ridicule. All this is because of Gu Chunfeng. Sissy Cohen has decided that when he has time, he will go and have a fight with him. On Gu Chunfeng's side, because Reba was going back to Beijing, and Gu Chunfeng and Tang Tang were going back to Hangdian, they all had to take a plane, so they went all the way to the airport. During this time, Reba and Tang Tang had a lot of fun playing in the car. Tang Tang obviously likes Reba too. Before leaving, Gu Chunfeng and Reba exchanged contact information. Gu Chunfeng participated in a longing for life. As his agent, Zhang Xingqing did not go with him. However, when Gu Chunfeng came back, she went to the airport to wait with her driver Wu Jun. There were many reporters who wanted to interview Gu Chunfeng at the airport, but Zhang Xingqing took him away through the Green Channel, leaving the reporters empty-handed. He is a newcomer who just debuted, and he is a divorced man with a daughter. Such news will definitely attract attention. Unfortunately, they did not wait for Gu Chunfeng. In the car, Zhang Xingqing said to Gu Chunfeng, "Chunfeng, your participation in Longing for Life this time was simply too successful. Not only did your Weibo fans skyrocket, but the audience also liked your image very much. With the help of Mr. Huang, the attention paid to the movie Buried has increased significantly. Overall, we made a lot of money this time." Gu Chunfeng smiled and replied, I didn't think too much about it. I just recorded it according to my heart. However, I didn't expect that Mr. Huang would help with advertising so many times. Zhang Xingqing explained, because Zhou Lu is Mr. Huang's student, now you understand. So that's it. Gu Chunfeng suddenly realized. Of course. Zhang Xingqing nodded and continued, the most important thing is that your performance has been recognized by Mr. Huang. Otherwise, he would not be able to bring himself to help you advertise. After all, if the movie is a big flop, it would be a slap in his face. Gu Chunfeng nodded. He understood this principle, but he was still very grateful for the help of teacher Huang and teacher He. The two of them really took good care of Gu Chunfeng and Tang Tang, allowing them to spend a wonderful 2 days and 1 night. After returning to the company, Minister Lu Kuang personally received Gu Chunfeng and highly affirmed his performance in The Longing for Life. Although it was not stated explicitly, Gu Chunfeng could still feel that Lu Kuang valued him. However, all this is because of the potential that one possesses. After returning to her accommodation, Zhang Xingqing asked again, by the way, Chunfeng, do you need me to register the copyright for the song you sang on the show? Okay, thank you for your help, Sister Zhang. Gu Chunfeng thought about it and nodded. Just then, Zhang Xingqing's phone rang. Hey, Director Wang, why did you think of calling me today? Yes, I brought Morning Breeze. What? We haven't even had time to register the copyright for this song yet, why are you so anxious? I'm going to ask for his opinion and I'll give you an answer later. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 40, Moving So Fast, the movie premiere asking for recommendation votes and follow-up reading. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Xingqing looked at Gu Chunfeng and asked, Director Wang from the Where Are We Going, Dad? Program team just called me and said he wanted to buy the copyright of this song. What do you think? Do they want this song to be the theme song? Gu Chunfeng asked. In fact, when he decided to sing this song with Tang Tang, he had already guessed that this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. But when I think about it, I feel relieved. After all, the variety show Where Are We Going, Dad? Is also from Mango TV. Zhang Xingqing nodded and said, yes, and the price he offered is not bad. How much? Gu Chunfeng raised his eyebrows and asked. Zhang Xingqing held up 3 fingers and said, 3 million. Hiss. When he heard the price, Gu Chunfeng took a breath. You have to know that he only has over 1 million yuan in total now, but he was given 3 million yuan for the copyright of a song. We have to admit that Mango TV is really rich. She was very excited inside, but she didn't show it on her face. She asked, Sister Zhang, what's your suggestion? Zhang Xingqing thought about it and said, I think it can be sold. After all, the price is not low. Okay, then we'll listen to Sister Zhang. Gu Chunfeng said with finality. Just as the two of them finished discussing, Gu Chunfeng's phone rang again. I picked it up and saw that it was Director Zhuo Le calling. Gu Chunfeng answered the phone and said, Director Zhuo, hello. Zhuo Lu on the other end of the phone said excitedly, oh, Teacher Gu, you were such a lucky star because you vigorously promoted our movie Buried Alive in the Longing for Life. The pre-sale box office has already increased from 500,000 to 3 million. This is definitely a good start. Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, Director Zhuo, this is what I should do. Teacher Gu, I have invited many veterans to watch the finished film of Buried Alive. They were all very shocked after watching it and highly recognized your acting skills. Now you have a reputation in the industry. Director Zhuo, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Teacher Gu, I didn't give you this opportunity. You got it with your own strength. So, if you want to thank someone, thank yourself. No matter what, I have to thank Director Zhuo. Oh, Teacher Gu, I almost forgot to tell you that I have sent our Barry to Hong Kong to participate in this year's Academy Awards. Although it may not have much chance of being shortlisted, participating is the most important thing, right? So, I told you in advance. Yeah, it's a good thing to be nominated. If not, then we'll just keep working hard. After all, the value of the Academy Awards is still very high. Gu Chenfeng is very open-minded about this kind of thing. Don't expect your first work to be nominated for an Academy Award. Okay, then, Mr. Gu, I won't disturb your rest. Let's wait and see. I believe that Buried Alive will definitely bring us surprises. Yeah, I believe that too. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Who has the greatest confidence in this movie? That must be Gu Chenfeng. He firmly believed that even in this world, the movie Buried would definitely be a hit. Time flies. During this period, Gu Chenfeng promoted the movie Buried on the internet from time to time. However, what made him laugh and cry was that fans did not pay attention to the movie Buried, but instead kept asking him to post cute photos of Tang Tang. They even called Tang Tang little wife and called Gu Chenfeng national father-in-law. Originally only a few people shouted like this, but as more and more people shouted, more and more netizens called Gu Chenfeng the national father-in-law. Just like that, Gu Chenfeng had another label, the national father-in-law. Gu Chenfeng really didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this. However, Zhang Xingxing, the agent, said, "Chenfeng, this label is very good. It will definitely benefit you in every way. You can share Tang Tang's updates from time to time. Of course, this is just my suggestion. It's up to you whether to share it or not. If you don't want to expose Tang Tang so much, then don't share it." Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, "Okay, I understand." Zhang Xingxing asked again, "Are you going to the premiere of Buried tonight?" Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, "Director Zhuo called to invite me 3 days in advance. How can I not go?" "Where is Tang Tang?" Zhang Xingxing asked again. Gu Chenfeng thought for a moment and said, "Tang Tang can only be looked after by Xiao Xiao." Gu Chenfeng would definitely not feel at ease if he let Tang Tang sleep alone at home. What about letting Tang Tang go to watch the premiere in the early morning? That's impossible. It would affect the child's sleep so late, and he has to go to kindergarten tomorrow. Zhang Xingxing nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go with you tonight." Okay. After the two made an agreement, Zhang Xingxing disappeared again. Gu Chenfeng has long been accustomed to his agent who comes and goes without a trace. The Double 11 period is actually a bit awkward. The National Day holiday was just a month ago, and basically all big-budget movies with strong support would choose to be released during the National Day holiday. And in just over a month it will be the New Year's Day movie season. Therefore, there are not many movies released on Double 11, only 5. Among them, the most anticipated one is naturally Love Apartment movie. This is the spring memory of many people. Now that it has been made into a movie, how could they not support it? Therefore, the pre-sale box office of this movie has reached an astonishing 300 million yuan, which is an impressive result even during the National Day holiday. The second most popular movie is Youth, a youth campus movie. The male lead is a popular young actor, and the pre-sale box office is also very impressive, reaching 150 million. Of the 5 films released, only Buried had the least pre-sale box office. Although Gu Chenfeng received a lot of attention by participating in the variety show A Longing for Life, the pre-sale box office of Buried Alive was only 4 million. Oh, I finally waited for Double 11. Hee hee, I can finally spend money. With Love Apartment, I will never look at the shopping cart again. I also bought tickets for the Love Apartment movie. I'm sure we won't be disappointed this time. No need to explain, Xiao Xiao, you will definitely support me. Youth must be very good. No matter whether it's good or not, I just go to support my JoJo. As long as there is a JoJo movie, I will support it. By the way, has no one of you paid attention to the movie Buried? I've watched the trailer, and to be honest, this movie is a bit scary and a bit frightening, but it's very exciting. Buried Alive? Is that the movie starring the newcomer? I heard it's a one-man show with only one male lead, not even a female lead, or even other actors. Is it worth watching a movie like this? Hey, I bought the premiere ticket for Buried Alive and plan to go there for some fun. If it's good, I'll let you know. If he dies from the poison, everyone will know. It can be seen that netizens are still very lively today. Everyone is paying attention to the movies released on Double 11, among which Love Apartment movie is the most popular. Chapter 41, Audiences who came in for various reasons asking for recommendation votes and follow-up reading. 11 p.m. Gu Chunfeng and Zhang Qingqing left the dormitory in a car and went to a cinema. Half an hour later, the two reunited with director Zhuo Lu. Everyone wore masks, entered the venue early, and sat in the corner of the last row, waiting for Barry to start. After everyone was seated, Gu Chunfeng exclaimed, "There are so many people in the cinema today." Of course. Zhuo Lu nodded and explained, "After all, there are 5 movies showing at the party tonight, and Love Apartment movie is extremely popular. The pre-sale box office is selling like crazy." At this time, Zhang Qingqing also spoke up, "Love Apartment movie should be the box office champion in November. They have so many fans. Just look at the pre-sale box office." Not necessarily. Gu Chunfeng said cheerfully, "Although their pre-sale box office is horrible, maybe after the release, the reputation will plummet." Hearing Gu Chunfeng's words, Zhang Qingqing and Zhuo Lu were both stunned at the same time. Reputation plummets? Is this kind of thing possible? You know, the director of Love Apartment movie is the original director of Love Apartment. Even if he just remakes some plots, it will surely arouse the emotions of fans, and the box office will definitely not be too low. With curiosity, Zhuo Lu looked at Gu Chunfeng and asked, "Teacher Gu, do you know something?" You know, this is the second time that Zhuo Lu has heard Gu Chunfeng comment on the movie Love Apartment movie in this way. Gu Chunfeng grinned and said, "No, I was just guessing. I can't boost others' morale and destroy my own prestige." After these words were spoken, both Zhang Qingqing and Zhuo Lu were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, what he said was not wrong. At this critical juncture, what would it mean if I were to boost others' morale and destroy my own prestige? When the three of them were talking and laughing, Hu Chan, a well-known film critic who loves to explore new things, once again exercised his curiosity. She did not follow the crowd and watch Love Apartment movie or Youth, but chose the movie Buried, which was not favored by netizens. The reason she made this choice was because she saw the episode of Longing for Life that Gu Chunfeng and Tang Tang had appeared on, and saw that both teachers Huang and he praised the movie so much, so she became interested. As a well-known film critic, she is familiar with the big names in the industry, so she feels that, as Chef Huang, he would definitely not recommend movies randomly. Since he recommended Buried so strongly, this movie must have its highlights. So Hu Chan walked into the cinema. Came to the theater where Gu Chunfeng and others were. But as soon as she walked into the theater, she was a little surprised, because the occupancy rate of this theater was about 65%. This was something she had never expected. After all, this movie was not well received by netizens online. But how come the attendance rate is so high? However, when she heard the conversation among the audience nearby, she understood. I never thought that Love Apartment movie would be so popular. I tried to get tickets a week in advance, but still couldn't get a ticket for the premiere. Who said it wasn't true? I also tried to grab tickets a week in advance, but unfortunately I only got tickets for the next show of Love Apartment movie. Well, I really didn't want to sit outside in the wind, so I thought that no one would watch Buried alive, so I bought a ticket and went in to sleep. But when I came in, I found that there were too many people. We both have the same idea, but there really seemed to be too many people. I watched The Longing for Life and thought that Gu Chunfeng was very interesting, so I came to support his first movie. Although I don't know how the movie will turn out, it's only a few $dozen, so I'll support it first. Hey, I'm different from you. I'm here to support Gu Chunfeng because of his daughter, Tang Tang. From the conversations among these audiences, we can tell that they all have their own reasons for coming to watch the movie Buried. Most people thought that there would be few people watching this movie, and they didn't want to wait outside, so they spent some money to come in and sleep. Some couples also think that there are fewer people and the atmosphere is smoother. Gu Chunfeng, who was sitting in the last row, looked helpless after hearing these people's discussions. The reasons given by these viewers are really weird. However, Gu Chunfeng believed that these people would soon be amazed by Buried alive. Soon. It's midnight. Buried is now officially released in cinemas. The originally noisy theater gradually became quiet. Although they all came in with various purposes, they still started watching Buried after it started. After all, I spent dozens of dollars on movie tickets. At the same time, I also want to see what Buried is like, which received mixed reviews before its release. The movie officially started playing. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was pitch black, a darkness that gave people a feeling of suffocation. The audience was stunned for a moment. What the hell? What's going on? If I hadn't been able to see the beam of light in the back, I would have thought there was a power outage in the theater. Could it be that the screen will go black even in movies? You must be kidding. I've watched hundreds of movies and I've never heard of a movie with a black screen. This Buried Alive movie starts with a black screen. It's too bad. Fuck, what a loss. I originally thought Buried would be a dark horse, but now I see, I don't know if it is a horse, but it is really a dark horse. The well-known film critic Hu Chan, who was also sitting in the last row, frowned slightly. But she soon discovered something was wrong and couldn't help but say, "This is not a black screen." Everyone, please stop talking and listen quietly. With Hu Chan's reminder, everyone seemed to realize that something was wrong and gradually quieted down. When everyone stops talking and just listens quietly. Really? They found that it was not a black screen because there was a sound coming out, or to be more precise, the sound of breathing. And it was the sound of rapid breathing, but definitely not the kind of rapid that you would misunderstand. What's going on? Soon. The screen was lit up by a small flame, and then Gu Chenfeng's tired and dirty face appeared in front of everyone. A special tense environment was perfectly reflected. As the plot continued to unfold, the audience who came in with various purposes all quieted down and looked at the big screen in front of them attentively, watching the movie Buried. At this time, they all discovered that Buried seemed quite interesting, especially the new director Zhuo Lu, who was not an unlearned person. And the acting skills of the new actor Gu Chenfeng are quite good. Chapter 42, Changes in the Audience's Mentality, Open Ending Seeking Recommendation Votes and Follow-Up Reading. The rapid breathing sound just now was absolutely just right and amazing. Sometimes, tension cannot be released all at once, but needs to be relaxed slowly. Now, in the theater where Gu Chenfeng and his group are, the emotions of all the audience have been aroused by Gu Chenfeng's performance. A tense atmosphere suddenly emerged in everyone's mind. In the video, Gu Chenfeng lit a lighter and searched for a way to escape from the narrow, dark coffin, but after searching for a long time he still had no clue. As the plot unfolds, the audience also experiences the inner struggle and despair of Paul, played by Gu Chenfeng, after being buried alive in a coffin. Especially Gu Chenfeng's gradually heavier breathing, as if he was short of oxygen, made the audience feel as if they were in the scene. Hu Chan, who was sitting in the last row, was breathing heavier and he could even seem to hear the sound of his own heart beating. Shocked. Deeply shocked. She never expected that this new director Zhuo Lu could make such a great suspense film. Moreover, isn't the acting of this new actor Gu Chenfeng too good? Is he really just an extra who has been working as a supporting actor in Hengdian for 5 years? Buried can no longer be called a movie, it's simply a real-life documentary. It's just so horrible. This is definitely a dark horse. Buried will definitely be the dark horse of the November box office. Hey, those who don't think highly of this movie, will their faces turn livid after watching it? Thinking of this, Hu Chan was actually a little excited and thrilled. At the same time, he glanced at the 3 people wearing masks next to him without leaving a trace. However, Hu Chan was able to stay after seeing this. Because she found that these 3 people were not watching the plot on the big screen at all, but were staring at the audience in the theater, as if they were paying attention to what they were watching. What's going on? Hey, why does the person sitting in the middle look familiar? I think I've seen him somewhere. After thinking about it for a long time, he still couldn't remember anything, so Hu Chan looked at the big screen again, then looked at the person sitting in the middle, and suddenly became excited. It's actually Gu Chenfeng. Is he here to get feedback from the audience? Then is the person sitting on the other side of him the new director Zhuo Lu? And the woman sitting next to him with such an amazing temperament, could she be Gu Chenfeng's manager, Zhang Qingqing? As a film critic, Hu Chan has been in the film industry for many years and probably has some understanding of people in the entertainment industry. So, she couldn't help but take another serious look at the woman sitting next to Gu Chenfeng. She soon confirmed it. This woman with extraordinary temperament is Gu Chenfeng's agent, Zhang Qingqing. Hu Chan was very excited at this moment, but she did not shout out. Instead, she continued to pretend nothing had happened and continued watching the movie. On the screen. As the plot of Buried deepened, the well-known film critic Hu Chan became more shocked. How could this new director and new lead actor produce such amazing results? But think about it, Zhuo Lu is known as a genius director, and Gu Chenfeng is known as a natural actor. Such a combination will surely bring about endless possibilities. Sure enough, the audience at the scene also started talking about it. Ah, this movie is so exciting. Although it makes me scared, it is really enjoyable. By the way, Gu Chenfeng wouldn't really cut his fingers, would he? This is too horrible and too bloody. Can the person upstairs talk? This is so real. I even closed my eyes and didn't dare to watch just now. This only shows that Gu Chunfeng's acting skills are explosive. Indeed, Gu Chunfeng's acting skills are so amazing. When I saw him cutting his fingers, I felt a chill down my spine. As the plot continued to unfold, the originally quiet theater was once again filled with noise, but this time most people were praising the movie and the acting skills of the lead actor, Gu Chunfeng. Especially in the scene when Gu Chunfeng cut off his finger, everyone subconsciously thought that he really cut off his finger to save his lover. When the movie came to an end, the audience's emotions were lifted by Gu Chunfeng's performance in the film. As the sand flowed more and more, Gu Chunfeng also roared madly. It was an instinctive roar driven by the desire to survive, and also a roar of unwillingness to accept his fate. I am unwilling to die like this. He still has a lot of things to do, and he has a wife and children to take care of. He doesn't want to die. The ending of the film is a constant switch between hope and despair, and finally falls into endless despair. Gu Chunfeng successfully captured the audience's attention, making them subconsciously clench their fists and shout in their hearts along with Gu Chunfeng in the film. However, a line of words appeared on the big screen. "Paul, we really tried our best." After these words were spoken, all the audience members in the cinema who were watching the movie seemed to hear the sound of glass breaking deep in their hearts. For some reason I felt a little empty inside. Is Paul dying? He struggled for so long, but in the end he couldn't escape the fate's trick? Yellow sand slowly filled the entire narrow coffin, and the only sound in the camera was Paul's roar in despair. Gradually, the sound disappeared. The flame of the lighter became smaller and smaller, and finally the big screen went completely black again. At this time, the entire cinema was dark, with only the voice coming from the other end of the phone. "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." In the theater, many people had red eyes, and even some girls with low tear points had their makeup smudged by crying. They were really brought into this film by Gu Chunfeng, and their tears were shed for Paul. But the movie is not over yet, and everyone is waiting for the final ending of Buried Alive. Although the screen was still pitch black at this moment, unlike the previous abuse, the audience was staring at the big screen with burning eyes. However, the big screen remained pitch black. Suddenly, despair spread in the hearts of all the audience. Just when everyone thought the movie was over with Paul's despair, the big screen suddenly lit up, as if the coffin was opened. Like the light of life, like the hope of new life. However, when this scene appeared, the entire Buried Alive officially ended. But everyone was confused. This is actually an open ending. Was the faint light just now the coffin being opened? No one dared to be sure, but deep down they firmly believed that the coffin was opened. Chapter 43, a unique one, word-of-mouth explosion seeking recommendation votes and follow-up reading. After the movie ended, Zhou turned his head and whispered to Gu Chunfeng, "Well, let's go." Gu Chunfeng nodded. So the three of them left the theater first. When Gu Chunfeng passed by the famous film critic Hu Chan's eyes welled up and he gave Gu Chunfeng a thumbs up. Gu Chunfeng was stunned. Did he discover me? But he quickly came to his senses and clasped his hands together in front of Hu Chan to express his gratitude for her recognition. Neither of them spoke and just passed each other. It was very noisy outside the cinema, but Gu Chunfeng didn't pay attention to it. After watching the premiere, not only the audience felt empty, but he felt the same way. In fact, he felt this feeling more strongly than anyone else. In the nanny car, Zhang Xingqing didn't speak for a long time, and Gu Chunfeng also kept silent. The whole car fell into an eerie silence. The driver Wu Jun is a man of few words, so he was even less likely to speak. In the end, it was Zhang Xingqing who broke the silence first. She looked at Gu Chunfeng and said, "Chunfeng, you are such a talent to be able to write a script like Buried Alive. And after watching this film, I realized that it can fully bring out your acting skills. I know that you are going to be famous, and very famous." At this point, Zhang Xingqing seemed a little excited, and said word by word, "Chunfeng, you are going to be famous." Gu Chunfeng smiled, looked at Zhang Xingqing and replied, "Sister Zhang, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, even if I had acting skills and a good script, I wouldn't be able to appear on the big screen so soon. Although I don't know how Buried will perform when it's released, I'm already very satisfied that this movie was made." Zhang Xingqing nodded and said, "I'm sure you've seen the reactions of the audience just now. Wait, by tomorrow at the latest, the reputation of Buried Alive will definitely explode and become the focus of everyone's heated discussion. And you will naturally become the focus of people's attention." Gu Chunfeng turned his head and looked out the window. Although it was pitch black, he seemed to see a ray of light and said faintly, "Maybe." The internet was already boiling with excitement at this point. Although it was early in the morning, it didn't seem to hinder the enthusiasm of the night owls. I really didn't expect that the Love Apartment movie would be like this. It's too much. I spent 50 yuan on a movie ticket, but I ended up watching Tomb Raiders. This is too much. This is definitely a money-grabbing scheme. It's disgusting. I just walked away from this movie. It's so ugly. I think giving it 3 points is too much. I haven't watched Love Apartment movie, but Youth is such a rubbish. The main character is so awkward. Do you know what acting is? It's disgusting. And the plot involves abortion, breakup, and car accidents. It's just too disgusting. Have movies become a tool for traffic stars to make money? There is not a single movie worth watching. Fuck, you can't say that. The movie Buried is really good. It's so good that it's explosive. Who is the lead actor? His acting is so explosive. I just finished watching Buried. This movie is really amazing. I was originally planning to sleep in the theater, but who knew that I would be drawn into the emotions of Buried as I watched? It was so depressing, but it was damn good. Is the lead actor in Buried alive really just a newcomer? But his acting is so horrible. His acting is so immersive and real, especially the part where he cuts off his finger. It's so creepy to watch. Fuck, Buried is good? Are you sure you're not a troll? Isn't it a movie for self-entertainment? You trolls are too obvious. That's right. Fans of those popular stars only lick the stars themselves, but never lick their movies, okay? For a moment, netizens were shocked. In particular, netizens who watched the 5 movie premieres tonight have been expressing their opinions on the movies online. Among them, the most anticipated one was Love Apartment movie, but it was directly criticized. When they entered the cinema, they found out that this was actually a Toon rating movie, and even the leading actor was not as previously advertised, but someone else. This wave of operations is simply disgusting to everyone. It's not just Love Apartment movie that has a terrible reputation. Youth, which also has an equally amazing pre-sale box office, also has a bad reputation. Some netizens even criticized it for having a wrong outlook on life. As for the other 3 films, except for Buried, which received high praise, the reputation of the other 2 films was not very good. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. After all, the director of the movie Buried is a newcomer, the leading actor is also a newcomer, and there is even only one leading actor. Such a movie cannot possibly be good no matter how you look at it. However, after the first broadcast, the reputation of Buried exploded, and everyone who had watched it said it was good. Just when everyone was discussing it, the well-known director Zhu Bing updated his Weibo again. I took some time to watch the movie Buried tonight. I just want to say that Buried is definitely a very good movie. Whether it is the narrative technique or the editing of the movie, it is well made. What shocked me the most was the acting of the lead actor Guanfong. His performance in Buried really shocked me. His acting was explosive. Because it may be a spoiler, I won't say more. I just want to tell you that Buried is definitely a movie worth watching. When director Zhu Bing posted this Weibo post, netizens were stunned. If they thought that those netizens who praised Buried were the internet trolls hired by the production crew, they were all stunned when Zhu Bing's Weibo post came out. Is Buried alive really that good? This question popped up in almost everyone's mind. Coincidentally, Huang Xiaochu's Weibo was also updated at this time. Regarding the movie Buried, I said on the show that it is a rare literary suspense film. This movie will definitely not disappoint you. The audience who watched Buried tonight have truly felt the shock brought by this movie. Here I recommend it again. As Huang Xiaochu posted this Weibo, everyone was even more shocked. You know, Chef Huang is currently recording the show A Longing for Life. Logically, he should have gone to bed by now. However, not only did he not sleep, he was actually paying attention to the movie Buried and then promoted it again. This is too shocking. Is the movie Buried really that awesome? Anyone who has seen it can tell me about it. I just came home from watching it, and I have to tell you, this Buried is absolutely amazing. I bought tickets for tomorrow when I got back, and I plan to go back and watch it again. The acting of the newcomer Gu Chunfeng is really explosive. Watching this movie feels like being in the scene, and my mood fluctuates as the plot progresses. It's so exciting. Director Zhu recommended Buried, and Chef Huang recommended Buried again. It seems that this movie is really good. In this case, I will buy a ticket now and go to see this movie recommended by these 2 big guys to see if it is good or not. Chapter 44, Word of Mouth Counterattacks, Guanfong is going to be famous, please read and recommend. By the way, the screening rate of Buried Alive is a bit low. I just checked and there are only 3 screenings during such a long day. This is a bit too much. Among the 5 films released, Buried has the lowest screening rate, so it is normal that there are only 3 screenings during the day, because the rest are allocated to other films. Fuck, are these cinemas blind? Such a good movie has such a low film quality, it's really too much. This Buried is so good, yet it is given such a low screening rate, while some rubbish movies are given such a high screening rate. Are the cinema's brains stuck in the door? Yes. I went to watch Love Apartment movie with high hopes in my head, but as I watched it, I felt like I was being fed shit. It's simply unforgivable. I just watched it. My friend told me that Buried was pretty good, so I went to watch it. It was a really good movie, and it looked really exciting. But I can accept the open ending. At least in my opinion, Paul was saved. Netizens seemed very lively. With the release of the Weibo post by director Zhu Bing and Chef Huang, the movie Buried was pushed to another level. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the professional film review website of the Cultural Department refreshed the ratings of 5 movies released in the early morning. The highly anticipated Love Apartment movie scored 4.2 points. Youth scored 4.5 points. As for the other 2, neither of them scored more than 6 points. The rating of the movie Buried shocked everyone, because it received a high score of 9.5 on the professional film review website of the Ministry of Culture. 9.5 points. There is no such thing as cheating on the professional film review website of the Ministry of Culture. Domestic films that can score above 9 points are rare. However, Buried, a movie that was not well received before its release, received a terrifying score of 9.5. This simply shocked everyone. This is definitely a dark horse. The well-known film critic Hu Chan, after returning home from the cinema, the first thing he did was to turn on his computer and start writing a review of the movie Buried, which he watched tonight. She is known for her high demands and sharp tongue. When the ratings were updated on the film review website, she had finished writing her review and posted it directly online. Tonight, I gave up on Love Apartment movie and Youth and chose to watch Buried out of curiosity, a movie that was not well received by everyone before it was released. Originally I just wanted to find something new, after all it's my hobby, but then I discovered the movie Buried, it's so good. Although the director is a newcomer, he is absolutely skilled in the use of filming techniques, which gives the film a Hollywood blockbuster feel. The post-production editing is also very sophisticated, and the music is appropriate for the occasion. The most important thing is that the new actor Guanfong is so amazing. His acting skills are really explosive. He really brought the character of Paul to life. Watching Buried Alive really made me feel the ups and downs of the plot, as if I were actually there. Buried is definitely the best literary suspense film I have ever seen, bar none. Hu Chan wrote more than 1,000 words to comment on Buried Alive. Although the words are not small, they do not reveal the plot at all and do not contain any spoilers. Among them, Hu Chan focused on commenting on the new actor Guanfong, and his words were full of praise. After all, Hu Chan is also a well-known figure in the film review circle. When her film reviews came out, they immediately attracted a lot of attention. Oh my, why has Hu Chan changed her personality? Isn't she a sharp-tongued person? Why is she praising Buried Alive and the new actor Guanfong throughout the entire article? Hu Chan, you've changed. You're no longer the sharp-tongued person I loved. You even said that Buried Alive is the best literary suspense film you've ever seen. Hu Chan, tell me the truth, do you want to be Tonton's stepmother? Oh my god, is Buried Alive really that good? Even a sharp-tongued person like Hu Chan actually wrote more than 1,000 words of praise for it, especially since half of the article was spent praising the new actor Guanfong. This is a bit too much. Since this movie is so good, I will go and try it out tomorrow. When Hu Chan's film review came out, netizens were shocked and some even suspected that his account had been stolen. Hu Chan, who is known for his high demands and sharp tongue, actually sent more than 1,000 words of praise this time. This is so abnormal. For a moment, the curiosity of many people was aroused, and they wanted to know whether Buried was really that good. Tianmong Entertainment Headquarters. Guanfong returned to his dormitory, took a shower, and lay on the bed looking at his mobile phone. At this moment, he really had no desire to sleep at all. After reading the film reviews and netizens' feedback, Guanfong was in a state of extreme excitement at this moment. This is his first movie since he came to this world, and also the first movie he brought here. Now, it's popular. The score on the professional film review website has reached 9.5 points, making it a classic. This is definitely the greatest recognition for him. However, Guanfong also knew that this was just the beginning, and Buried Alive would definitely get more and more intense. He clearly remembered that Buried was a huge hit on Earth, so he believed that this movie would also be a huge hit in this world. November 11th, early morning. When people just wake up from sleep, they naturally lie in bed and check the news. Everyone was stunned. The reputation of Love Apartment movie plummeted. The Love Apartment movie is just a money-making game, don't watch it. Buried has a good reputation and is so good that it's explosive. Buried is the best literary suspense film I have ever seen, bar none. Guanfong's acting skills are explosive, and he beats many young actors in seconds. A new talent with explosive acting skills is rising. Who exactly is director Zhuo Lu? At this time, the internet is basically full of news about the 5 movies that have been released. Among them, the most talked about movie besides Love Apartment movie is Buried, a movie that was not favored at all in the beginning. But after one night, the reputation of Buried made a successful comeback and received unanimous praise. As for the originally highly anticipated Love Apartment movie, it became the target of criticism from netizens and was directly criticized to pieces. Oh my god, what's going on? Is Buried Alive really that good? I don't know whether it's good or not, but I know that Love Apartment movie is actually a tune-robbing movie and has nothing to do with Love Apartment. Fuck. I bought a ticket for this movie and was planning to go watch it when I woke up. This is so embarrassing. Speaking of which, with such a low score, could it be that someone deliberately made it up? How could it be only 4 points? Chapter 45, Lowest Box Office, Highest Reputation Seeking Follow-Up Reading and Recommendation Votes. Isn't anyone curious about who this Guanfong is? Is the movie Buried Alive starring him really that good that it can get a rating of 9.5? The person above, take a look at what the commenters said first. You can tell who is a troll at a glance, but those who gave high scores are all normal accounts. Yes, this movie Buried Alive is really good, especially the lead actor Guanfong. His acting skills are really explosive. His performance as Paul will definitely amaze everyone. For a moment, the internet was boiling with excitement. This is definitely something that many people did not expect. The most intuitive manifestation of this change in reputation is that although Buried was only broadcast 3 times during the day, each show was full. Netizens who have seen it all said it was good. As more and more people commented, the score of Buried dropped, but still remained at 9.3. As for those netizens who supported Love Apartment movie and did not believe in it, they insisted on going to the cinema to watch it, and every show was also packed. However, netizens who have watched Love Apartment movie have started cursing online. As a result, its rating dropped directly from 4.2 to 2.9. Such a rating can definitely be said to have stunned everyone's titanium eyes. After all, before its release, this movie attracted a lot of attention and was definitely the undisputed box office champion in November. But after the film was released, its reputation plummeted and the audience was directly scolded as a fool. Both the leading actor and the director were scolded so much that they closed the comment function on Weibo. This shows how excited the netizens are. On the contrary, the reputation of Buried has made a great comeback, especially the netizens' high recognition of the acting skills of the new actor Guanfong, and they all expressed that they were shocked. Guanfong's performance amazed netizens, and the most direct manifestation was the great guarantee given to his Weibo fans. Now his fans have skyrocketed to 3 million. This is definitely a qualitative leap. While everyone is discussing this, they are also paying attention to the first-day box office revenue of the 5 movies released on the same day. It was the early morning of November 12th. Everyone clicked on the movie box office statistics list. Ranked first was Love Apartment movie, which had a pre-sale box office of 300 million yuan and a staggering 350 million yuan on the first day. This number is absolutely terrifying. The second place was Youth, which earned 200 million on the first day. The third place earned 80 million, and the fourth place earned 50 million. As for Buried, which ranked fifth, it only earned 6 million on the first day. When everyone saw the result, they were stunned. Especially the box office of Love Apartment movie and Youth was absolutely amazing. Although the reputation of these 2 movies was not very good and they were even criticized, their first-day box office was quite terrifying. For a moment, everyone became uneasy. It's awesome. Even though Love Apartment movie was criticized a lot, its first-day box office was still so amazing, it was 350 million. Didn't Youth also get criticized? but it still earned 200 million yuan. I have to say that traffic stars really have a lot of crazy fans. Is this the market for top stars? No wonder those directors are so keen on hiring these popular stars, because their crazy fans are really willing to spend money. A movie as rubbish as Youth can get 200 million yuan at the box office on the first day. Buried has such a good reputation, why is the first day box office so small? Not even a fraction of others, the gap is too big. Buried is an art film, so its box office is bound to be low. Moreover, the number of people filming Buried is too low. Even if every show is full, how much box office can it earn? It all depends on the number of people filming the next day. It has already increased. I just checked and the filming time for Buried Alive has doubled. I'm sure the box office will be much higher tomorrow. Fuck, Love Apartment movie is really a rubbish movie. It's just a money-making scheme. It's specifically designed to rip off our fans' money. It's too much. It can be seen that netizens are now very excited. Guanfong was naturally very concerned about the first day's box office. It earned 6 million on the first day, which was not too bad for a film that they only invested 5 million to produce. After all, they only have so much film to shoot. However, Guanfong believes that it won't be long before the amount of filming for Buried will continue to increase. After all, Love Apartment movie has such a horrible film production volume but such a bad reputation, it will definitely be divided up. If the attendance rate is not good, the theaters are not fools and will definitely reschedule the screenings. Just at this moment, Guanfeng's phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a call from Zhuo Lu, the director of Buried. Guanfeng walked to the living room, answered the phone, and said, "Director Zhuo, why are you still awake so late?" "Oh, Teacher Gu, the box office of our movie is out. It earned 6 million on the first day." "Did you see it?" Zhuo Lu on the other end of the phone seemed a little excited. Guanfeng replied, "I just saw that with such a large number of films, we can still get a box office of 6 million, which is already very good. The most important thing is that our reputation is good. I believe that the number of films we will make will increase in the future." "Yes, I thought so too. But Mr. Gu, your guess is too accurate. That highly anticipated movie was criticized by netizens. Their leading actors and directors were so criticized that they closed the comment function on Weibo. I have predicted that this movie will not have a good future." "Ha, I was just guessing. I didn't expect that they really just wanted to make money and had no intention at all. People like this are destined to be scolded. Works without sincerity will only disappoint the audience. Yes, yes, yes. For a Tomb rating movie, it has to use the previous name. This is really too much. Ha, Director Zhuo, it's getting late. Go to bed early. You will definitely be more excited and happier in the days ahead. Teacher Gu, I've been waiting for you. Hee, I feel really good now. Although our Buried Alive has the lowest box office so far, its reputation is the highest. It's really great. I won't disturb Teacher Gu's rest. I'll continue to harass other people. Bye." Zhuo Lu hung up the phone right after he finished speaking. He was really happy at the moment. This was his first work after returning to China, and it became a huge hit. Guanfeng smiled when he heard Zhuo Li's words, but he also understood that a film with a score of 9 or above is definitely a classic film. It is indeed something to be happy and joyful. Chapter 46, Counterattack, Weekly Box Office. Please read and recommend. The next day. The reputation of Buried continues to explode and has not declined much. As for the other 4 movies, the reputation is constantly declining. Especially the 2 highly anticipated movies, Love Apartment movie and Youth, were even more despised by netizens. The audience are not fools. After experiencing the madness of the first day, many of the audience have regained their sanity on the second day. This caused the attendance of these 2 movies to plummet, from 70% on the first day to only 30%. This rate of descent is simply terrifying. As for the movie Buried, it is just the opposite of the previous 2 movies. The attendance rate on the first day was only 60%, but on the second day it reached 95%, which was a full house. They cannot be compared. If they are compared, they are like heaven and earth. In the early morning of the 13th, the box office figures for the second day of the release of 5 movies came out. The ranking has not changed much, the only thing that has changed is the total daily box office. The first place is still Love Apartment movie, with a single day box office of 110 million. You should know that this movie achieved a terrifying result of 350 million on the first day, but it dropped so much on the second day, which can be called a cliff-like plunge. The second one was Youth, with 50 million on a single day, the third one was 30 million on a single day, and the fourth one was 20 million on a single day. As for Buried, which ranked fifth, it earned 18 million on the second day. This is also the only one among the 5 movies that made a comeback, and it took in a box office of 18 million with only 6 screenings during the day. When netizens saw the result, they were shocked. This is too horrible. However, this is just the beginning. When the third day's box office figures came out, everyone was even more excited. Because the box office ranking finally changed on the third day. The first place received 28 million, but it was not Love Apartment Movie, but a movie that was previously ranked fourth. The second place became Buried with a box office of 27 million. It was only in the third place that it was Love Apartment Movie which won a box office of 20 million. As for Youth, it only earned 10 million yuan at the box office in a single day. It can be said that the single-day box office of the 2 movies Love Apartment Movie and Youth showed a cliff-like plunge and have fallen from the altar. You know, it's only been released for 3 days, and it's already fallen so much. What about later? Among the 5 movies, 4 plummeted, and only Buried made a comeback, from the last place to the second place, and the difference between it and the first place is not much. There is also the word of mouth of Buried. 3 days later, more than 100,000 people have given it a score of 9.1 on the professional film review website of the Ministry of Culture. Although Buried is an art film, its box office has been on the rise thanks to its extremely high ratings and good reputation. Starting from the 4th day, Buried won the single-day box office championship. Although it was only 35 million, it was also a good start. In the following days, Buried firmly occupied the throne of single-day box office champion, which no one expected. And this situation has also slapped the faces of countless people. After all, before it was released, many people looked down on the movie Buried. Soon, the first week's box office came out. Ranked first is Love Apartment Movie, which took 500 million box office, which seems like a lot, but if you look closely at the single-day box office of this movie in a week, you will know that this movie has already jumped. On the 7th day, it had only earned $500,000 at the box office. This is definitely one of the fastest-growing movies in history. Ranked second is Youth. Although this movie also became popular, it earned 380 million yuan in the first week's box office thanks to the super high popularity of the traffic stars. What no one expected was that Buried actually ranked third, becoming the biggest dark horse. From the first day's box office of 6 million, it continued to grow rapidly. By the 7th day, the single-day box office exceeded 50 million. The total box office in the first week was 368 million. The absolute winner. As we all know, the investment in Buried was only 5 million, but now it has won a box office of 368 million, and this is only the box office in the first week. It made netizens excited again. My God, Buried is so amazing. It made a comeback from only 6 million on the first day. With its super high ratings and word of mouth, it won the single-day box office championship on the 4th day, and even made 368 million in the first week. That's not the point. The point is that they only invested 5 million, but they took in such a high box office in the first week. They're making a ton of money. The Love Apartment Movie is just a school beauty, it's a money-sucking movie. It took 350 million yuan on the first day, but only 500 million yuan after a week. I guess the total box office is just like that. Stop talking about this rubbish movie. Damn it. I thought it would be a memory, but who the hell would have thought it would be a tune rating movie? It's too much. By the way, the lead actor of Buried Alive, Guanfong, is really strong. His acting skills are really amazing. Yes, he is so awesome. This is the best new actor I have ever seen, or none. He is going to be famous. It's not that it's going to be popular, but it's already popular. Guanfong is not only a new actor with superb acting skills, but also a beautiful singer. He is also a national father-in-law. His daughter is so cute. She is so cute that she has won my heart. I like his daughter Tang Tang too. She's so cute and well-behaved. I want to find a handsome guy and have a baby with her. Show us a photo and let us see if you have that gene. For a time, netizens began to pay attention to Guanfong. Guanfong, the person involved, also smiled after seeing the discussion among netizens. He was not surprised at all that the movie Buried became a hit. After all, he had already proved everything when it was shown in the region, and he also had a great acting skills when filming. Although my acting skills have now improved to SS level, I will definitely be better if I act again. However, now that Buried has been a success, Guanfong has only opened a crack in the film industry. In the eyes of everyone, he is still just a little-known henchman. However, this is already the most basic and difficult step towards his original promise of leading Tang Tang to live a life 100 times better than Yang Jiao's. Just then, Guanfeng's phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from my agent Zhang Qingqing. Are you asleep? I have good news for you. Seeing this news, Guanfeng perked up immediately and replied, not yet. What good news? Tell me about it and I'll be happy too. Chapter 47, Box Office Success and Word of Mouth Success, Yang Jiao's Resentment Seeking Recommendation Votes and Follow-Up Reading. Director Zhuo Lu and producer Lu Feng came to me just now. They said they want to sign a new agreement with you to increase your share of the profits from Buried Alive. Are you happy and excited? When Guanfeng saw the message sent by Zhang Qingqing, he was a little unresponsive for a moment. I originally said that the script and salary were considered investments, but now they want me to get a little more profit? However, Guanfeng has his own principles in dealing with people and things, so he replied. Sister Zhang, this is indeed good news, but I don't intend to accept it. Please help me decline it. We signed the contract at that time, and I also got a percentage of the profit, but if we sign a new agreement, there is no need to do so. After saying that, Guanfeng added, if this gets out, it won't be good for our reputation. Zhang Qingqing held the phone and looked at the message sent by Guanfeng, stunned for a full minute. She knew that Guanfeng's income was not very good before. Given the current popularity of Buried Alive, if his share was increased by even 5%, it would be a considerable income. Guanfeng is not blinded by money? Just rejected it directly. I have to say, this was beyond Zhang Qingqing's expectations. After being shocked, Zhang Qingqing laughed. She was so happy to have such a new actor with positive values, explosive acting skills and the ability to endure hardships and hard work. So Zhang Qingqing replied, Shenfeng, your idea is very good. Although this will lose some interests, I also agree with your decision. I will answer them later. Morning wind, work hard. I am optimistic about your future. Guanfeng replied, Sister Zhang, as long as you are here, I am also optimistic about my future. When Zhang Qingqing saw Guanfeng's reply, she couldn't help but tremble all over. As long as you are here, I am also optimistic about my future? Is this an affirmation of one's own strength, or? In the following days, Buried stood out and was the only one among the 5 films that was not a slam dunk. As for other movies, they have all failed. However, Buried is ultimately an art film and not many people will pay attention to it, so its box office is not high. Although it won the daily box office championship for half a month starting from the 4th day, its total box office was only 830 million when it was finally closed. However, Buried became the highest-grossing movie among the 5 movies released in November. Not to mention its reputation, the professional film review website of the cultural department still maintains a score of 9.1. This is definitely a classic film. Of course, Buried is also the movie that made the most money in the same period. Although the box office is not very high, its total investment is only 5 million. All in all, a movie can make hundreds of millions. This makes Buried Alive a legend in the circle, where a small investment brings big rewards. The movie became a hit, and Guanfeng, as the only leading actor, naturally became popular as well. He became an outstanding actor of the new generation and attracted much attention. Logically speaking, since Guanfeng has become so popular, he should take advantage of this popularity to take on more variety shows and make some money. But Guanfeng didn't, he didn't even participate in a show. Even during the release of Buried, apart from occasionally posting some promotional information about the movie on Weibo, there was no other news about Guanfeng. This is definitely an alternative in the entertainment industry. Today, Guanfeng's Weibo followers have reached more than 5 million. The most important thing is that the number of likes, comments, and reposts for each of his Weibo posts can reach 100,000. This level of activity is comparable to those of second-rate stars. Inside a luxurious villa. Second-tier actress Yang Jiao, wearing a thin silk pajamas, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, looked out the window with empty eyes. How come his acting is so good? This is the biggest doubt in Yang Jiao's mind. Since her divorce from Guanfeng, she had been living a carefree life for a while, spending every day drinking and partying with her sisters, but after all this time, she had gotten tired of it. Especially after seeing that Buried Alive starring Gu Chenfeng had achieved such a huge success, I felt even more conflicted. Just then, the door of the villa was pushed open. The person who came in was her best friend Ning Ziki, holding 2 movie tickets in her hand. Jiao Jiao, why are you drinking at home alone? Let me take you to the movies. Ning Ziki sat down next to Yang Jiao. Not interested. Yang Jiao curled her lips and said, I'm an actor myself, I've long been tired of watching it. You really don't want to go? Ning Ziki picked up 2 movie tickets, waved them in front of Yang Jiao's eyes, and said, don't you want to see for yourself how good Gu Chenfeng's acting skills are? That's right, Ning Ziki bought the movie ticket for Buried. She was very curious. People on the internet said that Gu Chenfeng's acting was good. She didn't believe in superstition and wanted to go and see it. Originally, she didn't want to call Yang Jiao, but ever since Yang Jiao and Gu Chenfeng divorced, Yang Jiao has become more and more heartless. She was like a walking corpse. Even though she smiled every day, Ning Ziki, her best friend, knew that Yang Jiao felt a little empty inside. As for Gu Chenfeng, his life has been getting better and better after the divorce. According to his current trend, he might be able to live with Tang Tang and live a life 100 times better than Yang Jiao's. If that happens, I'm afraid that Yang Jiao, who is so competitive, will do something weird again. When Yang Jiao saw that it was a movie ticket for Buried, she became angry and said, you are really trying to piss me off, right? She and Gu Chenfeng have known each other for such a long time. They were extras in Hangdian together. How could she not know Gu Chenfeng's acting skills? But the fact is that Buried starring Gu Chenfeng achieved great success with a small investment and gained super high box office. More importantly, it also had a very good reputation. This shows that the audience recognizes Gu Chenfeng's acting skills. For a moment, Yang Jiao was reluctant to believe this fact, and at the same time she was a little scared. I'm afraid that Gu Chenfeng will never come back to apologize to me, and Tang Tang will never come back to me. Moreover, with Gu Chenfeng's superb acting skills, he might earn much more money than himself in the future. After all, Yang Jiao is very clear about her acting skills. For a moment, Yang Jiao even felt a strong resentment and unwillingness in her heart. No wonder Gu Chenfeng was so confident when he left. He must have had such superb acting skills at that time, but he just never told me. Thinking of this, Yang Jiao's delicate body under her thin pajamas trembled, her face became a little ferocious, and she gritted her teeth and said, this damn Gu Chenfeng, it turns out he has been hiding this from me. Ning Ziki was stunned when she heard this and asked, sister, what is he hiding from you? Chapter 48, Yang Jiao's calculation. Please recommend and read. Yang Jiao took a deep breath, and with a strong hatred in her words, she said, Ziqi, do you still remember what a few of my best friends said when we were drinking together on the day I got divorced? At that time, Gu Chenfeng readily agreed to leave the house with nothing, and even said that Tang Tang would live 100 times better life with him than with me. Now I understand why he was so confident. I heard that he wrote the script of Buried Alive. I'm afraid he started writing the script when he was taking care of Tang Tang. It was precisely because of this that he was signed by Tianmong Entertainment right after his divorce, and they even filmed Buried Alive. I didn't expect this bastard to be so scheming. He deceived me. After hearing what Yang Jiao said, Ning Ziki finally understood why Yang Jiao resented Gu Chenfeng. As for the fact that the script of Buried Alive was written by Gu Chenfeng, it is no longer a secret in the circle. Now according to Yang Jiao's statement, Gu Chenfeng must have written the script of Buried Alive when he filed for divorce with her. Otherwise, as a newcomer, even if he was spotted by director Zhu Bing and signed to Tianmong Entertainment, he would not be able to play the leading role in the movie right away. And he is the only protagonist in this movie. You know, the investment cost was only 5 million, and the box office reached 830 million. You can imagine how much money Gu Chenfeng made from it. Moreover, a man who can write the script of Buried Alive must be talented. For people in the entertainment industry, a good script is extremely important. Just imagine, if Gu Chenfeng had not divorced Yang Jiao, then if he wrote a good script in the future, wouldn't I be able to benefit from it? Unfortunately, Yang Jiao threw away such a huge treasure like a broken shoe. Ning Ziki thought for a moment and said, Jiao Jiao, what's the point of you getting angry now? It's better to mend the fence after the sheep have been lost. Maybe there will still be a chance. Yang Jiao shook her head and asked coldly, what opportunity? If Ning Ziki hadn't mentioned this matter, Yang Jiao wouldn't have been so angry. But now that Yang Jiao is angry, why would she think so much? You are so stupid. Ning Ziki said with some regret, the box office of Buried Alive is 830 million, and the investment cost is only 5 million. Can you imagine how much profit it is? Even if Gu Chenfeng invests in the script himself, his share won't be too small. Even if it's only 10% of the profit, the income is still considerable. Moreover, Gu Chenfeng was able to write a script like Buried Alive. Can you guarantee that he won't write other excellent scripts? I think you can go talk to Gu Chenfeng. He can write a script in the future, and we can invest in him. Then we can find a crew to shoot it. Wouldn't that make more money? After hearing what Ning Ziki said, Yang Jiao couldn't help but rolled her eyes, her fair skin blushing a little, and said, "You want me to take the initiative to find him?" "I won't, absolutely not. Do you think he is a golden screenwriter? He just got lucky and wrote a script. If it became a hit, will his next book also be a hit?" Although Yang Jiao said this, after being reminded by Ning Ziki, she was also tempted in her heart, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. Besides, Gu Chenfeng is capable now. If I go to find him now, wouldn't he that just be making things difficult for myself? After all, Yang Jiao knew very well how she had treated Gu Chenfeng in the past 5 years. Sarcasm, cold shoulder, and scorn are commonplace, and sometimes they are even direct. Now thinking back, it wasn't he that Gu Chenfeng couldn't let go of me, but he was compromising just to take care of Tang Tang. "You're just being stubborn." Ning Ziki also knew that Yang Jiao was a face-conscious person, so he began to offer advice. All ideas are thought up by people. You can use Tang Tang as a breakthrough point. There are so many people who like Tang Tang on the internet now. Besides, as a mother, you should go and see your daughter. Wouldn't he allow you to do that? Then you can take Tang Tang out to eat and try to get her to say something. See what Gu Chenfeng's attitude is towards you now. Children won't lie. Besides, if Gu Chenfeng has a new script and someone invests in him, it will be good for him. After all, if he writes a script, he also wants to film it. Following Ning Ziki's advice, Yang Jiao raised her head and drank the red wine in the glass. She said, "I'm sleepy. Your pajamas are in the usual place. Go to bed early." In fact, she was already tempted and wanted to give it a try, but she was too embarrassed to admit in front of her best friend that she had such a plan in mind. After saying that, she walked into the room with her slender waist twisted. When she woke up the next morning, Yang Jiao called Gu Chenfeng. At this time, Gu Chenfeng had just returned from sending Tang Tang to school. When he saw the caller ID on his mobile phone, his face suddenly turned gloomy. Gu Chenfeng really has no feelings for this woman Yang Jiao now. During the 2 years that Tang Tang was ill, Yang Jiao was very unqualified as both a mother and a wife. In Gu Chenfeng's impression, Yang Jiao only cared about making money, and everything else came after making money, including her family. Yang Jiao was not like this when they were acting together in Hengdian. But after she started playing the second female lead in a costume drama 3 years ago and entered the upper-class circle, she changed completely. Become snobbish, mean, and materialistic. To be honest, Gu Chenfeng really didn't want to have any interaction or connection with Yang Jiao anymore. But Yang Jiao is Tang Tang's mother after all and has visitation rights to Tang Tang, so even if Gu Chenfeng doesn't want to answer the call, he has to answer it. "Hello?" Gu Chenfeng's voice was very flat. On the other end of the phone, Yang Jiao's voice was still aggressive, and she said, "Gu Chenfeng, where's Tang Tang? I'm going to take her out for lunch at noon." Gu Chenfeng was very uncomfortable with Yang Jiao's tone, and frowned as he said, "I just sent her to kindergarten. If you want to see her, wait until she gets out of school in the evening." "Okay, school is over at 5 p.m., right? I'll pick her up." "Okay." After saying a few simple words, he hung up the phone. Apart from Tang Tang, there was nothing left for the two of them to talk about. Gu Chenfeng returned to the dormitory, and before he even entered, he saw his agent Zhang Qingqing standing at the door. "Sister Zhang, is there anything wrong?" Gu Chenfeng asked with a smile. Zhang Qingqing nodded and said, "Let's go in and talk." After the two entered the house, Gu Chenfeng poured a glass of water for Zhang Qingqing and sat on the sofa. Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chenfeng and asked, "Chenfeng, there are 5 variety shows and 15 commercial performances inviting you now. The prices offered are very tempting. Are you really not going to participate?" After taking a sip of water, Gu Chenfeng replied, "Sister Zhang, you know I'm not really interested in these things. Although I can make a lot of money by participating in these programs, I have some resistance." Zhang Qingqing was also helpless about his answer, but she also understood Gu Chenfeng, so she said, "Okay, I will turn down all these offers for you in the future. There are many movie directors who are very optimistic about you now. I will come to you when I get the script and let you choose." Chapter 49, New Artist Contract, Guaranteed Annual Salary of 1 million. Please recommend and read. Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, "Thank you very much, Sister Zhang." Originally, he was planning to exchange the script from the system. After all, after the movie Buried, his system reputation value had accumulated a lot. But, after thinking about it, I decided to hold back. The time since Buried was too short. If I exchanged it for a classic script, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Zhang Qingqing saw Gu Chunfeng's sunny and handsome smile, shook her head helplessly, and then left Gu Chunfeng's place. She did not go anywhere else, but came to Minister Lu Kuang's office. As soon as he entered the room, Minister Lu Kuang asked, "So, Chunfeng still refused, right?" Zhang Qingqing nodded and said, "Yes, he refused again. He really doesn't like participating in these variety shows, let alone commercial performances." Lu Kuang couldn't help but laugh and cry when he heard this, and said, "Alas, this guy has caused us to lose so much money. I really want to whip him with a whip." Zhang Qingqing rolled her eyes in annoyance and said, "Buried Alive made a lot of money for the company. If you are willing to part with it, go ahead and smoke it. I promise not to say anything." Hearing this, Lu Kuang laughed and said, "I really can't bear to let him go. Gu Chunfeng's acting skills are beyond reproach. I believe in this very much, and he is also a very talented person. He has talent and acting skills. As long as he stars in a few more blockbuster movies, he will definitely be able to gain a foothold in the film industry in the future. This will not only be true for Gu Chunfeng himself, but also for our Tianmong Entertainment." At this point, Lu Kuang's voice changed slightly, and he said, "After all, our Tianmong Entertainment is not welcome now." Zhang Qingqing raised her eyebrows, and understood instantly, saying, "Who let the company be backed by Mango TV?" Mango TV is a TV station that is very good at variety shows, and it also makes good use of popular stars. It's strange that it can be welcomed. When Lu Kuang heard this, his face was full of depression, and he said, "I can't control this. The only thing I can control is Tianmong Entertainment, so I am now committed to changing everyone's views on Tianmong Entertainment, and Gu Chunfeng is an opportunity." Zhang Qingqing naturally understood what he meant. However, how easy is it to change everyone's inherent impression of Tianmong Entertainment? And all hopes are placed on Gu Chunfeng. It is still unknown whether his next movie can become a hit again. At this time, Lu Kuang suddenly remembered something, took out 2 contracts from the drawer and handed them to Zhang Qingqing, saying, "Qingqing, this is the contract I redrafted, take a look and see if there are any problems." Contract? Zhang Qingqing was stunned at first, but when she took the contract and took a look at it, she understood. It turned out that he wanted to re-sign an artist contract with Gu Chunfeng. After all, the previous contract signed with Gu Chunfeng was a newcomer contract. But the strength and potential that Gu Chunfeng has shown now are definitely worthy of a better artist contract. Then, Zhang Qingqing began to read it carefully again. 10 minutes later, Zhang Qingqing said, "There is no problem with this contract. I believe that if Gu Chunfeng jumps out of the contract, there will be plenty of companies out there that will sign him with better treatment." Lu Kuang nodded and said, "Of course I know this, so I want to re-sign this artist contract with Gu Chunfeng, give him enough freedom and respect, and let him know the sincerity of our Tianmong Entertainment." Zhang Qingqing nodded heavily after hearing this and said, "Okay, I'll take the contract and make sure he signs it." After saying that, Zhang Qingqing took the contract and turned around and left. After leaving Lu Kuang's office, Zhang Qingqing went to Gu Chunfeng's dormitory again. I have to say that it is really convenient for Zhang Qingqing that Gu Chunfeng lives in the company. After all, the distance is short and it is easy to communicate if there is anything. When he saw Zhang Qingqing coming again, Gu Chunfeng was also slightly stunned and asked, "Sister Zhang, you came back so soon, did you find a good script?" Zhang Qingqing walked into the living room, then handed the contract in her hand to Gu Chunfeng, and said straight to the point, "Chunfeng, this is the new artist contract that Minister Lu prepared for you. He plans to sign a new contract with you. Please take a look." Gu Chunfeng was stunned at first, but then he understood. Without further ado, he took the contract and started reading it. When Gu Chunfeng finished reading the contract, a look of surprise appeared on his face. The reason is simple, the treatment in this contract is really too good. Not only was the original profit-sharing ratio changed to 6:4, with Gu Chunfeng getting 6 and the company getting 4, but they also gave a guaranteed annual salary of 1 million. In other words, even if Gu Chunfeng did nothing for a year, he could still get 1 million for free. The most important thing is that there are no additional conditions. Not only that, in the new artist contract, Gu Chunfeng has more freedom and more say. As long as Gu Chunfeng doesn't like something, he has the right to refuse it. The new artist contract is for 5 years, which is considered a relatively long period in the entertainment industry. Gu Chenfeng looked at Zhang Qingqing and said with a smile, Sister Zhang, aren't you afraid that I will do nothing but cheat you out of the 5 million? When Zhang Qingqing heard what Gu Chenfeng said, she smiled, if you want to, why not? Well, how come this is somewhat different from the plot? Shouldn't she have said something like you dare, or if you do this, I will do this and that? This sudden sentence of if you want, why not? Made Gu Chenfeng really not know what to say. Well, totally defeated. So, Gu Chenfeng took out a pen and signed his name on the new artist contract. After signing, Gu Chenfeng joked, Sister Zhang, I sold myself to you, so you have to be kind to me. Zhang Qingqing smiled and said, okay, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of you and make you comfortable. After saying that, he even glanced at Gu Chenfeng. Then, he took the contract and left with a winner's smile. Looking at Zhang Qingqing's graceful back, Gu Chenfeng was distracted for a moment. This woman is truly a charmer. But it's just too depressing. I clearly wanted to tease the other person, but I didn't expect to be teased by him in the end. As expected, I am not suitable to be a scumbag. After seeing Zhang Qingqing off, Gu Chenfeng returned to the room and checked the system. Name, Gu Chenfeng. Currently mastered skills, SS level acting skills, A level directing skills. Aura mastery, Emperor S aura. Current work, self-written and self-performed buried alive. Current reputation value, 384-2400. 3,800,000 reputation points? Gu Chenfeng was stunned when he saw his system reputation value. Although I knew that this was due to the surge in reputation brought about by the huge hit of the movie Buried, I didn't expect that so much would be accumulated all of a sudden. Open the exchange shop. Now that you have reputation points, you naturally want to improve your own. Chapter 50, Changing Auras, Children's Education. Please recommend and read. Ding, congratulations to the host for spending 2 million reputation points and exchanging for the 100 change aura. Changeable aura, you can change the aura of any character at will, including but not limited to, overbearing president, powerful man in ancient costume, merchant hawker. Ever-changing aura? Gu Chenfeng was delighted. Then I felt a huge amount of information rushing into my mind. The aura of various characters is instantly integrated. With the same aura as the Emperor before, if Gu Chenfeng were to play a merchant now, he could directly bring the tasks in the script to life. It's like walking out of a script. It's not acting for the sake of acting, but acting out one's true self. This made him more comfortable and more powerful when acting in the future. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Tang finishes school. When Gu Chenfeng took Tang Tang out and told her that Yang Jiao would take her out for dinner later, the little girl's head drooped as soon as he finished speaking. Gu Chenfeng quickly asked, Tang Tang, what's wrong? Tang Tang glanced at Gu Chenfeng and asked cautiously, Dad, can I not go? Seeing that Tang Tang was about to cry, Gu Chenfeng squatted down, looked at Tang Tang and said, don't you want to see your mother? Tang Tang pouted and said nothing. Well, since you don't want to meet, let's not meet. Gu Chenfeng thought for a while and said to Tang Tang. Although Yang Jiao has visitation rights, Tang Tang also has the right to refuse visitation, so Gu Chenfeng respects Tang Tang's decision. When he stood up and prepared to pick up Tang Tang and take her home, Tang Tang just stood there motionless. Gu Chenfeng frowned and asked, why don't you leave? Tang Tang frowned and said like a little adult, forget it, Dad, I'd better meet her. Otherwise, he will definitely come to the kindergarten gate often to block me, which will be more troublesome. It's just a meal anyway. I'll go home after I finish eating. Seeing Tang Tang being so sensible, Gu Chenfeng felt confused and reminded her, your mother might ask you to go to her place at night. Tang Tang screamed when she heard that, and said reluctantly, we still have to go back to her house, Dad, can I not go? Of course. Gu Chenfeng nodded heavily and said, this is your right. If you don't want to go, she can't force you. Tang Tang nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice and said, then I won't go. Come pick me up after dinner. Tang Tang. Seeing how Tang Tang hated Yang Jiao, Gu Chenfeng's voice became serious and he said, no matter what, she is still your mother and you are her daughter. This is a fact that no one can change. Although your mother did many things wrong, I believe she loves you in her heart. As for my divorce from your mother, this is a matter between adults. When you see your mother later, you must remember to be polite. Do you understand? The reason why Gu Chenfeng said this was not to excuse Yang Jiao. He was not so idle. What Yang Jiao has done in the past 3 years really makes her unfit to be a mother. Even when Tang Tang was in the emergency room, she left to have dinner with the director and discuss roles. The emotional world of children is the most real. When Tang Tang needed motherly love the most, she didn't get it, so it is normal for her to have no feelings for Yang Jiao. But what scared Gu Chenfeng was that when he just mentioned Yang Jiao, an expression of disgust appeared in Tang Tang's eyes. Disgust will lead to hatred. Gu Chenfeng does not want Yang Jiao to become a psychological shadow for Tang Tang. He is even more worried that Tang Tang will be filled with hatred at such a young age, which will do more harm than good to her growth. Like all parents in the world, Gu Chenfeng also hopes that Tang Tang can be happy all her life and always face the sun. Hatred can not only affect a person's character, but can even change a person's destiny. Therefore, Gu Chenfeng must dissolve the seeds of hatred in Tang Tang's heart to prevent it from taking root and sprouting. Although Tang Tang is only 5 years old, a serious illness has made her mind much more mature than other children of the same age. Moreover, since she knows more words and has watched many cartoons and picture books, she has begun to think like an adult. Many times, the fantastic questions she asked left Gu Chenfeng unable to answer. It is precisely because of this that Gu Chenfeng did not dare to treat her like an ignorant child when it comes to some matters, but instead discussed solutions with her. Hearing Gu Chenfeng's words, Tang Tang tilted her head and thought for a while, then asked, "Dad, don't you hate my mom?" "No hate." Gu Chenfeng shook his head and said, "Adults can't be together, maybe there's something wrong with them, like personality, living habits, etc. It doesn't necessarily have to be right or wrong." Do you understand Dad's explanation? In fact, he said this sincerely. If he still had some hatred in his heart when he took Tang Tang out of the house just now, it would have disappeared by now. There was one thing Gu Chenfeng had to admit. During the years he had been with Yang Jiao, all of his own finances had been used on Tang Tang's treatment, and the remaining house and car were bought with Yang Jiao's money. After spending all his money, the only one left by his side was his daughter, whom he saved with money, and Yang Jiao loved money. He left the house with his daughter, and Yang Jiao kept her beloved money, so both sides gained something. Therefore, Gu Chenfeng really does not have any hatred towards Yang Jiao now, and is very indifferent. After listening to Gu Chenfeng's words, Tang Tang nodded and said, "I think I understand a little bit. Then I'll agree to her and have dinner with her, but you have to pick me up at night. Remember, Dad, don't forget." "Okay." Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, "After dinner, ask your mother to call me and tell me your location, and I will pick you up." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chenfeng's cell phone rang. It was Yang Jiao calling. "Hello?" Gu Chenfeng answered the phone. Yang Jiao on the other end of the phone asked with a condescending tone, "Gu Chenfeng, where are you? Did you get Tang Tang?" Gu Chenfeng was somewhat disgusted by Yang Jiao's tone, frowned, and said, "I got it. We just arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten and are ready to go back. Wait for me, I'll be there soon." Yang Jiao hung up the phone right after she finished speaking. This woman is always self-centered and never considers other people's feelings. Gu Chenfeng has gotten used to it. Gu Chenfeng held Tang Tang in his arms and walked to the side of the road, waiting. 5 minutes later. A red Porsche stopped in front of Gu Chenfeng and Tang Tang, father and daughter. The driver was Yang Jiao, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes. After Yang Jiao got off the car, she stretched out her hands to Tang Tang in Gu Chenfeng's arms and said, "Come on, baby, let mommy hug you. I miss you so much." Tang Tang instinctively shrank into Gu Chenfeng's arms, but did not show any obvious resistance. Chapter 51, Yang Jiao takes Tang Tang to eat Western food. Please read and recommend. After holding Tang Tang, Yang Jiao kept kissing her on the face and asked with a smile, "Baby, do you miss your mother?" "I thought about it," Tang Tang replied. But when she spoke, there was no trace of the joy that a child might have after seeing her mother in her eyes, and it seemed perfunctory. But Yang Jiao didn't notice it, and asked happily, "Oh, baby, you are so good, mommy will take you to eat delicious food now, okay, you can eat whatever you want." At this time, Gu Chenfeng reminded her, Tang Tang can't drink carbonated drinks, and can't eat too much sweets. Okay, I get it," Yang Jiao said impatiently. This attitude is exactly the same as before the divorce, without any change. Before coming to pick up Tang Tang, Ning Ziki, in order to achieve his goal of using Gu Chenfeng's talent to make a lot of money, repeatedly reminded Yang Jiao to speak softly when meeting Gu Chenfeng, and Yang Jiao agreed at that time. But now, when Yang Jiao saw Gu Chenfeng, that inexplicable sense of superiority swelled up again. She had long forgotten the talents that Gu Chenfeng had shown during this period and the advice of her best friend Ning Ziki, and her tone was still very arrogant. Yang Jiao held Tang Tang in her arms and walked to the front of the car. She opened the door, put Tang Tang in the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, and said with a smile, "Tang Tang, let's go. Mommy will take you to eat something delicious." Tang Tang didn't answer, but stuck her head out of the car window and shouted to Gu Chenfeng, "Goodbye, Dad, don't forget our agreement." Gu Chenfeng waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I won't forget it. Remember to listen to your mother and be a good boy." Before he could finish his words, Yang Jiao stepped on the accelerator and drove away. He didn't even say a word to Gu Chenfeng. Yang Jiao was very angry at this time. Gu Chenfeng, who had been ordered around by her, treated her the same way today as the day he went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce certificate. He didn't even look at her, let alone say hello. "You are a newcomer who just debuted, why do you put on airs in front of me? Just wait, until I have made enough money from you, I will settle the score with you." Half an hour later, Yang Jiao brought Tang Tang to a booth in a high-end Western restaurant. "Tang Tang, you must be tired of eating those simple meals with your father every day. Today, Mom will improve your diet. Let's have Western food." Yang Jiao said to Tang Tang patiently. I thought Tang Tang would be very happy and cheering, but I didn't expect that this little girl would not give her face at all. She just shook her head and said, "The food Daddy cooks is super delicious. I can't eat enough." When Yang Jiao heard this, her smile froze on her face. A look of displeasure appeared on her delicately made-up face. She said, "You are just a poor man who follows your father around every day. You must have become stupid. Eating Western food is the life of high-class people. My father is rich too." Tang Tang replied indifferently. Yang Jiao's displeasure became even worse. After 5 seconds, she said in a deep voice, "Forget it. You are still young. You won't understand even if I tell you." "Mom, I am still young, but I understand." Tang Tang said seriously, "Now we have cars to pick us up when we go out, and I see that there are many uncles and aunts driving beautiful cars in Dad's company, and they don't eat Western food." After saying that, he muttered, "Their cars are prettier than yours, so they must be very rich." At this point, Yang Jiao became even more unhappy and said, "Kid, why do you always speak for your dad? Tell Mom, does your dad often say bad things about Mom in front of you?" Tang Tang shook her head. Seeing this, Yang Jiao had a smug look on her face and said, "Then tell me, does he know how good I am now and wants to be with me again?" Tang Tang shook her head again and said, "He never mentioned you in front of me at all." At this point, Tang Tang's eyes rolled, as if she was recalling something seriously, and then she nodded heavily and said, "Well, it's true that I never mentioned it once. The one with the surname Gu." Yang Jiao was so angry that she almost exploded on the spot when she heard Tang Tang's words. However, just when she was about to beat him up, she suddenly remembered that this was a public place and she was a public figure, so she could only force herself. At this time, the restaurant waiter brought the appetizers. Yang Jiao immediately said, "Come here, Tang Tang. This is freshly squeezed orange juice. It tastes delicious. Have some. This is butter chicken puff pastry, it's so delicious, come and have a bite." Poof! Tang Tang just took a small bite of the butter chicken crisps and spat it out. Her little face looked like she had eaten coptis. She said, "Mom, this is too disgusting." Yang Jiao was stunned and said, "It shouldn't be like this. How can something so delicious be unpalatable? Many people eat this dish. My mother likes it too. Try it again." "No." Before Yang Jiao could finish her words, Tang Tang raised her hands to cover her mouth, then turned her face away, looking very disgusted. Seeing this, Yang Jiao suppressed the rage that was already raging in her heart, put on a smile and asked, "Then what do you want to eat? Mom will help you order some." As a woman who has always been self-centered, Yang Jiao has always liked to give orders and dominate others, making them do things according to her wishes. She did this to Tang Tang and Gu Chenfeng before. It is precisely because of this that Tang Tang instinctively resists her. If Yang Jiao didn't want to use Tang Tang to ease the relationship with Gu Chenfeng and make a lot of money with Gu Chenfeng's talent, she would have been angry a long time ago. Tang Tang naturally didn't have as many thoughts as Yang Jiao, she just followed her heart and said, "I want to eat the twice-cooked pork and steamed buns made by my dad. Don't go too far." Yang Jiao finally couldn't hold back her anger and yelled at Tang Tang, "You have Western food but you insist on eating twice-cooked pork buns. Aren't you cheap?" This little guy started to speak for Gu Chenfeng as soon as he came, which made Yang Jiao feel very uncomfortable. He took her to eat such expensive Western food, but he was picky about it. It was really infuriating. Seeing Yang Jiao explode, Tang Tang burst into tears. "Wow. I want to find my dad." The guests dining nearby heard the crying of a child and looked over here. Yang Jiao was so angry that her face turned blue. This is so embarrassing. She was a second-tier star and considered herself a person of status. In such an elegant occasion, the crying child made her feel very embarrassed. So he said angrily, I don't want to eat anymore, I don't want to eat anymore, let's go. I should have known I shouldn't have brought you here. You are just like your good-for-nothing father. You are destined to be poor all your life. The waiter pays the bill. At this time, the waiter came over, bowed, and said, Hello, ma'am, the total consumption is 900 yuan. The subsequent unprocessed amount will be rejected for you. The actual consumption is 550 yuan. May I ask if it is cash or card? Cash. No need for change. Yang Jiao took out $600 bills from her bag and handed them to the waiter. After paying the bill, Yang Jiao picked up her bag, pulled Tang Tang up with a dark face and left angrily. Eat Western food? I'm so angry that I'm full of anger. Chapter 52, Tang Tang fell down, and Gu Chenfeng was angry. Please read and recommend. After walking outside the Western restaurant, Yang Jiao took a deep breath, looked at Tang Tang, and said unhappily, Okay, it's not too late for Western food. What do you want to eat? I just want to eat the food my dad cooks. Facing Yang Jiao's atmosphere, Tang Tang was not afraid at all. She answered with tears on her cute little face. You. Seeing Tang Tang repeatedly challenging her patience, Yang Jiao raised her hand in anger, scaring Tang Tang so much that she quickly stepped back. As there was a curb behind them, Tang Tang accidentally stepped on empty air when she was backing up, and fell backwards with her head tilted back. Bang! Tongtong's entire petite body fell onto the hard road. Wow! The pain made Tang Tang cry out. Tang Tang! Yang Jiao was so scared that her face turned pale. She walked towards Tang Tang, who had fallen to the ground, and picked her up. Tang Tang, how are you? Is everything all right? Ah, blood. Yang Jiao suddenly found that her hand holding Tongtong's head was stained with blood. My mind went blank and passers-by stopped one after another. An old man riding a tricycle saw Yang Jiao still standing there in a daze, looking at a loss, and anxiously shouted, Hurry up and send her to the hospital. The child is injured, why are you still standing there? Others followed suit, Yes, hurry up and send him to the hospital, call 120, how could this adult be so careless? Yes, call 120 quickly, the child's head is broken. Such a beautiful child, but the parents don't even take good care of him. What are they doing? Needless to say, he must be playing with his phone. After hearing the discussions of the people around her, Yang Jiao finally came to her senses from her panic, hugged Tang Tang tightly, and cried, Tang Tang, how are you? Don't scare your mother. However, Tang Tang, who was held in his arms, was still crying heartbreakingly and struggling hard with her hands and feet. At this time, Gu Chenfeng was reading a book at home. Suddenly, he heard his cell phone ringing. He took it out and saw that it was Yang Jiao calling. Didn't Tang Tang take her away? They should be having dinner at this time, why are they calling me? Could something have happened to Tang Tang? Gu Chenfeng's heart tightened and he quickly answered the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Yang Jiao's crying voice came from the other side, Gu Chenfeng, Tang Tang is injured, we are rushing to the hospital, please come quickly. Hearing this, Gu Chenfeng felt his head buzzing, his body trembled violently, and even his voice trembled a little. He said, Yang Jiao, please tell me clearly, what happened to Tang Tang? Is she seriously injured? I fell on the road and my head is bleeding. I'm on my way to the hospital, the first municipal hospital. Yang Jiao. I'll be there right away. Now was not the time to get angry, so Gu Chenfeng hung up the phone, picked up a bunch of car keys, and rushed out the door. Originally, this car belonged to Wu Xiaoxiao. Gu Chenfeng, who was already in a blank state, didn't bother to say a word to Wu Xiaoxiao and went downstairs directly to drive the car. Squeak as the sound of emergency brakes sounded, the drivers on the road cursed, Do you know how to drive? Don't you have eyes? Gu Chenfeng ignored it. He just wanted to go to the hospital as soon as possible. Driving rapidly towards the hospital. The journey that would normally take 20 minutes was completed in 10 minutes by Gu Chenfeng. When Gu Chenfeng rushed into the emergency department of the hospital, Yang Jiao was standing there at a loss, her face pale, with blood on her hands and body. This is Tongtong's blood. When Yang Jiao saw Gu Chenfeng, she quickly came forward and said, Chenfeng, you're here. At this moment, Yang Jiao no longer had her usual arrogance and looked panicked. Gu Chenfeng looked at the blood on Yang Jiao's body, his eyes turned red, he looked around, but didn't see Tang Tang, so he asked, Yang Jiao, where is Tang Tang, how is Tang Tang? He was taken to do a CT scan. Hearing this, Gu Chenfeng's heart tightened and he asked, Is the injury serious? She broke her head. I didn't do it on purpose. She just accidentally didn't stand properly. Yang Jiao. Seeing that Yang Jiao was still shirking responsibility at this time, Gu Chenfeng roared, "It's already this fucking hour, and you're still shirking responsibility here, just wait for me. If anything happens to Tang Tang, I won't let you go." After saying that, Gu Chenfeng ran straight to the CT room. Tang Tang had been treated here for more than 2 years, so he was very familiar with every place in this hospital. Since it was an emergency, Tang Tang did not have to queue. Gu Chenfeng had just walked to the door of the CT room when he saw Tang Tang being pushed out. Gu Chenfeng hurried over, came to the gurney and asked, Tang Tang, how are you?" "Don't be afraid, Daddy is here." When Gu Chenfeng saw the bloody bandage on Tang Tang's head, his heart felt as if it was being cut into pieces. At this moment, Tang Tang heard Gu Chenfeng's figure, raised her eyelids heavily, tears welled up in her eyes, and shouted in a very weak voice, "Dad." Hearing Tang Tang's cry, Gu Chenfeng finally let go of his worries. He turned to the medical staff pushing the cart and asked, "Doctor, how is my child? Is he seriously ill?" The doctor was very friendly and replied, "The child fell and hit his head on the ground. It seems that there is no problem now, but the results will not be known until the CT report comes out. Parents, please let us go back to the department. The child still needs info or something." Gu Chenfeng quickly stepped aside and said, Okay. Gu Chenfeng? Gu Chenfeng had just stepped back to push the cart when he suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. Hearing someone calling his name, Gu Chenfeng instinctively turned around and saw a female doctor in a white coat standing not far from him. "Dr. Lu, why are you here?" Gu Chenfeng asked. The female doctor is Lu Qian, and she is the attending physician of the Department of Hematology. "I'll retrieve a pregnancy MRI report." Lu Qian had just finished answering when she saw Tang Tang on the cart and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ah, Tang Tang, what happened?" During the 2 years of Tang Tang's treatment, almost all the medical staff in the Department of Hematology disliked Tang Tang. Many of Tang Tang's stuffed toys were bought for her by Lu Qian. Gu Chenfeng said with a sad face, "I accidentally fell to the ground and hit my head." Lu Qian quickly walked up to him and said with a distressed look on her face, "Oh my baby, Tang Tang, no one is letting you down. It will be fine soon. You are very brave. You are the best." After saying goodbye to Lu Qian, Gu Chenfeng followed Tang Tang's cart back to the emergency department. On the way, Gu Chenfeng kept praying to God, hoping that nothing would happen to Tang Tang. After arriving at the infusion hall of the emergency department, Tang Tang started receiving the infusion. The infusion had just been started, and before it began, Yang Jiao's phone rang, so she went out to answer it. Soon, she came back and said to Gu Chenfeng, who was sitting beside Tang Tang's bed with some embarrassment, Gu Chenfeng, my agent just called me and said that a director came for an interview today and just got off the plane. He is a famous director in China and this movie is very important to me, so I." Chapter 53, 2 surprising pieces of news please read and recommend. "Go away." Gu Chenfeng waved his hand. Even though he and Yang Jiao are now on the same path, he can't say that he is not angry at all. After all, he is not a saint. "You." Yang Jiao wanted to say something angrily, but thinking that Tang Tang was injured today because of her, she suppressed her anger and said, "I'll be back as soon as I'm done." After that, he picked up his bag, looked at Tang Tang, whose face was as pale as paper, and said, "Bye, Tang Tang." Tang Tang slowly raised her eyelids without saying anything. Gu Chenfeng shooed Yang Jiao away like a fly, saying, "Get out of here." He was so angry that he couldn't describe it. His daughter was hurt so badly, but Yang Jiao still wanted to meet the director. At the same time, Gu Chenfeng was also very grateful that he had snatched the custody of Tang Tang. Otherwise, such a cute child would definitely have been ruined by Yang Jiao. She only took care of Tang Tang for less than 2 hours, and she injured her like this. If she were to take care of the baby for a long time, who knows how badly Tang Tang would be injured. I never want to have anything to do with a woman like this again. From the time Gu Chenfeng appeared to the time Yang Jiao left, Tang Tang never cried or made a fuss. For her, everything was fine as long as her father was by her side. Gu Chenfeng lowered his head and asked with a distressed look on his face, "Tang Tang, how do you feel now? Is your head still hurting badly?" Tang Tang forced a strong smile on her face and said weakly, "It doesn't hurt anymore, Dad. I will be brave." Hearing Tang Tang's sensible words, Gu Chenfeng's tears flowed uncontrollably. Soon, the CT report came out and everything was normal. There was no cerebral hemorrhage or brain damage. This made Gu Chenfeng finally feel relieved. Just when Tang Tang was receiving the infusion, A familiar figure appeared at the door of the emergency room. White short-sleeved shirt, black-waisted long skirt. The simple white and black colors have a shocking beauty when worn by Luo Qingcheng, which complements her cold temperament. Luo Qingcheng looked anxious at the moment, with sweat slightly oozing out on her smooth forehead. As soon as she entered the emergency room, she looked around, looking for something. When she saw Gu Chenfeng and Tang Tang, she quickened her pace. Coming to the two of them, Luo Qingcheng squatted down, holding Tang Tang's slightly cold little hand, and said in a soft but anxious voice, "Tang Tang, how do you feel? How did you get hurt? Does it still hurt?" Feeling Luo Qingcheng's concern, Tang Tang actually giggled. Maybe she laughed too happily and pulled her wound, so she quickly held it back. Stop laughing, stop laughing. You kid, you can still laugh even though you're hurt." Luo Qingcheng's face was filled with heartache and resentment. However, Tang Tang's smile made her feel a lot more relieved. At least it seemed that there should be no serious problem now. "Aunt Lolo, why are you here?" Tang Tang asked tearfully. Luo Qingcheng smiled faintly and explained, "Aunt Lu just sent me a message, so I came to see the baby." "Hey, Aunt Luo is so nice." Tang Tang endured the pain in her body, showing a row of white teeth, and said to Gu Chenfeng, "Dad, I want to drink water." Okay, I'll get you some water right away." Hearing the voice, Gu Chenfeng quickly stood up and walked out. With Luo Qingcheng here, Gu Chenfeng felt a lot more at ease. If he were asked to choose who he could trust most to leave Tang Tang to, Luo Qingcheng would definitely be at the top of the list. At least it's 100 times safer than leaving it to Yang Jiao. When Gu Chenfeng was getting water for Tang Tang. However, two surprising pieces of news broke out on the internet. The first is that the famous director Su was accidentally injured while filming and is currently receiving treatment in the city hospital. According to reporters' description, the injury is quite serious. The second piece of news was that Tang Tang, the daughter of the national father-in-law Gu Chenfeng, was accidentally injured and was receiving emergency treatment in the city hospital. His suspected ex-wife showed up, but left soon. The entire internet was stunned by these two pieces of news. First of all, there is director Su Zhengda, who is familiar to almost everyone. Since he directed and starred in the series, Su Zheng has become a big shot in the Chinese film industry. He has won numerous awards and is one of the most watched directors in the world, so when the news of his injury came out, netizens were immediately furious. As for the second piece of news, it was even more popular. Ever since Tang Tang and Gu Chenfeng participated in the reality show A Longing for Life together, many netizens have fallen in love with this cute little girl. Moreover, the movie Buried was a huge success, and Gu Chenfeng's fame skyrocketed. Out of curiosity, netizens also knew about Tang Tang's existence. It is no exaggeration to say that Gu Chenfeng now has more than 5 million fans on Weibo, and at least half of them like Tang Tang. And everyone knows that Tang Tang had suffered from a rare blood disease before, so the news of her injury and hospitalization attracted a lot of attention. Fuck, are these two pieces of news true or false? They can't be advertising for the city hospital. The guy above, please use your brains. Who the hell would advertise in this way? Su Zheng is injured? No way, I'm still waiting for his new movie to come out. The movies he directed and acted in are really good. Yes, this series is really great. I really hope Su Zheng can continue to shoot series movies. The new movie must also be in these series, but why did he get injured? This news is really too scary. Su Zheng is a big shot. His new drama hasn't even started filming for a few days. Is the new drama going to be shelved? What I care about is, how could such a cute little girl like Tang Tang get hurt? How did the national father-in-law Gu Chenfeng take care of Tang Tang? Doesn't any of you care about who Tang Tang's mother is? These reporters are so uninformed that they haven't found Tang Tang's mother in such a long time. Gu Chenfeng, how on earth do you take care of Tang Tang? For a time, these two pieces of news aroused heated discussions among countless netizens, and even rushed to the top of the hot search list. It can be seen that the news that Gu Chenfeng or Tang Tang was injured and hospitalized has an impact on netizens. As for Su Zheng's influence, there is no need to mention it. Municipal Hospital. In the orthopedic VIP ward, Su Zheng's arm was in a plaster cast and he was lying on the bed, his face a little pale. He didn't expect that he would get injured during the filming and even broke his arm. Now he was very depressed, because his new movie was a film he valued very much, but now he was injured. What should he do with the new film? When Mu, another new director of this play, asked with concern, "Teacher Su, how do you feel? I really didn't expect such an accident to happen. I'm really sorry." Su Zhang comforted her, "It's okay, it's not your fault. There are always some unexpected things when filming. You can't blame anyone, it's just this play." Before he finished speaking, Wenmu said, "Teacher Su, just rest and recover. I will shoot other people's scenes first. As for your scenes, we will shoot them after you recover." Chapter 54, Su Zhang's new drama changes the lead actor, recommending Gu Chunfeng asking for recommendation votes and follow-up reading. Su Zhang shook his head and said, "As the saying goes, it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. This movie can't wait 100 days. This is what he really thinks. Once the crew starts filming, they will be burning money every day. How could Su Zhang bear to let everyone in the crew wait for him?" Hearing this, Wenmu said with a firm look in his eyes, "Teacher Su, I absolutely do not agree with you filming with an injury." Su Zhang smiled and said, "Who said I'm going to film with an injury? So what do you mean?" Wenmu asked with a puzzled look on his face. "Su Zhangdao, let's change the lead actor. Although I can't act anymore, I can still be the producer after my injury heals." When these words came out, everyone present was stunned. You know, if Su Zhang wasn't in charge of this play, they couldn't imagine what would happen in the end. Moreover, the investment in this play is huge, and it would be too risky to change the protagonist at the last minute. Su Zhang's agent asked, "Teacher Su, are you telling the truth? Don't you think highly of this play?" Wenmu also said, "Yes, Mr. Su, please don't be impulsive. It doesn't matter if we can't catch up with the Spring Festival. At most, it will be released after the new year. If the show fails because of a temporary replacement of the lead actor, it will be a huge loss for us." Su Zhang stopped the others who wanted to speak and said, "I have thought about this matter carefully. There will be no problem inviting him to play the leading role. His acting skills are the most powerful and creative that I have ever seen." Who? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They never imagined that Su Zhang had already thought of a candidate, and from his words, it could be heard that he was very optimistic about this person. So, who is this person? Su Zhang felt everyone's gaze and said slowly, "Gu Chunfeng." After dinner, Zhang Qingqing was playing with her phone when she saw the news that Tang Tang was injured and hospitalized. She was about to call Gu Chunfeng to ask about it. "I just found Gu Chunfeng's number, but before I remembered to dial it, another call came in." After taking a look at the number, Zhang Qingqing looked a little surprised, but she still answered the call first. "Hello, hello. Hello, you must be Gu Chunfeng's agent, Sister Zhang." "Yes, it's me. I'm sure you've heard about director Su's injury. Now Mr. Su wants Gu Chunfeng to audition for a new play. I'd like to trouble Sister Zhang to notify him." "Okay, I'll notify Gu Chunfeng right away." Zhang Qingqing felt mixed emotions. She had just seen that Su Zhang was hospitalized due to an injury during filming, but she didn't expect Su Zhang's agent to call and ask Gu Chunfeng to audition for the new play that Su Zhang had originally planned to star in. But Tang Tang is injured and in the hospital now. Considering Chunfeng's personality, Zhang Qingqing thought for a moment and then called Gu Chunfeng. Gu Chunfeng, who was accompanying Tang Tang for an infusion at the moment, heard the ringing of his cell phone and glanced at Tang Tang and Luo Qingcheng. Before I could open my mouth, I heard Tang Tang say sensibly, "Dad, go answer the phone. Aunt Luo is here with me." Luo Qingcheng also spoke at this time, saying, "Go out and answer it." "Okay, I'll be at the door." Gu Chunfeng walked to the door with his cell phone. After all, this is a hospital ward and we can't disturb other patients. Arriving at the door, Gu Chunfeng answered the phone and said, "Hello, Sister Zhang, what's the matter?" Zhang Qingqing, who answered the phone, first asked, "Chunfeng, how is Tang Tang?" "It's okay, the doctor has checked it." Gu Chunfeng replied. "That's good." Zhang Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "By the way, the news that Tang Tang was injured and hospitalized was exposed online. Your ex. Don't worry, she will get away with this kind of thing very well." Gu Chunfeng interrupted Zhang Qingqing before she could finish her words. He really didn't want to mention Yang Jiao again. Hearing Gu Chunfeng's words, Zhang Qingqing was stunned at first, but she didn't ask any more questions, and then said, "Chunfeng, I just received good news. Director Su Zhangda invited you to audition. This role was originally played by Su Zhang himself, but he was injured in an accident during filming and had to change roles, and he chose you." Gu Chunfeng said in a deep voice, "Thank you Director Su for your interest, but I have to take care of my daughter now." Zhang Qingqing was not surprised at all by what he said. In Gu Chunfeng's heart, his daughter was more important than anything else. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Qingqing said, "The name of their script is Dying to Survive. Although I haven't seen the script yet, any script that Su Zhan likes can't be too bad. Originally I wanted to agree to it on your behalf, but thinking that Tang Tang is still in the hospital, I decided to call you first to ask what you think. After all, this role. Before Zhang Qingqing finished speaking, Gu Chenfeng interrupted her again and said, Sister Zhang, I really want to take this role, no matter how much the pay is, I want to take it, but I can't watch my daughter lying in the hospital with no one to take care of her. It would be best if the audition time could be adjusted a little bit. Listening to Gu Chenfeng's words, Zhang Qingqing didn't know what to say. But she was very surprised that Gu Chenfeng didn't even read the script, but just said that he wanted to take the role, no matter how much the pay was. Are you sure? Zhang Qingqing asked suspiciously, and then added, as for the audition time, I think there is still a chance after communicating with director Su Zhang. If the audition time can be adjusted, I'm sure I'd like to take it. Gu Chenfeng said in a very sure tone, a role that even the movie Emperor Su Zhang wants to star in must not be too bad. Of course, Gu Chenfeng also has his own considerations in his mind. This is Dying to Survive. When it was on Earth, this movie broke many records and was extremely popular. Gu Chenfeng never thought that he would have the honor to encounter the script in this world. He was very excited, but when he saw Tang Tang lying on the hospital bed and receiving in 4, Gu Chenfeng suppressed his excitement. If you missed the script, you can find it again, but some things will be a lifelong regret if you miss them. Zhang Qingqing on the other end of the phone spoke again, okay, take good care of Tang Tang first, I'll go talk to director Su Zhang. Okay, thank you, Sister Zhang. Gu Chenfeng thanked her, hung up the phone and returned to the ward. After entering the ward, he saw Luo Qingcheng holding Tang Tang's test report, so he asked, how is it? Luo Qingcheng looked at Gu Chenfeng and said, Chenfeng, judging from the examination report, there is nothing wrong with Tang Tang. But for the sake of caution, you must pay close attention to Tang Tang's condition in the next 2 days, such as whether he has dizziness, nausea, vomiting, headache, blurred vision, etc. If there is, you must go to the hospital immediately. Don't be careless. Seeing Luo Qingqing speaking so seriously, Gu Chenfeng became nervous again and said, Dr. Luo, what are these symptoms you mentioned? Didn't Tantan's CT scan report show that she's fine? Chapter 55, Like Strangers, Su Zhang posted on Weibo. Please read and recommend. Luo Qingqing patiently explained, don't be nervous, Chenfeng. It's fine now, but sometimes people with brain injuries will have rare unexpected conditions. The most common one is delayed cerebral hemorrhage. Delayed cerebral hemorrhage? What kind of disease is this? It was the first time that Gu Chenfeng heard this medical term. He only knew about cerebral hemorrhage. Luo Qingqing said, as the name suggests, delayed cerebral hemorrhage refers to a delayed phenomenon that occurs in the skull after a brain injury. This disease is divided into 4 types. One is the acute type, which refers to brain hemorrhage 3 hours after head injury. The second is the acute type, where cerebral hemorrhage occurs within 72 hours. The third is the subacute type, where the hematoma forms 3 to 7 days after the injury. The fourth is chronic disease, which takes a longer time, and the longest one may appear after several years. After hearing Luo Qingqing's explanation, Gu Chenfeng's heart, which had been at ease, became tense again. He asked, there is such a thing? Seeing Gu Chenfeng, who was calm and composed on the screen, change his expression at this moment, Luo Qingqing knew that he was frightened by what she said, so she laughed dumbly and said, don't be too nervous. What I just said is just an isolated case. It accounts for a very small proportion of brain injuries. Most of them occur in middle-aged and elderly people. It rarely happens to children. Gu Chenfeng thought about it and said, no, I'll just arrange for Tang Tang to be hospitalized. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of an accident, Gu Chenfeng didn't dare let Tang Tang take the risk, so he thought it would be safer to keep her in the hospital for observation. I never thought there would be such a symptom as delayed cerebral hemorrhage. It's so scary. No need. Luo Qingqing shook her head and smiled. Tangtang's condition and examination report are both normal now. What she needs most now is rest. Do you think she can sleep well in the hospital? At this time, Tang Tang spoke up and said, Dad, let's go home. Hearing Luo Qingqing say that everything was fine and Tang Tang also wanted to go home, Gu Chenfeng could only give up the idea of hospitalization and observation and said, okay, we'll go home after the infusion is finished. When Tang Tang finished the infusion, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. She had to continue with the infusion for the next 2 days. Until Gu Chenfeng brought Tang Tang back home, Yang Jiao only made a phone call to ask about Tang Tang's situation, and then told Gu Chenfeng how important the film director was to her and that he could not come, and asked Gu Chenfeng to take good care of Tang Tang. In response to this, Gu Chunfeng sneered in his heart and also sentenced Yang Jiao. Like strangers. Ding dong. Just as Gu Chunfeng carried Tang Tang to sit on the sofa, the doorbell rang. When I opened it, I saw that the person coming was my agent Zhang Qingqing. She was carrying a lot of things in her hands. Obviously she knew that Gu Chunfeng had brought Tang Tang back, and she bought them for Tang Tang. Oh, baby, does your head still hurt? As soon as Zhang Qingqing entered the room, she put the things on the table, came to Tang Tang, looked at her head wrapped in gauze, and asked with a distressed look on her face. Zhang Qingqing loves the little girl Tang Tang very much. Originally, he planned to go to the hospital to pick her up, but Gu Chunfeng said that he drove Xiaoxiao's car and would be back soon after finishing the infusion, so Zhang Qingqing waited in the company. Hello, Auntie. Tang Tang called out obediently, and then replied, Auntie, I'm not in pain anymore. Would you like to eat an apple? Auntie will peel one for you. Zhang Qingqing asked. Tang Tang nodded and said, Thank you, Auntie. 10 o'clock at night. Tang Tang fell asleep in Zhang Qingqing's arms. After gently putting her on the bed, Zhang Qingqing said to Gu Chunfeng, I'll let Xiaoxiao live with me from now on, so it will be more convenient for her to take care of Tang Tang. Thank you. Gu Chunfeng thanked with a smile. Zhang Qingqing added, By the way, I have discussed with Su Zhang. You can go for the audition after you finish your work in the next 2 days. Really? Thank you, Sister Zhang. Gu Chunfeng said excitedly. Seeing Gu Chunfeng so excited, Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but ask, Chunfeng, why do I feel like you're so excited? Do you know about this movie Dying to Survive? You know, it's a secret. Gu Chunfeng was shocked, then quickly controlled his emotions and shook his head, saying, Sister Zhang, how would I know about this script? I'm naturally happy to be able to play the role of a stunning actress who originally belonged to the movie Emperor. How could Gu Chunfeng not be excited and thrilled to be able to play the role of Cheng Yon? But it cannot be shown now, after all, this movie happened on Earth. After hearing what Gu Chunfeng said, Zhang Qingqing thought about it and felt that it was indeed true. If Su Zhang hadn't been accidentally injured, it wouldn't have been Gu Chunfeng's turn to audition. So Zhang Qingqing said, Chunfeng, although Su Zhang invited you to audition, you may not be successful. I think they should invite several people, so you are under great competition pressure. Don't be afraid. Gu Chunfeng waved his hand and said, I believe I can do it. Speaking of this, Gu Chunfeng exuded a strong sense of confidence. If the dying to survive in this world is the same as that on Earth, then he would have known the plot a long time ago. Gu Chunfeng, who has superb acting skills, is naturally confident that he can play the role of Cheng Yon. Zhang Qingqing felt Gu Chunfeng's strong self-confidence, and felt happy but also a little worried. The good news is that Gu Chunfeng begins to show his confident temperament, but the worry is that Gu Chunfeng will become inflated because of this, which is fatal for an actor. Seeing Zhang Qingqing's expression, Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, Sister Zhang, are you worried that I will become arrogant? Don't worry, I won't become arrogant until I reach the top. Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but shudder when she heard that. She took a deep breath and said, Chunfeng, I'm looking forward to you climbing to the peak in your heart. Gu Chunfeng smiled and said nothing. At this time, Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chunfeng, who was in a good mood, so she asked, Now netizens are looking for your ex-wife, this matter. It's okay. Before Zhang Qingqing finished speaking, Gu Chunfeng interrupted her and said, Actors are also human beings. It's normal for two people to get divorced because of personality differences. Okay. Zhang Qingqing knew that she couldn't say much about this matter, she just wanted to ask Gu Chunfeng how he planned to deal with it. Now seeing Gu Chunfeng facing it calmly, Zhang Qingqing felt relieved. As long as there is no obstacle for Gu Chunfeng, even if that woman wants to play some tricks, or someone wants to use this to discredit Gu Chunfeng, Zhang Qingqing is confident that she can handle it. The news that Su Zhan was accidentally injured and hospitalized caused a huge shock on the internet, and many celebrities posted on Weibo to express their concern. Su Zhang replied on Weibo. Thank you very much for your concern. I am fine. I just broke my arm. I will be discharged from the hospital in a few days. Thank you for your concern. As for the new drama, I said it will be released during the Spring Festival, so it will definitely be released during the Spring Festival. Dear fans, you can rest assured. Chapter 56, following each other on Weibo, there is something fishy going on, please recommend and read on. Su Zhang's Weibo post once again set the internet on fire. No one expected that Su Zhengdu had a broken arm, but he said it was nothing and said that his new drama would be released regularly. This is going to scare people to death. For a moment, netizens were also excited. Oh my god, Director Sue, you have a broken bone, please don't act rashly. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone, you can't film with this injury. I was inexplicably moved by Director Sue. He had a broken bone, but he said he was fine. People like him deserve our admiration. Director Sue, you should take good care of your injuries. You can start filming slowly after your injuries have healed. Don't let yourself get injured again because of the rush. Besides, the quality of the work produced by rushing the schedule cannot be guaranteed. We will wait for you. Yes, Director Sue, you should have a good rest and recover from your injuries. We will be waiting for you. Director Sue, take good care of yourself. Obviously, netizens do not want Su Zheng to film while injured, and they all hope that Su Zheng can have a good rest. Just as everyone was discussing it, Su Zheng updated his Weibo again. Ha, my friends, I didn't say I would be filming with an injury. Oh, no, I won't be filming in person. As for the reason, it's kept secret for now. However, the new drama will definitely be filmed as scheduled, and I will definitely not let you down. After reading Su Zheng's Weibo post, netizens were stunned again. Filming without injuries? Not going to fight in person? What does this mean? Everyone was confused. But soon, someone reacted and exclaimed, "Fuck, Director Su doesn't mean that he won't be the lead actor, is he going to replace the lead actor?" As soon as this statement came out, netizens were furious. This news is absolutely shocking. You know, in Su Zheng's series of movies, although he is the director, he is also the absolute leading actor. But now, it seems that Su Zheng is no longer the leading actor. It's amazing. Is this true? This is too scary. Is Su Zheng really not going to be the lead actor? Oh my god, I can't believe it. If this is true, then who can replace Su Zheng? Could it be Bao Xian? Su Zheng has starred in all of his embarrassing movies himself. Could this be an accident? Then the question is, who has the ability to play the leading role? You know, Su Zheng's acting skills are no joke. Without his ability, the Lost in China series can't be carried forward at all, and it may even ruin the brand of this series of movies. By the way, is this movie directed by Director Su really a series of embarrassing stories? I heard from the grapevine that this movie is not a series of embarrassing stories at all, and the director is not Su Zheng, but a new director. I don't know if it's true. Fuck, is this true? If it's not the series, will Director Su make other movies? Hasn't he always been committed to creating series movies? Oh, if the lead actor is to be replaced, then I'm not very optimistic. Director Su's role cannot be replaced by anyone else. I agree. If the actors are really replaced, this highly anticipated movie may be greatly reduced in value. Netizens were shocked by the speculation about the replacement of the leading actor. After the shock, they were not optimistic about changing roles. Because Su Zheng's role is so obvious that it is impossible to find an actor to replace him. As for the young and handsome guys? That's impossible, because Su Zheng is well known for not liking young and handsome guys. Guanfong, who was sitting at home with Tang Tang, saw all the news on the internet. He did not expect that the news in Su Zheng's hands would directly sweep the internet. At the same time, the news that Su Zheng was suspected of changing the protagonist also set off the internet. This influence is simply astonishingly great. After all, he was about to go to Su Zheng for an audition, so Guanfong naturally had to do some homework, so he followed Su Zheng on Weibo. However, Guanfong did not post on Weibo about this, but only posted a message on Weibo to thank the netizens who cared about Tang Tang. Guanfong didn't post on Weibo about Su Zheng's affairs because he and Su Zheng didn't know each other. If he suddenly posted on Weibo to show his concern for him, it would definitely make people feel hypocritical. Moreover, in Guanfeng's opinion, posting on Weibo to show concern is of no use. However, not long after Guanfeng followed Su Zheng on Weibo, he also received the news that Su Zheng was following him on Weibo. This surprised Guanfeng a little. Su Zheng actually followed me? What a surprise! However, Guanfeng did not send a private message to Su Zheng, and the other party did not send a private message either, as if nothing had happened. However, as Guanfeng is currently a very popular figure, his Weibo posts naturally cannot escape the keen eyes of the majority of netizens. Netizens soon discovered that the two were following each other. Fuck, I found a super big melon. Director Su actually followed the national father-in-law Guanfeng. What the hell, paying attention to him at this special moment, is there something fishy going on? Holy shit, is this true? Director Su just followed Gu Chunfeng? Oh my god, it's true. Gu Chunfeng also just followed Director Su. When did the two of them hook up? Yeah, you know Director Su rarely pays attention to actors. Actors without talent simply don't get into Director Su's eyes, especially those traffic stars. But now he and Gu Chunfeng are following each other, which is too weird. I suddenly have a bold idea. Hey, I thought of that, but is it possible? Although it feels ridiculous, I don't know why, but I feel it is very likely, especially at this critical moment. Director Su suddenly paid attention to Gu Chunfeng, which must mean something. It would be horrible if that were the case. By the way, there is absolutely no problem with Gu Chunfeng's acting skills. I have watched the movie Buried Alive 3 times and I am really impressed by his acting skills. If he is to replace Su Zheng, I think he will be okay. Yes. I also think Gu Chunfeng's acting is really good. His acting skills beat a lot of popular stars in seconds. If he is allowed to replace Su Zheng, I suddenly feel a little excited. I have to say, after everyone discovered this accident, they became nervous. After all, at this special moment, Su Zheng actually went to follow Gu Chunfeng's Weibo. If there was no trick, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, no matter how heatedly they discussed it, Gu Chunfeng and Su Zheng seemed to be in sync and did not respond. The next day, Gu Chunfeng and Zhang Qingqing took Tang Tang to the hospital for infusion. They happened to be in the same hospital, so Zhang Qingqing asked Gu Chunfeng if he wanted to go directly to Su Zhang. After thinking about it, Gu Chunfeng took Tang Tang to finish the infusion first, and then went to find Su Zhang. On the way, assistant Wu Xiaoxiao held Tang Tang in her arms, looked at Gu Chunfeng and asked with a smile, "Teacher Gu, are you nervous?" Before Gu Chunfeng could answer, Tang Tang, who was held by Wu Xiaoxiao, tilted her head and asked, "Sister Xiaoxiao, why is my dad so nervous?" Chapter 57, Audition, Dying to Survive. Please read and recommend. Gu Chunfeng and others smiled at each other when they heard this. Children are really curious. Only Wu Xiaoxiao's smile froze for a moment, and then she muttered softly, "Because your father is going to meet a famous director soon. He's a triple winner of the Golden Horse Award, the Hong Kong Film Award, and the Golden Rooster Award. Tell me, isn't your dad nervous? And I have to audition in front of him this time. Oh, I feel nervous just thinking about it." Tang Tang retorted, "That's because you are not my father. My father's acting is very good, so he doesn't need to be nervous." Gu Chunfeng couldn't help but laugh, looking at Wu Xiaoxiao and said, "Xiaoxiao, according to what you said, I should be very nervous, right?" Wu Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Gu Chunfeng joked, "Oh, if that's the case, Xiaoxiao and I are not the same kind of people, because I'm not nervous at all now, ha ha." Wu Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded after hearing this. What does this mean? Aren't we all human? How can we not be the same kind? Zhang Qingqing next to her shook her head helplessly. She was too lazy to say anything and just took Tang Tang from Wu Xiaoxiao. Mainly because of fear of infection. I even thought about taking care of Tang Tang myself in the future. Xiaoxiao's IQ is really worrying. At this time, Wu Xiaoxiao still didn't understand, so she asked again, "Teacher Gu, are you really not nervous at all?" Gu Chunfeng shook his head seriously and said, "No, I'm getting nervous now." Wu Xiaoxiao said, "I told you, how can I not be nervous when I meet a movie emperor?" Gu Chunfeng explained, "In order to become the same kind as Xiaoxiao, I have to start learning." What's the hurry? Mr. O is nervous. Xiaoxiao, wait for me. I believe that with my talent, I can learn it quickly. Wu Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded again. This. Zhang Qingqing couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Xiaoxiao, don't you realize that Chunfeng is teasing you?" Wu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, lowered her head and stopped talking. Soon, the group arrived at Su Zhang's VIP ward. After everyone introduced themselves to each other, Su Zhang looked at Tang Tang, who was held by Zhang Qingqing, and asked, "Tang Tang, little darling, are you feeling better?" "Much better, thank you Uncle Su for your concern." Tang Tang answered obediently. The touching childish voice brought a bright smile to Su Zhang's face, and he said, "Baby is so good." After that, he looked at Gu Chunfeng and said, "Chunfeng, I saw your film Buried Alive. It is a rare art film. Your performance in it is very experienced. Even I don't think I can do it to your level." As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned, only Tang Tang had a proud smile on his face. The others were obviously shocked by Su Zhang's words. Although they knew that Su Zhang was optimistic about Gu Chunfeng, they did not expect Su Zhang to give Gu Chunfeng such a high evaluation. If people outside knew about it, it would definitely become a hot topic on Weibo and cause a stir among netizens. Gu Chenfeng was also a little surprised when he heard Su Zheng's words, and quickly said modestly, "Director Su, please stop humiliating me." Su Zheng smiled and said, "Chenfeng, if I were the director, you wouldn't have to audition directly. But for the movie Dying to Survive, I'm not the director. The director is Director 1, so I will just give you a simple audition. Is that okay with you?" Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, "No problem." Su Zheng nodded and gave his assistant a look. The assistant recalled and immediately took out a document and handed it to Gu Chenfeng. Su Zheng said again, "This is a simple shot, take a look, I'll give you 5 minutes to prepare." Gu Chenfeng took a look at the contents of the document, which was actually the scene at the beginning of the movie. First, he asked Xiaoxiao to hold Tang Tang and wait outside. Then he grinned and said, "Director Su, Director Wen, there's no need to prepare. We can start right now." Oh? Hearing Gu Chenfeng's confidence, Su Zhang also became interested and asked, "Have you memorized all the lines?" Although this scene is short, it does contain lines. It seemed that Gu Chenfeng was able to remember the lines just by taking a quick glance. "Okay, I'll remember that." Gu Chenfeng had a confident smile on his face. Su Zhang glanced at Wenmu and said, "Old one, if that's the case, let's get started." Wenmu nodded and said, "Okay, let's start now." Su Zhang said to Gu Chenfeng, "Chenfeng, I will play the role of the owner of the small hotel and act opposite you in a while." Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, "No problem." After saying that, he walked directly to a seat and sat down. Seeing this, Wenmu said, "Action." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chenfeng's expression and overall temperament changed immediately. He became a little decadent and sloppy, even ruffling his hair on purpose, and his expression revealed a hint of complaint about life. "I got into the role in 1 second." Seeing this, Su Zhang and Wenmu both widened their eyes and looked very shocked. Su Zhang was clear about Gu Chenfeng's acting skills and believed in them, but despite this, he was still shocked. Of course, it is also possible that Su Zhang's understanding of Gu Chenfeng's acting skills is still stuck on Buried Alive. You know, Gu Chenfeng has now improved his acting skills to SS level, while it was only a level at the beginning. As for Wenmu, he was not very familiar with Gu Chenfeng, so when he saw Gu Chenfeng enter the role in 1 second, his heart was filled with turbulent waves. I thought to myself, sure enough, the person Director Su picked is definitely not a mediocre person. At this time, Su Zhang seemed to have become a different person. He opened the door without any object and shouted inside, "Old Chang, the landlord called me again." Gu Chenfeng glanced at Su Zhang, and that glance amazed everyone. Su Zhang continued, "But I told the landlord that you didn't open the door." Gu Chenfeng still didn't speak. He put his hands together to express his gratitude to Su Zhang, and then said, "Thank you." It was just a simple sentence, seemingly ordinary, but Su Zhang and Wenmu both felt that Gu Chenfeng's thank you expressed all the vicissitudes of life and helplessness towards life. Sharp. It's really amazing. Wenmu was so excited that he almost shouted. Su Zhang looked at Gu Chenfeng and frowned, "Pay the rent quickly." Gu Chenfeng narrowed his eyes and said helplessly, "I can't pay it. I have no money and the products are not selling well." Su Zhang shook his head and turned to leave. At this time, Gu Chenfeng suddenly pointed at him and asked, "Have you put the oil I gave you last time on display in your hotel?" Su Zhang stopped and turned to look at Gu Chenfeng with some contempt and helplessness, and said, "It's gone, no one uses it. Everyone uses Brother Wei now, no one uses this thing." Gu Chenfeng frowned slightly, seeming somewhat dissatisfied with the answer. If no one buys, then there is no money to be made. At this time, Su Zhang continued, "I have used that thing before, but I didn't ask for it." After saying that, he opened the door again without a physical object and left. Gu Chenfeng shook his head slightly, and then made an extremely natural and skillful smoking motion, as if he was muttering to himself while smoking, "No need to use it? It's your own fault." His tone was calm, yet tinged with sarcasm. After saying that, Gu Chenfeng continued to pretend to play games on the computer. Chapter 58, Netizens speculate on who won the role. Please read and collect. "Teacher Gu, it's okay." Seeing this, Su Zhang hurriedly shouted. Hearing his words, Gu Chenfeng glanced at Wenmu very naturally, but his decadent expression did not change. At this time, Director Wenmu also said, "Teacher Gu, it's okay." Hearing his words, the decadence in Gu Chenfeng disappeared instantly. It takes 1 second to get into the role and 1 second to get out of it. Gu Chenfeng once again amazed everyone present. Gu Chenfeng explained to Su Zhang, "Director Su, I'm sorry, because in this scene just now, Director 1 was the director, so However, before he finished speaking, everyone already understood what he meant. Su Zhang said with a look of surprise, "Teacher Gu, you have conquered me again. I haven't seen a young actor with such good acting skills for a long time. You have impressed me." As a triple award-winning actor, Su Zhang would not be angry with Gu Chunfeng over such a small matter. Instead, he was full of goodwill towards him. There are very few actors like this in today's entertainment industry, especially Gu Chunfeng's acting skills, which are absolutely amazing. Who knows when he will become the best actor at the Academy Awards. Although Gu Chunfeng's role just now seemed small, his expression, movements and even eyes were all performed very well and can be called a classic. Su Zhang even felt that Gu Chunfeng's performance just now was much better than any shot he had taken before, more natural and smoother. Especially the decadence shown by Gu Chunfeng makes people feel very real. This guy's acting skills are really explosive. Director Wenmu walked up to Gu Chunfeng, stretched out his hand and said, "Teacher Gu, the crew of Dying to Survive sincerely invites you to join us." Gu Chunfeng also stretched out his hand, shook hands with Wenmu, and said, "Thank you, I hope I won't let you down." Agent Zhang Qingqing didn't say anything the whole time. She just stood not far away and watched Gu Chunfeng's audition. Although she didn't say anything, her heart was far from as calm as she appeared to be. Although she affirmed Gu Chunfeng's acting skills, when Gu Chunfeng acted so naturally with a triple award-winning actor like Su Zhang, not only did she not surpass Luo Xiaofeng, she even seemed to suppress Su Zhang a little. This shocked Zhang Qingqing. At this point she finally realized that Gu Chunfeng's acting skills had become so powerful that it was terrifying. As for the others, they were all more or less impressed by Gu Chunfeng's acting skills. Even Su Zhang and Wenmu called Gu Chunfeng Teacher Gu, which was enough to prove their respect and regard for Gu Chunfeng. When Gu Chunfeng was auditioning, the news that they appeared in the hospital was also spread on the internet. Not only photos, but also videos. When netizens saw these photos and videos, they were also shocked. At first I thought Gu Chunfeng took Tang Tang to get in for, but unexpectedly he went directly to the ward where Su Zhang was. The purpose is self-evident. Fuck. Is Gu Chunfeng going to visit director Su Zhang? I guess that Gu Chunfeng is most likely going for an audition. After all, his daughter and Su Zhang are in the same hospital. Now that he has appeared and gone to Su Zhang's ward, the only explanation is that he is going for an audition. This is too crazy. I originally thought that the netizens' speculation was false, but now it seems that 80% of it is true. Gu Chunfeng actually auditioned for Su Zhang's new play and replaced Su Zhang in the show. Is Gu Chunfeng the only one there? Are there other big names showing up at the hospital, such as Bao Qiang, Gu Tao, etc.? They have a deep friendship with Su Zhang and have worked with him many times. Their acting skills should not be underestimated. Nothing has been discovered yet. It was just revealed that Gu Chunfeng and his agent Zhang Qingqing showed up at the hospital together. They first gave Tang Tang in for and then went to Su Zhang's ward. It is absolutely certain that Gu Chunfeng and his friends went to look for Su Zhang. We just don't know whether they went to visit him or to audition. Nonsense, is there any need to say this? It must be an audition. Gu Chunfeng and Su Zhang don't even know each other. They just follow each other on Weibo. It's impossible for him to go to visit rashly. Is Gu Chunfeng's new play coming out? If so, I'm really looking forward to it. I absolutely believe in Gu Chunfeng's acting skills, and I will definitely support his new drama. Oh my father-in-law, what are you going to do with my Tang Tang when you audition? That's right, father-in-law, please take good care of my Tang Tang. But do you really want to take on the new role to replace the triple award-winning actor Su Zhang? The starting point is a bit high. Gu Chunfeng's starting point was already very high. He starred in his first movie and wrote the script himself. Now he stars in his second movie again, and it's such a big production. It seems like Gu Chunfeng is going to rise. Who exactly is this Gu Chunfeng? How come he has such great talent and resources? What did he do before? According to the information collected by netizens, Gu Chunfeng was previously an extra, and then he took Tang Tang to treat her illness while honing his acting skills. He has no other identity. Fuck, that's incredible. I just really want to know which stupid woman would give up such a cute daughter and such a talented husband. It has to be said that after netizens revealed that Gu Chunfeng, Zhang Qingqing, and their group went to Su Zhang's ward, netizens could no longer sit still. Gu Chunfeng once again became the focus of everyone's heated discussion, and many people wanted to know what Gu Chunfeng did before. Many people were also curious about how stupid a woman would be to divorce Gu Chunfeng. As for the news about Gu Chunfeng's ex-wife, netizens still know nothing. But netizens still found out some information about his past. Before joining Tianmong Entertainment, Gu Chunfeng was an extra in Hengdian and had no other background to speak of. In other words, Gu Chunfeng rose to prominence entirely from the grassroots. Netizens were shocked by the news. Gu Chunfeng, who has such great acting skills, has been an extra in Hengdian for 5 years? This unexpected discovery made everyone more curious about Gu Chunfeng, and they paid more attention to him. A careful netizen suddenly discovered a problem. Gu Chunfeng's path to rise is extremely similar to Bao Qiang's. Bao Qiang used to be an extra in Hengdian, then he was spotted by a big director, and finally he made a big splash and reached his current position. Gu Chunfeng now is exactly the same as him. They are even divorced treasure boys. After some analysis and heated discussion, everyone felt that Gu Chunfeng's second film would most likely replace the triple award-winning actor as the leading actor. After the audition, Gu Chunfeng and others went straight back to the company. In the evening, Gu Chunfeng hugged Tang Tang and said to her, "Tang Tang, Daddy has to go to film again in a few days. Maybe I won't be able to stay with you for a long time in the future. Will you be angry?" When Tang Tang heard what Gu Chunfeng said, she looked unhappy, but she still said sensibly, "Dad, go ahead. Tang Tang will be sensible. I'll be fine with Sister Xiaoxiao by my side." Seeing his daughter's aggrieved look, Gu Chunfeng felt inexplicably uncomfortable. But there is no other way. Although he really wants to be with Tang Tang every day, is he qualified now? Chapter 59, Congratulatory Expressions Misunderstood by Netizens. Please read and recommend. Gu Chunfeng now needs to work hard to make money. Only with enough money can he bring Tang Tang a better life. So, Gu Chunfeng promised Tang Tang, "Tang Tang, Daddy promises that after filming this movie, I will definitely play with you for 2 months, okay?" Hearing this, Tang Tang immediately showed a happy smile on her face, stretched out her little hand and said to Gu Chunfeng, "Dad, let's make a promise that we won't change for 100 years. Gu Chunfeng smiled, shook hands with Tang Tang, and said, "How could Dad lie to Tang Tang? What Dad said will definitely come true." "Yeah." Tang Tang nodded heavily and said, "My dad is the best." Gu Chunfeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Tang Tang smile again. Tang Tang smiled and said, "Dad, can I go play with Aunt Luoluo tomorrow? I won't have the chance to play with Aunt Luoluo when you go to film in the future." Gu Chunfeng touched Tang Tang's little head and said with a smile, "Okay, we'll go play with Aunt Luoluo tomorrow after we finish the infusion." In Tang Tang's heart, Luo Qingcheng, the attending physician, is more like her mother than any other woman. Gu Chunfeng knew this, and he would be very busy during the next filming, and might not have time to take Tang Tang to see Luo Qingcheng, so he went to see her before joining the crew. "Thank you, Dad." Tang Tang smiled even more, and then she said coquettishly, "Dad, I want to hear another story. I want to hear the story of Cinderella. This story is so good." "Okay, Dad will tell you." Then, Gu Chunfeng began to tell the story of Cinderella. During this period of time, Gu Chunfeng has been telling Tang Tang this story, to the point that she no longer wants to watch cartoons. Because she found that the stories her father told were more interesting than cartoons. 9 o'clock in the evening. Gu Chunfeng told a story for half an hour before Tang Tang fell asleep. After she fell asleep, Gu Chunfeng gently turned off the lights and the door and walked into the living room. Sitting on the sofa, he took out the script of Dying to Survive and read it carefully. Even though I knew the plot of this movie when I was on Earth, I still had to read the script carefully. Although the story of the script in this world is the same, there are some subtle changes, so Gu Chunfeng has to understand the script thoroughly. After all, he never fights a battle without preparation. When he dared to open the script, the system gave him a score. Dying to Survive, rated 9.5 points. After hearing the system's score, Gu Chunfeng smiled. However, what made him laugh even more was that on the screen that only he could see, there was a line of small words below the score. It is definitely the smartest decision for the host to take on this role. Playing the role of Chan Yong will make the host known to more people. When the reputation value accumulates to a certain value, there will be special rewards. Come on, young man. I never thought that the system could be naughty sometimes. It even knows words like Son Yen. Gu Chunfeng chuckled, then began to read the script carefully. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. I have to say that this script is really good. Even though Gu Chunfeng is already familiar with the story, he still read it with great interest. Every time I read it, I have different feelings. It turns out that the ancients did not deceive me. Learning has no end, and the road of interpretation has no end. When he finished washing up and was getting ready for bed, he subconsciously opened Weibo and took a look. He laughed immediately. Because his Weibo fans have skyrocketed again, reaching 7 million. So, Gu Chunfeng posted a congratulatory emoticon on Weibo. However, as soon as he posted this Weibo, the netizens who were still thinking about cultivating immortals immediately became excited. An expression of congratulations? There is meaning in this. Fuck. Gu Chunfeng actually sent a congratulatory emoji. Is this to celebrate his success in getting the role that Su Zhang was supposed to play? It's obvious that Gu Chunfeng must have gotten the role, otherwise why would he send a congratulatory emoji so late at night? I knew my father-in-law would not let us down. After all, he is working hard to earn money for milk powder. How could he not work hard? With such a beauty, he will definitely win her over. Father-in-law, why haven't you sent me any photos of Tang Tang recently? Is her injury any better? That's right, father-in-law, where is my little Tang Tang? Is she okay? Please don't mistreat her. We will support her with the money for milk powder. When this new drama is released, I will go to watch it 3 times to support you. Gu Chunfeng is really awesome. He was the male lead when he debuted, and now he is the male lead in his second movie again. This treatment is simply amazing. Is he the legendary son of luck? Son of destiny? That's quite fitting. When netizens saw Gu Chunfeng's Weibo, their first reaction was that Gu Chunfeng had won the role of Su Zhang, so they left messages in the comment section to congratulate him. But Gu Chunfeng, the person involved, was extremely depressed. His original intention was to congratulate himself on reaching 7 million fans. Why did it change? No, I have to post a Weibo to explain it quickly. So he posted another Weibo post. Well, my friends, you misunderstood. I sent this congratulatory emoji simply to celebrate my Weibo followers exceeding 7 million. There is no other meaning. Please don't think too much about it, and don't try to stir up trouble. However, as soon as he posted this microblog, netizens all laughed. No one expected that Gu Chunfeng would come out to explain. For a moment, the comments section became lively again. Ha, Teacher Gu, we all understand. We all understand. We need to keep it secret and keep a low profile. We understand. Father-in-law, we all know that you didn't know that you got Su Zhang's role. Really, we don't know anything. Gu Chunfeng, what is there to hide? Didn't you just get the role of Su Zhang? If you don't perform well, you will be scolded like a dog. What is there to celebrate? The guy above, you are a hater of our father-in-law, right? Did you eat fried tomatoes with shit for dinner? Why are you talking so foul? Are you questioning our father-in-law's acting skills? Go watch Buried Alive first. You can watch it for a fee on all major video sites now, it will definitely amaze you. Oh my god, that person is from a remote mountainous area, and he only has internet access now. He is still questioning Teacher Gu's acting skills. Ha, those of you who question Teacher Gu's acting skills are probably professional trolls. Some black fans on the internet were trying to stir up trouble, but were directly fought back by Gu Chunfeng's fans. At this time, Su Zhang's Weibo was also updated. Su Zhang wrote on Weibo, "Dear friends, as you all expected, in order to let everyone see the new play is scheduled, our crew has carefully considered and decided to specially invite it to join the crew. He will play the role I played before in the new play. I have an absolute belief that Mr. Gu will be more suitable for this role than me. Please look forward to it. This play will definitely not disappoint you." Chapter 60, It's Too Crazy, announcing the news. Please read and recommend. As soon as Su Zhang posted this Weibo, netizens were shocked. Although there have been rumors today that Gu Chunfeng will replace Su Zhang to star in a new play, it is just a rumor, and there are still many people who are unwilling to believe this fact. Especially Su Zhang's die-hard fans. But now Su Zhang directly announced this news, which made netizens confused. Did Gu Chunfeng really get the role originally played by Su Zhang? This is too crazy. Oh my god, how good is Gu Chunfeng's acting? He can actually replace director Su Zhang. Gu Chunfeng was denying it just now, but now Su Zhang has announced it. This is too crazy. I originally believed what Gu Chunfeng said, but now I can't find any reason to believe it. Didn't you notice one important point? Su Zhang called Gu Chunfeng Teacher Gu. This is too shocking. Even when facing talented actors like Baoqiang and Guitao, Su Zhang always called them by their first names. But now, this is really intriguing. I know that Su Zhang has always been very arrogant. For him to respectfully address me as Teacher Gu means that he absolutely recognizes Gu Chenfeng's acting skills. Su Zhang is a triple award winner, and he has won numerous awards. His acting skills and vision are both recognized as strong, but now he calls Gu Chenfeng Teacher Gu, which shows that he recognizes Gu Chenfeng's acting skills. You are talking nonsense. Gu Chenfeng's acting skills are already explosive. You will know it after watching Buried. I have watched this movie twice, and I was terrified every time. He portrayed the despair and the true feelings of facing death vividly. Yes. Gu Chenfeng's acting skills are definitely the best among the new generation of actors. For a time, netizens were heatedly discussing Su Zhang's Weibo post. Those fans who followed Gu Chenfeng were all very excited. How could they not be excited to see their favorite actor being recognized by a triple awarded Best Actor? However, when Gu Chenfeng saw Su Zhang's Weibo post, he lay on the bed and didn't know what to say for a moment. Brother, didn't you say you wanted to keep it secret? Is it possible that I have misunderstood this sentence? This is the first time I've seen someone keep things mysterious in this way. However, since you have taken the initiative to announce it, I will not hide it anymore. So, Gu Chenfeng forwarded Su Zhang's Weibo and added the caption, Director Su, please give me more advice. As soon as this Weibo post of his came out, netizens became even more restless. The news that Gu Chenfeng replaced triple award-winning actor Su Zhang to play a role in a new drama directly made the front pages of major entertainment websites. Just at this moment, Gu Chenfeng's cell phone vibrated. When he picked up the phone, he saw that it was Juola calling. Gu Chenfeng got up quietly and went to the bedroom. After answering the phone, he smiled and said hello. Hey, Director Zhua, it's so late, you haven't slept yet. Teacher Gu, congratulations, you got the leading role in Director Su's new play. This is definitely a very good opportunity. It's all thanks to Director Zhua's great work that Buried Alive was a success. Otherwise, how could I be where I am now? Teacher Gu, this is all because of your acting skills and talent. If it weren't for your script and acting skills, I wouldn't be able to do this. So, all of this is the result of your own hard work. Keep up the good work. I've heard about Director Su's play. If you act well, it will definitely be of great help to your future. Well, I will try my best not to embarrass myself. Okay then, I'll hang up. I've been busy with the award review for Buried in Hong Kong Island these days. I hope there will be a good result. Well, okay, Director Zhua should also rest early and don't be too tired. It's okay. I'll tell you when there's a result. Bye, Teacher Gu. Keep up the good work. Okay, bye. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chenfeng prepared to go back to his room to sleep. As for whether Buried could be shortlisted, Gu Chenfeng didn't think too much about it. Just let everything take its course, even though this world is different from Earth. However, Buried, which has won many international awards on Earth, can't be too bad. The next day. Early in the morning, Gu Chenfeng helped Tang Tang get dressed and comb her hair, and then they went to the city hospital together. I'm about to join the crew. I promised Tang Tang yesterday that I would take her to see Luo Qingcheng, so I naturally can't go back on my word. The father and daughter first went to the infusion hall to finish the last day's infusion, and then went to the 8th floor of the hematology department's inpatient department to find Luo Qingcheng. Auntie Lolo. Gu Chenfeng rushed out of the elevator carrying Tang Tang. The sharp-eyed little guy saw Luo Qingcheng walking from the other end of the corridor, waving his little hands and shouting from a distance. Then he broke free from Gu Chenfeng's arms and ran towards Luo Qingcheng. Luo Qingcheng bent down and picked up Tang Tang, who rushed over, kissed her delicate little face hard, and then asked with a smile, "How is it, baby? Is there any discomfort in your head?" Tang Tang's injury has always been on Luo Qingcheng's mind, and she seems a little absent-minded at work every day. But as soon as I saw Tang Tang, all my emotions disappeared. Aunt Luo, I'm fine now. I don't feel any pain anymore. Tang Tang hugged Luo Qingcheng's neck and said, "My dad has to go to the crew to film in a few days, so I asked him to bring me here to play with Auntie." Okay. Luo Qingcheng replied with a smile. Luo Qingcheng also saw on the internet that Gu Chenfeng was going to join the crew to film a movie. After all, the fact that Gu Chenfeng had won the male lead in Su Zhang's new play was so popular on the internet, how could she not know about it? Seeing that Gu Chenfeng is gradually developing better and better in his career, Luo Qingcheng feels relieved. At least Tang Tang won't have to suffer anymore following Gu Chenfeng in the future. At this time, Tang Tang turned around and said to Gu Chenfeng, "Dad, I want to drink milk, can you buy me a bottle?" After saying that, he kept winking at Gu Chenfeng. Gu Chenfeng frowned, knowing that the little guy was carrying the jade necklace he had bought before and was going to give it to Luo Qingcheng, so he nodded and said helplessly, "Okay, you are the one who has too many things to do, I will go buy it for you now. Actually, I have a cow in my office." Luo Qingcheng was worried that Gu Chenfeng would rarely run away, so she wanted to say that she had milk in her office. But before she could finish her words, Tang Tang interrupted her and said, "My father is rich now, how can he take advantage of Aunt Luo anymore? Just let him buy it for me." Seeing Tang Tang wrinkling her nose, Luo Qingcheng chuckled, raised her hand and scraped Tang Tang's high nose bridge, and said, "It's not easy for your father to make money. Besides, the milk at Auntie's is not bad." Tang Tang didn't answer, but carefully took out a jade pendant, and then said seriously, "Aunt Luo, this is what my father and I bought when we went to Jade City. I'm giving it to you." Chapter 61, A Gift for Luo Qingcheng, joining the crew to film asking for recommendation votes and follow-up reading. Luo Qingcheng was stunned when she saw the rabbit-shaped jade pendant in Tang Tang's hand. Tang Tang asked Luo Qingcheng, "Aunt Luo, do you like this little rabbit?" "Wow, what a cute little rabbit. I like rabbits the most," Luo Qingcheng replied after coming back to her senses. Tang Tang said with a smile, "Then I'll give it to you and put it on you." Luo Qingcheng smiled and shook her head, "No, that won't do. How can I take your things?" "Thank you, Tang Tang. I really can't take them." Her family is in the jade business, and Luo Qingcheng can tell the quality of jade at a glance. Although this pendant is not expensive, it was bought by Gu Chenfeng for Tang Tang. How could she accept it? "Aunt Lolo, I just want to give it to you. Please accept it, okay?" Seeing that Luo Qingcheng refused to accept it, Tang Tang acted pitiful again. "I really can't take this thing, thank you Tang Tang for your kindness." Luo Qingcheng refused again. At this time, Gu Chenfeng's forehead was covered with sweat. He smiled and said to Luo Qingcheng, "Dr. Luo, just accept it. This little rabbit was specially picked for you by Tang Tang. It's not worth much. The child brought it here especially for you today." Tang Tang also said again, "Aunt Luo, come, I'll put it on you, it will definitely look great." "Okay. Thank you Tang Tang." Luo Qingcheng did not act pretentiously and let Tang Tang hang the little rabbit around her neck. After putting it on, Tang Tang tilted her head to look at it carefully, then clapped her hands and said, "Wow, it's so beautiful." After saying that, he turned back to look at Gu Chenfeng and asked, "Dad, don't you think she is very beautiful?" "Yeah." Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, "It is indeed very beautiful." Tang Tang looked at Luo Qingcheng again and asked, "Aunt Luo, do you like it?" "I like it, I like it, I like it very much." Luo Qingcheng hugged Tang Tang and kissed her delicate little face again, saying, "Thank you Tang Tang for the gift, this is the best gift I have ever received." Tang Tang and Luo Qingcheng are already very familiar with each other, and they have a lot to talk about when they meet. After chatting for 15 minutes, Gu Chenfeng took Tang Tang away for fear of disturbing Luo Qingcheng at work. Before leaving, Tang Tang reluctantly said to Luo Qingcheng, "Aunt Luo, Dad said that after filming this time, he will stay at home with me for 2 months. Aunt Luo can come to my house to play then." After that, she covered her mouth with her hand and whispered, "I'll tell you in secret, my dad's cooking is really delicious." "Okay, I'll definitely go if I have the chance," Luo Qingcheng replied with a smile. After leaving the hospital, Gu Chenfeng took Tang Tang out for a walk and bought her favorite sketchbooks and toys. In the next few days, Gu Chenfeng not only accompanied Tang Tang, but also familiarized himself with the script. Although he is very familiar with the script of Dying to Survive, Gu Chenfeng still has new insights every time he reads the script. All of this was seen by Agent Zhang Qingqing. She became more and more expectant of Gu Chenfeng, and she wanted to know more and more how far Gu Chenfeng could go in the acting field. At the same time, she is full of confidence in Gu Chenfeng, and she believes that Gu Chenfeng's future achievements will definitely not be low. After staying at home for 2 days, Gu Chenfeng finally joined the crew. Because the filming of Dying to Survive had already started for a week and Su Zhangkai had an accidental fracture, there was no ceremony after Gu Chenfeng joined the crew. However, director Wen Mu still gathered everyone together to announce the news of Gu Chenfeng's arrival, and everyone welcomed Gu Chenfeng's joining. The second male lead, Guangu, specifically turned down Love Apartment movie for this drama. At the beginning, he was insulted by many netizens. However, after the flop of Love Apartment movie, netizens began to praise his wit. Guangu is proud and has high demands on himself. After becoming famous with Love Apartment, he has been constantly honing his acting skills in an attempt to break free from his previous stereotyped image. It was precisely because of this that he felt a little unhappy when he learned that he would have to play a supporting role for a new actor like Gu Chenfeng. However, he was not qualified to say it. All he could do was to crush Gu Chenfeng with his acting skills, so his attitude towards Gu Chenfeng was not very friendly. Gu Chenfeng naturally sensed this, but he didn't care and even guessed what the other person was thinking. Director Wenmu did not go out of his way to excuse himself. After all, this kind of thing was too common in the crew. He also believed that Gu Chenfeng could handle these things on his own. After welcoming Gu Chenfeng's crew, Wenmu wasted no time and started filming directly. Because Su Zhang was injured accidentally and it has been delayed for a long time, so time is very tight now. Now they have to reshoot the scenes that Su Zhang had previously filmed for Changyong, which is quite a big project. So Wenmu immediately asked someone to help Gu Chenfeng with makeup and styling. Half an hour later, Gu Chenfeng's first scene after joining the crew of Dying to Survive officially began filming. This scene is also the opening scene of Gu Chenfeng's audition. At this time, the actor who plays the owner of the small inn, named Zhou Bei, is a veteran actor and his acting skills are absolutely online. Those people in the crew who didn't have any scenes today heard that Gu Chenfeng had joined the crew and started filming, and they all came to watch. They all wanted to see whether Gu Chenfeng was really as good an actor as people said on the internet, and whether he really had the ability to handle the role of Changyong. Wenmu shouted to Gu Chenfeng and Zhou Bei, who were already prepared. Asatan. As soon as the words were spoken, the filming officially began. Zhou Bei came out of the small hotel and walked towards the Prince Magic Oil shop, which was the shop opened by Changyong, played by Gu Chenfeng. Zhou Bei pushed open the door, walked in and shouted, "Old Chang, the landlord called me again." In the camera, Changyong, played by Gu Chenfeng, has a decadent look, a bit tired, and some unwillingness to live. A glance at Zhou Bei was enough to amaze everyone present. Guangu, who was watching nearby, was also shocked at this moment. He had been staring at Gu Chenfeng from the very beginning, but Gu Chenfeng's performance now was completely beyond Guangu's expectations. Especially this stunning glimpse now made Guangu look at Gu Chenfeng with new eyes. This guy has something. Zhou Bei, who was acting opposite Gu Chenfeng, originally wanted to use his acting skills to outshine Gu Chenfeng and let him know that it is not so easy to be bullied. But when he saw Gu Chenfeng's look, he was completely stunned. This. Crack. Zhou Bei, what's wrong with you? Why are you stuck? Continue your lines. Director Wenmu called for a stop immediately, and he was a little angry at the moment. Gu Chenfeng's performance just now pleasantly surprised him, because he found that Gu Chenfeng's performance now was better than when he auditioned in the hospital. Especially the glimpse just now was extremely stunning. But now it has been messed up by Zhou Bei. Angry. Zhou Bei quickly said, "Director Wen, I'm sorry, I got stuck for a moment, I'm really sorry." Wenmu said, "You don't have to apologize to me. Go apologize to Teacher Gu. Teacher Gu's performance was so good just now, but you ruined it." Chapter 62, Conquer Everyone with a Play. Please read and recommend. Zhou Bei hurriedly came to Gu Chenfeng and said apologetically, "Teacher Gu, I'm so sorry, Before he finished speaking, Gu Chenfeng stood up from his seat and said, "Teacher Zhou, please don't say that. I didn't perform well just now. If I perform again, it will be better. Besides, it's normal to have NGs during filming." Gu Chenfeng's words filled Zhou Bei's heart with gratitude and also greatly changed the views of other crew members towards Gu Chenfeng. Director Wenmu was too embarrassed to say anything to Zhou Bei when he saw this, so he said, "Then come on, both of you get ready. Action." As the director finished speaking, the camera continued filming. Zhou Bei walked out of the inn again, pushed open the door of Prince's oil shop, and shouted to Gu Chenfeng, who was sitting inside playing on the computer, "Old Chang, the landlord called me again." Gu Chenfeng turned his eyes away from the computer, holding a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, and glanced at Zhou Bei. His performance this time made director Wenmu behind the monitor very happy. During the first shoot, Gu Chenfeng did not have a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, but this time, he glanced at Zhou Bei with a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, and the effect was even better. The other people around were also shocked by the effect of Gu Chenfeng adding half a cigarette. Especially Guangu, who had always been unfriendly to Gu Chenfeng, was shocked after seeing this scene. Guangu asked himself if he could be as good as Gu Chenfeng, who got into the role in a second with such vivid expressions. The most important thing is that Gu Chenfeng's two interpretations are different, but this difference does not mean that the interpretation is bad, but each time gives people a different feeling, and they are so perfect. It's like introducing the same piece of art. There are different ways to introduce it, but the final result is that the art is perfect. Gu Chenfeng brought the character of Changyong to life through different interpretation methods. Such skills are simply born from micro-acting. In the second take, Zhou Bei did not get stuck and continued Gu Chunfeng's line, saying, "But I told the landlord that you didn't open the door." Gu Chunfeng put his hands together to express his gratitude to Zhou Bei. After 10 seconds, he said, "Thank you." It was just an ordinary thank you, but in the eyes of actors like Guan Gu, they could see the vicissitudes of life on Gu Chunfeng's face and his helplessness towards life. As a man, who would be willing to bow to life? But sometimes, when things came to this point, he had no choice but to bow his head. That feeling of helplessness was expressed vividly by Gu Chunfeng, as if he had experienced it himself. "So awesome!" Guan Gu almost shouted out loud. At this moment, he was completely impressed by Gu Chunfeng's acting skills. As for Guan Gu's previous dissatisfaction with Gu Chunfeng because he had to play a supporting role for a newcomer, he had long forgotten it. In the lens. Zhou Bei looked at Gu Chunfeng, frowned, and said after a slight pause, "The rent, pay it quickly." Gu Chunfeng narrowed his eyes and said helplessly, "I can't pay it back. I have no money. It's hard to sell the things." Zhou Bei shook his head slightly, then turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, Gu Chunfeng looked at Zhou Bei, raised his hand and pointed in the direction behind Zhou Bei, and asked, "Have you put the batch of oil I gave you last time in your small hotel?" Zhou Bei stopped walking after hearing this, turned around and looked at Gu Chunfeng, also helpless, and said, "It's gone, no one uses it, everyone is using Brother Wei now, no one uses this thing." Hearing Zhou Bei's words, Gu Chunfeng frowned slightly, seeming very dissatisfied with the answer. After all, if no one buys, he won't make any money. At this time, Zhou Bei continued to speak, "I have used that thing, but it has no use for the ball." After saying that, Zhou Bei turned around, closed the door and left. Gu Chunfeng shook his head slightly, then naturally picked up a cigarette, muttered to himself as he smoked, "Didn't ask for help? It's your fault." Gu Chunfeng's words were calm, but they carried a hint of sarcasm. Crack. This one passed, the effect is very good. Director Wenmu stood up in front of the monitor and shouted with a smile on his face. At this moment, he was so happy that he could not express it in words. The effect of Gu Chunfeng's performance was no worse than that of Su Zhang. Although during the first take, Wenmu felt a little disappointed because of Zhou Bei's mistake and was worried about losing a good shot. But now after the reshoot, he realized that Gu Chunfeng had surprised him again. Gu Chunfeng is truly an actor with unlimited potential. After the scene, not only Zhou Bei and Guan Gu, but also everyone in the crew were conquered by the acting skills displayed by Gu Chunfeng. Now they finally understood that the reason why Su Zhang asked Gu Chunfeng to replace him and play the role of Chun Yang was definitely not a momentary impulse. Gu Chunfeng's acting skills are the best proof. From then on, the entire crew changed the way they addressed Gu Chunfeng to Teacher Gu. Zhang Qingqing, the agent who came with Gu Chunfeng, saw that Gu Chunfeng conquered everyone in the crew with his acting skills. She said nothing and just stood there quietly. She knew that Gu Chunfeng would conquer everyone with his acting skills, and Gu Chunfeng did not disappoint her. He conquered everyone with just one scene. This is Gu Chunfeng's strength. For a moment, Zhang Qingqing was looking forward to the release of Dying to Survive. What kind of expressions would people have when they saw this movie? Next, the filming progress of Dying to Survive was very fast, so fast that director Wenmu could hardly believe it. It's all because of Gu Chunfeng. When filming his scenes, as long as his opponent didn't make any mistakes, it would basically be done in one take. This is outrageous. Logically speaking, Gu Chunfeng had received the script for less than a week, but he was able to memorize all the lines in the script, even other people's lines. Moreover, Gu Chunfeng's understanding of the role of Chun Yang is also very profound, and his interpretation makes people feel as if Chun Yang is still alive. Even Su Zhang couldn't have such an understanding and focus on the script. Wenmu is now extremely glad that he did not strongly oppose Su Zhang's decision to ask Gu Chunfeng to play the role of Chun Yang. You know, at that time, not only himself, but other producers also opposed Su Zhang's decision, but Wenmu did not oppose it very firmly. Now it seems that Su Zhang's decision was really correct. Gu Chunfeng is really an actor with unlimited potential. With the extremely smooth shooting progress, all the shots that Su Zhang had previously taken a week to shoot were completed in 3 days. Such a speed is simply terrifying. Everyone in the family knew that the reason why the filming was possible so quickly was not only because everyone else had played the role before, but also because of Gu Chunfeng's solid acting skills. You can get into the role in 1 second and switch roles quickly without any abruptness. Chapter 63, Time Flies, Medicine God is finished. Please recommend and read. When Su Zhang was discharged from the hospital and returned to the crew, he was stunned to learn that Gu Chunfeng had finished shooting all the scenes that had taken him a week to shoot in just 3 days. Afterwards, he watched all the scenes and said to Gu Chenfeng, "Teacher Gu, you are a natural actor. It is our honor to invite you to participate in this play." Su Zhang's tone was so sincere that everyone could hardly believe their ears. They all acknowledged that Gu Chenfeng's acting skills were good, but Su Zhang's evaluation was too high. "Director Su, please don't say that." Gu Chenfeng quickly waved his hand and said modestly, "I am very grateful that you can give me this opportunity." Su Zhang said seriously, "Teacher Gu, I believe that this movie will be a big hit after it is released. You will be famous all over the country, and the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards will definitely be yours." This is not Su Zhang complimenting Gu Chenfeng, but he really believes that Gu Chenfeng has this ability. Gu Chenfeng said, "Director Su, please stop talking bad about me. I'm afraid I'll become proud." Su Zhang smiled and said, "Okay, it's still a bit far to talk about this now, let's finish filming this movie first." Gu Chenfeng nodded. Next, part-time worker Su Zhang also joined the crew. With Su Zhang's control, the shooting progress became even faster. Su Zhang and Wenmu looked at each other, and they could both see joy in each other's eyes. At this rate, filming of Dying to Survive will be completed by the end of February. In this way, there will be enough time for post-production and publicity, and the film can be released during the May Day holiday. If we follow the previous Kyoto, it would be too rushed and we might even miss it. But now it seems that there is no need to worry, as this speed is enough to catch up with the May Day schedule. In the following days, Gu Chenfeng stayed in the crew every day and filmed Dying to Survive almost without stopping. However, as long as there is no role for Gu Chenfeng, he will not stay on the crew for a minute, but will go home directly to accompany his baby daughter. Therefore, Gu Chenfeng is well known as a competent father in the crew. As long as he is not busy, he will immediately go home to accompany his daughter. Time flies, and 2 months have passed in a flash. And today is the day when the filming of Dying to Survive was completed. Director Wenmu said, "Cut, this one passed." Then he excitedly shouted to everyone, "Dear brothers and sisters, after more than 2 months of unremitting efforts, Dying to Survive has finally been completed." As soon as the words fell, everyone present screamed and cheered excitedly. "It's finished. It's finally finished." Although the filming of Dying to Survive took only 2 months, it felt like a whole year had passed. Because they were really tired during this period of time. The shooting progress this time was very fast, and nothing needed to be prepared in time, which was also high-intensity work for the actors. Fortunately, this high-intensity work has finally come to an end. Gu Chenfeng, the leading actor, was also very happy at this moment. In the past 2 months, he had not been relaxed at all and had been under a lot of pressure. After all, this Dying to Survive was originally supposed to be starred by Su Zhang, but now he is the star of it. Regardless of whether this movie will eventually be liked by the audience, it is a thankless task for Gu Chenfeng. If this movie fails, then he will undoubtedly be the scapegoat. Some netizens have come out and directly said that Gu Chenfeng's poor acting skills have ruined a good movie. If this movie becomes popular, everyone will think it is natural. After all, it is Su Zhang's movie, how can it not be popular? Despite this, Gu Chenfeng was still resolute and performed the play diligently and conscientiously. Because there are so few good Chinese movies in this world, he couldn't bear to miss this movie. When Gu Chenfeng was removing her makeup in the dressing room, Su Zhang and Wenmu both came over, both looking extremely excited. Su Zhang looked at Gu Chenfeng's smiling face and spoke first, "Teacher Gu, this time it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, this movie might not be able to be released during the May Day holiday. Thank you so much." Gu Chenfeng quickly stood up from his chair and said, "Director Su, you are really insulting me. I should be the one thanking you too for giving me such a good opportunity." Wenmu said, "Teacher Gu, your filming this time is really great. I can't wait to see the finished product. I'm sure it will be very shocking." After that, he looked at Gu Chenfeng and said, "Teacher Gu, you must attend the celebration banquet tonight." Gu Chenfeng smiled and nodded, saying, "Well, okay." Su Zhang said, "Okay, then you take off your makeup first, and we won't disturb you. See you at the celebration party tonight." After saying that, the two left the dressing room. After all, they still have to deal with other things. As directors and part-time workers, they cannot just have nothing to do after the filming is finished like other actors. There are still a lot of things waiting for them later. After Gu Chenfeng took off his makeup, he left the crew with Zhang Qingqing. It was still early, so Gu Chenfeng decided to go back to the company to rest for a while. In the car, Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chenfeng and said, "Chenfeng, the second movie has been completed. Do you have any special feelings? What do you think?" Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, "It is important to find a good script. It is better to have nothing than to have something bad." Zhang Qingqing nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, for an actor, a good script is really important." "Then I won't force you to do scripts you don't like in the future. Just wait and see. I'd rather not act than take a bad movie." If Gu Chunfeng had taken on other dramas before, she would have missed out on starring in Dying to Survive. Hearing Zhang Qingqing's words, Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, "Sister Zhang, you should have done this a long time ago. You always want to force me. This is oppression, squeezing, and forcing. It's more like rape." Zhang Qingqing was so angry at Gu Chunfeng that she rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, "What's the use of rape? Can't you use other words? Why do you have to use this word?" Gu Chunfeng said cheerfully, "Sister Zhang, isn't my analogy vivid enough? No, you ask Brother Jun, do you think I'm right?" The driver Wu Jun glanced directly at Gu Chunfeng and let him experience it for himself. Zhang Qingqing restrained her smile and said, "Okay, no more joking. You should have a good rest in the next period of time. I won't assign you any more work. You just wait for Su Zhang's arrangements and cooperate with the promotion of Dying to Survive. Besides that, it also gives you plenty of time to rest and spend time with Tang Tang." Gu Chunfeng smiled and thanked her. "Thank you, Sister Zhang." Chapter 64, Fate is a Strange Thing. Please recommend and read. After returning to the company, Gu Chunfeng went straight back to his residence and collapsed on the sofa. "I was so tired during this period that I fell asleep directly on the sofa." Agent Zhang Qingqing went to report to the department manager Lu Quan before coming to Gu Chunfeng's residence. When she opened the door and came in, she was stunned when she saw Gu Chunfeng sleeping on the sofa. She knew that Gu Chunfeng was really tired in the past 2 months. "Not only does the filming have to be intensive, but I also have to rush back as soon as possible after work. I hope to talk to Tang Tang and spend more time with her. Most people simply cannot withstand such high-intensity work." But Gu Chunfeng not only endured it, but also did very well in both aspects. In the crew, Gu Chunfeng is always the most amazing one, and he is humble and unpretentious, hardworking, and not arrogant. Such qualities are rare. At home, even if he was exhausted from working outside every day, when he came home and saw Tang Tang, he still had a smile on his face and patiently told Tang Tang stories. Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chunfeng, who was sleeping soundly, and couldn't help but look at him in a daze. The delicate facial features that seemed to be carved by magic, the healthy and vibrant skin, the strong arms. As she watched, Zhang Qingqing became entranced. Just like that, Zhang Qingqing sat on the chair opposite, without disturbing Gu Chunfeng, just looking at him quietly. At the same time, a very interesting hot search appeared on the internet. A drama called XXX produced by Dynasty Entertainment has just been completed. This movie is starred by Kuan, the top traffic star of Dynasty Entertainment. When the news of the completion of the filming came out, netizens were immediately excited. Especially his fans, who are tirelessly scrolling through the screen every day, wishing they could see the movie right away. Of course, more netizens expressed their disapproval of this movie. Let Kuan play the role of an agent? Are you sure you're not trying to be funny? Just then, Kuan updated another Weibo post. "My fellow fans, I have good news for you. The release date of XXX, the movie I star in, has been confirmed. It will be released during the May Day holiday. I got injured many times while filming this movie, just to let you see the manliest me. I love you guys." Kuan's Weibo post immediately caused a group of fans to scream. "Ah, our Kuan's new movie will be released during the May Day holiday, that is great. This is definitely the happiest thing for me today. I will be able to watch the movie starring Kuan soon. I feel excited just thinking about it. Kuan, we at AI Kuan will definitely go to support you. We will book the entire theater and will definitely give our full support to your movie. Kuan, you will always be the manliest and most handsome boy in our eyes." I heard that Kuan was injured. I feel so sorry for him. He was injured many times during the filming of XXX. I feel so sorry for him. I don't know if he has any scars left. Our Kuan's movies will definitely dominate the May Day period. No one can rival our Kuan. Kuan's Weibo post caused screams and cheers from his fans, but also aroused disgust from many people. Fuck, this woman has the nerve to use the word man to describe herself? This is simply tarnishing the word. Injured many times? An accidental scrape is considered an injury? Just being exposed to the sun is considered a sunburn? This kind of rubbish, I really don't know why he has so many brainless fans. To be honest, when I saw this sissy, I had no desire to watch it. It's a pity that Liu Chang, a tough guy of his generation, is partnered with a sissy. It's a pity. Yeah, Liu Chang is famous for his tough guy image, but now he's filming XXX with a sissy. It's such a pity. Although many people are not optimistic about Kwon's movie, the popularity of this movie is absolutely unprecedented at this time. There are countless fans who are crazy about him, but there are also many rational netizens who are mocking him. Royal Entertainment didn't care about this because they made this movie to make money from these crazy fans. As for other people, they didn't even think about it. The reason why they are called traffic stars is that they have traffic and can earn money from these traffic fans. Apart from them, who else will pay for these traffic stars? Therefore, the goal of Dynasty Entertainment is very clear, which is to make money from brainless fans. Just when everyone was discussing it, a netizen broke the news on Weibo. I just got the exact news that the film starring Guanfong, produced by Su Zhang, and directed by Wenmu has been completed. Su Zhang said before that this new film will be released as scheduled. It's worth looking forward to it. When this news came out, netizens were excited again. Guanfong's fans were especially excited. It's finished. It's finally finished. Is this true? If so, it is definitely good news. Has Guanfong's new movie finally finished filming? I'm really looking forward to it. If there are no problems in post-production, it should be released during the May Day holiday. The original lead actor of this movie was Su Zhang, but he was accidentally injured, so Guanfong took his place temporarily. I wonder if Guanfong will mess up the movie. Can Guanfong, a newcomer, really take on such a big responsibility? Are director Su and the others too impulsive? After all, Guanfong has only acted in one movie, he's a brand newcomer. Those of you who don't know my father-in-law, Mr. Gu, go watch the movie Buried Alive before you comment on my father-in-law's acting skills. You will definitely be amazed. Do you think Su Zhang, who was praised as a teacher, can have bad acting skills? Su Zhang has been in the entertainment industry for so long, can't he have thought of the things you can think of? That's right, you guys, you just keep talking sourly all day long. Does anyone know the name of this movie? Up to now, I only know that it is Su Zhang's new movie, but I have no idea what it is called. Is it from the Embarrassing series? Without any announcement, how can we guess? This news made many netizens skeptical. After all, it was just a revelation from netizens and had not been officially certified. However, Su Zhang soon posted a Weibo to confirm the matter. Thank you all for your attention. Our new drama has been completed this morning. After careful consideration by the crew, we have decided to temporarily name this new drama Dying to Survive. Please stay tuned. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. While netizens were still questioning the authenticity of the above Weibo post, Su Zhang came out to confirm it. Su Zhang's new drama has really been completed, and Su Zhang also revealed the name of the new drama Dying to Survive on Weibo. Netizens were extremely surprised about this, but were also shocked by the title of the film, which was not from the series. Chapter 65, Are You Afraid of Top Stars? Please vote for recommendation and read on. So netizens started discussing it in the comments section of Su Zhang's Weibo. Oh my, director Su has come out to confirm it himself. This new drama is not from the Embarrassing series. And the director is not Su Zhang. This time he is just the producer of Dying to Survive. Although it's not a series, a movie with Su Zhang's participation will definitely not be bad. What's more, Guanfong's acting skills are absolutely good. I have watched the movie Buried Alive, and Guanfong's acting skills are absolutely online. I look forward to Dying to Survive. I heard that Guangu also starred in Dying to Survive. It was really wise of him not to participate in Love Apartment movie. That rubbish movie was simply a shit movie. Yes, Guangu is quite smart. He has always wanted to get rid of his label in Love Apartment. I wonder if he can succeed in his transformation this time. I don't know whether it will be successful or not, but I am already looking forward to the early release of Dying to Survive. It would be great if it could overshadow the Sissy XXX. Yes, I think so too. The Sissy starring XXX is released during the May Day holiday. It would be interesting if Dying to Survive was released during the same period. Yeah, Guanfong and Niangpo are competing on the same stage again. I wonder who will have the last laugh this time. Previously in Longing for Life, Kwon was turned into ashes by Guanfong in seconds. This time, the movies starring them are competing on the same stage again. So who will have the last laugh? Let's look forward to it. For a while, after Su Zheng's Weibo post came out, netizens became excited. There were even some people who were looking for trouble and started to stir up trouble online. You know, Gu Chenfeng and Kuan had a clash in A Longing for Life, and they were instantly turned into ashes. Now, the movies starring each of them are going to be released at the same time, so netizens have begun to look forward to the collision of the two in the movie. Dynasty Entertainment Headquarters. Kuan is enjoying the crazy adulation from fans and gradually loses himself in this environment. But at this moment, he saw the news revealed by Su Zheng, and then he used a small account to check Su Zheng's Weibo. Dying to Survive, starring Gu Chenfeng? Gu Chenfeng? It's him. When Kuan heard this name, he remembered the miserable days he had on the show Longing for Life. After that, he has been busy performing and participating in activities all over the place, making money like crazy. If he hadn't seen this news today, he would have forgotten about it. However, XXX, Return of Xander Cage starring Kuan actually collided with Dying to Survive starring Gu Chenfeng. How could he possibly forget those unpleasant memories? Gu Chenfeng, if it weren't for this time, I would have almost forgotten the shame you brought upon me in Longing for Life. This time, I must repay you double. This rubbish movie Dying to Survive is destined to be killed by me in 1 second. Just wait for me to repay you with double the humiliation. Kuan is full of fighting spirit and confidence. It seems that they have already foreseen their own mighty and powerful look in the future, killing everyone. So, Kuan posted another Weibo post, which read, "Hey, Kuan lovers, someone wants to compete with us, can you accept defeat? Can you accept the feeling of being stepped on by others? I can't accept it. I swear to compete with him. Kuan, now is the time when I need you. Where are you?" Kuan's Weibo post also included 9 consecutive selfies of himself, making him look very imposing, but he looked a little effeminate no matter how you looked at him. However, for those crazy fans, after seeing Kuan's selfie, they started to lick the screen crazily. Feeling the grievance revealed in Kuan's words, the fans were also encouraged. They were like people who had been injected with chicken blood, and they were frantically expressing on the internet that they would definitely support Kuan and help him to trample Gu Chenfeng under his feet. In the eyes of most netizens, Kuan's Weibo post was a clear declaration of war against Gu Chenfeng. In the afternoon, after Gu Chenfeng woke up, he saw the Weibo post posted by Kuan and the corners of his mouth twitched. He cursed softly, "Fool." Then I ignored it. In Gu Chenfeng's opinion, responding to a sissy like Kuan was an insult to his own intelligence. However, when Gu Chenfeng and Zhang Xingqing went to attend the wrap-up party of Dying to Survive, they were surrounded by a group of reporters at the hotel entrance. I don't know where these reporters got the news from, but they were already waiting at the door early. As soon as Gu Chenfeng and Zhang Xingqing appeared, they swarmed over. Gu Chenfeng, the filming of Dying to Survive has been completed. You have starred in 2 movies in a row since your debut. How do you feel now? Gu Chenfeng, I heard that before you signed with Tianmong Entertainment, you worked as an extra in Hengdian for 5 years, and for 3 of those years you worked as an extra while taking care of your child's medical treatment. Is this true? Gu Chenfeng, top star Kuan declared war on you on Weibo, what do you think? Gu Chenfeng, do you think the box office of Dying to Survive can beat Kuan's XXX? The reporters started bombarding me with questions, and it was a continuous bombardment. However, after Gu Chenfeng angrily scolded the reporters at the film press conference of Buried, the questions asked by these reporters to him were no longer so sharp. Although there are still some provocations, the bottom line is under control. Just as Gu Chenfeng was about to speak, Zhang Xingqing took a step forward to stand in front of him and said to the reporters and media, "Dear journalists, now is private time. If you want to interview us, you can make an appointment with us. Thank you, please make way." Zhang Xingqing is an ace agent. Even these media reporters have to give her some face because of her authority. So, when she said this, the reporters also backed off a little. However, a reporter still asked Gu Chenfeng, are you afraid of Kuan? Do you think you can't beat the top star Kuan? You know, he declared war on Weibo, but you didn't respond. I can understand that you are afraid. When Zhang Xingqing heard this question, her expression changed slightly. This question is very sharp. At this moment, other reporters and media tightly grasped their cameras and filmed frantically, waiting for Gu Chenfeng's response. If Gu Chenfeng didn't respond, they would simply think that Gu Chenfeng was afraid of the top star Kuan. I believe many people would like to read this news. Even more fierce than Gu Chenfeng's response. Zhang Xingqing was about to speak when Gu Chenfeng stopped her. Chapter 66, If a mad dog bites you, will you fight back? Please recommend and read on. Gu Chenfeng stood up and said to the reporter, "My dear reporter, I think your question is a little ridiculous. It's like you asking me what I should do if a wild dog suddenly jumped out and bit me while I was walking. What I want to say is, if I get bit by a dog and I fight back, then wouldn't that make me a mad dog too?" As soon as Gu Chenfeng said this, the reporter who asked the question's face turned pale instantly. He never expected that Gu Chenfeng would give such an answer in front of so many reporters. Comparing Cohen to a mad dog is a bit of an exaggeration. However, from the reporter's perspective, this answer is very powerful. Although Gu Chenfeng did not respond directly, these words were definitely more explosive than if he had responded directly. This is the explosive news they want. Gu Chenfeng ignored the reporter with an ugly face and continued, "Let me make it clear here that I am not targeting anyone, I just want to make my position clear. The so-called challenge is meaningless. Instead of wasting time on fighting, you might as well spend more time studying and polishing your acting skills. For the movie Dying to Survive, I am personally very grateful to Director Su and Director Won for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely not let you down. Thank you." After saying that, Gu Chenfeng and Zhang Qingqing pushed through the crowd and walked into the hotel without paying any more attention to the reporters. The reporters looked at the two people's backs as they left, and were stunned at first, then filled with ecstasy. The news was immediately sent back to the headquarters, who were asked to edit it immediately and be the first to break the news. What Gu Chenfeng said just now will definitely cause a huge explosion in public opinion. The reporters can't wait to see the storm on the internet. After Zhang Qingqing was dragged into the hotel by Gu Chenfeng, she was still a little dazed, especially when Gu Chenfeng was holding her hand. She felt like a deer was running around in her heart and her mind was blank. After Gu Chenfeng let go of her hand, she slowly regained consciousness and suddenly felt that Gu Chenfeng's answer just now was a bit too impulsive. Then he said to Gu Chenfeng, "Chenfeng, what you said just now was a bit too impulsive. This answer will be used by those reporters to make a big fuss, which is very disadvantageous to you." Gu Chenfeng smiled and didn't care at all. She said, "Sister Zhang, it's okay. Let them write an article. I have already disliked this Cohen. The more popular the reporter's article is, the better." Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chenfeng deeply, frowned slightly, and asked, "Chenfeng, are you saying this to vent my anger?" Gu Chenfeng looked around and said in a crazy and stupid manner, What? Sister Zhang, what do you mean by venting your anger? Is there any? Why didn't I notice it?" His answer made Zhang Qingqing even more certain that Gu Chenfeng said those words just to vent her anger. When she thought of this, Zhang Qingqing was both happy and felt that Gu Chenfeng was too impulsive. Then he said, "Chenfeng, you don't understand my situation. Don't mess around in the future. These reporters are not easy to mess with. And that Cohen, the team behind him is very scary." Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "Awesome? Are you as awesome as Sister Zhang?" In fact, he felt that when he said those words to the reporters, it was not entirely for Zhang Qingqing, but he had his own calculations. "You're such a chatterbox." Zhang Qingqing rolled her eyes at Gu Chenfeng, then said, "Forget it. Now that I've said it, I can't take it back. You're right. They are indeed a mad dog." Gu Chenfeng looked at Zhang Qingqing and grinned, saying, "Sister Zhang, I actually have something else to say." "What?" Zhang Qingqing asked suspiciously. Gu Chenfeng did not answer directly, but asked, faced with the mad dog's pursuit and biting, "Sister Zhang, what would you do?" Zhang Qingqing tilted her head and thought for a while, then said, "Of course I'm running away." Gu Chenfeng shook his head and said in a leisurely tone, "Wrong, facing a mad dog, running away is useless, just beat it to death, no need to be polite." "Beat him hard to death?" Zhang Qingqing muttered to herself, repeating Gu Chenfeng's words. Suddenly, a light flashed in her eyes, and she said, "What a good phrase, beat him hard to death. Chenfeng, you are really making me look at you with new eyes." Gu Chenfeng smiled and said nothing. At this time, the elevator had reached the 9th floor, where the crew had dinner. When the two arrived, the rest of the crew had already arrived early and were happily chatting about gossip. "Teacher Gu, Sister Zhang, you are here. Teacher Gu, Sister Zhang. Teacher Gu, Sister Zhang, hello." When everyone saw the two people appear, they all came over to greet Gu Chenfeng and Zhang Qingqing, their words full of admiration. After more than 2 months of collaboration, Gu Chenfeng has already conquered the entire crew with his acting skills. Although Gu Chenfeng is not a big star yet, everyone believes that with his acting skills, Gu Chenfeng can definitely create a world of his own in the film industry. Facing everyone's enthusiastic greetings, Gu Chenfeng and Zhang Qingqing responded one by one and then sat down in their seats. Su Zhangyanwenmu had not arrived yet, so Gu Chenfeng took out his mobile phone and started checking Weibo in his spare time. The internet was very lively at this time, and everyone was discussing the two movies Dying to Survive and XXX, Return of Xander Cage. They all want to know which of these two movies will ultimately become the biggest winner during the May Day holiday. After Dang Koan declared war on Gu Chenfeng on Weibo, it aroused the curiosity of netizens. They all wanted to know how Gu Chenfeng would respond. You know, Koan is a representative of top stars, and Gu Chenfeng has also become a representative of the new generation of powerful actors with his outstanding performance in Buried Alive. Koan's declaration of war on Gu Chenfeng is equivalent to the top star camp declaring war on the new generation of powerful actors. This incident itself is full of highlights and has attracted the attention of many netizens. However, netizens waited for a long time but did not see Gu Chenfeng come out to respond. Just when everyone was surprised, confused, and even suspected that Gu Chenfeng had not responded because he was afraid of Koan, suddenly, another interview video was released on the internet. The video content is the part where Gu Chenfeng just stood at the hotel entrance. When netizens saw this interview video, they were instantly outraged. Oh my god, is this interview video real? Gu Chenfeng actually said such domineering words. Yeah, I really didn't expect that Gu Chenfeng would fight back in this way. It's simply overwhelming, so domineering. If you were bitten by a mad dog, would you bite back? My god, this response is absolutely amazing. I didn't expect my father-in-law to be so fierce. It's really unexpected. Hee, my father-in-law is comparing Koan to a mad dog. Ha ha ha, this is interesting. I wonder how Koan will feel after seeing this interview video. The person above, you are a fake fan, right? Didn't you see Gu Chenfeng's statement? He is not targeting anyone, so he is not saying that someone is a mad dog. Don't mess with the rhythm. Chapter 67, please vote for recommendation and read on. As soon as this interview video came out, netizens immediately lost their composure. Everyone could see that Gu Chenfeng used the metaphor of a mad dog to respond strongly to the declaration of war, which immediately made netizens even more excited about the future developments between the two sides. After declaring war on Gu Chenfeng on Weibo, he has been checking Weibo. Originally, when he saw that Gu Chenfeng didn't dare to respond, he was so proud in his heart that he thought Gu Chenfeng was a piece of trash. After all, in this era where traffic is king, Gu Chenfeng's popularity is almost negligible in their eyes. What use is there for a new actor who can perform well in this era? Moreover, apart from a longing for life, Gu Chenfeng has never been on any other variety shows, let alone any commercial performances. As for high-end things like fan meetings, Gu Chenfeng has never had any. He can beat a lot of people like Gu Chenfeng. And the person who really resented Gu Chenfeng was not himself, but the fact that Gu Chenfeng had become an artist under Zhang Qingqing. Because when Zhang Qingqing was still working as an agent at Dynasty Entertainment, he had always been thinking about her. Although he was a little impulsive that time, he didn't even touch the other person's hand. Instead, he was slapped several times by Zhang Qingqing. This made him very angry, but he also had something to be proud of. Because at that time, between him and Zhang Qingqing, Dynasty Entertainment chose him, which made Zhang Qingqing leave in anger. However, Zhang Qingqing became his inner demon. When he thought of her, besides feeling the burning pain on his face, he also felt more jealous, excited and greedy. This is a rare beauty. Then he continued to check Weibo, ready to accept compliments from those brainless fans. However, when he saw the interview video of Gu Chenfeng, his face instantly became extremely ugly, like a mad dog. Fuck, you are the mad dog, your whole family is mad dogs, Gu Chenfeng, you are dead, you have completely pissed me off, I must let you know the consequences of offending me. Do you really think that a new company like Tianmong Entertainment can protect you? If I want to mess with you, you'll definitely be dead. From his furious look, it can be seen that he was really furious about Gu Chenfeng's interview video. It is such a shame that a top young star like me is called a mad dog. So, he wrote directly on Weibo, mad dog, very good, Gu Chenfeng, right? I heard that you filmed a movie called Dying to Survive? You really think you can beat me with a piece of rubbish like this? Just wait for me to crush you with XXX, Return of Xander Cage. Not only will I crush you at the box office, I'll also crush you in other areas. Where are you? I need you now. When he posted this Weibo, he took a set of 9 selfies in which he made various feminine movements, but they looked disgusting to normal people, especially since he looked a little crazy now. However, as soon as he posted this on Weibo, his fans were excited. Ah, the consequences are serious. Damn Gu Chunfeng, you are dead. This damn Gu Chunfeng actually dared to say that our lovely one is a mad dog. This is simply unforgivable. You are dead, Gu Chunfeng, just wait. From today on, Gu Chunfeng will be the one I hate for the rest of my life. Just wait for the fear of being dominated by the darkness. You're doomed. Gu Chunfeng dares to say that to us. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Don't cry, we have our love for you. Trash like Gu Chunfeng won't make any big waves. How can his crappy movie compare to XXX? He's not even worthy of carrying my shoes. For a while, those fans were like chicken blood, attacking Gu Chunfeng crazily on the internet. As a result, Gu Chunfeng's Weibo comment section was directly taken over by this group of crazy fans. Although Gu Chunfeng does not have many fans, they are conquered by his acting skills and have a very high stickiness. Moreover, there are still quite a few of them at present. Naturally, they will not watch those brainless fans scolding them like that, and they all angrily responded on Weibo. In their opinion, Gu Chunfeng's response was so domineering and satisfying, so they wanted to defend Gu Chunfeng's dignity. Just like that, a war of words started between fans and Gu Chunfeng's fans on the internet. When Gu Chunfeng saw such a popular scene on the internet, he not only touched his chin, but also raised the corners of his mouth slightly. But the degree of its popularity seems to have exceeded my expectations. Zhang Qingqing, who was standing next to him, saw Gu Chunfeng's expression and asked, "Chunfeng, do you regret having caused such a big brother trouble?" "Yeah, it is a little bit." Gu Chunfeng nodded and said with a smile, after seeing what this sissy said, "I regretted that I was too gentle just now. For such people, we really shouldn't show any mercy." Hearing what Gu Chunfeng said, Zhang Qingqing rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Was the response just now too gentle? Brother, don't you realize that you have pierced the entire internet? If you continue to show no mercy, you go to heaven? At this moment, Su Zhang and Wenmu also arrived at the scene, and everyone stood up to greet them. Su Zhang and Wenmu were at the same table with Gu Chunfeng. Before they even sat down, they gave Gu Chunfeng a thumbs up and said, "Teacher Gu, what you said is so good. That kind of thing is really disgusting, and we have to fight back." Gu Chunfeng felt a little embarrassed after hearing this, and said, Director Su, I was just about to apologize to you. My remarks may have some negative impact on our movie." Su Zhang smiled and said, "Teacher Gu, it seems that you still don't know me. Ask Miss Xiang, has anyone stepped on my film before it was released? I always go straight for the fight, and the only thing I have to do is to arrange an offline fight, but what's the result? The box office keeps going up. So, don't have any psychological burden. That shitty agent is not even worthy of carrying your shoes." At this time, Director Wenmu also said with a smile, "Teacher Gu, you really shouldn't have any psychological burden. If there weren't this kind of garbage, the current Chinese entertainment film market wouldn't be like this." "That's right." Su Zhang nodded and said, "It has made the market a mess. If the Chinese entertainment film market wants to develop, it needs more talented actors like you, Mr. Gu." Chapter 68. Thank you for spraying me on the hot search. Please read and recommend. After Su Zhang and Wenmu chatted with Gu Chunfeng for a while, the rap party for Dying to Survive officially began. As for this kind of wrap-up party, the last time Gu Chunfeng attended was the wrap-up party for Buried Alive. This was his second time attending such a party. Compared with this time, the scale of this time made Gu Chunfeng feel that the rap party of Buried Alive was simply child's play. Before, he was just a small follower, but now, except for a limited number of people like Su Zhang and Wenmu, he, Gu Chunfeng, is the absolute protagonist. Many people toasted Gu Chunfeng and chatted with him about various topics. Moreover, the second male lead, Guan Gu, was obviously drunk. He insisted on talking to Gu Chunfeng about life and kept apologizing to Gu Chunfeng. He said that when Gu Chunfeng joined the crew, he looked down on Gu Chunfeng and felt that he did not have the ability to play the leading role in the play, but later he was impressed by Gu Chunfeng's acting skills. Originally, Guan Gu had always wanted to apologize to Gu Chunfeng, but he felt a little embarrassed and couldn't bring himself to do it, so he had waited until now. Hearing Guan Gu's words, Gu Chunfeng couldn't help but laugh. If this guy isn't thin-skinned, then he's pretty thick-skinned. Can you save face just because you've drunk some alcohol to give yourself courage? However, Gu Chunfeng was not angry at all towards Guan Gu. After all this was normal. He even felt that Guan Gu did not need to apologize. Guan Gu is not wrong either, because this is the cruelty of the entertainment industry. Without acting skills, who will respect you? The wrap-up party lasted until 11 p.m. It was already 11:30 in the evening when Gu Chunfeng returned home. Tang Tang had already fallen asleep at this time, and Wu Xiaoxiao, who was responsible for taking care of her, was sitting on the sofa, holding her mobile phone and constantly arguing with Kuen's crazy fans. It looks like he is really excited about typing, as if he wants to turn into an octopus and type. When Wu Xiaoxiao saw Gu Chunfeng coming back, she said angrily, "Teacher Gu, you're back. Oh, these brainless fans are really too much. They just criticize me without thinking. It's so infuriating." Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, "Xiaoxiao, you don't have to care about those stupid fans on the internet. The more you pay attention to them, the more excited they will be, so just ignore them. It's late now. You should go back and rest early. You have worked hard during this period." Wu Xiaoxiao said with a smile, "You're welcome, Teacher Gu. I'll go back first. Goodbye." Gu Chunfeng nodded and said, "Goodbye, be careful on the road." After Wu Xiaoxiao left, Gu Chunfeng walked into the bathroom and soaked himself in the bathtub. I have to say, attending such a banquet is so tearful, and it is simply not something a human being should do. After a long time, Gu Chunfeng picked up his mobile phone, opened Weibo, and took a look. Good job. The perseverance of this group of brainless fans is really strong. In just a few hours, the number of comments scolding Gu Chunfeng has exceeded 200,000. I have to admit that the enemy's firepower is very strong. Gu Chunfeng was directly criticized and made the headlines of Weibo's hot searches. However, when Gu Chunfeng saw his fans constantly speaking up for him and arguing with those brainless fans, he was still very moved. So he posted a Weibo post, which read, "Thank you for your support, but when facing these mad dogs, don't argue with them. It's meaningless. After all, when facing mad dogs, we just need to beat them to death with sticks." Well, I thought about it and I still want to say thank you to those mad dogs who criticized me. Thank you for letting me be on the hot search headlines. The popularity is almost as high as your idols. This will save me a lot of money. As soon as Gu Chunfeng's Weibo post came out, his fans became extremely excited. Originally they were already a little overwhelmed. Although Kuen was a sissy, his appeal was extremely terrifying. The firepower of those brainless fans is also quite fierce. However, when fans saw Gu Chunfeng's Weibo post, they immediately became excited. Haha, what Teacher Gu said is very good. Facing these mad dogs, we don't even need to argue with them. We can just beat them to death with sticks. Teacher Gu is worthy of being Teacher Gu. The way he speaks is different. But when I saw the last part, I inexplicably wanted to laugh. Haha. Oh, Teacher Gu, you are awesome. Sissies are really crazy. When facing such guys, they should be beaten to death with sticks. Haha, what Teacher Gu said in this Weibo post is very obvious. That sissy must have spent a lot of money to buy trending searches, and his brainless fans directly sent Teacher Gu to the trending searches, and Teacher Gu didn't spend a penny. It's so funny. Teacher Gu, we support you. We believe that the movie Dying to Survive will definitely surpass XXX. Come on, is that XXX? It should be the sissy agent. Teacher Gu is indeed talented. He is so cultured when he criticizes people. It makes people grit their teeth but unable to refute. Ha ha ha. It seems that everyone knows about Lin Yang buying trending searches. Even someone as important as Teacher Gu knows about it, which means it's already an open secret. Those crazy dogs, we thank you, ha ha ha, you made our Teacher Gu a hot topic for free, ha ha ha. Netizens were very excited, especially after Gu Chunfeng's Weibo post came out. It became extremely popular. As the saying goes, when you are famous you are prone to gossip. Now that Gu Chunfeng is becoming more and more popular, more people are participating in the discussion, and someone has raised a new question. Why is Gu Chunfeng so strong all of a sudden? He doesn't even give face to a top-tier celebrity like Kuen. This doesn't seem like Gu Chunfeng's humble character. Sure enough, as soon as this question came out, it immediately aroused heated discussion among netizens. Thinking back carefully, it is true. Gu Chunfeng has always been very humble since his debut. But now, facing a top traffic star like Kuen, he has always behaved very strongly, as if he had become a different person. Just when everyone was confused, a small Weibo account posted a blog post, which sparked speculation among netizens. I guess the reason why Gu Chunfeng criticized the sissy so strongly this time is probably to vent his anger for his agent Zhang Qingqing. Everyone knows that Sister Zhang used to be the ace agent of Dynasty Entertainment, but for some unknown reason, she resigned and switched to Tianmong Entertainment. There were rumors that Tianmong Entertainment paid a huge sum to poach employees, and that Sister Zhang was bribed to switch jobs. But as far as I know, Sister Zhang has a strong background and doesn't seem to be someone who is short of money. In fact, the real reason she left is related to being a sissy. Sissy has been arrogant since he entered Dynasty Entertainment. He wanted to take advantage of Sister Zhang, but was slapped by Sister Zhang. However, Dynasty Entertainment did not deal with Sissy, so Sister Zhang left in anger. This time, Gu Chunfeng angrily criticized the sissy, and he must have been venting his anger for Sister Zhang. He knew that this would put him at the center of public opinion, but he still did it. This shows that Gu Chunfeng is a very grateful person. For this reason alone, I support him. Chapter 69, Gu Chunfeng's Appeal in the Circle. Please read and recommend. Originally, few people followed this small Weibo account, but the content it posted was included in the hot search topics. Many netizens saw it immediately. No one expected that there would be such explosive news, so they started discussing it online. Fuck, I really didn't expect that there would be such shocking information in this. This sissy is such a scumbag, he actually wants to take advantage of Sister Zhang. Does he have the guts to do that? I just want to say that Sister Zhang did a good job. She should have slapped him a few more times. This kind of sissy should be beaten to death. I originally thought that Gu Chunfeng was a little arrogant and I was a little dissatisfied with him. If this news is true, then I fully support Gu Chunfeng's anger at sissy boys. Gu Chunfeng is right. This mad dog should be beaten to death with sticks. That's what I said. Gu Chunfeng is obviously a humble person. Why would he suddenly say something like that? It turns out he was just venting his anger on Sister Zhang. He's really loyal. I support him. I really didn't expect that Gu Chunfeng would actually stand up and angrily confront the sissy in order to repay Sister Zhang for bringing him to the stage. This also shows that Gu Chunfeng has good character and a correct outlook on life. In addition, he has explosive acting skills and knows how to be grateful. He is really a perfect actor. As soon as this gossip came out, netizens were excited again. At the same time, more and more netizens also knew the reason why Gu Chunfeng suddenly and aggressively criticized the sissy. To vent his anger for his agent Zheng Qingqing. People who know how to be grateful are worthy of attention. As a result, the number of Gu Chunfeng's fans skyrocketed again. It increased directly from 7 million to 8 million. At midnight, Su Zhang also posted a Weibo. The content was not long, just a few sentences, but it was like a thunderclap. Su Zhang wrote, "You are not even worthy of carrying Teacher Gu's shoes." These words are so powerful and domineering. Although Su Zhang did not mention any names, netizens all knew who he was talking about. Oh my god, even a triple award-winning actor has come out to support Gu Chunfeng. This is interesting. Nonsense, is there any need to say this? Everyone knows that Su Zhang has always had a problem with these sissies. He didn't mention them by name, which is already a face-saving move. All of a sudden, the already huge melon has become even bigger. Yeah, Teacher Su Zhang said, "You're not even worthy of carrying Teacher Gu's shoes." This is definitely the biggest disrespect for sissies. But what Su Zhang said is not wrong. Does this sissy know how to act in a movie? He's just a vase who only knows how to look cool. What the hell is this triple X? I think it would be better to just call it Sissy Agent. I now know what expression the sissy would have if he saw Teacher Su Zhang's Weibo post. "You're not even worthy of carrying Gu Chunfeng's shoes." How rubbish do you have to be looked down upon by Su Zhang like this? Isn't what Su Zhang said the truth? With that sissy acting, he really doesn't deserve to be Teacher Gu's shoe carrier. Su Zhang's Weibo post pushed Gu Chunfeng to a whole new height. Soon after he posted this Weibo, rookie director Zhuo Lu also retweeted it, and wrote in the retweet, "Director Su's description is so apt." Not only Zhuo Lu, but even Huang Xiaochu retweeted Su Zhang's Weibo, and his words were even more destructive. Huang Xiaochu's repost read, "Xiao Jingzi, who are you insulting? You're comparing him to Chunfeng. Are you insulting Chunfeng?" As expected of Chef Huang, his level of arguing with others is just different. Then, when Mu and Zhu Bing also reposted Su Zhang's Weibo and stood on Gu Chunfeng's side. And not only the director, but also many celebrities like Su Zhang's Weibo post, such as Deng Luan, Reba, Yang Zi. When netizens saw that directors and big stars liked and reposted Su Zhang's Weibo, they were completely stunned. No one expected that Gu Chunfeng, a newcomer who had just debuted, would have such appeal without anyone knowing. It also shows that Gu Chunfeng's character has been recognized by many people in the circle. This is too crazy. Without realizing it, has Teacher Gu become so influential in the circle? I can understand Su Zheng's decision to side with Gu Chenfeng. After all, he is the lead actor in the movie Dying to Survive, so Su Zheng would definitely side with him. But Huang Xiaochu, Zhu Bing, and others also side with Gu Chenfeng, and even big stars like Reba liked it. This is a bit shocking. Ha, Chef Huang is indeed Chef Huang. His words are not very hurtful, but they are extremely insulting. I wonder if the sissy will be so angry that he will vomit blood after reading this Weibo post. Chef Huang has never liked sissy guys, as can be seen from that episode of Longing for Life. Yes, that's true. Chef Huang likes Gu Chenfeng very much. This is very obvious. Sissy is very blindly confident. When faced with doubts, he would only respond by doing that extremely embarrassing dance and would not reflect on himself at all. Ha ha ha, you above are definitely a lifelong hater. For a time, as more and more celebrities came out to support Gu Chenfeng, netizens were shocked. No one expected that Gu Chenfeng, who debuted for less than a year, already has such a strong appeal in the entertainment industry. It's terrifying to think about it. For the next period of time, the conflict between Gu Chenfeng and Cohen continued to ferment on the internet. Especially after Su Zhang, Huang Xiaochu, Zhuo Lu, Zhu Bing, and others stood up, the contradiction was elevated to a struggle between top traffic stars and the new generation of powerful actors. Many people are paying attention to this matter. However, one of the protagonists of this event, Gu Chenfeng, has been living a reclusive life. Apart from picking up and dropping off Tang Tang every day, he has never shown up again, as if everything in the outside world has nothing to do with him. Because Gu Chenfeng knew that such an argument was meaningless. This day, after Gu Chenfeng picked up Tang Tang from school, on the way home, Tang Tang insisted on eating KFC. Thinking that he had not spent much time with the child during this period, Gu Chenfeng softened his heart and agreed. But there is a bottom line, that is, no Coke. This is what Luo Qingqing told him when Tang Tang was discharged from the hospital. Let Tang Tang drink less high-sugar drinks such as carbonated beverages. Dad, I want some French fries. I want some chicken legs, too. Have a piece. Dad, the purple sweet potato tarts look delicious, can you buy me one? As soon as Tang Tang entered KFC, she suddenly felt that her eyes were not enough. She pointed at the recommended products on the screen and ordered them randomly, without caring whether she could finish them or not. Finally, when Tang Tang blinked and said she wanted to eat the pudding, Gu Chenfeng spoke up. What are you thinking about? Don't push your luck. This kind of thing must be rejected. But Tang Tang did not give up, and directly used her ultimate move of being cute and coquettish. Dad. It doesn't work. No matter how much you ask, there will be no more chicken wings. Gu Chenfeng never compromises on matters of principle, even if it is Tang Tang. Okay, Tang Tang sighed like a little adult and said, if Aunt Luolua was here. Chapter 70, My daughter wants to eat dumplings, so I have to arrange it, please vote for recommendation, and read on. Tang Tang closed her mouth again halfway through her words. Because she knew that even if Luo Qingcheng was here, she would never let her eat these things. Seeing Tang Tang's aggrieved look, Gu Chenfeng said firmly, it's useless no matter who comes. You must control your sweet tooth from now on. Tang Tang curled her lips and said pitifully, when can I eat enough? Before Gu Chenfeng could answer, Tang Tang waved her hands and said, forget it. Even if I ask you, you don't know. I'd better ask Aunt Luo. You? Gu Chenfeng was so angry that he lost his temper. Seeing him like this, Tang Tang shrank her neck, stuck out her tongue at Gu Chenfeng, and giggled. The food they ordered came up quickly. The father and daughter ate and bickered at the same time. Tang Tang's cuteness charmed the diners around them. Wow, what a cute little girl. Angels probably look like this. I want a daughter like this, too. Wake up, look at what your father looks like. Even though he wears sunglasses, his facial features are definitely good. If you want to give birth to such a lovely daughter, you must first find a husband who is so handsome. Look in the mirror, do you think it's possible? Fuck, sister, what you said is a bit hurtful. Just as the diners were discussing, Tang Tang suddenly put a piece of chicken wing on the plate and muttered, it's not delicious. It's not as good as what my dad made. Hearing this, Gu Chenfeng curled his lips, feeling quite proud. At least his daughter recognized his cooking skills, so he smiled and asked, what do you want to eat, Tang Tang? Dad will cook it for you when he gets home. Now that I have time to spend with my children, I can also improve my cooking skills. After all, as his popularity grows, the system's reputation value is also increasing, and Gu Chenfeng has no plans to exchange scripts or songs for the time being. It's a good opportunity to exchange for some life skills. Tang Tang tilted her head and thought seriously. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind and she said to Gu Chenfeng with a smile, "Dad, I want to eat dumplings with celery and beef filling." She clearly remembered that when she was in the hospital, she often went to Aunt Luo Luo's house for meals, and Aunt Luo Luo's favorite food was dumplings stuffed with celery and beef. Now that Dad is no longer filming, it's time to arrange some major events in his life. Oh, my dad is such a stupid guy, when will he be able to stop worrying about me? If Gu Chenfeng knew what Tang Tang was thinking at the moment, he would definitely fall down in shock. But of course he didn't know what Tang Tang was thinking, so he readily agreed, "No problem, we'll go to the market to buy some vegetables, and then go home to make dumplings for you." Okay. Tang Tang clapped his hands excitedly, and then said, "Dad, let's go, I'm full." Gu Chenfeng glanced at the pair of chicken wings and a few chicken nuggets left on the table and ate them quickly. After eating, I took Tang Tang straight to the nearby farmer's market. On the way, Gu Chenfeng also specifically checked the reputation value in his system, which had reached more than 14 million. So he used 1 million reputation points to exchange for S-level cooking skills. This is not an entertainment skill, so the price is different from scripts. Soon, Gu Chenfeng brought Tang Tang to the farmer's market. This is Tang Tang's first time here. The farmer's market is a large greenhouse with an area of more than 2,000 square meters, which sells all kinds of meat, poultry, vegetables, fruits, and seasonings. It was the first time for the little guy to come to such a place, and his eyes were not enough. He held Gu Chenfeng's big hand and looked around. "Dad, that watermelon is so big." "Wow, Dad, look, that's a big rooster, oh. "Dad, what kind of fish is this? Why is it so ugly?" "Dad, can you give me a flower? I like it so much." When the father and daughter came to a flower shop, Tang Tang pointed at a sunflower and asked Gu Chenfeng with anticipation on her face. "Of course." Gu Chenfeng agreed to Tang Tang without hesitation, and then asked the boss lady, "How much does it cost?" The proprietress was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She liked Tang Tang very much when she saw her cute and adorable appearance. He exclaimed, "Wow, this child is so good-looking, so cute. Why does a flower cost so much? Auntie will give you one. Come and take it." As he said that, he handed Tang Tang a sunflower. However, Tang Tang did not reach out to take it, but turned to look at Gu Chenfeng. Gu Chenfeng refused. No, you are also a businessman, and this flower also needs capital. How much money? I will scan it for you." "Brother." The proprietress embraced Gu Chenfeng and said, "How much can a flower cost? If the child likes it, let her take it. When you need flowers in the future, just come to me and show your support." Then he handed a sunflower to Tang Tang and said, "Here, baby, take it." Hearing what the boss lady said, Gu Chenfeng had no choice but to give up and said, "Tang Tang, take it." "Thank you, Auntie." Tang Tang immediately stretched out her hands, took the flowers, and thanked the proprietress sweetly, "Thank you, Auntie." Listening to Tang Tang's words, the boss's heart almost melted, and he said with a big smile on his face, "Oh baby, you're welcome, this baby is so rare, how can it be so beautiful?" After thanking the boss, Gu Chenfeng turned around and left holding Tang Tang's little hand. He looked up at the name of the flower shop and silently memorized it in his heart. Although you may not need to buy flowers very often, you never know when you might need them. Next, Gu Chenfeng took Tang Tang to the farmer's market to buy flour, beef, some vegetables and seasonings, and then left with the little guy. When the father and daughter returned home, Gu Chenfeng began to prepare the dumpling skins and dumpling fillings. Because he has no work recently, Wu Xiaoxiao naturally doesn't have to come home to take care of Tang Tang, so it's just the father and daughter at home. Just as Gu Chenfeng was rolling out the dumpling wrappers, the phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, I saw that it was a call from Tang Tang's attending physician, Luo Qingcheng. As soon as the call was connected, Luo Qingcheng said, "Hey, Chenfeng, you should come and get Tang Tang's medicine tomorrow." Okay, I'll be there on time tomorrow." "Okay, I'll prescribe the medicine first, and you can just come over and get it when the time comes." "Okay, thank you, Dr. Luo. Goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Tang Tang ran over with her sketchbook in hand, tilted her head and asked, "Dad, are you going to the hospital to get medicine tomorrow?" "Yeah." Gu Chenfeng nodded. Although Tang Tang's disease has been cured, her physical condition has deteriorated due to this illness, so she has been taking medicine all the time. Before, Wu Xiaoxiao always went to help get it, but now that I'm back, of course I went to get it myself. At this time, Tang Tang had a smile on her face and seemed to be talking to herself, and Luo Luo also likes to eat dumplings. I used to go to her place to eat dumplings often. I miss it when I think about it. Chapter 71, Tang Tang's Idea, the sick child's mother jumped off the building. Please read and recommend. Hearing Tang Tang's words, Gu Chunfeng was stunned at first, then seemed to understand something. He stared at Tang Tang for a long time before asking, Tang Tang, you suddenly said you wanted to eat dumplings today. Did you do that on purpose? Tang Tang looked evasive and said cunningly, No. No, I just wanted to eat dumplings. After that, he added in a low voice, we bought so many ingredients anyway, and we can't finish them all. How about Dad, can you bring some for Aunt Luo Luo as well? Gu Chunfeng frowned and said, this is not a good idea. Giving dumplings to people for no reason will lead to misunderstandings. How could he not know Tang Tang's little thoughts? What misunderstanding? Misunderstanding, Dad, you are just too stupid. Aunt Luo Luo took care of me when I was sick. We didn't have the ability to repay her before. Now that you can make money, isn't it right to repay Aunt Luo Luo? Tang Tang said like a little adult. In her opinion, Aunt Lolo and her father are definitely a perfect match. Gu Chunfeng did not answer Tang Tang's words, but prepared to make dumplings by himself. Seeing this, Tang Tang continued, Dad, in cartoons, it said that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water. Aunt Luo Luo saved your daughter's life. With such a great favor, are you reluctant to give up a portion of celery and beef dumplings? Gu Chunfeng was speechless. What made him even more speechless was that in the next 15 minutes, Tang Tang kept asking Gu Chunfeng to bring some dumplings to Luo Qingcheng when he went to get the medicine. In the end, Gu Chunfeng had no choice but to agree. While Gu Chunfeng was making dumplings at home with Tang Tang, He Shoujuan was just finishing shopping at the supermarket and putting the items into her car. Among them was a bundle of celery and a piece of beef tendon. These were Luo Qingqing's favorite meat-filled dumplings. She planned to make some dumplings in the evening and send them to Luo Qingcheng at the hospital at noon tomorrow. The next day. Early in the morning, Gu Chunfeng got up and sent Tang Tang to school, then came back to cook dumplings. He also prepared 70 or 80 wrapped dumplings and put them in ice packs. Whenever Luo Qingqing wanted to eat them, she could just cook them and eat them. It was very convenient. After packing up, he drove to the city hospital by himself. What he didn't know was that when he went to the hospital, a black Porsche Cayenne slowly drove out of the gate of the Zifeng Manor Villa and then sped towards the city. The driver was Luo Qingqing's mother, He Shoujuan. She had gotten up early in the morning to make dumplings stuffed with celery and beef and was now delivering them to Luo Qingcheng. Half an hour later, Gu Chunfeng parked his car in the underground parking lot of the hospital, carrying an insulated lunchbox and a chilled lunchbox, which contained wrapped but uncooked dumplings. When taking the elevator to the 8th floor, Gu Chunfeng saw a nurse he knew running towards him with an anxious look on her face. Gu Chunfeng stopped her and asked, Lily, what happened? Seeing Gu Chunfeng, the current big star, the nurse, who should have been very excited, was no longer in that mood. She said anxiously, Mr. Gu, the mother of the patient in bed 809 is on the rooftop and wants to jump off the building. You are here to see Dr. Luo, right? She is also on the rooftop now. After saying that, the nurse rushed towards the rooftop. Bed 809? Gu Chunfeng thought about it and he had an impression of this family. The patient was 1 year younger than Tang Tang and also had a rare thrombocytopenia. I have lived here for more than a year, and the child has always been taken care of by his mother, and I rarely see other family members. Before Tang Tang was discharged from the hospital, Gu Chunfeng had communicated with the child's mother twice about the child's condition and medication. Gu Chunfeng remembered that the mother seemed to be a teacher, but like himself, the family was already heavily in debt in order to pay for her child's medical treatment. But Gu Chunfeng didn't expect that she would actually jump off the building? Although Gu Chunfeng is now a star actor, he is also a flesh and blood actor and star. When he heard the news, he felt some empathy and especially understood the despair of seeing no hope. However, he did not think this was a reason for the child's mother to jump off the building. As a mother, if you jump off the building, you will be relieved, but what about the children left behind? Thinking of this, Gu Chunfeng ran towards the rooftop with his things in his hand. At this time, a young woman in a blue t-shirt was standing on the rooftop. Behind her were medical staff and hospital leaders who had rushed over, and some were holding up their mobile phones to take pictures. At this time, many people gathered downstairs in the hospital. The woman standing on the rooftop had a blank expression on her face and ignored the advice of the hospital leaders and medical staff. Ms. Lu, you must stay calm. Your daughter's condition is not incurable. Let's work together. Luo Qingcheng persuaded while tentatively approaching the woman. Stop, don't come over here. If you come any closer, I'll jump. Obviously, Luo Qingcheng's action has stimulated the woman named Lu who was about to jump off the building. At this moment, she seemed to have completely lost her mind and screamed hysterically at Luo Qingcheng, why? Her body began to shake. Her desperate look and shaky body immediately caused a burst of exclamations. Luo Qingcheng was afraid that Ms. Lu would really jump down, so she quickly stopped and comforted her. Okay, I won't go over there, Ms. Lu, you must calm down and think about the child. As for the other medical staff and hospital leaders, when they saw the situation, they didn't know what to do for a moment. It was obvious that Ms. Lu's emotions were out of control and an accident could happen at any time. The most important thing is that the police haven't arrived yet. Teacher Lu, I support you to jump. Just when everyone didn't know how to persuade him, a voice suddenly came from the entrance of the rooftop. Everyone looked back after hearing the sound. After seeing that it was Gu Chenfeng, everyone's heart skipped a beat, especially Luo Qingcheng, who hurried over and complained in a low voice, Gu Chenfeng, what are you doing? You must not provoke her now. Gu Chenfeng ignored Luo Qingcheng. Amid the puzzled gazes of the crowd, he slowly walked towards Ms. Lu and said in a low voice, Teacher Lu, I understand how you feel right now. I fully support you jumping off the building. Teacher Lu, who wanted to jump off the building, was confused by Gu Chenfeng's words. He stood on the wall and looked at Gu Chenfeng with a puzzled look on his face. Of course, she knew Gu Chenfeng. Before he became famous, he was also a family member of a blood disease patient. But she didn't understand why Gu Chenfeng would say that he supported her to jump off the building. Normally, shouldn't you persuade yourself not to jump off the building? Why are you encouraging yourself to do so? At this time, when Gu Chenfeng was 2 meters away from Ms. Lu, he stopped and continued. Teacher Lu, if you jump, you will be free. It will be all over. You don't have to suffer every day anymore, and you don't have to worry about tomorrow's medical expenses anymore. No need to worry about the child's condition anymore. It's easy to jump. But your behavior is very selfish and irresponsible. You will be relieved if you jump, but what about your child lying on the hospital bed, still believing that the mother will save her? She didn't give up even when she was young. She had punctures, injections, chemotherapy. Isn't she suffering more than you? At this point, Gu Chenfeng's voice suddenly rose and he said, but even so, she has always lived strong. Why? Chapter 72, Gu Chenfeng's decision, within his ability please read and recommend. Because she always believed that her mother would save her at all costs. But you? But he ran away. Gu Chenfeng's voice seemed to have magic, striking directly into Ms. Lu's heart. Ms. Lu shook her head frantically, tears streaming down her face as she screamed, No, I didn't give up my child. I'm willing to give everything for her. I'm not even afraid of death. Before she finished speaking, Gu Chenfeng interrupted her and said, Death is the easiest and most luxurious thing for us parents. As he spoke, Gu Chenfeng seemed to recall the despair he faced when he spent all his family wealth to save Tang Tang, and his eyes turned red involuntarily. He raised his hand and pointed at the rooftop, then smiled sadly at Ms. Lu standing beside him, Teacher Lu. Children from all over the country who come here to seek medical treatment live here. If one life can be exchanged for another. You are definitely not the only one on this rooftop. It is already crowded with parents queuing up to save their children's lives. In an instant, all that came to Gu Chenfeng's mind was when he took Tang Tang to seek medical treatment, and there was no help anywhere, and no matching bone marrow could be found. He also had thoughts of committing suicide like Ms. Lu. Fortunately, he survived, and Tang Tang also survived. However, his words instantly broke down the defenses of many people present, their eyes turned red, and some of the sick children's family members even burst into tears without realizing it. Luo Qingqing's eyes were also red. As a doctor, she had seen too many parents despair when their seriously ill children sought medical treatment in vain. But when someone talked about this kind of pain again, she was still deeply touched. After all, people are emotional. As for Ms. Lu, who was standing on the edge of the rooftop, she squatted down, covered her face with her hands, and burst into tears. Seeing this, Gu Chenfeng rushed forward and pulled Ms. Lu down. The security guard who had been on standby also hurried forward to help. A tragedy was finally resolved by Gu Chenfeng. This is not just about saving one life, it's about saving a family. Everyone who reacted started to applaud and cheer for Gu Chenfeng. Gu Chenfeng gave everyone a sunny smile, then looked at Luo Qingcheng, gently shook the incubator in his hand, and said, "Dr. Luo, I'll get the medicine for Tang Tang." Luo Qingcheng understood, her pretty face blushed slightly, and she followed Gu Chenfeng to leave the rooftop and go to the department. At this time, the medical staff of the Department of Hematology who had not yet left looked at the backs of the two men with strange expressions. "Are you here to get Tonton's medicine? Look at that large insulated lunchbox, it's obvious that you're here to deliver food." I didn't expect that even though Gu Chenfeng has become a star, he can still be grateful to Dr. Luo. No wonder you're single. Didn't you see that there was something wrong with the way Dr. Luo looked at Gu Chenfeng just now? Then according to what you said, Dr. Luo wouldn't really have done anything with Tangtong's father. That's hard to say. Do you remember the little rabbit pendant on Dr. Luo's neck? It was given by Tang Tang. Dr. Luo has been in the hospital for such a long time. When has he ever worn a pendant around his neck? Oh, now that you mention it, I remember that when Tang Tang was accidentally injured, Dr. Luo heard the news and left work early to take care of Tang Tang. He even peeled an apple for her himself. He was simply a model of loving mother and filial piety. No wonder I always feel like Dr. Luo has changed a lot recently. He even wears a necklace. It turns out that love has come. But then again, Tongtong's dad is really great. The movie Buried Alive he starred in was really good. Besides, he's divorced, so Dr. Luo can't be considered a third party. Aren't you curious about what's in Tongtong's dad's thermos? Won't you know when you go back and take a look? Let's go. At this time in the corridor, Luo Qingcheng put her hands in the pockets of her white coat, lowered her head and walked side by side with Gu Chenfeng. For some reason, she was very nervous at this moment and didn't know what to talk about with Gu Chenfeng. At this time, Gu Chenfeng turned his head to Luo Qingcheng and said, "Dr. Luo, are you angry? I shouldn't have said that to Ms. Lu just now. Tongtong's father, what you did just now was really too risky." Luo Qingcheng's words were filled with deep concern, and she continued, "If Ms. Lu is stimulated and really jumps, not only will your future be ruined, but you will also have to bear legal responsibility." In fact, when she saw Gu Chenfeng saving Ms. Lu just now, although she was somewhat moved, she was also scared and broke out in a cold sweat. The life of the father and daughter had just improved. If it was disrupted again because of this incident, it would be really. There's nothing we can do about it. Gu Chenfeng said with a wry smile, "I can understand Ms. Lu's feelings at the time, so ordinary persuasion is useless and will only make her more stubborn, so I did the opposite. Fortunately, she's fine now." Luo Qingcheng nodded, then turned to look at Gu Chenfeng and said gratefully, "Gu Chenfeng, thank you. If it weren't for you, something serious might have happened." "You're welcome." Gu Chenfeng waved his hand and said, "If she really jumps, the child will be the one who suffers. By the way, can her family afford the medical expenses?" Luo Qingcheng nodded and said, "I have already reported to the hospital and have helped her get all the exemptions that can be given, but how much is left?" Gu Chenfeng interrupted Luo Qingcheng before she finished speaking. Although he is not a rich man now, Gu Chenfeng really doesn't want to see that lovely little girl pass away because she has no money for treatment. Give help to the best of your ability and bring more warmth to the world. Hearing Gu Chenfeng's words, Luo Qingcheng was stunned at first, and then said, "We haven't found a suitable bone marrow yet, but the daily medical expenses are probably more than 2,000. Gu Chenfeng thought for a moment and said, "Well, you give me the hospital account later and I'll transfer 200,000 yuan into it to treat the little girl. If you need money later, after you find a suitable bone marrow, let me know." Gu Chenfeng, you. Luo Qingcheng didn't know what to say for a moment after hearing Gu Chenfeng's words. When Tang Tang was sick and hospitalized, some kind-hearted people offered to donate money to Tang Tang, but Gu Chenfeng refused because his family still had some money at the time and was unwilling to accept donations from others. But now, Gu Chenfeng wants to donate to other people? Okay, it's settled. Life is so short. It's a happy thing to do what you can. Gu Chenfeng said with a smile. After that, he raised the thermos bucket in his hand and said, "This is the dumplings Tang Tang asked me to bring you. Come and try them later to see how they taste." Luo Qingcheng wanted to say something, but after hearing what Gu Chenfeng said, she swallowed the words back and nodded, "Okay." Chapter 73, Fate is a very wonderful thing. Please recommend and read. Since there were people in Luo Qingcheng's office, she arranged Gu Chenfeng in an empty lounge and then went back to the office to get medicine for Tang Tang. There are 3 boxes of medicine this time. Although they are medicines that cannot be bought at pharmacies, they are not expensive. When Gu Chenfeng wanted to pay, Luo Qingqing's face turned ugly. She pointed at the insulated lunchbox on the table and said, "If you're like this, I have to pay you for these dumplings too." After hearing what Luo Qingqing said, Gu Chenfeng had no choice but to give up. Dumplings are best eaten while they're hot. You can take the rest home when you get off work and put them in the refrigerator. Whenever you want to eat them, just take them out and cook them. Just boil the water for 10 minutes. Gu Chenfeng took out his cell phone to transfer money to the hospital's account while giving instructions to Luo Qingcheng. Luo Qingcheng stood beside him, looking at Gu Chenfeng with mixed feelings. She glanced around from time to time and then quickly looked away. After hearing what Gu Chenfeng said, he agreed obediently, "Okay." At this moment, Luo Qingcheng liked Gu Chenfeng more and more, especially when she thought of what he had just said to Ms. Lu on the rooftop, and now he had directly donated 200,000 yuan. A man who knows how to give back to society and is kind-hearted. Luo Qingcheng admitted that she was a little moved. Gu Chenfeng naturally did not notice Luo Qingcheng's mood changes, but put away his phone and said, "Dr. Luo, I'll leave first, you hurry up and eat." After saying that, he took just 2 steps and turned back and said, "By the way, Tang Tang missed you so much." "Okay." Luo Qingcheng nodded with a smile. "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Luo Qingcheng waved to Gu Chenfeng and said softly, "Then I won't see you off." Gu Chenfeng is a big star now, and he has a new movie coming out soon. There must be a lot of paparazzi secretly following him. If Luo Qingcheng goes to see him off and is photographed, it will cause trouble for Gu Chenfeng. That's why Luo Qingcheng didn't go down to see him off, as she didn't want to cause trouble for Gu Chenfeng. Moreover, with Luo Qingqing's personality, she was not able to walk through the long corridor and the nurse's station and then send Gu Chenfeng downstairs for the time being. "No need to see me off. Just eat quickly. I'm leaving first." Gu Chenfeng pointed to the lunchbox, then he took the medicine and turned away. "Hello, Dr. Wang." "Hello, Head Nurse Shang." "Hello, Dr. Zhou." Along the way, Gu Chenfeng greeted several medical staff enthusiastically. Before Tang Tang was discharged from the hospital, he had stayed here for more than a year, so he was very familiar with the medical staff here. "Hello, Tang Tang Daddy. Thanks to you just now." Yes, it was so close just now." "Tang Tang Daddy, we are planning to form a group to support your new movie when it is released. Come on." Yes, we are all waiting to buy tickets." Just as everyone was smiling and greeting Gu Chenfeng, a slightly plump nurse who looked like a foodie asked with a smile, "Tang Tang Dad, what delicious food did you bring to Dr. Luo just now?" Gu Chenfeng did not hide anything and said truthfully, "I made some dumplings at home yesterday. Today I came to get the medicine, and Tang Tang insisted that Dr. Luo bring some over." It was a thoughtful gesture from the child, but I don't know if it will suit Dr. Luo's taste. At this time, Head Nurse Song said with a smile, "It suits my taste, it must suit my taste." No wonder Dr. Luo has been so happy recently that he even wears a pendant around his neck. It's great. Obviously, there is something else behind this statement. How could Gu Chenfeng not know about this? However, he did not explain anything. He just exchanged a few words of greeting and left. Gu Chenfeng had never had any improper thoughts about Luo Qingcheng, not only Luo Qingcheng, but other women as well. Even if I occasionally joke with my agent, it's just talk. Gu Chenfeng is very clear about his position. He is divorced and has a daughter, and Tang Tang's illness has only been cured in theory. If you remarry, you will be a burden to others. When Gu Chenfeng took the elevator downstairs, Luo Qingqing finally had some free time and planned to take out her cell phone to check. When I took it out, I saw several missed calls, all from my mother. When she is at work, she is usually in silent mode. Just now, the patient was about to jump off the building, and Gu Chenfeng came to get Tang Tang, so Luo Qingqing had no time to look at her phone at all. Seeing so many missed calls, Luo Qingqing frowned slightly and muttered, "Could something have happened at home?" As she spoke, she quickly replied. At this time, the elevator that Gu Chenfeng was riding had just arrived at the underground parking lot, and he saw a middle-aged woman in a blue dress running towards him hurriedly carrying an insulated box. Gu Chenfeng was stunned at first, but after seeing who was coming, he quickly walked up to greet her. "Hello, Auntie." "Oh, it's Tongtong's dad. Why are you here? Look how hurried I was, I didn't even see you." This man was He Xiu Yuan who came to deliver dumplings to Luo Qingqing. He looked up at Gu Chenfeng and said apologetically. Ever since she met Gu Chenfeng and Tang Tang in her own jade shop last time, He Xiujuan has been very fond of Tang Tang and has now become a fan of Tang Tang, In addition, we met several times later, so I became quite familiar with Guanfong and his daughter. Fate is indeed a wonderful thing. Although they have only met a few times, He Xiujuan has an inexplicable liking for Guanfong and his daughter. So he asked again, "Hey, Chenfeng, why are you in the hospital? Is it Tang Tang again?" "No, no." Gu Chenfeng quickly waved his hands and said, "I'm just here to get medicine for Tang Tang." "Auntie, what are you doing?" "I'll give it to me." He Xiujuan had just said half of her words when the phone suddenly rang. Seeing this, Gu Chenfeng decided not to disturb her, so he gestured goodbye to He Xiujuan and left. He Xiujuan's somewhat angry voice came from behind. "Why didn't you answer the phone, kid? I'm at the underground parking lot. I'll bring you some dumplings." "What? You're coming downstairs to get it? Okay, I'll wait for you in the lobby on the first floor." Just as Gu Chenfeng was driving back, what he didn't know was that the hematology department office of the municipal hospital was in chaos. The dumplings that Gu Chenfeng sent to Luo Qingchang had been shared by others, or to be more precise, they had been snatched away by others. When Luo Qingchang came up from downstairs carrying the thermal box sent by He Xiujuan, she did not eat the dumplings made by her mother, but couldn't wait to open the lunchbox sent by Gu Chenfeng. This is a double-layer insulated lunchbox with a portion of cold cucumber on top and steaming dumplings underneath. Pulling out the chopsticks next to the thermos, Luo Qingchang picked up a cucumber strip and put it in her mouth. She chewed it gently, and the spicy and slightly sour taste instantly filled her entire mouth. She couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, this is so delicious." At this time, Zhou Qian, a department head who had a good relationship with Luo Qingcheng, walked in, sniffed deeply, swallowed, and asked, "Wow, Qingcheng, what did you eat? It smells so good. Wow, is this the dumpling that sugar daddy gave you?" Luo Qingcheng rolled her eyes at Zhou Qian and said nothing. When Gu Chenfeng came in with the lunchbox, almost everyone in the department saw it. If they explained it now, it would be like trying to cover up the truth, so they simply said nothing. However, her silence did not mean that Zhou Qian would not ask further questions. With a gleam in her eyes and a gossipy look on her face, she asked, "Tell me, what is your relationship with Tangtang's dad? Is it that kind of, hee?" Chapter 74, Cucumbers are so delicious, I'm just an actor, please vote for recommendation and read on. Luo Qingcheng blushed slightly and said unhappily, "Does it have anything to do with you?" "Well, I'm just caring about you." Zhou Qian had just finished speaking when she smelled a fragrant aroma. She looked over and saw 2 plates of cold dishes on the first layer of the insulated lunchbox. She said, "Wow, these cold dishes look so appetizing. I must try them." After saying that, without waiting for Luo Qingcheng to say anything, Zhou Qian turned around and ran out. He soon came back with a pair of disposable chopsticks, picked up a piece of cold cucumber and put it into his mouth. Puff. After chewing it twice, Zhou Qian's expression suddenly became interesting, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, this is so delicious. Is this still a cucumber?" However, Zhou Qian's scream not only scared Luo Qingcheng, but also attracted the attention of a group of medical staff. "What's going on? Dr. Zhou, what happened? Come and try this cold cucumber salad, it's so delicious." Zhou Qian said vaguely with a piece of cucumber in her mouth. "Really?" A group of medical staff saw Zhou Qian's incredible expression and came in. The head nurse took the chopsticks from Zhou Qian, picked up a piece of salad cucumber, stuffed it into her mouth, and after chewing it for 2 bites, she covered her mouth with her hand, looked up and exclaimed, "Wow, this is so delicious. I have to say, this posture is a little exaggerated." The entire lounge was in chaos in an instant, and the main person, Luo Qingcheng, was pushed into the corner. All the medical staff took out their chopsticks and started tasting the food. "Wow, how is this cucumber salad made? No, this beef is so delicious. I want to try one more piece, just one more piece. I really didn't expect that the cooking of this big star, Tangtang's father, is so delicious. The taste of these dumplings is simply indescribable. Zhou Qian, you've already eaten 3. Shut up and leave 1 for me. I just finished a serving of braised pork, but why do I feel hungry again? Give me another serving of cold cucumber salad." Just like that, all the hematology medical staff who were not on duty at the moment went crazy for a serving of dumplings and 2 plates of cold dishes. It took 4 doctors and 6 nurses only 1 minute to finish all the food in the thermos box, not even leaving a single cilantro. However, it was only at this time that everyone remembered that the owner of the lunchbox had not eaten it yet. Awkward. Capital awkward. The head nurse said with an embarrassed look on her face, Dr. Luo, look at these, the dumplings and cold dishes are so delicious. I didn't stop in time. I'm so sorry. Hick yes, Dr. Luo, let's finish your meal. I'll go to the cafeteria and get you a meal. Or if you want some takeout, I'll order it for you. Luo Qingcheng smiled and shook her head. It doesn't matter, as long as everyone likes to eat it. I have some dumplings my mother just brought over here. I'll just eat these. Although she had never eaten the food cooked by Gu Chenfeng, but from seeing her colleagues scrambling for the food so crazily, Luo Qingcheng knew that the food cooked by Gu Chenfeng must be delicious. At this time, the head nurse came over again and said, Dr. Luo, please don't be offended by my extra words. These dumplings should be made by Tongtong's father, right? Luo Qingcheng's face became slightly hot when she heard this, and she nodded, yes. Hearing this, the medical staff present were moved again. I originally thought that Tongtong's dad was such a great actor that he was already the perfect man in my heart, but I didn't expect that his cooking skills were also so good. If he didn't go into acting, he would definitely make money by opening a restaurant. Yes, this is even better than the dumplings I had in a 5-star hotel. Just for this dumpling, I have to support Tongtong's dad's new drama Dying to Survive. Yes, I also want to support Tongtong's father's new drama. These dumplings are so delicious. It would be even better if I have the chance to eat them again. Dr. Luo, why don't you talk to Tongtong's father and ask him to open a restaurant? We promise to take care of his business every day. This is a great idea, especially the cucumber salad. Oh, it's so delicious. I'm drooling just thinking about it now. I really want to know how he did it. Just when everyone was chattering non-stop, gossiper Zhou Qian spoke again and said, oh, so this is what Gu Chenfeng packed especially for you, Qingcheng, you were so lucky. Tell me the truth, what is the relationship between you two? Yes, we can eat such delicious dumplings and cold dishes, all thanks to Dr. Luo. It seems there is something going on. No wonder Dr. Luo has started smiling recently. It turns out there is good news. The head nurse also joined in the fun. This is a big happy event for our department, Dr. Luo. No matter when it is held, we must attend. It doesn't matter if there are dishes or not. Just ask Gu Chenfeng to make more dumplings. I think this is a good idea. For a moment, Luo Qingcheng didn't know what to say. What is the relationship between me and Gu Chenfeng? To be honest, Luo Qingcheng herself didn't know. According to her family conditions and her own conditions, if she were to find a man who was divorced and had a child, her parents would definitely not agree. Moreover, the feeling I have towards Gu Chenfeng, is it love? She wasn't sure. But she knew that every time she saw Gu Chenfeng succeed, she would be happy for him, and when she saw someone scolding him online, she would be angry. Anyway, the feeling is very vague. After leaving the hospital, Gu Chenfeng went straight home. During this period, I accompanied my daughter every day, waiting for the call from director Su Zhang and others, and my life was quite comfortable. Chenfeng, you should respond to the things on the internet. Gu Chenfeng, who had just sat on the sofa and was about to read a book, received a message from Zhang Qingqing. After all, in recent days, the internet has been talking about the conflict between him and Cohen. Gu Chenfeng thought about it and replied, okay. Then he posted another post on Weibo, but it only had one sentence, I am just an actor, so let the work speak for itself. A simple sentence is the best way to solve the problem. No matter how much debate there is in the entertainment industry, it is better to let the work speak for itself. For a moment, netizens couldn't help but get excited when they saw Gu Chenfeng's domineering reply. What a great sentence, I am just an actor, and everything is up to my work. This sentence is so convincing. Gu Chenfeng has a very clear vision. He knows his identity and has not lost himself. He knows that as an actor, the foundation of everything is still the work. Nonsense, my father-in-law has never lost himself. The reason why he got into a fight with that sissy is, first, because the sissy is aggressive, and second, my father-in-law is also venting his anger for his agent, so I support my father-in-law Gu Chenfeng. Of course I support Gu Chenfeng. Is there any need to say more? Sissy is just trash. The TV series he filmed before was simply an eyesore. I don't know what's wrong with these directors. They specifically find some trash traffic stars to star in them. It's disgusting. Big news, a mother of a seriously ill child in a certain hospital wanted to jump off a building, but Gu Chenfeng. Chapter 75, Heart-Piercing Words, Big Brother likes it, please read it and recommend it. At this moment, a video suddenly went viral on the internet, with the background being on the rooftop of a hospital. A woman in a blue t-shirt was standing on the edge of the rooftop, and there were many medical staff standing on the rooftop, all of them looking nervous. 2 meters away from the woman, a young man holding a lunchbox pointed at the rooftop, his voice filled with indescribable sorrow and vicissitudes. Death is the easiest and most luxurious thing for us parents. If one life could be exchanged for another, I believe that you would not be the only one on this rooftop. It would be filled with parents queuing up to jump off the building. This is a video of Guanfong going to the hospital to get medicine for Tang Tang in the morning, and he was on the rooftop of the municipal hospital trying to persuade the sick child's mother and successfully preventing her from jumping off the building. I don't know who took the photo and posted it online. Netizens recognized the male protagonist in the video at a glance. He was the recently very popular Guanfong. In an instant, netizens' barrage of comments flew up. She cried, she cried. Only those who know Guanfong well know that he also helped his daughter get out of the shadow of illness, so he especially understands the mother's feelings. This is definitely the most tear-jerking thing I've heard this year. Teacher Gu's words instantly touched my tears. If one life could be exchanged for another, the rooftop would have been crowded with parents queuing up to jump off the building. This scene is too real. I am a mother and I admit that I am afraid of death, but if I need to exchange my life for my child, I believe I can do it. I can do it, too. If you don't raise a child, you won't know the kindness of your parents. If it really comes to that, for the sake of your child, parents really won't fear life and death. I was inexplicably touched by Guanfong's words. He is really different from other stars. If it were someone else, they would have left long ago, unwilling to let themselves get involved in this storm, but he chose to stand out. Yes, yes, yes. Without saying anything else, just based on this point, I support Guanfong. I'm a grown man who never chases stars, but today I was completely broken by Guanfong's words. He has a movie that will be released on May Day, right? I will definitely go to see it. Based on what Guanfong said in the video, we know that he is a responsible person. His daughter also had a blood disease and had been in the hospital for more than 2 years, so he could say such heartbreaking words. If anyone has the patient's information, can you please send it to me privately? I don't have any other intentions, I just want to do my best to help the child. My contact information is. After this netizen proposed this idea, countless others followed suit. I want one too. I want one too. I want one too. Everyone, I only know that this should be the inpatient building of Jean City's municipal hospital. As for Guanfong, I believe everyone is very familiar with him. His daughter was treated in this hospital. Are there any friends in the Gold City? It's time for you to show your support. Friends from Jinshi, come out for a walk? Soon, a message was posted below the video. The patient's name is Lu Xiaowan, she is 3 years old and is hospitalized in the hematology department of the hospital. Her mother is a teacher and has spent all her savings to save her daughter. As for Guanfong, everyone knows that his daughter Tang Tang is a very sensible little girl. She was diagnosed with a rare blood disease 3 years ago. Tang Tang's illness has been cured, and Guanfong has become an actor, starring in Buried Alive and his new play Dying to Survive. As soon as this information came out, netizens took action. What no one expected was that the municipal hospital issued an official blog post. The post was short, with just a few words: "Thank you for the attention of all the enthusiastic netizens. Regarding the patient Lu Xiaowan, our hospital has already taken medical assistance measures, and a kind-hearted person has already paid 200,000 yuan for her medical expenses." After seeing this official blog, netizens were instantly puzzled. Many netizens speculated which kind-hearted person was able to donate 200,000 yuan at once. However, a careful netizen soon made his own guess. Do you think this kind-hearted person is Guanfong? After all, his daughter was also troubled by illness for such a long time before, and he is now making money as an actor, so after learning about the child's condition, he generously donated 200,000 yuan? Once this news was discovered, it was recognized by many netizens. I have to say this statement is the most logical. After all, netizens have only just learned about the child's condition. Even if some wealthy people want to donate, it won't happen so quickly. The only explanation is Guanfong. Maybe because this video involves Guanfong, more and more people are paying attention to it. Su Xiang, Wenmu, Zhu Bing, Zhuo Huang Xiaochu and others all called Guanfong. The conversation between the people had only one content, which was to confirm whether what was said on the internet was true. Then, they all liked Guanfong's previous Weibo post "I am just an actor, and my works speak for themselves," as well as the video of him saving lives in the hospital. Obviously, they all knew that it was indeed Guanfong who donated 200,000 yuan to the sick child. Moreover, these people also said that they would share the subsequent expenses with Guanfong when the time comes. To them, this little money is nothing, but it can save a family, so these bigwigs in the entertainment industry are happy to do it. Guanfong didn't say anything about this. In his opinion, if everyone in the world had more love, the world would become a better place. However, what shocked netizens was that two big names from Hong Kong, Stephen Chow and Andy Lau, actually liked Guanfong's Weibo and the video. Now netizens are no longer calm. Oh my god, is this true? I actually saw that two big guys, Lu Huada and Xing Yi, liked Guanfong's post. This is crazy. What is going on in this world? I didn't expect that even the big guys in Hong Kong are paying attention to Guanfong. This is too unbelievable. Aren't they supposed to be busy people? How can they still have time to pay attention to things on the internet? This is incredible. This is really incredible. Guanfong actually attracted the attention of two big guys, Xing Yi and Lu Huada, at the same time. This is amazing. It seems that Guanfong's words or his character of doing good deeds without leaving a name touched Mr. Xing. Have you forgotten that Master Xing said I'm just an actor many times in previous interviews? Obviously, Guanfong's words touched him and resonated with Master Xing. It has to be said that with more and more celebrities giving likes, especially Andy Lau and Stephen Chow, the internet has become even more lively. Guanfong was also very surprised by this. He did not expect that his simple words and a simple gesture would attract the attention of Andy Lau and Stephen Chow. This is really unexpected. You know, Stephen Chow and Andy Lau are the youth memories of many people. When talking about Chinese comedy, Stephen Chow will inevitably be mentioned, and Andy Lau has played a vital role in the Chinese music scene. Once upon a time, Guanfong also fantasized about reaching the heights of these two people, but at that time it was just a fantasy. But now, Guanfong believes that with the help of the entertainment system, he will definitely be able to reach that height in the future. Chapter 76, My best friend helped me and we made an appointment to go to the amusement park. Please vote for me and read on. Inside a luxurious villa in Jin City. In a comfortably decorated bedroom, a charming young girl sat cross-legged on Luo Qingqing's bed. The girl's long plain hair was casually tied behind her head. She was wearing a pure white t-shirt and tight jeans. There was a pair of white shoes placed beside the bed, and a pair of sunglasses hung on the collar of her t-shirt. Looking at Pan Jian, her charm exudes an unconcealable wildness. The girl's name is Wang Yao. She is from Beijing and graduated from a famous medical university. She is a college classmate of Luo Qingqing. Wang Yao's dream is to become a doctor without borders and go to war-torn areas in Africa to save lives. Since Doctors Without Borders' area of activities includes battlefields, where guns are ineffective, Wang Yao not only needs to be able to use firearms, but also needs to be proficient in battlefield survival skills. Look, Wang Yao is training at a training base in the northern suburbs of Jin City without telling his family, in preparation for going to Africa in a month. I came here because I haven't seen my college bestie Luo Qingqing for a long time. Crash. After a sound of water was heard in the room, Luo Qingqing, wearing white silk pajamas and with wet hair, rushed out of the bathroom. The whole person is like a lotus emerging from the water, so beautiful. Sitting on the bed, Wang Yao stared at the graceful Luo Qingqing and couldn't help but sigh in her heart, why is there such a big gap? But this is not the point. The point is that Wang Yao actually saw a cheap-looking pendant hanging around Luo Qingqing's neck. Hey, sister, what's going on? Wang Yao asked meaningfully, staring at Luo Qingqing's neck. Luo Qingqing's face was slightly hot at first, but it disappeared in an instant. She rolled her eyes at her and said, "What's the matter? My family is in the jade business. Can't I wear a pendant? Guess whether I believe it or not." Wang Yao showed a wicked smile on his face and continued, "Tell me, who sent it to you?" The two had been together for 5 years in college, sleeping on bunk beds. Moreover, Wang Yao's family was much stronger than Luo Qingqing's, and both of them were considered wealthy, so they had a very good relationship. A patient gave it to me. What's wrong? Luo Qingqing bit her lower lip lightly as she answered. She knew that if she didn't say it, Wang Yao, the tough girl, would never let it go. This pendant was originally given by Tang Tang, and Luo Qingqing did not lie. Your patient? Wang Yao obviously didn't believe it. The pendant looked like it was worth no more than 1 or 2,000 yuan, and she knew that Luo Qingqing's patients were mostly children. 1 or 2,000 yuan is nothing to them, but how can they afford so much money for a sick child? The necklace I gave you for your birthday was worth more than 200,000 yuan, but you never wore it. Now you are wearing something worth 1 or 2,000 yuan, saying it was given to you by your patient. Do you think I am easy to fool? Luo Qingcheng looked evasive and said cunningly, I'm a low-key person, don't you know? Wearing such an expensive necklace is too high profile. Wang Yao had been paying attention to Luo Qingcheng's emotions. She immediately noticed Luo Qingcheng's little movements and asked with a faint smile on her face, why are you nervous? Really? How could I be nervous? Luo Qingcheng would of course not admit it. She knew that Wang Yao was a very smart woman. Really? Qingcheng, we've been in college for 5 years and slept in the same dormitory for 5 years. Don't I know you? You have a habit of biting your lips when you're nervous and you don't dare to look other people in the eye. After being exposed by Wang Yao's words, Luo Qingcheng's face suddenly became unnatural. She didn't dare to look at Wang Yao, and still argued, is there? In fact, Luo Qingcheng herself didn't know why she felt so guilty. Even if Tang Tang asked his father to buy it, it was just a pendant, nothing serious. Just at this moment, Luo Qingcheng's phone rang. When he got up, he saw that it was Guanfong calling. I was both happy and nervous, and for a moment I didn't know whether I should answer the call or not. The phone is ringing, why don't you answer it? If you don't answer it, I'll help you. Wang Yao immediately stood up from the bed. After saying that, before Luo Qingcheng could react, Wang Yao had already snatched the phone away and answered the call. A clear and pleasant voice of a little girl came from the other end of the phone, Aunt Luo, are you asleep? Tomorrow is the weekend, and my dad is going to take me to the amusement park. Aunt Luo, can you come with us? Yes, it was Tang Tang who called, because tomorrow is the weekend and her father has not been filming recently, so she wanted to go out and play. But it would be too boring for the father and daughter to go out together, so Tang Tang asked her father to call Aunt Luo to ask. When Wang Yao heard what the little girl said, she glanced at the notes and immediately looked at Luo Qingcheng with her eyes widened. Tomorrow. I want. Before Luo Qingcheng finished speaking, Wang Yao glared at her fiercely, and then said to the other end of the phone, okay, Aunt Luo will accompany you to the amusement park tomorrow. Wow, really? That's great. I can go to the amusement park with Dad and Aunt Lolo tomorrow. I'm so happy. Tang Tang's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Tang, I. Luo Qingcheng wanted to explain, but Wang Yao said softly to the other end of the phone, see you tomorrow. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Then a pair of scrutinizing eyes stared at Luo Qingcheng, as if to say, let's see how you can quibble now. It was hard for Wang Yao not to know the little girl Tang Tang. The video on the internet today was so popular that she had heard the names Guanfong and Tang Tang many times. Luo Qingcheng knew that it was impossible to quibble now, and a look of pity suddenly appeared on her face. She said, okay, I told you, you can't tell my parents for the time being. Wang Yao nodded. Luo Qingcheng said, Tang Tang is really a very cute and sensible little girl. This pendant was given to me by her. I think it is very meaningful, so I always wear it. It has been really hard for her and her father over the past 2 years. Speaking of Tang Tang, Luo Qingcheng, who was usually very frugal with words in the hospital, seemed to open up and told Wang Yao everything about Tang Tang and Guanfong, including Guanfeng's divorce. So that's how it is. It seems like you two are really destined to be together. Although he is an actor now and can be considered a star, our Qingcheng is not bad either. If she debuts as a star, she will definitely not be worse than him. Qingcheng, this is definitely a good man. Sister, I support you. Go after him. Hearing Wang Yao's straightforward words, Luo Qingcheng's expression instantly turned ugly, and she said, Wang Yaojing, what nonsense are you talking about? There's really nothing between him and me, why don't you believe it? I believe you have nothing to do with him. Wang Yao was rarely serious in front of Luo Qingcheng, and continued, Qingcheng, we have known each other for so many years, when have you ever mentioned a man? I don't think so, right? But when you were talking about Guanfong just now, you talked non-stop for 15 minutes. The most important thing is that there was light in your eyes when you mentioned him. No matter what his abilities are, based on his character alone, I think he is a good man. Luo Qingcheng refused to admit it and said, I didn't. No, right? Wang Yao smiled and nodded, okay, I'm going after this man. He's responsible, loving, and has good character. He also has a super cute daughter. The key is that he is handsome and sunny, and he can act. He is really a treasure boy. Chapter 77, Provocation is very effective. I met it, please recommend and read it later. You two are not suitable. Luo Qingcheng said immediately, frowning slightly, as if a little angry, and muttered in her heart, his cooking is delicious. Seeing Luo Qingcheng's unnatural expression, Wang Yao asked in a sly tone, how do you know we are not suitable? In a hurry, Luo Qingcheng found a reason that she thought was reasonable and said, your family will definitely not agree. He is divorced and has this child. At least your grandfather won't be able to pass the test. TSK. Wang Yao shrugged and pouted nonchalantly, there are many things my grandfather doesn't allow me to do, such as Doctors Without Borders, but in the end, I still came here to participate in the training, right? As long as I, Wang Yao, want to do something, no one can stop me. I have an independent personality and am not someone's appendage. I eat my own food and spend my own money, so I don't have to look at anyone's face, nor do I have to live for anyone. It's my dream to be a doctor without borders. Even if I die on the battlefield, I, Wang Yao, will accept it. Why would you ask me to join forces with others for the benefit of my family and sacrifice myself to fulfill someone else's dream? I, Wang Yao, can't do that. At this point, Wang Yao glanced at Luo Qingcheng and said faintly, I'm not like some people who don't even dare to admit that they like someone. That's a coward. Luo Qingcheng wanted to quibble, but she couldn't find any reason to quibble. She smiled bitterly and said, to be honest, I don't know if I like it or not, really. When I see him happy, I feel happy too. When I see people scolding him online, I feel uncomfortable. Sometimes his shadow keeps appearing in my mind. Wang Yao patted Luo Qingcheng's shoulder in frustration and said, you idiot, this is love, otherwise why don't you have the shadow of someone else in your mind? When you were in college, if you hadn't just focused on studying and had some time for dating, you wouldn't be as naive as you are now. Okay. Luo Qingcheng finally stopped pretending and said, even if I like him, he's a big star now. How can he like me? Love is a matter between two people. I can't just be wishful thinking. Wang Yao gritted her teeth and said, he likes you, I'm sure. Why? Luo Qingcheng stared at Wang Yao closely, and asked with a puzzled look on her face, why are you so sure? Because a man who is willing to make dumplings and cook charity meals for you must like you, definitely. Wang Yao emphasized the last sentence. It was as if she had a deep understanding of it. Luo Qingcheng became even more confused. In her memory, her best friend didn't seem to have ever been in a relationship. How could she know? So he asked, where did you see this twisted theory? In the books, isn't that how all romance novels are written nowadays? Wang Yao answered confidently. Now Luo Qingcheng was completely speechless. You're not sure about your feelings yourself, so why are you telling me what you read in romance novels? 9 o'clock the next morning. A Mercedes-Benz G-Class stopped outside the Tianmong Entertainment Dormitory. Tang Tang, who had already dressed up beautifully and was waiting at the door, was startled when she saw Luo Qingcheng getting out of the car, and then she rushed towards her. The childish voice was filled with undisguised joy, and she said, Auntie Luo, good morning. After getting the answer from Luo Qingcheng last night, the little guy was so excited that he couldn't sleep well all night and got up early this morning. At this time, Guanfong came over and handed Luo Qingcheng a thermal lunchbox, saying, you haven't had breakfast yet, right? This is the steamed buns and braised beef I made myself. You can eat them in the car later. Originally, he planned to let Wu Jun drive them to the amusement park, but he thought that it was his personal matter and he didn't want to trouble the company's people. In addition, Luo Qingcheng said she would drive, so he didn't let Wu Jun go. Luo Qingcheng glanced at the Mercedes-Benz, then at the insulated lunchbox in Gu Chenfeng's hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally took the lunchbox. Then she said to Gu Chenfeng, well, I have a best friend who happens to have nothing to do today. She wants to go out with us. Do you mind? Gu Chenfeng was stunned at first, then smiled and said, don't mind, let's go. Gu Chenfeng. Just as he was about to get in the car, a familiar female voice came from behind him. Looking back, it was the agent Zhang Qingqing. Suddenly, Gu Chenfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. I don't know whether to say that I am lucky or unlucky. Although there was nothing going on between him and these two women, he always felt that the atmosphere at the moment was a little weird. We'll wait for you in the car. Luo Qingcheng glanced at Zhang Qingqing. She knew that this was Gu Chenfeng's agent and thought that she wanted to talk to him about something, so she got into the car first holding Tang Tang. Okay. Gu Chenfeng said, then turned and walked towards Zhang Qingqing. In the car. Wang Yao, who was acting as the driver today, saw this and looked back at Luo Qingcheng, but her eyes were attracted by Tang Tang. She was wearing a white dress, a high ponytail on her head, with delicate facial features and fair skin. She was like a fairy from heaven. Wow, Tang Tang is so much prettier in person than in the photo. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also very spiritual. No wonder even God is jealous of her. Hello sister, my name is Tang Tang, nice to meet you. Tang Tang's ethereal and clear childish voice rang out, like a cry from the heavens, making Wang Yao feel numb all over. Wang Yao couldn't help but raise her hand and touch Tang Tang's soft and tender face, saying, "Wow, Tang Tang, you were so cute." "Thank you, sister. You are so beautiful too." Tang Tang replied politely. The word sister made Wang Yao so happy that she glanced meaningfully at Luo Qingcheng, who looked unhappy. It seems to be saying that Tang Tang is sensible and knows that her sister is much younger than her aunt. Luo Qingcheng saw the provocation in Wang Yao's eyes, put her hands on Tang Tang's shoulders, and said seriously, "Tang Tang, this is Aunt Wang Yao, she and I are best friends, you can't call her sister." "Luo Qingcheng, you are narrow-minded." Before Tang Tang could speak, Wang Yao could not help but retorted angrily. Luo Qingcheng ignored Wang Yao. Tang Tang tilted her head and thought about it, and soon seemed to understand something. She said in a soft voice, "Aunt Luo, I was wrong." Her voice seemed to be able to melt people. Luo Qingcheng naturally had no power to resist and quickly hugged Tang Tang in her arms. After a while, Tang Tang broke free from Luo Qingcheng's embrace and said, "And Luo, and Yao Yao, this is the steamed buns and braised beef made by my father, you can try it." After hearing Tang Tang's reminder, Luo Qingcheng remembered the insulated lunchbox that Guanfong had given him just now. Luo Qingcheng didn't eat a single bite of the dumplings and cold dishes that Guanfong sent her last time, but she had heard from her colleagues that they were delicious, so she was looking forward to it. So she quickly opened the thermos lunchbox, her ladylike reserve long gone. Wow! It smells so good. The aroma of beef instantly filled the entire car. Chapter 78, Delicious Dumplings, nominated for Best Actor at the Academy Awards. Please read and recommend. The lunchbox contained not only braised beef and soy sauce, but also dumplings that Guanfong had prepared early in the morning. Wang Yao turned around and picked up a pair of chopsticks. Just as she was about to take a bite, the hot steam from the lunchbox drifted into her nose. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and exclaimed, "Wow, it smells so good." When she picked up a dumpling and put it in her mouth, the ladylike image instantly transformed into a glutton that could devour everything. Wang Yao also wanted to be reserved, but her body was too honest. Her hands never stopped moving. It tasted so good that she couldn't stop. Phew, it's so hot. Wow, it's delicious. Wow, it's so hot, so hot. How are these dumplings made? Why are they so delicious? No, I can't stop. Wang Yao used the chopsticks in her right hand to stuff the dumplings into her mouth, and kept fanning her mouth with her left hand, praising the food as she ate. Seeing this, Luo Qingcheng no longer cared about being reserved and quickly grabbed a dumpling and started eating. After all, she had been cheated before. Last time, she didn't get to eat any of the dumplings that Guanfong sent her. They were then divided up by her colleagues, leaving not a single one. When the dumplings entered her mouth and the fresh and delicious celery and beef juice exploded in her mouth, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but exclaimed, "It's really delicious." Sitting in the back row and watching the two beauties eating so happily, Tang Tang said proudly, "And Luo, sister Yao Yao, aren't the dumplings made by my father super delicious?" It's really delicious." Wang Yao gave Tang Tang a thumbs up and said, "Little sister, I really envy you for having a father who is such a good cook. Your father is simply the god of food." Hearing a new word, Tang Tang asked in confusion, "Big sister, what is the god of cookery?" Wang Yao put a piece of braised beef and sauce into his mouth and explained incoherently, "The god of cookery is someone who cooks really delicious food." "Wow, really? Then my dad is really the god of cookery." Tang Tang clapped her hands happily. She loved to hear people praising her dad. Tang Tang was especially happier when Aunt Lolo's friends praised her father. Then Tang Tang stared at Luo Qingcheng again and asked with a smile, "Aunt Luo, how are the dumplings and braised beef made by my father delicious?" Maybe because the dumplings were still steaming and a little hot, Luo Qingcheng's face flushed slightly and she nodded, "Yeah, it's really delicious." Yeah, I didn't lie to you, my dad not only makes delicious dumplings, but other dishes are also super delicious." Hearing Luo Qingcheng say that the dumplings were delicious, Tang Tang's eyes immediately smiled into crescent shapes. Luo Qingcheng put another dumpling into her mouth and chewed it very quickly. The dumplings are fresh, fragrant, and chewy, and the beef is fragrant, glutinous, and delicious. There are such delicious foods in this world. How did Gu Chunfeng do it? No wonder my colleagues were scrambling for it. Originally, Luo Qingcheng ate very little in the morning, but after eating these dumplings, her appetite suddenly increased. At this moment, she felt that she could eat 10 dumplings and half a bowl of braised beef. It might not even be enough. After all, there is Wang Yao, the foodie. While Luo Qingcheng and Wang Yao were eating dumplings and braised beef, Tang Tang held her chin with both hands, stared at Luo Qingcheng and asked, "And Luo, do you want to eat such delicious dumplings all the time?" Ah. Luo Qingcheng was stunned at first, and then she felt a slight hot sensation on her face. Wang Yao deliberately asked, "Tang Tang, how can Aunt Luo always eat such delicious dumplings?" Of course. Tang Tang was about to answer when Luo Qingcheng interrupted her and said, Okay, you can't talk while eating." She really didn't dare to let Tang Tang continue talking, for fear that Wang Yao would continue to hold her back, which would not be good. At the same time, not far from the vehicle, Zhang Qingqing said to Gu Chunfeng, "Director Zhuo just called me." Gu Chunfeng was stunned when he heard this, but soon he seemed to think of something and asked, "What happened?" Zhang Qingqing said, "Zhuo called and said that Buried Alive was shortlisted for the Academy Awards." Gu Chunfeng was immediately interested when he heard this and asked, "Is it really nominated? Did Director Zhuo tell you which nominations Buried Alive was nominated for?" Zhang Qingqing was also a little excited and said, "I heard from Zhuo that Buried Alive was nominated for 5 awards, including Best Actor, Best New Director, Best Editing, Best Sound Effects, and Best Cinematography. Morning Breeze, you are likely to win the Best Actor Award, or Best Actor." In fact, she was very excited. After all, if this newcomer she was mentoring won the Best Actor Award at the Academy Awards for his first work, it would break a record in the film and television industry. Even if he didn't win the Best Actor Award, being nominated would be amazing. Nominated for Best Actor at the Academy Awards. As a new actor, Gu Chunfeng was actually shortlisted. Hearing Zhang Qingqing's words, Gu Chunfeng couldn't help but get excited and asked, "Sister Zhang, is what you said true? Are you really shortlisted?" Zhang Qingqing nodded vigorously and said, "Yes, we are really shortlisted. You should prepare in the next few days. Then we will go to Hong Kong Island with Director Zhuo to attend the Academy Awards ceremony." Gu Chunfeng took a deep breath and said, "Okay." Zhang Qingqing continued, "Even if we don't win an award this time, the fact that Buried received 5 nominations is a recognition of the film and a very good start." Gu Chunfeng naturally understood this and nodded, "Well, Sister Zhang, I know. Don't worry, I will never be proud." Zhang Qingqing nodded, glanced at the Mercedes-Benz G in the distance, and said, "Okay, don't keep them waiting for too long, go quickly, and leave the rest to me." Gu Chunfeng smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, goodbye, Sister Zhang. Bye, have fun." Zhang Qingqing replied and turned away. After she learned the news, she immediately ran to tell Gu Chunfeng. Now she had to go and report to Minister Lu Kuang. Gu Chunfeng was nominated for the Best Actor at the Academy Awards. This is great news, not only for Gu Chunfeng, but also for Tianmong Entertainment. Looking at that slender figure and thinking about the fact that he was nominated for the Best Actor at the Academy Awards, Gu Chunfeng felt a little dazed. Although he is a newcomer, he has the ability to win the Best Actor Award at the Academy Awards. It would be best if he could win it with his first work. "Dad, hurry up." Just when Gu Chunfeng was a little dazed, Tang Tang in the car stuck his head out of the window and shouted at the top of his voice. Gu Chunfeng came back to his senses and replied while jogging, Coming. After getting in the car, Gu Chunfeng and Wang Yao got to know each other through Luo Qingqing's introduction. Then Wang Yao started the car and the 4 of them drove straight to the city. Chapter 79, This is the childhood my daughter should have please read and recommend. Jingweihang Amusement Park is the largest children's playground in Jin City, covering an area of more than 200 acres, with so many projects that it is dizzying. Boating, Ferris wheel, oceanarium, animal feeding. Tang Tang was taken care of by Luo Qingqing and Wang Yao, and they tried all the activities she liked. Gu Chunfeng, wearing a mask and sunglasses, followed the 3 of them silently. When Tang Tang wanted to ride the roller coaster, Gu Chunfeng and Luo Qingqing both refused in unison. The 2 of them had such a tacit understanding that Wang Yao couldn't help but look sideways, while Tang Tang just laughed and didn't insist. After all, she had just recovered from a serious illness and her heart could not withstand such a great stimulation. Finally, the group arrived at the leisure and entertainment area in the northwest corner of the amusement park. "Tang Tang, run slower." Be careful not to fall. Tang Tang was like a bird out of a cage. When she arrived at the amusement park, she was either jumping or running, and never walked properly. Luo Qingcheng followed closely behind, reminding him from time to time, be careful, watch the steps. She looked even closer than her biological mother. Gu Chenfeng saw it all, and so did her best friend Wang Yao. Don't worry, Aunt Luo, I won't fall again. Sister Yao Yao, come and chase me. Okay, here I am. Little rabbit, don't run. Ha ha. Wang Yao chased after Tang Tang with a weird smile and bared his teeth. There is no need to say much about the beauty of Luo Qingcheng and Wang Yao, and Tang Tang is even more cute and beautiful like an angel. As for Gu Chenfeng, although he is tall and strong, he is wearing sunglasses and a mask, plus casual clothes, so he can easily be mistaken for a bodyguard. Wherever the group passed, there were constant exclamations of exclamations. Wow, this is so beautiful, what kind of divine combination is this? Are the fairies in the ninth heaven on holiday and coming down to earth to play? Oh my god, that woman in the blue dress has such a unique temperament. She can definitely outshine a top actress in seconds. I prefer women who wear denim shorts and have long, white legs. They look like hot chili peppers at first glance. Brother, if you like her long legs, just say so. But I advise you to wake up. This kind of woman is not something that ordinary people like us can handle. That bodyguard behind me is so handsome. I really want to go up and ask for his WeChat. He's a complete nerd. Although I admit he's very handsome, how do you know he's handsome with sunglasses and a mask on? Whose daughter do you think the little girl is? Wang Yao and Tang Tang were running and playing, while Luo Qingcheng and Gu Chenfeng were walking behind them. The atmosphere was a little awkward. The two didn't know what to say, so Luo Qingcheng simply took out his cell phone and acted as a photographer. In Jingguiyang's leisure and entertainment area, there are many activities that both adults and children like to play. The most popular among them are air gun toys. The walls of the shop were covered with colorful prayers with the names of various animals written on them. A few meters away, there was an air gun on a table. 5 bullets cost 10 yuan, and you would get a toy according to the name on the balloon that was broken. Anyone who knows about this kind of game knows that those who have played it know that the guns have been tampered with. The gun tip is aimed at you, but when the bullet is fired, no one knows where it flies. Auntie Lolo, Sister Yao Yao, Dad, look, that giant panda is so cute. The four of them walked to a stall on the far left, and Tang Tang pointed at a giant panda toy over 1 meter tall hanging inside and shouted. Wang Yao bent down and asked with a smile, Tang Tang, do you like it? Then sister will make one for you, okay? Since coming to the amusement park, Wang Yao and Tang Tang have become good friends. As long as Tang Tang wants something, Wang Yao will buy it all for her and is very doting on her. Moreover, she was a little eager to try the gun. Ever since she came back from special training at her cousin's place, Wang Yao had never touched a gun again. When Tang Tang heard that Wang Yao was going to hit the giant panda for her, she jumped up and down with joy, clapping and cheering, Great, great, Sister Yao Yao, you will definitely hit it, we are all rooting for you. The four of them came to the stall, and Wang Yao took out his cell phone and said to the bald boss with a tattoo on his arm, Boss, give me 10 bullets. Okay, $20 for 10 bullets, good luck. After Wang Yao finished scanning the code, the bald boss handed him 10 bullets. Wang Yao loaded the bullet, loaded the gun, and aimed it all in one go, appearing very skilled. She was standing about 6 or 7 meters away from the balloon wall, and the black balloon with the word giant panda on it stood out among the colorful balloons. Bang! The bullet fired, but missed. Wang Yao didn't care either. She knew that the gun had been tampered with, so it was normal that it didn't hit the target. At this time, Tang Tang cheered for Wang Yao from the side, Come on, Sister Yao Yao, you can do it. Bang! Missed again. Oh, I didn't win again. I should win next time. Come on, Sister Yao Yao. Tang Tang was still interested. Luo Qingcheng also waved the balloon in her hand and cheered Wang Yao on, Come on, Yao Yao, you are the gun god your brother calls you, you can do it. At this time, the bald boss next to him almost couldn't close his mouth when he saw this, and said, don't worry, maybe the next shot will hit it. Many people came to his stall just to see the giant panda. In less than 3 hours in the morning, the bald boss earned more than 200 yuan with this gimmick. Wang Yao bent down again, squatted in front of Tang Tang, and said, I still don't believe it. Come on, Tang Tang, give me some luck. Okay, Sister Yao Yao. Tang Tang was very smart. She immediately understood what Wang Yao meant. She ran over with a smile and gave Wang Yao a kiss on the face. Wang Yao stood up and touched Tang Tang's little head, saying, "Great, I'm sure I can hit the target this time." Having said that, he began to aim again. Luo Qingcheng picked up Tang Tang and cheered for Wang Yao again. "Come on, come on, come on." Gu Chenfeng, who was standing behind the three people, couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly as he looked at the scene in front of him. This is the childhood my daughter should have. When the bald owner of the stall heard Wang Yao's words, a look of contempt appeared in his triangular eyes. "Hit? What are you thinking about? The gun I adjusted is useless even if the Gun King comes." Bang! A gunshot rang out. The black balloon burst. The cigarette in the bald boss's mouth fell to the ground, and his face looked as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. This. Did he really hit it? How is this possible? But Tang Tang didn't care about that. When she saw Wang Yao hit the target, she clapped happily and her face turned red with excitement. "Wow, I hit it, I hit it. Sister Yao Yao, you are so amazing. Sister Yao Yao, I want to give you a big thumbs up. This giant panda is mine, ha ha ha, I'm so happy." Wang Yao smiled at Tang Tang, then pointed at the giant panda and said, "What's up, boss? Bring the panda over here." Chapter 80, Wang Yao's Dominance. Tang Tang distributes gifts. Please recommend and read. The bald boss's expression was very unnatural at this moment. The purchase price of this giant panda is more than 100 yuan, and I was counting on it to attract business. If it is taken away now, wouldn't all this half-day's work be in vain? So, he decided to cheat. After all, there were two women with a child and only one man behind them, and the people setting up stalls nearby were all his brothers. There are so many people, can't we eat them all? So the bald boss crossed his arms over his chest and started to act like a rogue. What's the point of holding a giant panda? The balloon exploded because the weather was too hot. You didn't hit it. Seeing the bald man being so shameless, Wang Yao and Luo Qingcheng's faces instantly turned cold. Even Gu Chenfeng was very angry and was about to speak. However, Wang Yao spoke first and said with a smile, "From what you said, you are not going to give this giant panda away, right?" Seeing this, Luo Qingcheng took 2 steps back while holding Tang Tang, and held back Gu Chenfeng, who wanted to help with one hand, and said softly, "She can handle this matter, don't worry." After seeing Wang Yao's marksmanship, Gu Chenfeng guessed that her background must not be simple, so he stopped, but still stood behind Wang Yao, ready to attack at any time. After all, they are bringing their daughter here to play, so I definitely can't be a coward. The bald boss saw that many tourists had already noticed this place. Fearing that it would affect the sound, he began to threaten, "If you didn't hit it, why should I get the panda for you? If you know what's good for you, get out of here and don't cause any trouble." Wang Yao was so angry that he laughed. He put all the remaining bullets in his hand into the gun and said, "Wow, I met bandits in broad daylight." After saying that, he held the gun in one hand, raised it with all his strength, and pointed the muzzle directly at the bald man's forehead. At the same time, Wang Yao's expression became gloomy, and he said, "I don't want this giant panda anymore. Let's make a bet. Bet on whether I dare to shoot within 10 counts." The bald man naturally didn't believe that Wang Yao would shoot, and said in a timid tone, "Everyone can brag, but do you have the guts?" However, before he finished his words, Wang Yao's cold voice rang out. 1, 2, 3. These simple numbers struck the bald man's heart like a heavy hammer, but he gritted his teeth and held on. The people watching nearby were all very nervous. The scene of the beautiful girl pointing a gun at the ferocious bald man was too intense. Gu Chenfeng glanced at Luo Qingcheng and found that she looked calm. He felt a little anxious and had just opened his mouth to ask. Then I heard Luo Qingcheng say, "Don't worry, she can handle this little thing." Luo Qingcheng concluded that this bald guy would definitely not last more than 10 times. 4, 5. The muscles on the bald man's face began to tremble, but he still did not move. However, beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. 6, 7. When Wang Yao counted to 7, the bald man's body began to tremble. Gu Chenfeng even noticed that the t-shirt on the bald man's back was wet with sweat. It was obvious that the bald man thought Wang Yao might really shoot. Of course, when Gu Chenfeng saw the aura displayed by Wang Yao, if he didn't believe Luo Qingcheng, he would have thought that Wang Yao would shoot. Judging from the way she controls this aura alone, if Wang Yao enters the entertainment industry, she will definitely be an outstanding actor. 8. When Wang Yao counted to 8, the bald man's inner defenses began to collapse. Could he be a psychopath? It would be so unfair if I died in my prime years at the hands of a psychopath. Yes, she is a psychopath. If she wasn't a psychopath, she wouldn't have such a look in her eyes. 9. I'll take it, I'll take it. As soon as the words fell, the bald man suddenly shouted, I'll give it to you right away. I was wrong, I'll get it for you now. Wang Yao curled the corner of her mouth and moved the gun away. The bald man seemed to have all the strength drained away and he suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His face was pale and beads of sweat the size of beans were streaming down his forehead. In less than half a minute, he felt like he had walked back from the gates of hell. Just as he took a breath of relief, a voice that made the bald man's hair stand on end rang out from above his head. What are you still hesitating about? Are you waiting for me to say 10? These words made the bald man who was sitting on the ground shudder. He quickly stood up and said, Go, I'll get it for you. After saying that, he rolled and crawled into the stall. As the saying goes, there is always someone stronger than you. The bald guy is used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong, but now that he meets a tough guy, he gives in. The bald man came out from the counter with the giant panda in his hand and handed it to Wang Yao respectfully, saying, This is the giant panda you just shot. Wang Yao did not answer, but took the giant panda and turned to Luo Qingcheng, and said to Tang Tang in her arms, Tang Tang, come and take it. Tang Tang hugged the giant panda with great joy and said with admiration, Wow, thank you Sister Yao Yao, you are so awesome. Wang Yao winked at Tang Tang proudly, turned his head to look at the stall, and said to the bald man, I haven't used up all the bullets here. I see you still have 2 big bears in your store. Hang 2 more balloons for me. The bald man wanted to say something, but was glared back by Wang Yao. I could only say dejectedly, Okay, I'll hang up. I'll hang up right away. After saying that, he went to hang the balloons. What could he do in this situation? I can only pray that Wang Yao's luck 1T always be so good. Next, the bald man hung 2 black balloons on it. Just as he turned around, he heard a gunshot. Bang! Bang! Whoosh! Whoosh! The bullet passed by his ear. The bald man quickly turned his head to look and was immediately stunned. All the balloons that he had just hung up were blown up. The bald man took out the only 2 Winnie the Pooh bears and handed them to Wang Yao with a sad face, and asked, Excuse me, are you in the army? In just a short while, the bald man paid more than 400 yuan, which was so painful. I've been there. Wang Yao replied indifferently, her eyes wandering over the balloons. There were still 4 bullets in the gun, so she had to find something a little more valuable. That's what I told you. The bald man suddenly felt like he had been cheated, his heart was bleeding, and he cried, The country trained you to fight the enemy, not to harm your compatriots. Ha ha. Wang Yao was so angry at the bald man's words that he shook the gun in his hand and said, You are cheating the people. Do you think I am here to harm you? If I shoot you, I will be ridding you of harm to the people. No, I won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. The bald man immediately begged for mercy. Are you kidding? This woman is definitely insane. She's ready to shoot anyone at any time. If someone loses control and actually shoots herself, it would be a big loss. Seeing this, Wang Yao glanced at the bald man with disdain and raised the gun again. Bang! 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 4 bullets burst 4 balloons, all of which were the ones that Wang Yao had her eyes on and were the more valuable ones in the pile of balloons. This time, the bald man didn't dare to say any more words and took the gift obediently. There were so many toys that Luo Qingcheng and the others couldn't hold them all, so Tang Tang started distributing them to the children around them. Sister, this bear is for you. Brother, this little monkey is very cute, do you like it? Sister, can I give you this panda? Chapter 81, Chad and Tang Tang's classmate group asking for recommendation votes and follow-up reading. Soon, Tang Tang distributed the gifts that Wang Yao had made to the children around her, and she only had the largest giant panda left. Luo Qingqing said, Tang Tang, can we go somewhere else? Okay, let's go. Tang Tang threw the giant panda to Guanfong, then took Luo Qingqing's hand with one hand and Wang Yao's hand with the other, and left the bald man's stall. Goodbye, everyone. The bald man waved goodbye with a wry smile. This god finally left. Just when Gu Chunfeng and others were visiting the amusement park. In the WeChat group of Tang Tang's kindergarten class, the head teacher posted a notice for collecting tuition fees for next month, and Gu Tangtang's name was listed at the very bottom. Shortly after the head teacher sent out the fee notice, someone sent a message in the group. Zhao Xiaolan's mother, I heard that a child in our class has leukemia. What do you think? 2 minutes passed and no one said a word. Basically, these mothers know about the existence of Tang Tang. At this time, Zhao Xiaolan's mother sent another message and directly tagged the head teacher. Zhao Xiaolan's mother, I know this child came when school started. The school should know about her illness. Why didn't we inform everyone in the group? I think this is a dereliction of duty by the school management. As the head teacher, how do you explain it? Today is the weekend and no one is at work. In a simple but warm house, Qin Xingmo, a quiet and pretty kindergarten teacher in a white dress, is preparing her lunch and getting ready to eat. Suddenly, I heard the message alert sound on my cell phone. When I picked it up and took a look, my brows frowned immediately. The first thing I did was to block Tang Tang as father. As Tongtong's class teacher, Qin Xingmo understands Tongtong's family situation. Although Tang Tang has only been in school for 3 months, she is so well behaved and sensible that people feel sorry for her. The 3 teachers and children in the class all like her very much. To be honest, the atmosphere in the parents group of grade 5 has always been very good, and everyone cooperates with the teachers and the kindergarten, with the exception of Zhao Xiaolan's mother. She often posts some private photos of her shopping, eating, traveling, etc. in the group, showing off her superiority in various ways. Relying on the fact that her husband is a small leader in a certain unit, she always makes irresponsible remarks about the work of the kindergarten and acts bossy. Her daughter, Elaine Xiao, was also trained by her to become the bully in the class. Even some boys were a little scared when they saw Elaine Xiao. Hitting other children, snatching other children's things, being rude to teachers, etc., these are all part of Zhao Xiaolan's daily routine. This caused a lot of headaches for the 3 teachers in the class. So Qin Xingmo thought about it, edited a message and sent it to the group. Although she was very angry, as a teacher she naturally could not confront the parents head-on, so she spoke in a very tactful tone. Mother Xiaolan, I have seen the message you sent. Regarding the fact that there are sick children in the class, I and the kindergarten leaders had already learned about it before the child entered the kindergarten. Neither the parents nor her attending doctor concealed anything from us. Please allow me to correct your wording here. Little Gu Tang Tang is suffering from aplastic anemia, not leukemia. These 2 diseases are completely different. According to our country's education law, every child of school age has the right to attend kindergarten as long as they do not have any infectious diseases or serious illnesses as stipulated by law or medicine, and kindergartens have no right to refuse. Before the child was ready to enter kindergarten, the parents provided complete hospital certification materials, and even the child's attending physician issued a certificate stating that the child's condition was stable and suitable for admission to kindergarten. Moreover, the kindergarten also took a series of protective measures for her after she entered the kindergarten. Now, the child has fully recovered and is a medically diagnosed healthy child. The kindergarten has no right to reject the child's application for admission. In addition, this disease is not an infectious disease, but an autoimmune disease, and will not have any impact on other children. As for the announcement in the group, this is completely the privacy of the child. Just like protecting the privacy of Elaine Xiao, we have no right to disclose it. Mother Xiaolan, my explanation should be able to solve your problem. Smiley face. Originally, Qin Xingma thought that after her patient and tactful explanation, Zhao Xiaolan's mother would understand. However, Zhao Xiaolan's mother was arrogant and said in the group with a hint of threat, solve it. Your kindergarten must have seen that her father is a big star and gave you benefits. This kind of child is not allowed to enter the kindergarten. I solemnly warn you that Gu Tang Tang must be expelled immediately, otherwise you can expect an investigation from the higher authorities. As soon as she said this, the class group immediately went wild. Many parents who had been lurking also surfaced. Grandma Zhu Ruishuan, oh, what a great official power. Xiang Jia's mother, Xiaolan's mother, I think you are a little too nervous. I am a doctor. What Teacher Qin said just now is right. This disease is not an infectious disease. Grandpa Zhou, you are so old, and you still care about some things with children. It is unfortunate that the children have this disease. It is fate that they can be in the same class. If you can't help, don't stab them in the heart. Lu Jiawei's father, put yourself in others' shoes and do not do to others what you do not want others to do to you. Wang Young's mother, congratulations to little Tang Tang for returning to study. Welcome, welcome, applause, applause, applause. Gao Jun's mother, congratulations to little Tang Tang for recovering and returning to class, applause, applause, applause. Zhao Jiesen's grandmother, congratulations to little Tang Tang for recovering and returning to class, applause, applause, applause. Xian Shen's mother, congratulations to little Tang Tang for recovering and returning to class, applause, applause, applause. All of the parents in the group came out at once, all to congratulate Tang Tang on her recovery and return to class. This made Zhao Xiaolan's mother look unhappy, and she directly said in the voice chat, you are all good people, but it's a pity that you don't have any brains. You let Tang Tang stay in the class. You can regret it later." Then, Zhao Xiaolan's mother also tagged Zhu Ruishuan's grandmother and replied, "I am just a powerful official, what can you do about it? By the way, old lady, I heard that your eldest son also works in unit. What's his name? Maybe my husband can take care of him?" Obviously, her words were threatening, and no one else in the group dared to say a word. All of them had heard to some extent that Zhao Xiaolan's father was a middle-level cadre in a certain unit, and a very powerful one. Just when the parents thought that Zhu Ruishuan's grandmother would swallow her anger, who knew that the old lady would not tolerate Zhao Xiaolan's mother's bad habits at all. He said directly, "My eldest son is Zhu Hao. He is not as impressive as your son. He is just a useless civil servant. I really need your son to take care of him." This time, Zhao Xiaolan's mother responded very quickly, saying, "Director Zhu? Are you Director Zhu's mother? Oh my, old lady, I'm so sorry. Look at my mouth, it's so stinky. I apologize to you here. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. I'm just slapping myself in the face. Please don't take it personally. I was just talking nonsense. Old lady, are you still here? Please don't be angry. I was just blinded by my own greed and said nonsense." Chapter 82, The First Time, The Little Guy's Surprise. Please read and recommend. No matter what Zhao Xiaolan's mother said in the group, Zhu Ruishuan's grandmother didn't say a word. This made the head teacher Qin Xingmu, who was sitting at the table and preparing to eat, murmur angrily, "Serves you right." Then I put away my phone and started eating. At the same time, Guanfong and others, who had been playing outside, also returned home. Originally, he was planning to invite Luo Qingqing and Wang Yao to dinner outside, but Wang Yao had something to do and left first. Tang Tang kept asking Luo Qingqing to go home and eat the food made by her father. Unable to persuade the little girl, Guanfong drove and took Luo Qingqing and Tang Tang back to the dormitory of Tianmong Entertainment Company. Although this is a dormitory, each artist has an independent room with 2 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which feels very homey. On the way, Guanfong bought a lot of vegetables in the supermarket, preparing to go home and cook for the little princess. Originally, Luo Qingqing was a little embarrassed to go to Guanfeng's house, but after Tongtong's constant persuasion and after Luo Qingqing saw the elegant Zhang Qingqing in the morning, she plucked up the courage and went to Guanfong and Tongtong's house. After returning home, Guanfong began to prepare meals. Tang Tang took Luo Qingqing on a tour of her home. "Auntie Luo, come on, I'll take you to visit my dad's home." Tang Tang hugged Luo Qingqing's neck, feeling so happy. "Okay." Luo Qingqing hugged Tang Tang, pressed her forehead against Tongtong's, and a blush quietly rose on her face. Tongtong's room is pink in color and is filled with all kinds of dolls. The black and white giant panda that Wang Yao got from shooting today is very conspicuous in the room. In addition to toys, the most common things in the room are drawing books, which are Tang Tang's favorites. Luo Qingqing followed Tang Tang and listened to her introduction, feeling shocked. A grown man can actually clean his daughter's room so clean. As doctors, they are more or less a bit of a germaphobe. If a man is not hygienic in his life, they will be very disgusted. On the contrary, they will be more tempted. Moreover, she came back with Guanfong, which proved that Guanfong did not have time to clean the room in advance, which made Luo Qingqing like her even more. Soon. Fragrant cold potato shreds, cold cucumber salad, braised beef, stir-fried broccoli, sour plum soup, corn cheese. A total of 3 cold dishes, 4 hot dishes, a drink, and a serving of Krishnkarp tofu soup were served. The 3 of them sat at the dining table and started eating. Wow, this braised beef smells so good. Although it's the same braised beef as I had this morning, it tastes different. It's really delicious. Luo Qingqing, who had only eaten a piece of braised beef and soy sauce, was the first to start praising it. Hearing Luo Qingqing's praise, Tang Tang laughed and said, Yeah, isn't the food my dad cooks super good?" As she spoke, she used children's chopsticks to pick up the broccoli in her small bowl and tried to secretly put it back on the plate. "Eat it." However, Luo Qingqing and Guanfong spoke in unison, scaring the little guy so much that he quickly retracted his chopsticks. "Dad, and Luo." Tang Tang blinked her quirky eyes, glancing back and forth between Guanfong and Luo Qingqing, and said, "You two can actually say the same thing at the same time, is this called tacit understanding?" Knowing that the little girl was up to something again, Luo Qingcheng glared at her, staring Tang Tang so much that she immediately stopped talking. However, Gu Chenfeng was surprised and said, "Wow, Tang Tang, you are amazing. You even know the word tacit understanding." Tang Tang curled her lips and said, "Dad, I can read, okay." Gu Chenfeng was choked instantly. The three of them got along very well during the meal. After dinner, Gu Chenfeng was going to wash the dishes, but Luo Qingcheng got there first, which made Gu Chenfeng helpless. "That's great, but it's the wrong time." Gu Chenfeng could only sigh in his heart. When Luo Qingcheng finished washing the dishes and was ready to leave, Tang Tang acted cute and coquettishly and kept Luo Qingcheng for a while. At this time, Gu Chenfeng just received a call from his agent Zhang Qingqing, saying that Minister Lu Kuang asked him to come over. Just as he was about to speak, Luo Qingqing took the lead and said, "Go, and do whatever you want. I will take good care of Tang Tang." "Okay, thank you for your help." Gu Chenfeng nodded, thanked him and left. Would Gu Chenfeng feel at ease if Luo Qingqing took care of Tang Tang? Of course, he would feel more at ease than leaving Tang Tang to anyone else. Looking at her father's back as he left, Tang Tang dragged her hands down her chin, looked at Luo Qingcheng who was wearing an apron and had just come out of the kitchen washing dishes, and asked, "Aunt Luo, is the food my father cooks especially delicious?" Luo Qingcheng nodded heavily and said, "It's really delicious. Auntie really envies you. You can eat such delicious food every day in the future. I'll take every meal as it comes. Aunt Luo. Tang Tang suddenly put down her hands, stood up, blinked at Luo Qingcheng, and said, "I have a way to let you always eat the food cooked by my father." "Oh?" Luo Qingcheng smiled and asked, "What's the solution?" Tang Tang said seriously, "You marry my dad and become my mother. This way, whatever you want to eat in the future, my dad can make it for you when he's not filming." "Little thing, what are you thinking about?" Luo Qingcheng's beautiful face felt hot. She knocked Tong Tong's head with her hand and turned to look in the direction of the gate. Gu Chenfeng's sunny and handsome figure appeared in her mind, and she asked with a smile, "Tang Tang, tell your aunt the truth, do you have any requirements for finding your mother?" Tang Tang tilted her head and thought for a while, then said seriously, "Actually, there are no conditions. As long as you don't poison me to death, that's fine." Luo Qingcheng. Seeing her expression, Tang Tang giggled, quickly hugged Luo Qingcheng, and said, "Aunt Luo, I'm just teasing you. Although my father is considered a star now, the women around him are also very beautiful, whether it is Aunt Qingqing, Aunt Xiao Xiao, or Aunt Reba, they are all very nice and beautiful. But I just want Auntie Luo to be my mother, okay?" At the end, Tang Tang started to act coquettishly. Even if I agree, your father still doesn't know what it means?" After Luo Qingcheng said this, she suddenly felt her face burning. That's right, she took another brave step forward. Tang Tang cheered with surprise and said, "Wow, Aunt Luo, do you agree to be my mother?" "Don't worry, I'm my father's beloved daughter. He will definitely agree. I'll ask him to agree when he comes back." Chapter 83, Dad, you are so stupid, please recommend and read. Luo Qingcheng held Tang Tang on her lap, gently touched Tong Tong's delicate little nose, and said softly, "Tang Tang, don't get involved in the affairs between adults. Let Auntie and Dad solve it, okay?" "But..." Tang Tang pouted and said, "Why don't you solve it? It's been so long. I can't wait any longer. My father is busy filming to make money every day, so I am the only one at home with me, Xiao Xiao. Although she is very nice to me, I still like Aunt Luo." Luo Qingcheng was inexplicably happy when she heard this, and said calmly, "It will be solved soon. Give us some time, okay?" Tang Tang raised her head, looked at Luo Qingcheng, and asked, "Really?" Luo Qingcheng nodded heavily and said, "Yes, Auntie promises." These words seemed to be directed to Tang Tang, but they were more of a way to encourage himself. Then, Tang Tang blinked her big eyes smartly and asked Luo Qingcheng, "Can I call you Mom?" Luo Qingcheng. How can I answer this kind of thing? Mom. Tang Tang didn't care about Luo Qingcheng's expression. If she didn't refuse, it meant she agreed. Her voice was sweet, and there was admiration in her childish voice. Luo Qingcheng's heart trembled, and she responded timidly, "Hey. Mother. Mom." Tang Tang put on a bright smile, hugged Luo Qingcheng's neck tightly, curled up in her arms, and said, "I like you so much. Do you know? Mom." Before Luo Qingcheng could speak, Tang Tang continued to murmur, "When I was in the hospital, I dreamed several times that you became my mother. In the dream, I chased you and called you, but you didn't respond. Hearing this, Luo Qingqing's heart was inexplicably stabbed, and her eyes became red involuntarily. After a moment, he took a deep breath, smiled, and changed the subject. Tang Tang, are you happy in kindergarten? Yeah, I'm really happy. Tang Tang became excited when she heard about the kindergarten, and she kept talking. Teacher Qin, Teacher Tingting, and Teacher Jingjing are all very nice to me. And the kids are very friendly too. I can play with them every day. Tang Tang is very happy. At this point, Tang Tang suddenly raised her head, looked at Luo Qingcheng with longing, and asked, by the way, Mom, Dad will be busy again in a while, can you pick me up from school? Of course you can, but it can only be done when you are resting, because you also have to go to work and earn money, is that okay? Luo Qingcheng had a motherly smile on her face. Tang Tang was very happy when she heard this and said, well, as long as my mother can pick me up from school, I will be the happiest. Mom, do you think the kids in our class will be particularly envious of me for having such a good mother? You're just sweet talking. Luo Qingcheng could hear the compliment in Tongtong's words. She pinched Tongtong's delicate little face lovingly and said, but we have to make an agreement. You can't call me Mom in front of your dad, can you do that? Of course, I know Mom will be shy, right, hee. Tang Tang had an expression that said I understand everything, and laughed. Luo Qingchenjiang said angrily, you little rascal, how do you know so much? As he spoke, he also tickled Tongtong's itchy spots with his hands. He Tongtong's happy laughter suddenly filled the room. When Gu Chenfeng came back, Luo Qingcheng had already fed Tang Tang her medicine and helped her pack the quilt and clothes she would need for kindergarten tomorrow. Seeing that it was already past 8 o'clock, she reluctantly said goodbye to Tang Tang. Dr. Luo, here are steamed buns and braised beef and soy sauce. You can heat them up in the microwave tomorrow morning and eat them. Gu Chenfeng, who had just arrived home, saw Luo Qingcheng was about to leave, so he quickly ran to the kitchen to pack up the steamed buns and braised beef and soy sauce and handed them to Luo Qingcheng. Luo Qingcheng hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take it and said with a smile, thank you. I should be the one thanking you. You have helped us so much all this time. Gu Chenfeng said. Oh, I say you adults are so troublesome. Why are you so polite? Tang Tang stood at the door in her pajamas and complained to Gu Chenfeng, Dad, you are so annoying. Why can't you bring breakfast to Aunt Luo Luo? It's not like you don't have time now. Gu Chenfeng, my daughter seems a little too. Luo Qingcheng waved her hands and said, no, Tang Tang. Your father's new play is about to be released, and he should be very busy. Besides, you also know that there is breakfast in the hospital. You can eat there, right? But Tang Tang frowned and said, the breakfast in the hospital is so bad. It's not as good as what my dad makes. Luo Qingcheng smiled and shook the bag in her hand, saying, so, Dad has already prepared breakfast for Auntie. Auntie can just heat it up and eat it. It's very convenient. Okay, it's getting late, Tang Tang, you have to go to bed early, you have to get up early to go to school tomorrow. Okay. Aunt Lolo, can you let me kiss you again? Then I can have a good dream. Tang Tang said on tiptoe. Luo Qingcheng naturally would not refuse such a small request. She walked to Tang Tang, squatted down and said, okay. Oh. Tang Tang gave Luo Qingcheng a big kiss on the face. Then he turned around and came to Gu Chenfeng and said, Dad, squat down. I want to kiss you on the face too, so that you can have a good dream too. This little thing. Luo Qingcheng blushed slightly and said, Tang Tang, go to bed early. I'm leaving first. After that, Luo Qingcheng whispered to Gu Chenfeng, let's go. Okay, be careful on the road and send a message when you get home. Okay. Goodbye Auntie Luo Luo, have a sweet dream. Okay, same goes for Tang Tang, bye. After watching Luo Qingcheng leave, Gu Chenfeng, at Tang Tang's strong request, held her and stood by the bed, watching Luo Qingcheng's car drive out of the company gate. Looking at the disappearing taillights, Tang Tang said faintly, Dad, you are so stupid. Gu Chenfeng was confused and asked, why am I stupid? Tang Tang tilted her head and asked, can't you see that Aunt Luo Luo likes you? Is there? Being stared at by Tang Tang's clear and innocent eyes, Gu Chenfeng actually felt a little guilty. How could Gu Chenfeng not understand Luo Qingcheng's attitude towards him and Tang Tang? However, his mind was not really on this right now. It wasn't he that he was a saint, but he felt that this would be unfair to Luo Qingcheng. Ever since his divorce, Gu Chenfeng has been somewhat averse to all relationships and just wants to raise Tang Tang well. But I don't know why. Chapter 84, the list of Academy Awards is announced, with 5 nominations. Please read and recommend. Of course there is. Tang Tang wrinkled her nose and said to Gu Feng, "Stupid dad, Tang Tang can see it, but you can't see it." "Aren't you stupid?" Tang Tang. Gu Feng knew that Tang Tang was a very smart kid, and he could not fool her, so he said seriously, "Let the adults solve the problems between them, okay? Besides, Dad will be busy soon, but if you miss Aunt Luo Luo, you can always invite her to play with you, or go to visit her." "Ah." Tang Tang sighed softly and said, "You adults all talk like this. Aunt Luo Luo also told me the same thing." Gu Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It wasn't necessarily a good thing for his daughter to know too much. He quickly changed the subject and said, "Okay, you're tired after playing all day. Go to bed quickly. You have to go to school tomorrow." "Okay." Tang Tang responded with a pout and went back to her room. While Gu Feng was coaxing Tang Tang to sleep, the internet was very lively. Because the annual Hong Kong Film Awards ceremony is about to be held, but the list of nominees has not yet been announced. This made netizens who were paying attention to the Academy Awards unable to wait any longer, and they started discussing it online. What's going on? Why hasn't the list of nominees for this year's Academy Awards been announced yet? This efficiency is too slow. That's right. The award ceremony is only half a month away, but the shortlist has not been announced yet. This is really too slow. I don't know who will be nominated for the Best Actor award at this year's Academy Awards. I'm really looking forward to it. I think Deng Chao has a good chance. He played a very good role in Shadow last year. He played 2 roles by himself and his acting skills were really strong. Yes, Deng Chao's Shadow is really good. He will definitely be nominated. Maybe he will be the best actor this year. Not necessarily. Huang Bo's first film, A Good Show, which he directed and acted in, is also a very good film. As for Huang Bo's acting skills, there is no need to say more. He is definitely Deng Chao's biggest competitor. That's right, Huang Bo's acting skills are absolutely first-rate, and he will become Deng Chao's strongest opponent. In fact, Gu Feng's acting in Buried Alive is also pretty good, but it's a pity that he just made his debut, so I'm afraid he won't have many opportunities. For a time, netizens were speculating about who would win the Best Actor award at this year's Academy Awards. At the Academy Awards, the Best Actor is naturally the most popular, even the Best Actress has to stand aside. As for other awards, there is no need to mention them. It is precisely because of this that the most discussed topic among netizens is the list of nominees for this year's Best Actor. 10 o'clock at night sharp. The official Weibo account of the Academy Awards has finally announced the list of nominees for this year's Academy Awards. As a result, netizens rushed to click on the list. When netizens saw the list of nominees for Best Director, they were all shocked. Because they discovered a very surprising name, that is the director of Buried, Zhou Lu. Although the art film Buried is very popular and has a great reputation, it does not have a large audience. Many people know about this movie but do not pay attention to it. A big part of the reason why Buried was able to earn more than 800 million yuan at the box office was because movie fans went to see the movie a second time and contributed to the box office revenue. When netizens saw the movie title Buried noted behind Zhou Lu, they calmed down a little. However, netizens still find it crazy that the director of Buried was shortlisted for the Best New Director. Fuck. The director of Buried was nominated for Best New Director. This is a bit surprising. I can only say that Zhou Lu is so lucky. He has just directed a movie and he has been nominated for the Academy Awards. Can this be called luck? The movie Buried is really good. The shooting techniques, picture capture, editing and other aspects are all very good. Of course, the actor's acting skills are even more amazing. Yes. The director of Buried Alive has been nominated for Best New Director. What about the lead actor, Gu Feng? Gu Feng's acting is explosive. I wonder if he will be nominated for Best Actor. Is this possible? After it was unknown which netizen brought the topic to Gu Feng, netizens began to speculate. Although they didn't think Gu Feng would be nominated for Best Actor, they immediately clicked on the shortlists for other awards. Heading straight for the list of Best Actor. Everyone wants to see who is on the Best Actor nomination list this time. On the official blog, the list of nominees for this year's Academy Awards Best Actor is as follows. Number 1, Deng Chao, representative work, Shadow. Number 2, Huang Bai, his representative work is a good show. Number 3, Aaron Kwok, his representative work is Midnight Diner. Number 4, Zhou Ruifa, representative work Hero. Number 5, Gu Chunfeng, his representative work is Buried Alive. Number 6. When netizens saw the shortlist, they were all dumbfounded and some could not believe their eyes. They felt that the first 4 were well deserved because they had all won Best Actor awards and were absolutely talented actors with sufficient experience. But the 5th place Gu Chunfeng is a new actor. He debuted for less than a year, but he was nominated for the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards for his first movie Buried? This is crazy. It's incredible. For a moment, the internet was boiling again. Oh my god, is this true? Gu Chunfeng, as a new generation actor, was actually nominated for the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards. Are you sure there's something wrong with the list? The Academy Awards organizing committee shouldn't make such a low-level mistake. So, Gu Chunfeng is about to rise. He has already risen, okay? This is the rhythm of woohoo taking off directly. It's incredible that a new actor who has just debuted for less than a year has been nominated for Best Actor at the Academy Awards. This is going to make history. His first film, Buried, was nominated for Best Actor at the Academy Awards. He has indeed made history. Although I know that Gu Chunfeng is just a runner-up and the Best Actor will definitely be among the other 4 big guys, I am still shocked by his achievement. I want to know what Cohen will think after seeing this news. While he is still thinking about how to use his effeminate appearance to extort money from fans, Gu Chunfeng has already been nominated for the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards. Ha, now Cohen really isn't even worthy of carrying Gu Chunfeng's shoes. Mr. Su Zhang, the triple award winner, has foresight. Fuck. I just checked the list and found that Buried has received 5 nominations, including Best Actor, Best New Director, Best Editing, Best Sound Effects, and Best Cinematography. That's a lot of nominations. Damn, it's true. A low-budget art film with an investment of only a few million has received so many nominations. Even if it doesn't win the last award, it is enough to show people the directing ability of Zhuo Lu and the acting skills of Gu Chunfeng. We made history. Chapter 85, Gu Chunfeng posted on Weibo, never forgetting his original intention, please read and recommend. As the list of nominees for the Academy Awards was announced, netizens were extremely shocked. Fans of the shortlisted stars congratulated their idols in the comments section of their Weibo accounts. And those stars who were not shortlisted are feeling very upset. Among them, Gu Chunfeng was nominated for the Best Actor at the Academy Awards as a new actor, which shocked everyone. As a result, more and more people knew about the new actor Gu Chunfeng. Su Zhang, who has won 3 Best Actor awards, immediately wrote on Weibo. At Gu Chunfeng, warm congratulations to Mr. Gu for being nominated for the Best Actor in the Academy Awards. I think you deserve this nomination. Your acting in Buried Alive astounded everyone. You are definitely a leader among the new generation of actors. I'm looking forward to you winning the award. See you at the awards ceremony in Hong Kong Island. As soon as Su Zhang's Weibo post came out, netizens became even more restless. It is obvious that Su Zhang is very optimistic about Gu Chunfeng. He not only calls him Teacher Gu, but also says that Gu Chunfeng deserves the nomination. This is definitely a strong recognition of Gu Chunfeng's acting skills. Then, Zhou Lu, Huang Xiaochu, Zhu Bing and others also posted congratulatory posts for Gu Chunfeng on Weibo. As for the official Weibo of Tenmon Entertainment Company, it even produced a congratulatory short video specifically for Gu Chunfeng, which can be said to be very thoughtful. As for the person involved, Gu Chunfeng was at home coaxing Tang Tang to sleep. If his agent Zhang Qingqing hadn't called him and told him what happened online, he wouldn't have known that his nomination for the Best Actor at the Academy Awards would cause such a sensation. However, when he opened Weibo and saw so many people talking about him, he still felt very accomplished. But he was not proud, and there was nothing to be proud of. Following Zhang Qingqing's reminder, Gu Chunfeng posted a Weibo. When I heard the news, my first reaction was, how is this possible? I'm just a newcomer. But when Sister Zhang and director Zhuo confirmed again and again that I was really nominated for the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards, I was ecstatic inside, but more importantly, I felt that the responsibility on my shoulders was even greater. Because this nomination for Best Actor is a recognition and supervision of me. The only thing I can do is to stay true to my original aspiration and continue to bring you more and better works. Thank you again, Director Zhuo, for giving me this opportunity to bring Buried to everyone. I am really grateful. Thank you to all my friends who have always supported and encouraged me. Thank you. Thank you Director Su, Wendao, Teacher Huang. Thank you. Thank you Director Zhu for taking a liking to me and introducing me to Tianmong Entertainment. Without Director Zhu, Tianmong Entertainment, and Minister Liu, I wouldn't be who I am today. Thank you. Finally, I would like to thank my agent, Sister Zhang, for taking care of me these days. Sister Zhang is the best agent in the world. Proud. Gu Chenfeng's Weibo post is very long and contains a lot of content, thanking many people. When everyone saw the content, they were moved, especially Gu Chenfeng's fans, who felt their eyes moisten. Judging from Gu Chenfeng's Weibo post, he has never forgotten those people who helped him. Not only that, he also keeps them deeply in his heart. From Zhu Bing, who had a keen eye for talent, to Zhuola, who gave him the opportunity, to Huang Xiaochu, who helped him, to Su Zheng, who appreciated him. Gu Chenfeng kept all of this in mind. I have to say that Gu Chenfeng is really a thoughtful man. He is a man who knows how to be grateful. He has not forgotten anyone who has helped him, and he always remembers them in his heart. Yes, you will know after reading the content of his Weibo post. Gu Chenfeng has always remembered everyone's help to him. Don't forget your original intention. This sentence is very well said. Although Gu Chenfeng was nominated for the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards, he did not get proud. Such a calm personality is really rare in the entertainment industry. Even if he didn't win the Best Actor award this time, I believe the Best Actor trophy will not be too far away from him. I agree. Since Gu Chenfeng is nominated this time, he may directly win the Best Actor trophy next time. I am looking forward to Gu Chenfeng's future. Gu Chenfeng's future is absolutely limitless. By the way, didn't you hear the charm of Gu Chenfeng's last sentence? Ahem, she knows everything but doesn't say it out loud. Sister Zhang has definitely helped Gu Chenfeng a lot. Gu Chenfeng is expressing his gratitude. He said this to tell everyone that Sister Zhang is a very good agent and not as rumored online. My father-in-law is so considerate. Last time he had a conflict with Koan over Sister Zhang and they had a big fight. Now he is proving for Sister Zhang again that he will treat anyone who treats him well. He is very honest. When Zhang Qingqing saw Gu Chenfeng's Weibo post, she was at a loss whether to laugh or cry for a moment. Gu Chenfeng's words were like a warm current that warmed her cold heart. She hadn't been so happy for a long time. A rare smile appeared involuntarily on her face, and this smile was so beautiful that it could captivate the whole country. He muttered to himself, "This kid, I should ask him to post a Weibo to express his gratitude." He actually wrote such a long post that if you don't know him, you would think it was an acceptance speech. But Zhang Qingqing was really happy at this moment, happy from the bottom of her heart. Suddenly I realized that leaving Dynasty Entertainment and coming to Tianmong Entertainment was an extremely correct decision. So, I decided not to coach any more artists in the future. I will only take Gu Chenfeng with me. If he leaves, I will quit the agent circle and retire. Teacher Gu, I hope you won't let me down. Zhang Qingqing muttered softly. Although Zhang Qingqing was a little disappointed in some aspects of her heart, that was not the point. As long as she was not disappointed in her career, it would be fine. In a high-end residential complex next to the city hospital, Luo Qingcheng, wearing silk pajamas and with wet long hair, looked at the news on the internet with a charming smile on her face. Unlike Zhang Qingqing, Luo Qingcheng is the type of person who is good at housekeeping and is quiet. She will be very happy as long as she watches Gu Chenfeng succeed. Gu Chenfeng is now on the road to success, so Luo Qingcheng is naturally happy for him. I silently gave a like to Gu Chenfeng's Weibo post. Just as she was about to put away her phone, she saw that under her likes post, Su Zhang, Zhou Wenmu, Huang Xiaochu, and other big names in the entertainment industry had liked Gu Chenfeng's post. Now the smile on Luo Qingqing's face became even wider. I really didn't expect that in such a short time, he has already won the appreciation of so many bigwigs. It seems like I have to work harder and not fall too far behind him. Luo Qingcheng murmured something to herself, then put away her phone and went back to her room. Chapter 86, Heading to Hong Kong Island, Red Carpet Highlights. Please recommend and read. Netizens naturally also saw that so many bigwigs liked Gu Chenfeng's Weibo post. For a moment, everyone felt that what teacher Su Zhang said at the beginning, "He is not even worthy of carrying Gu Chenfeng's shoes," was very correct. As for the nomination for the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards, a traffic star like Koan may not be able to catch up even if he were a rocket. In the next few days, the internet was abuzz with discussions about this year's Academy Awards list. Among them, the most anticipated award is naturally the Best Actor. Especially Gu Chunfeng, who was one of the nominees. His topic discussion ranked first, which shows everyone's attention to Gu Chunfeng. However, Gu Chunfeng spends every day at home reading books, picking up Tang Tang from school, and cooking all kinds of delicious food. From time to time, Tang Tang would invite Luo Qingqing to her home for dinner. Of course, Gu Chunfeng did not forget Zheng Qingqing, Wu Jun, Wu Xiaoxiao and others, who were all members of his work team. 3 days before the Academy Award ceremony, Gu Chunfeng took Tang Tang and his agent Zheng Qingqing, Wu Xiaoxiao, Wu Jun and others to Hong Kong Island. The Academy Award ceremony in this world is different from that on Earth. On Earth it is usually held in the second half of the year, while the award ceremony in this world is usually held in the first half of the following year. When he was on Earth, Gu Chunfeng had been to Hong Kong Island several times, but this was his first time here in this world. However, Zheng Qingqing took care of everything, so Gu Chunfeng didn't have to worry about the itinerary at all. When Gu Chunfeng and his party arrived in Hong Kong Island, looking at the bustling streets and the endless stream of pedestrians on the road, Gu Chunfeng couldn't help but sigh that the environmental management of Hong Kong Island in this world is much better than that on Earth. However, consumption is really expensive. Because the Academy Awards ceremony will not officially begin until 3 days later. So after Gu Chunfeng and his group arrived here, they just played there for 2 days and had a blast. Especially Tang Tang, this little girl is the happiest. That night, Gu Chunfeng stood at the floor-to-ceiling window of the luxury suite in a 5-star hotel, looking at the beautiful night view of Hong Kong Island below, and was a little dazed for a moment. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. I originally thought it was a message from Luo Qingqing, but when I picked it up, it turned out to be a WeChat message from Dilly Reba, who had participated in Longing for Life with me. Teacher Gu, what are you doing? I haven't had time to congratulate you on your nomination for the Best Actor at the Academy Awards. I believe you will definitely win the Best Actor award tomorrow, hee hee. Seeing this WeChat message, Gu Chunfeng couldn't help but laugh. Since she met Reba in a Longing for Life, she has come to play with Tang Tang a few times. They get along very well and there is no barrier between them at all. The first time is strange, the second time is familiar, and Gu Chunfeng naturally became familiar with her. Considering that this exotic beauty was also nominated for Best Supporting Actress, she should be in Hong Kong Island now. So Gu Chunfeng replied, I don't want to think about the Best Actor award. I am already satisfied with just being nominated. As for you, I think you will have no problem winning the Best Supporting Actress award. Your performance in The Fallen City is really good. Although the film did not do well at the box office, the second female lead played by Reba was very popular. It is precisely because of this that Reba was nominated for the Best Supporting Actress at the Academy Awards. At this time, in the presidential suite of another 5-star hotel in Hong Kong Island. Reba, dressed in a cool and charming outfit, was filled with joy on her beautiful face after seeing Gu Chunfeng's reply. Reba truly admires Gu Chunfeng. It's not just because of Gu Chunfeng's acting skills, but also because of his love and care for Tang Tang. His daughter is always put first. This great fatherly love touched Reba deeply and made her feel inexplicably close to Gu Chunfeng. So I replied on WeChat, Teacher Gu, I believe you can definitely win the Best Actor award. Your performance in Buried Alive was so good. Your acting skills are really amazing. I like your drama very much, hee hee. As for me, I'm very happy to be nominated. As for winning, I'll just have to wait and see. Gu Chunfeng saw Reba's reply, smiled and replied, Don't worry, there will be no problem, you must have confidence in yourself. Reba, hee hee, thank you, Teacher Gu. By the way, Teacher Gu, my sister wants to meet you, the future movie star. Is it convenient? When Gu Chunfeng saw this WeChat message, he was stunned for a moment. Does Reba have a sister? How come I haven't heard of it? But he soon realized that the sister Reba was referring to should be her boss, Young Mi. But why would Young Mi, a top star, want to know me? And she is the dream lover of many men. Not to mention her appearance, her amazing achievements in the field of TV dramas alone are very impressive. Although her performance in the field of movies is not too outstanding, it is not bad either. Such a person actually wants to know me? For a moment, Gu Chunfeng also became interested and replied, It is my honor to be noticed by the movie emperor. Reba replied almost immediately, saying, Hee, Teacher Gu, see you tomorrow, let's work hard together tomorrow. Gu Chunfeng, well, let's work hard together. Just when he finished replying to Reba's message and was about to turn off his phone to go to sleep, his cell phone rang again. I picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Luo Qingqing. Good luck tomorrow, you're the best. Looking at Luo Qingqing's WeChat message, Gu Chenfeng smiled and replied, "Go to bed early, good night." After replying to the message, the smile on Gu Chenfeng's face gradually turned into a bitter smile. The next day, the long-awaited Academy Awards ceremony is about to officially begin. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All the celebrity actors and actresses who attend the Academy Awards ceremony have started their red carpet journey. Because the Academy Awards ceremony is so important, the organizers work directly with the mainland's Tencent video website to broadcast the entire event live. As soon as the live broadcast began, millions of netizens immediately flocked in, all wanting to experience the shock of the Academy Awards ceremony. Every year's red carpet event is always full of highlights. Some people deliberately walked on the red carpet and tried their best to stay there. Some people deliberately fell down while walking on the red carpet to attract attention. Some people even deliberately exposed themselves. It can be said that in order to attract attention, many people will do everything they can. There is nothing they can't do, except ways you can't think of. However, for the netizens who were watching the live broadcast, this was something that was quite enjoyable to watch. I'm really looking forward to what's going to happen on the red carpet this year. I wonder how many female stars will deliberately expose themselves. Hee hee. Fuck, your idea is so disgusting, but I like it, ha ha ha. Fuck, look, Zhou Xian is wearing too cool today, is it the same as wearing nothing? She's even topless, but she has a good figure, haha. Awesome. Zhou Xian is really trying hard to attract attention. There is not a single piece of cloth on her body. It's all gauze. Good news, good news. I just learned that my father-in-law took Tang Tang to Hong Kong Island. Will he walk the red carpet with my little wife? I'm looking forward to it. Given Gu Chenfeng's current status, he should be arranged to walk the red carpet first. After all, he is just a newcomer. Chapter 87, Walking the Red Carpet is like taking an exam, reporters interview seeking recommendation votes and follow-up reading. Netizens who were watching the live broadcast were commenting to themselves while watching the live broadcast. No matter which beauty is pretty or which guy is handsome, I just entertain myself and feel excited. Time flies, half an hour later. Netizens who were watching the live broadcast heard a familiar voice on the red carpet. It was Zhuo Lu, the new director of Buried Alive. He appeared with a group of people that the netizens were not familiar with. They are probably all from the crew of Buried. However, netizens' focus is obviously not on this, but they are looking forward to Gu Chenfeng's appearance. After all, even the crew of Buried Alive showed up, so the leading actor Gu Chenfeng will definitely show up soon. Oh, now that the director is here, the actors must be here too. Hee hee, I can't wait to see Teacher Gu. My father-in-law, will you bring your wife Tang Tang to walk the red carpet with you? I am really looking forward to it. I haven't seen Tang Tang for a while. I miss her a lot. I wonder if Tang Tang hasn't grown prettier in this period of time. I can't wait to see her. Just when netizens were looking forward to the appearance of Gu Chenfeng and Tang Tang in the live broadcast, Zhuo Lu and the Buried Alive crew had already walked the red carpet. Suddenly all eyes were focused on the other end of the red carpet. They all began to look forward to it. Will Gu Chenfeng be the next person to walk the red carpet? Soon. A handsome middle-aged man wearing a white suit, showing off his perfect body, walked out, and he was holding a little girl who looked like a little princess in his arms. These are Gu Chenfeng and Tang Tang. At this moment, Tang Tang had a bright smile on her face and was obviously very happy. In Gu Chenfeng's arms, he kept waving to the reporters and media who were already waiting impatiently, without any nervousness at all. Gu Chenfeng felt a little emotional. This little girl's courage was really extraordinary. Even he would not be nervous in such an occasion, but he could not be as free and easy as Tang Tang. At this moment, Gu Chenfeng and Tang Tang became the focus of everyone's attention. But what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Because Gu Chenfeng was walking so fast, he finished the 100-meter red carpet in less than 30 seconds, as if someone was chasing him from behind. This made netizens feel regretful and puzzled at the same time. When others walked on the red carpet, they all tried to stay on the red carpet for a while longer, but Gu Chenfeng was different. He passed by as fast as if there was a flood or a beast chasing him from behind. Even more speechless are the media reporters. This is the youngest nominee for the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards this year. They haven't even taken the photos yet, but he has already walked the red carpet. Gu Chenfeng is a very popular topic now, so naturally he doesn't want to give up so easily. So a reporter shouted to Gu Chenfeng, Teacher Gu, please stop for a moment and let us take some pictures, thank you. The reporter's shouting was also transmitted to the live broadcast room by the camera. The netizens who were watching the live broadcast were stunned at first, and then they started to laugh. Oh my tummy, is Teacher Gu going to take the exam? What the hell, Teacher Gu, are you sure you're walking on the red carpet and not running a race? What a strange person. Others tried their best to stay longer on the red carpet, but he walked 100 meters in less than 30 seconds. If the reporter hadn't called him, he would have gone straight to the examination room. Teacher Gu was really special, she might be the first person to walk the red carpet like this. Oh, Tang Tang is so pretty, so cute, my little wife has become prettier again. Father-in-law, you have to work hard to earn money for milk powder. Teacher Gu was indeed a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. I bet that if Cohen were to walk the red carpet, he would have to dawdle for at least 7 or 8 minutes, but Teacher Gu is not willing to stay even a minute longer. That's the difference. Teacher Gu is not famous for these things, he is famous only for his works, so I like Teacher Gu very much. Support Teacher Gu. He is our national father-in-law, we must support him. While netizens were discussing the matter, Gu Chenfeng, who was stopped by reporters at the scene, cooperated with the reporters and media to take some photos. It took about 10 to 15 seconds. Then he waved goodbye to the media reporters and quickly left the red carpet. As for walking the red carpet, Gu Chenfeng really didn't want to go if Zhang Qingqing hadn't insisted that he go. This feels a bit like selling. After walking the red carpet, it was time for reporters to ask questions. When Gu Chenfeng and Tang Tang arrived at the place where reporters were asking questions, the reporters who had been waiting there for a long time began to raise their microphones. Gu Chenfeng, do you have anything to say about your nomination for the Best Actor at the Academy Awards? Gu Chenfeng, as a new actor, you have been nominated for the Best Actor Award for your first film. How do you feel now? Gu Chenfeng, do you have the confidence to win the Best Actor Award at the Academy Awards? Gu Chenfeng, you are a newcomer and yet you have received such an honor. Do you have any backing? Gu Chenfeng, is this your daughter? Are you married? I didn't expect you to get married at such a young age and have a daughter this old. Gu Chenfeng, I heard that you and the top traffic star Cohen have a conflict. Is this true? Reporters from the media rushed to ask their questions, some of which were tricky and obviously intentional. In response, Gu Chenfeng simply replied, Dear journalist friends, I am naturally very happy that I have been nominated for the Best Actor Award at the Academy Awards. But you also know that the other 4 are all real movie kings. It is an honor for me to be nominated at the same time as these 4 movie kings. At the same time, it is also a spur to me. As for the backstage you mentioned, I certainly have a backstage. As soon as he said this, the media reporters immediately became excited. Does Gu Chenfeng have a backer? Does he really have a backer? Is this going to be announced? If it were to be announced, it would definitely be a huge bombshell. The netizens in the live broadcast room also widened their eyes and pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what Gu Chenfeng would say next. Agent Zhang Qingqing, who was waiting backstage, changed her expression slightly after hearing what Gu Chenfeng said. She was very worried that Gu Chenfeng would say something wrong at this time. If that happened, then Gu Chenfeng's future would be. At this time, Gu Chenfeng smiled at the reporters and said as if bathing in the spring breeze, My backing is my own acting skills, and I will continue to work hard and continue to expand my backing, because this is the foundation of my survival. What? His backing is his own acting skills? What kind of answer is this? When the reporters and media at the scene heard Gu Chenfeng's answer, their heads were buzzing. Chapter 88, When it comes to making trouble, Teacher Gu ranks among the best seeking recommendation votes in follow-up reading. My background is the acting skills I possess. It is the basis of my survival. After hearing what Gu Chenfeng said, Zhang Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief and gave Gu Chenfeng a big nod. This makes a lot of sense and is very powerful. She believed that this interview with Gu Chenfeng would definitely go viral on the internet, and netizens would look at Gu Chenfeng with new eyes after seeing this interview. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also shocked by Gu Chenfeng's answer. This is too confident and awesome. There was a feeling that inexplicably touched the hearts of netizens. Awesome. Teacher Gu is really confident. My strength is my backing and my support. This is really awesome. I originally thought that Gu Chenfeng would reveal some shocking news. I didn't expect him to say this. But what he said does make sense. His amazing acting skills are indeed due to his background. Without real ability, everything is just empty talk. I like Mr. Gu more and more. He is very different from other stars. Yes, yes, yes. And Mr. Gu's temperament, I just like it. He is completely different from those young and effeminate boys. He is introverted and talented. I would like such a man even if he has a daughter. There are very few new actors like my father-in-law, and he deserves to be liked by more people. Although it is impossible for Gu Chenfeng to win the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards this year, he has gained something from participating in this event. This interview of his will definitely amaze everyone. That's a must. Just based on his words, my backing is the strength I have, it is enough to attract a large number of casual fans. In the interview area at this time, before the reporters could react, Gu Chenfeng continued, I am an actor. Please don't compare me with popular stars. These are two different groups. Thank you. After saying that, he left with Tang Tang in his arms. The media reporters at the scene were once again shocked by Gu Chenfeng's words. It turns out that the real big news is here. I am an actor, please don't compare me with traffic stars. This is too domineering. However, at this moment, Tang Tang, who had been silent the whole time, shouted to the media reporters, my dad will definitely win the Best Actor award. My dad is the best. Her voice was loud and her expression was serious. The media reporters were all confused. It seems like this father and daughter are going to make big news. But they were very shocked. Why did Gu Chenfeng's daughter say that Gu Chenfeng would definitely win the Best Actor award? After thinking about it carefully, everyone burst into laughter, thinking it was just a child's joke and blind worship of his father. Zhang Xingqing, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, was dumbfounded after hearing Gu Chenfeng's next words. This is like poking a hole in the sky. Zhang Xingqing could fully predict that what Gu Chenfeng said next would be hyped up by the media reporters, not to mention that there was a live broadcast going on. The netizens who were watching the live broadcast must have been unable to sit still for a long time. If the media reporters fanned the flames a little bit, it would really be a big deal. Really? As soon as Gu Chenfeng's words came out, netizens became upset. Interesting, teacher Gu is madly dissing that Cohen, what he said is too domineering. Well, I'm an actor, please don't compare me to a popular star. That's too arrogant, teacher Gu is awesome. Doesn't Mr. Gu know that he has offended a large number of popular stars with just one sentence? Ha ha ha. Teacher Gu is absolutely right. There is a difference between stars and artists. Artists are people with talent, while stars, When I saw Tang Tang yelling so seriously, I felt like laughing. Maybe she doesn't even know what the Academy Award winner means. Tang Tang has become Teacher Gu's fangirl at such a young age. Will she lead Teacher Gu's fan club when she grows up? This is not only a little cotton padded jacket, but also a little cotton padded jacket from the Northeast. For a moment, I was inexplicably envious and wanted to have a precious daughter. Have you looked in the mirror upstairs? Do you have that gene? When I'm happy, can you please not hurt my heart? Do you believe me, I will climb your window at night? The internet was quite lively for a while, and netizens were shocked by Gu Chenfeng's words. When it comes to the ability to stir up trouble, teacher Gu is definitely among the best. In fact, his two answers directly became the hot search on Weibo, and they were extremely powerful. Many passers-by were also attracted by Gu Chenfeng's answer and became his fans, so Gu Chenfeng's Weibo fans once again saw a surge. It directly reached 9 million. You should know that before he participated in Dying to Survive, he only had 700 fans, but his number increased to 2 million in just a few months, and that was without any exposure. 6 o'clock in the evening. Most of the people attending this year's Academy Award ceremony have already arrived at the venue. Although the awards ceremony has not started yet, the purpose of this award ceremony is not just to award awards, it is more of a platform for actors to get to know each other. If a newcomer accidentally meets a big director and is appreciated by the big director, he might be able to soar to fame. However, in a corner of the venue, there was a group of people who seemed a little out of place. Gu Chenfeng, Zhang Xingqing, and their group. They did not go out of their way to greet others, but just sat there waiting for the award ceremony to begin. Zhang Xingqing looked at Gu Chenfeng and asked, Chenfeng, are you sure you don't want to get to know other big directors or veteran actors? Gu Chenfeng shook his head and said, Sister Zhang, I'm not good at this kind of occasion, you know. Okay then. Zhang Xingqing nodded and said, you guys wait here for a while, I'm going to meet some old friends. Gu Chenfeng nodded and sat there chatting with Tang Tang. It's quite pleasant to be away from the crowd. At this moment, a voice sounded beside Gu Chenfeng's ears. "Oh, Teacher Gu, I didn't expect you to be here. It was so hard for me to find you." Gu Chenfeng looked up and saw that the person coming was Reba, who was wearing a fairy dress and looking at him with a smile on her face. Gu Chenfeng greeted with a smile, "Reba, you are here too." Tang Tang was very happy to see Reba, and said excitedly, "Sister Reba, I didn't expect you to be here too." "Great, great, I can play with Tang Tang again." The little girl seemed to be very outgoing. No matter who it was, they would become familiar with her after meeting her a few times. Reba raised her hand and touched Tang Tang's little head, and asked with a smile, "Tang Tang, I haven't seen you for a while, do you miss your sister?" I did, I really did." Tang Tang nodded vigorously, and suddenly pouted and said, "But Reba hasn't come to play with Tang Tang for a long time." Chapter 89, Yang Mi makes friends, Fa Gu appreciates her seeking recommendation votes and follow-up reading. Hearing this, Reba said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Tang Tang. Reba is currently filming and has been staying on the set. I really don't have time. I'll come and play with you after I finish filming, okay?" Okay. Then Tang Tang will wait for Sister Reba to come and play with me." Tang Tang replied with a smile. Just when Tang Tang and Reba were chatting happily, another woman in bright and beautiful clothes walked towards them. Gu Chenfeng raised his eyes and his pupils dilated. The person who came was Reba's sister and boss, Yang Mi. Gu Chenfeng was not at all unfamiliar with this person. Whether on Earth or in this world, Yang Mi is a well-known figure. Yang Mi walked up to Gu Chenfeng, took the initiative to extend her hand, and greeted him with a smile. "Hello, Teacher Gu, I am Yang Mi, Reba's sister." Gu Chenfeng stood up and stretched out his hand, shook hands with Yang Mi very gentlemanly, and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Yang, nice to meet you." Yang Mi smiled and said, "You performed very well in Buried. I think you have a good chance of winning the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards tonight." "Oh, Mr. Yang, please stop slandering me." Gu Chenfeng waved his hand modestly. "I'm serious." Yang Mi smiled and said, "You have a great chance. Your acting skills are really great and creative. If someone else played the leading role in Buried Alive, it would definitely not be so successful." Her words undoubtedly greatly elevated Gu Chenfeng's status. Gu Chenfeng naturally heard this and said with a smile, "Boss Yang, I really don't know how to respond to your words. I wrote the script for Buried Alive, so I understand it a little more deeply than others. I admit this." Yang Mi smiled and said, "Well, if there is a chance in the future, I hope Teacher Gu can cooperate with me." Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, Of course. Yang Mi left leisurely. Gu Chenfeng looked at her leaving back and touched his chin. This woman is really charming. Mature, sexy, and unique. At the entrance of the venue at this time, a group of people walked in, and the others immediately started discussing in low voices upon seeing what was happening. The guest was none other than the renowned film emperor Chow Yun-fat. His acting skills were unquestionable and he had played many classic roles. So as soon as Fa Gu showed up, a group of people immediately came up to greet him, wishing to leave a mark on him. Of course, the Chow Yun-fat in this world is just like the one on Earth, very approachable, greeting everyone with a smile and without any airs. After greeting everyone, he glanced around the venue and then walked towards Gu Chenfeng. The others were stunned when they saw this. Who is Fa Gu going to find? When Fa walked towards Gu Chenfeng had already stood up. Fa Gu was definitely a senior worth respecting, so he took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, Fa Gu." Fa Gu patted Gu Chenfeng on the shoulder like an old friend and said in a friendly manner, "Chenfeng, I saw your performance in Buried Alive. Your acting is very good and full of infinite creativity. You have such acting skills at such a young age. Your future achievements are definitely limitless." Gu Chenfeng quickly said modestly, "Brother Fa, you are joking. Compared with you, I am still far behind." Fa Gu smiled and said, "Young man, don't underestimate yourself. You are really great. Among all the young people in the Chinese entertainment industry, I am most optimistic about you. Keep up the good work and don't forget your original aspirations." After that, he handed a card to Gu Chenfeng and continued, "This is my personal contact information. Come and play with me when you are free. I hope we will have the opportunity to work together in the future. It would be exciting to act with you." As we all know, Fa Gu doesn't have children, but he likes children very much, so when he saw Tang Tang, his face was full of love. Tang Tang shouted sweetly, "Uncle, you are so handsome, I have seen you on TV, hee hee." Fa Ge raised his hand and touched Tang Tang's little head, saying, Tang Tang, you are really good at talking. Come to uncle's house with your dad when you have time. Okay. Tang Tang nodded. After Fa Ge talked to Gu Chunfeng again, he left. However, his action shocked everyone in the venue. Fage's status in the entertainment industry is that of a top boss, but even such a top boss actually took the initiative to chat with a newcomer like Gu Chunfeng and even gave him a card. This is too incredible. But more people's eyes are filled with envy. Judging from Fa Ge's actions just now, it is obvious that Gu Chunfeng has won his appreciation and will definitely have a bright future. Reba, who was standing by, was also full of envy at this moment. When Fa Ge came over just now, she was so nervous that she didn't dare to say hello to him, and Fa Ge didn't even look at her. Instead, he praised Gu Chunfeng and gave him his personal contact information. This made Reba extremely envious. Manager Zhang Xingqing also came back quickly because she saw Fa Ge coming to see Gu Chunfeng. She walked to Gu Chunfeng and asked, Chunfeng, what did Fa Ge say just now? Because Reba had visited Tang Tang several times before, she had met Zhang Xingqing several times and was considered acquaintance with her. She spoke on behalf of Gu Chunfeng, Sister Zhang, Brother Fa is very optimistic about Teacher Gu. He also said that among the younger generation in the Chinese entertainment industry, he is most optimistic about Teacher Gu, and even said that he is looking forward to working with Teacher Gu. Sister Zhang, Teacher Gu is valued by Brother Fa. After listening to this, Zhang Xingqing also showed a happy smile on her face. If this is true, then it would definitely be a very good opportunity for Gu Chunfeng to enter the Hong Kong film and television industry. At this time, Gu Chunfeng took out the card that Brother Fa handed to him and said, Sister Zhang, this is the card that Brother Fa gave me. He said it was his private phone number. Please keep it safe. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xingqing quickly took the card and held it in her hand as if it were a treasure. This is Chow Yun Fat's personal contact information. How many people in the world have it? Next. Maybe because Fa Ge came to see Gu Chunfeng, people came one after another to say hello to Gu Chunfeng. Of course, part of the reason is because of Gu Chunfeng's strength. After all, he was nominated for Best Actor in his first starring movie, which shows his development potential. Being able to get acquainted with a potential stock like Gu Chunfeng, maybe I can even get a role in the future. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the live broadcast started again. This time the live broadcast was taken inside the awards ceremony venue, and all the celebrity actors and actresses invited to attend were present. This is the annual Academy Awards ceremony, which is attended by many stars and big names. Gu Chunfeng, Zhuo Lu and other crew members of Buried Alive sat at the back. There was nothing they could do, they were all newcomers. For large events like this, the seating arrangements are very strict. In terms of star status, the higher the star status, the closer they are to the front, and the lower the star status, the closer they are to the back. Chapter 90, the award ceremony begins, heartwarming Tang Tang asking for recommendation votes and follow-up reading. For a newcomer like Gu Chunfeng, what he lacks most now is experience. As for Reba, because she came with Boss Yang, she was assigned a much better position than Gu Chunfeng. There is nothing we can do, Mr. Yang's status is there. Jola sat next to him, patted Gu Chunfeng on the shoulder, and said softly, Oh, I'm a little nervous, Teacher Gu, aren't you nervous? Gu Chunfeng joked, Director Zhua, the scenes you participated in overseas were not smaller than this. Why are you nervous about such a small scene? How can it be the same? Zhou immediately retorted, Those award ceremonies I attended overseas had nothing to do with me. I just went with the crew to see it. But this time it's different. I have a good chance of winning the Best New Director award at the Academy Awards. Gu Chunfeng smiled, patted Zhuo Lu on the shoulder and said, Director Zhua, don't be so nervous. I believe you can definitely win the Best New Director award. At this time, Tang Tang beside him also looked at Zhuo Lu with a smile and comforted him, Yes, Uncle Zhua, don't worry, you will definitely win this award. Hearing what the father and daughter said, Zhuo Lu smiled and said, Okay, since you two said so, I will believe it. If I really win the award, I will treat you to a big dinner tonight. When Tang Tang heard that there was going to be a big meal, she laughed and said, Uncle, you can't cheat. Zhuo Lu couldn't help but laugh when he heard this, and said, Tang Tang, if Uncle really wins this award, not only will I treat you to a big meal, but I will also buy you any gift you want. The reason why he dared to say this was because the cost of Buried Alive was very small, and Gu Chunfeng's share of the profits was not high. As a director, he did not ask for a salary at the time, but chose to take a share of the box office profits as if he had lost his mind. Unexpectedly, this movie actually achieved a terrifying box office of 830 million yuan, and Zhuo made a fortune. Originally, Zhuo had been thinking about giving Gu Chenfeng some money, but Gu Chenfeng refused to take it. This is an opportunity. Gu Chenfeng smiled after hearing this and said, Director Zhuo, you just need to treat us to a meal with the award, nothing else is necessary. Thank you for your kindness. He naturally understood Zhuo Li's character. If Zhuo said he wanted to buy something for Tang Tang, he would definitely not buy something cheap. As the saying goes, no reward without merit, Gu Chenfeng naturally would not accept it. Zhuo patted Gu Chenfeng on the shoulder and said, Teacher Gu, you are just too upright. Let me tell you something you don't like to hear. In the entertainment industry, people with this kind of personality will easily suffer losses. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, as the old saying goes, it is a blessing to suffer a loss. Besides, I believe that with Sister Zhang here, I won't suffer a loss. After saying that, he looked at Zhang Qingqing and asked with a smile, Sister Zhang, right? Zhang Qingqing said unhappily, you suffered a loss in the movie Buried Alive. The script of this film was originally written by Gu Chenfeng, and together with his own salary for playing the leading role, he only asked for a 15% share in total, which was not a small amount. But everyone knows that this proportion of profit is very low in the industry. Gu Chenfeng didn't know what to say for a moment, and just said faintly, people should know how to be content. Zhuo laughed and said, Teacher Gu, how about this? I bought 2 villas in Beijing, and you can just take one over. No need. Gu Chenfeng waved his hand and said, I think it's good to live in the company now, and I make a lot of money. If I really need to buy a house in the future, I will buy it myself. This place is mainly closer to my parents. Zhuo looked helpless and couldn't help but look at Zhang Qingqing, but the latter spread her hands, indicating that she had no way either. At this time, Tang Tang said again, Uncle Zhuo, you can ask my dad to film your next movie. Then the pay will be the villa. Isn't that the problem? He. When Zhuo heard this, his eyes lit up, and he raised his hand with a smile on his face and touched Tang Tang's little head, saying, Wow, Tang Tang, you were so smart, this is a good idea. Gu Chenfeng was also amused by Tang Tang's cleverness. He looked at Zhuo and said with a smile, Director Zhuo, if there is a chance for us to work together again next time, I will definitely give you a good beating even if you don't tell me. But let me make it clear in advance that I won't accept every script. Zhuo nodded and said, Don't worry, me too. If the script is too bad, I won't shoot it. If there is a good script, I will directly give you the salary of a first-line actor. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said nothing. While Gu Chenfeng and others were chatting, the award ceremony officially began. Although the awards set up by the Academy Awards are very important in the entertainment industry, the award ceremony, it's just boring. At the beginning, only small prizes were awarded. The award presenter made a few jokes on the stage and then announced the winner. The winner then went up and said a lot of words of thanks with tears in his eyes. So basically, people in the audience were whispering to each other in groups of 3 or 5. At this time, the host on the stage said, the next award to be presented is this year's Academy Awards, the Best Cinematography Award. The nominated films are Buried the Fallen City McDermott A Good Show Shadow. Let's enjoy clips of these 5 films together. As the host finished speaking, Zhuo, who was originally sitting there chatting with Gu Chenfeng, suddenly sat up straight, and his breathing became a little nervous. He was not the only one who was nervous. The chief photographer of the crew was also quite nervous at this moment. On the big screen on the stage, some wonderful clips from 5 movies were played in turn. For the film Buried Alive, the organizer chose the clip where Gu Chenfeng cuts his finger. Tang Tang was frightened when she saw the clip on the big screen. She quickly grabbed Gu Chenfeng's arm and asked, Dad, why did you cut your finger? Tears were welling up in those big round eyes. Gu Chenfeng hugged Tang Tang and comforted her, Tang Tang, that was just a movie, not real. Why would Dad cut off his finger? Tang Tang said in a crying voice, Yeah, I don't want Daddy to cut off his fingers. I don't want Daddy to get hurt. Unknown, feeling warm in his heart, Gu Chenfeng hugged Tang Tang in his arms and said, Don't worry, Tang Tang, Daddy wants to accompany Tang Tang to grow up, how can he bear to get hurt? Tang Tang struggled to sit up from his embrace, stretched out her hand to Gu Chenfeng, and said, Let's make a pinky promise. Gu Chenfeng hooked his little finger with Tang Tang's little finger and said, Pin it down. Daddy won't lie to you. The person sitting next to Gu Chenfeng was amused by the actions of the father and daughter, but as he laughed, he also felt that this scene was so heartwarming. The relationship between this father and daughter is really good. Everyone can see that Tang Tang really doesn't want Gu Chenfeng to get hurt. Who wouldn't want such a caring little cotton jacket? Chapter 91, Nothing Gained? Best Editing Award. Please read and recommend. After all the highlights of the 5 movies were played on the big screen, the host then asked, so who will win the Best Cinematography Award at this year's Academy Awards? Please invite our award presenter Director Wang to announce it for us. At this time, Director Wang, wearing a light-colored suit, walked onto the stage holding an envelope. After a few jokes, he announced, the winner of this year's Academy Awards for Best Cinematography is Midnight Diner. Hearing this, Zhuolu instantly deflated like a ball. Alas, it was just that little bit short. I missed it just like that. To be honest, Zhuolu is feeling a little depressed and unwilling now, but there is nothing he can do about it. There is only one prize and the chance of getting it is 1 in 5, which seems high but is actually very low. Seeing this, Guanfong comforted him, Director Zhua, brother Ding, don't be discouraged. At worst, we can just keep working hard next time. Yeah. Zhuola nodded and said helplessly, I can only try harder next time. Although everyone knows that it is almost impossible for Barry to win an award among so many big productions. But who among those who are nominated doesn't have some hope in their heart? However, Zhuo Li's psychological quality is definitely very strong. His first work was able to be judged together with so many big productions. Although he lost, it is not too pity. Thinking of this, I feel much better. Next, other awards were presented one by one. Zhuola seemed relatively relaxed during the whole process, until the Best Sound Award was presented, when he became nervous again. I looked at the stage with eyes full of anticipation, yet I was afraid that I might miss out on the award again. Such a process is very painful. The final result was nothing unexpected. Buried once again missed the Best Sound Award at this year's Academy Awards. Before Gu Chenfeng could speak, Zhuola spoke first, don't worry, Teacher Gu, I'm fine and I can hold on. Gu Chenfeng was speechless. Could this person predict the future? So far in the Academy Awards ceremony, Buried has missed the award twice. This made the netizens in the live broadcast room a little confused. They were very impressed by Buried Alive because it was only recently released. So when netizens saw that Buried failed to win 2 awards in a row, they were a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt it was natural. After all, this movie is just a small budget film, and the director and leading actors are still newcomers. Wanting to win an award at the Academy Awards is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Although Buried received 5 Academy Award nominations, I'm sure it will win nothing in the end. You don't need to tell me. Everyone knows this. After all, Buried was only a film with a few $1 million invested, directed by a new director and starring new actors. Although the quality is good, it is basically impossible for it to win an award. It can only be a runner-up. Oh, it's a pity. In fact, I think Buried should win the Best Cinematography Award because the pictures taken are really good. Those shots are so great. They completely combine the feeling of oppression and repression. It's too early to draw conclusions now, as there are still 3 nominated awards to come. The only ones left are Best Actor, Best New Director, and Best Editing. Does anyone still think that Gu Chenfeng, a newcomer, can win Best Actor? Or that Zhuo can win Best New Director? Is that possible? That seems to make sense. It seems that the only possible award for Buried Alive is the Best Editing. That makes sense. The Best Editing Award still has a slight chance, but the other 2 definitely have no chance. It has to be said that the attention to the Academy Awards ceremony is still very high. Just as netizens were discussing this heatedly, the host started announcing the Best Editing Award on the live broadcast screen. After 2 missed opportunities, Zhuola no longer had any expectations this time. He said to himself bitterly, alas, the result will definitely be the same. It seems that we will get nothing this time. Tang Tang, who was held in Gu Chenfeng's arms, saw Zhuo Li's sad face, and comforted him seriously, Uncle Zhua, the results have not been announced yet, so there is hope. My aunt Luo said that as long as people believe in light, they will definitely see the light. Okay. Zhuola said with a bit of a smile, Tang Tang, you are so sweet. Now for Uncle, whether to win the award or not. Before he finished speaking, everyone heard the host on the stage say, the winner of this year's Academy Award for Best Editing is Buried. Please invite the director of Buried to come up on stage to receive the award. Zhuolo looked as if someone had pressed acupoints on him. His eyes opened wide with an expression of disbelief on his face. He turned around and looked at Gu Chenfeng and said, Teacher Gu, please hit me. Am I hallucinating? At this time, Tang Tang said with a smile, Uncle Joa, my dad doesn't need to hit you. Haven't you heard that you won a prize for buried alive? Now you believe what I just said, believe in hope and you will succeed. Gu Chenfeng was also very happy at this moment, and said, I'm not hallucinating. Director Joa, congratulations. Our film Buried Alive finally won its first award. Hurry up and go up on stage to receive your award. After saying that, he saw Zhuola still sitting there in a daze and urged him. At this moment, Zhuola wanted to roar to the sky, but he finally restrained himself. He stood up, straightened his suit, hugged the people from the Buried crew around him, and then walked up to the podium amid warm applause from the audience. Buried finally won its first award. Although it is the best editing, it is also an Academy Award award. Zhuola felt like crying for joy. At this moment, the netizens in the live broadcast room were briefly stunned, and then became excited. I really didn't expect that Buried Alive actually won an award. Those people who said that Buried Alive would be a failure, what about you? Come out and take a walk. I just want to ask if your face hurts? I said Buried would win an award, and here it is, the Best Editing Award. Buried is awesome. It actually won a Hong Kong Film Award. Even though it was only for Best Editing, it's still a Hong Kong Film Award. Yes, it was really unexpected. I almost thought that Buried Alive would not win any award like those people did. I didn't expect it to win an award. However, I am not surprised at all that Buried won the Best Editing Award, because its editing is really great. Yes, I think so too. The reason why Buried Alive is so successful is mainly due to Gu Chenfeng's acting skills, but the post-production editing is also very important. Congratulations to Buried for winning the Best Editing Award. The Academy Awards ceremony at this moment. Zhuola held the trophy, stood in front of the microphone and gave a long speech of thanks for winning the award. The person who was thanked the most was Gu Chenfeng. This made Gu Chenfeng a little surprised. After all, this award should have little to do with him. Why did he keep thanking him? If it weren't for your superb acting skills, what's the point of having good post-production? The whole movie can't reflect it. The two complement each other, so he will keep thanking you. Zhang Qingqing next to him seemed to see Gu Chenfeng's confusion and explained with a smile. At this time, Zhuola happily walked down the podium holding the trophy and returned to his seat. Seeing this, Gu Chenfeng joked, Director Zhuo, you said you finished your acceptance speech this time. If you go up to receive the award again, what will you say? Chapter 92, As long as you have hope, you have the possibility of success. Please read and recommend. Zhuola waved his hand and said, Teacher Gu, I am very satisfied to get an award. I won't expect anything else. For the Best New Director Award, the box office of the works of the other nominees are much higher than mine, so they probably won't have a chance to go on stage. He still has some self-awareness. At this time, Tang Tang spoke again and said to Zhuola, Uncle Zhuo, why have you forgotten what my Aunt Luo said? As long as you have hope, there is a possibility of success. The results haven't even been announced yet, and you've already given up. That's not right. Oh, Tang Tang, I didn't expect you to be more open-minded than your uncle. Hearing Tang Tang's words, and considering that he had just received the award, Zhuola smiled and touched Tang Tang's little head, saying, It seems that your uncle is not as good as you. Tang Tang said seriously, Uncle Zhuo, I believe that you and my dad will both win awards next time. Why? Zhuola asked with a smile. Tang Tang raised two thumbs up to Zhuola and Gu Chenfeng respectively and said, Because you are both the best. Zhuola couldn't help laughing and said, okay, Tang Tang, you're so right. We are all the best. Ha. Regardless of whether he believed Tang Tang's words in his heart, at least he was very happy at the moment. The award ceremony continues. Soon it was time for the Best Newcomer Award. The host said, the next award to be presented is the Best New Director Award of this year's Academy Awards. The nominees include Zhuo Lu, the new director of Buried, and... As soon as these words came out, Zhuo Lu suddenly became nervous again. Didn't you say you wouldn't be nervous? Although he no longer has any extravagant expectations, there is still a little spark of hope in his heart. Maybe you'll win a prize? Although the chance is slim. After all, as a new director, if he could win this award, it would definitely be of great significance to Zhuo Li's future development. Maybe it was Tang Tang's words that ignited a glimmer of hope in Zhuo Lu's heart. The netizens in the live broadcast room also became interested at this time and started discussing it in the room. I've finally got the Best New Director Award. Will Zhuo Lu from Buried win this time? What are you thinking? This year's new director Fong Tong is leading the pack. His film Undercurrent is very popular. This year's new director must be Fong Tong. Although Undercurrent is good, I think Buried Alive is not bad either. Jewel is not without a chance. Let us wait and see. Buried is a good movie, but it still has a long way to go to catch up with Undercurrent at the box office, and it's just an arty suspense film. While netizens were discussing this heatedly, the stories and works of the 5 shortlisted directors were being broadcast on the big screen behind the stage at the awards ceremony. When everyone saw Juelie's story, they realized that this new director had participated in so many large-scale productions overseas. Of course, Juelie's resume is not the best, but Fong Tong's is the best, which is why he can take the lead. After the 5 people's works and deeds are played, the host invites the award presenter. I only heard Jia Bing, who was presenting the award, say, "So who will be the best new director at this year's Academy Awards?" He is Mr. Zhuo, a new director who filmed Buried Alive right after returning to China. Let us give our warmest applause to congratulate Mr. Zhuo for winning the Best New Director award at this year's Academy Awards. As soon as the award presenter said this, there was an uproar at the scene. The live camera also scanned the other 4 nominated new directors one by one. Among them, Fong Tong, the new director who had the highest popularity for this year's Academy Awards, had a very ugly expression on his face at the moment. Obviously, he never expected that the duck at his mouth would fly away. I didn't get even a single hair. What made him even more depressed was that he actually lost to Zhuo. When the live camera fell on Zhuo, he looked confused and full of disbelief. Not only did others not expect this, but Zhuo himself did not expect this either. The Best New Director award actually went to him. Happiness came too suddenly, and for a moment I felt. Gu Chenfeng patted Zhuo on the shoulder and said with a smile, "What my daughter said is still very correct. How about it, Director Zhuo, do you still have a speech for the award in your mind?" Zhuo smiled bitterly and said, "No, really not. Teacher Gu, I really didn't expect this at all." Tang Tang smiled and said, "Uncle Zhuo, I told you that you will definitely win the prize. Do you believe it now?" After listening to this, Zhuo thought about it carefully. It seems to be true. After losing the first 2 awards, Zhuo had already given up, but Tang Tang encouraged him, and he ended up winning the Best Editing award. Although there was a small flame in my heart this time, it was Tang Tang who ignited it. Then I actually won the Best New Director award. It's just weird. However, there was not much time for Zhuo to think about it, as the presenter had called him several times to go on stage to receive the award. So, Zhuo adjusted his suit again, hugged the people around him, and then walked up to the podium. The guest presenting the award this time is Hong Kong's most famous director, Liang Ka-fai. After presenting the Best New Director trophy to Zhuo, Director Liang said, "I've seen your film Buried, it's very good. The filming method is very novel, quite Hollywood-like. I think you deserve this award." Zhuo quickly said modestly, "Director Liang, to be honest, I am still confused now." Liang Jiawei laughed and said, Director Zhuo, please give your acceptance speech." Suddenly, Zhuo's expression became very interesting, and he said, "If I say that I have already finished giving my prepared acceptance speech just now, you will definitely not believe it." "Believe it, we believe it." Ha ha ha. The celebrity artists in the audience immediately responded. Excited Zhuo hurriedly organized his words and continued, "Actually, everything I said is true. The script of the movie Buried was written by Gu Chenfeng. When I saw the script, I even wondered if he had ever been overseas, because there were too many overseas elements in it. Everyone knows that I have been overseas before, so when Tianmong Entertainment approached me, I took on the role without hesitation. There was also a small episode. From the interview to the end of the filming, I didn't know that the script was written by Mr. Gu. I always thought he was just an actor with superb acting skills. In fact, his screenwriting skills are also very high. So I want to say that it was all thanks to Mr. Gu that I was able to win the Best New Director award." When Zhuo said this, everyone was shocked. Everyone knows that in the film production process, the director is the sole and the most important thing, but now Zhuo says that it was Gu Chenfeng who made him successful. Moreover, the script of Buried Alive was actually written by Gu Chenfeng? Chapter 93, Uncle Zhuo won an award, so can my dad ask for recommendation votes and follow-up reading? Although netizens have long known that the script of Buried Alive was written by Gu Chenfeng, everyone was still shocked when Zhuo said it himself. At this time, Zhou on the podium continued, "Maybe many people will think that I am just being polite, but every word I say is from the bottom of my heart. It is really a happy thing to be able to work with an actor like Mr. Gu. I hope I can work with him again in the future. In fact, Zhuola said a lot in his words of thanks, and the person mentioned the most was Gu Chenfeng. From his words, everyone could feel that Zhuola was sincerely grateful to Gu Chenfeng. This also made Gu Chenfeng the focus of more and more netizens. From the moment Zhuola finished his acceptance speech until he sat back in his seat, he still had a dreamy feeling. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all excited when they saw Zhuola won the Best New Director award. Fuck, I never expected that Buried Alive would make Zhuola famous and win the Best New Director award at the Academy Awards. Who said it wasn't? I never expected that Zhuola could beat others and win this award. It's really surprising. Fang Tong, who had the highest popularity before, lost to Zhuola this time. It's incredible. Actually, if you think about it carefully, this ending isn't that surprising. After all, Zhuola shot Buried very well, and it's well deserved that Zhuola won the Best New Director award. That makes sense. Buried Alive is just an art film, but Zhuola made it so brilliantly, proving that he is talented. But I didn't expect Zhuola to praise Gu Chenfeng so much in his acceptance speech. Isn't that a bit too much? Huh, don't you know that even the triple award winner Su Zhang calls Gu Chenfeng Teacher Gu? What's so strange about that? Yes. Gu Chenfeng's acting skills have been recognized by powerful leaders in the industry. This is not the first day that this news has been exposed. Buried Alive has already won the Best New Director award. Do you think it will make Gu Chenfeng the best actor? Fuck, man, you have a wild imagination. You want Gu Chenfeng to defeat Chow Yun-fat, Aaron Kwok, Deng Chao, Huang Bo and others to win the Best Actor award? This is simply impossible. In the Chinese entertainment industry, no one has won the Best Actor award at Gu Chenfeng's age. I admit that his acting skills are good, but it is impossible for him to win the Best Actor award after only debuting for a year. Humph, that's not necessarily true. My father-in-law can work miracles. We all believe in him. After Zhuola won the Best New Director award, netizens began to speculate. Can Gu Chenfeng create a miracle? At this time, the award ceremony was still going on, and Zhuola, who had come to his senses, looked at Tang Tang happily and said, "Oh, baby, you are really my lucky star. I've reserved the villa for you. No matter when, it will always be yours. Come over with your father when you're free. I'll treat you to supper tonight." Tang Tang said with a smile, "Thank you Uncle Zhua for the midnight snack. I told you that you would definitely win the prize. Do you believe it now? As a person, you must have confidence in yourself." Zhuola nodded happily. This scene stunned the other members of the Buried Alive crew. You just won the Best New Director award at the Academy Awards, and yet you were taught a lesson by a 5-year-old girl. It would be fine if it was just education, but you also listened with great interest and accepted the education with an open mind. What a talent! Zhuola didn't care what other people thought. He just kept looking at Tang Tang with a smile. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, "Tang Tang, do you really think your dad can win an award?" Tang Tang nodded heavily and said as if it was a matter of course, if Uncle Zhua can win an award, then my dad can definitely win one too. It hurts. It's so heartbreaking. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, Zhuola certainly wouldn't care about it. He muttered to himself, if Tang Tang is right again this time, then our Buried Alive cruise trip to the Academy Awards will be a great harvest. If Gu Chenfeng really won the Best Actor award for Buried this time, I'm afraid it's about to break out of the sky. Zhang Xingqing, who was standing next to him, also felt excited when she heard Zhuoli's words. If Gu Chenfeng really won the Best Actor award, he would be the youngest Best Actor in the history of the Chinese entertainment industry. He is also the first person to win the Best Actor award only 1 year after his debut. This will definitely set off a storm in the entire entertainment industry and even the entire country. But, is this possible? You know, Gu Chenfeng's opponents this time are 4 veteran movie stars. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "Director Zhua, Tang Tang has the best wishes. As for the result, we won't know until it is announced." Zhuola naturally understood, but he couldn't help but look forward to it in his heart. Not only him, but other people in the Buried crew also began to look forward to it. Soon, the Academy Awards were presented to Best Supporting Actress. As expected, Reba won the Best Supporting Actress award at this year's Academy Awards. Gu Chenfeng also made a congratulatory gesture to her from a distance. As for the Best Actor, it has always been the most important award at the Academy Awards, so it was presented last. So the host waited until all the other awards were handed out before he spoke. Dear friends in the hall, in front of the TV, and in the live broadcast room, I'm sure you all know what the award we are going to present is. No. Best Actor. Everyone in the audience responded very cooperatively. The host said, that's right. Next we are going to present the Best Actor Award for this year's Academy Awards. The nominees this year are Huang Bo, Chow Yun-fat, Deng Chao, Aaron Kwok and Gu Chunfeng. 4 of these 5 nominated actors have won the Best Actor trophy before, and Chow Yun-fat has won it 3 times. So, who will win the Best Actor trophy tonight? Please welcome our award presenters, Su Zhang and Wang Jin, to come on stage and reveal the answer to the mystery for us. Amid the warm applause and cheers from the crowd, the famous domestic triple award-winning actor Su Zhang and the famous Hong Kong director Wang Jin walked up to the podium. As award presenters, the two began to joke around on the stage. The audience and everyone watching the award ceremony were excited. After waiting for so long, the most exciting moment has finally arrived. Award presenter Wang Jin said, before we reveal the answer, let us first review the 5 nominated actors, the movies they starred in, and appreciate their superb acting skills. Then, the big screen behind the stage began to play the movies in which the 5 shortlisted actors starred one by one. Chapter 94, The Youngest Actor in History, Creating Film History. Please read and recommend. Zhou patted Gu Chunfeng on the shoulder and asked in a low voice, Teacher Gu, it's finally the Best Actor Award's turn. Are you nervous? Gu Chunfeng smiled and shook his head. Why should we be nervous? Just let everything go with the flow. Being nervous can't change the outcome, right? Zhou was speechless and could only give Gu Chunfeng a thumbs up. I was extremely nervous, but Gu Chunfeng, the person involved, was not nervous at all. It's true that it's the eunuchs who are anxious when the emperor is not. However, is Gu Chunfeng really not nervous? Wrong. He was actually nervous inside, but he didn't show it. He also wants the Best Actor trophy, or rather, it is the trophy he has always dreamed of. Ever since he was left with nothing, he has never forgotten what he said to Yang Jiao during the divorce. Soon I will be able to live a life 100 times better than yours with Tang Tang. If he could win the Best Actor trophy at this year's Academy Awards, then all the boasts he made would soon come true. However, Gu Chunfeng also knows that it is very difficult to snatch the Best Actor trophy from the 4 veteran movie kings. Even though he now has SS-level acting skills. After all, one of the selection criteria is qualifications, which is exactly what Gu Chunfeng does not have. But no matter what the outcome is, we must face it calmly. Agent Zhang Xingxing was also very nervous at this moment, with sweat on her palms. Although she didn't say anything, she was very uneasy inside. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also very nervous at this time and were all looking forward to the final result. Will Gu Chunfeng create a miracle, or will he compete among the 4 veteran movie emperors as they had expected? At this point, the movie clips starring the 5 finalists had already been played on the big screen. Su Zhang stood on the podium, holding an envelope in his hand, and stood in front of the microphone, saying, Oh, I am very nervous holding the envelope now, just like I was sitting in the audience waiting for the results last year. Ha ha ha. Everyone at the scene laughed. Su Zhang continued, So, who will win the Best Actor Award at the Academy Awards tonight? Please allow me to open the envelope first. After saying that, he opened the envelope, took a look at the name on the front, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Looking at the people in the audience, he said, Now I know who won this award. I can say with full responsibility that he absolutely deserves the Best Actor Award. He has superb acting skills, is humble, and knows how to be grateful. His words left the audience and netizens in the live broadcast room a little confused. Why? Because all 5 of the shortlisted candidates have these characteristics. Can't we just announce the results directly? Su Zhang is really a mean and evil person. Looking at the anxious crowd in the audience, Su Zhang said with a smile, I know that many of you must be scolding me in your hearts, scolding me for keeping you on suspense. In order to avoid being scolded less, I will announce it now. As soon as I say this, you will all know who will be the Best Actor winner tonight. At this point, Su Zhang paused again, whetting everyone's appetite. After a moment, he said leisurely, The winner of this year's Academy Award for Best Actor is, the one who once said, My backstage is myself. As soon as these words were spoken, even a fool would know who it was. At the same time, Gu Chunfeng's figure appeared on the big screen behind Su Zhang. Upon learning the result, everyone at the scene and netizens were stunned and dumbfounded. This year's Best Actor Award was actually won by Gu Chunfeng, who has only been in the industry for a year. Oh my god, it's incredible. In his first film, Gu Chunfeng defeated 4 veteran movie kings and won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards? Are you kidding me? The happiest people were the crew of Buried Alive, director Zhou Lo, and Gu Chunfeng's agent. After hearing what Su Zhang said, Zhou Lo screamed with excitement, hugged Gu Chunfeng and said, "Oh my god, Teacher Gu, you really won the award. You won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards." Fortunately, Gu Chunfeng's body is strong enough, otherwise he really can't bear the 200-pound Zhuo Lu. Tang Tang clapped and said with a big smile, "Hee, I knew my dad would win the prize. My dad is the best." Although she didn't know what this award meant, she was happy for her father. It's like if she won a little red flower in kindergarten, her father would be happy for her. The agent Zhang Qingqing on the other side also had a flushed face at this moment, obviously shocked by the fact that Gu Chunfeng won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards. I couldn't help but pinch my thigh and muttered to myself, I must be dreaming. Gu Chunfeng actually won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards. He actually succeeded. Hiss. It hurts. Not an illusion. This little action was noticed by Gu Chunfeng, who joked, "Sister Zhang, you were so strong, aren't you afraid of leaving bruises?" Zhang Qingqing stood up without a care in the world, opened her arms and said, "Chunfeng, congratulations." Upon hearing this, Zhuo Lu quickly gave up his seat. Gu Chunfeng smiled, hugged Zhang Qingqing, and whispered in her ear, "Sister Zhang, thank you." Zhang Qingqing didn't say anything, but tears were welling up in her eyes at this moment. "Dad, Aunt Qingqing, just be polite, don't be so affectionate." The two had just hugged each other when they were pulled apart by Tang Tang. Gu Chunfeng. This little girl, epsilon equals omicron alas. Just as he was about to step onto the podium, he suddenly heard Su Zhang on the stage shouting, "Teacher Gu, don't come up alone. I haven't seen Tang Tang for a long time. Ask her to come up too." Gu Chunfeng thought about it, picked up Tang Tang, and walked up to the podium amid the warm applause and cheers of the crowd. Everyone at the scene stared at Gu Chunfeng, who was holding the little girl with incredible eyes. No one expected that this new generation actor would defeat 4 movie emperors and win the Best Actor award at this year's Academy Awards, becoming the youngest movie emperor. It's just incredible. As for the netizens in the live broadcast room, they were already in an uproar. No news could be seen on the public screen because the scrolling speed was too fast. This is too crazy. Gu Chunfeng won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards for his first film. I must be dreaming. You are not dreaming. This world is just too crazy. Gu Chunfeng actually defeated 4 Best Actor winners and won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards. This is simply making history. Wow. I'm so happy and excited. Father-in-law Gu won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards for his first film, and I can also see my young wife Tang Tang. This was beyond everyone's expectations, but Mr. Gu's acting skills are absolutely impeccable, and he deserves the title of Best Actor. I originally thought that Buried would win this time, but who knew it would become the biggest winner of this year's Academy Awards, winning the Best New Director Award, Zhuo Lu, the Best Actor Award, Gu Chunfeng, and the Best Editing Award. This is amazing. Teacher Gu is so handsome, he has created a miracle in the film industry. Chapter 95, Don't forget your original intention. Tang Tang's words please read and recommend. On the podium. After Su Zhang solemnly handed the Academy Award Best Actor trophy to Gu Chunfeng, he patted him on the shoulder and asked, "Teacher Gu, you won the Academy Award Best Actor for your first movie. How do you feel now?" At this time, Gu Chunfeng was also very uneasy, and even found it hard to believe that he had really won the Best Actor award. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "I was really happy when I heard the results you announced. This is everyone's recognition of me. Thank you very much. But I know that winning the Best Actor award is more of a responsibility, a spur, and an urging. You may say it is an honor, but I think it is a driving force that urges me to keep moving forward." Su Zhang nodded and said, "Teacher Gu, you are really unique. You are different from other young people I have met. You have superb acting skills that others don't have, and you also have maturity and self-awareness that others don't have. Great. Director Su, please stop complimenting me. I'm afraid I'll become proud." Gu Chunfeng was a little amused. From the very beginning, before I met Su Zhang, this triple award-winning actor recognized my acting skills and later praised me more than once. Su Zhang laughed and said, If it was Kun who said this, I would believe it, but as for you, I don't believe it, because you have a self-awareness that others don't have, and you know what you want to do and what you should do." As soon as he said this, there was an uproar at the scene. The netizens in the live broadcast room went even crazier. No one expected that Su Zhang would step on Cohen without hesitation in such an occasion. However, Su Zhenka didn't care what others thought and continued, "Okay, Teacher Gu, now please give your acceptance speech." Gu Chunfeng nodded, took Tang Tang to the microphone, adjusted his mood, and said, "Being able to receive this award today doesn't mean that my acting skills are that good, it just means that I am lucky and I understood what an actor should be like earlier than some other people. Whether I was an extra or now, I always follow a principle. I must be familiar with the entire script before entering the set, and once I'm on set, I can't stop until the director says stop." Maybe some people will say, isn't this the most basic standard for an actor? Yes, it is the most basic standard, but not many people always follow it. I'm glad that I have always followed it. So, today's Best Actor trophy doesn't mean I have reached a certain height, but it means I have just started on the road. The next step is a brand new road, and also a road of inheritance. I hope that in the future, I can bring more and better works to everyone. Finally, I would like to thank all my friends who have always supported me. Thank you. I will always remember the help you have given me. Don't forget your original intention and strive to move forward. After saying that, Gu Chenfeng and Tang Tang bowed deeply to the people in the audience. His acceptance speech was simple and without many fancy words, but it made people feel ashamed to listen to it. Because many people at the scene may not see things as clearly as Gu Chenfeng, and may not stick to their original intentions like him and act according to the basic requirements of an actor. Gu Chenfeng is a real actor. As for the veteran actors and artists, they were deeply touched by Gu Chenfeng's words. Just as Gu Chenfeng said, in today's entertainment industry, there are very few people who can adhere to the most basic standards of an actor. Some people can't even memorize a few simple lines during filming, let alone memorize the script. They just speak digital lines during filming. Veteran artists really dislike such people. Gu Chenfeng is able to stick to his original intention, which makes the veteran artists like him very much. On stage. When Gu Chenfeng was about to take Tang Tang off the stage, Su Zheng called him again, but this time Su Zheng squatted down and looked at Tang Tang and asked, "Tang Tang, Dad won the award this time, do you have anything to say?" Tang Tang held the microphone and said in a baby voice, "I want to say that when I was sick and hospitalized, I saw my dad in the hospital every day, making various movements and expressions in front of the mirror, sometimes crying, sometimes laughing, sometimes frowning, and sometimes being careful. At that time, all the uncles and aunts said my father was a lunatic. I didn't understand what he was doing. I was scared, I cried, and I was terrified. Gradually, I realized that because my illness required expensive medical expenses, my father not only spent all his own money, but also all my grandparents' money. Those were all for my grandparents' retirement and even my aunt's college education. Dad didn't want to ask Grandpa and Grandma for money anymore, so he started to abuse himself crazily and hone his acting skills in the hope of getting more opportunities to make money. He worked so hard to support his family and to treat my illness." At this point, Tang Tang paused briefly, turned her head, quietly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, looked back with a smile on her face, and continued, "I have always believed that my father is the best. Now that I see my father win the award, I am more convinced of this. My father is the best." As she spoke, she could no longer control her tears, which slid down her face. She turned around and hugged Gu Chenfeng's thighs, saying loudly, "Dad, I love you, I will always love you." Gu Chenfeng's voice was also a little choked, and he said, "Dad loves you too, and will always love you." While Tang Tang was talking, scenes from the past emerged in Gu Chenfeng's mind, which moved him and tears welled up in his eyes. Everyone at the scene was shocked by Tang Tang's words. No one expected that Gu Chenfeng had such a past, and no one expected that a 5-year-old child would say such words. For a moment, everyone felt sorry for this little girl. She was really so sensible. At the same time, everyone also understood from Tang Tang's words that the reason why Gu Chenfeng had such superb acting skills was not accidental, but the result of countless days and nights of practicing in front of the mirror. Just imagine, if you were in that environment, would you still be able to work so hard and so crazy? Most people ask themselves if they can do it. Su Zheng's eyes were red at this moment. He stood up and said to Gu Chenfeng, "Teacher Gu, I finally understand why your acting skills are better than mine. You are not only talented, but also have the hard work and perseverance that others don't have. Teacher Gu, I am very optimistic about you. Your future is definitely limitless." Gu Chenfeng calmed himself down and said jokingly, "Director Su, if you say that again, I'll take it seriously." With just one sentence, everyone was relieved from the heavy atmosphere just now. With the Best Actor award ceremony, this year's Academy Awards came to a successful conclusion. Next, all the celebrities came on stage to take photos. Gu Chenfeng and his daughter Tang Tang, who won the Best Actor award tonight, were directly pushed to the center by everyone. Chapter 96, Hot on the Internet, The King Returns. Please recommend and read. For netizens who watched the live broadcast, this year's Academy Awards ceremony was definitely beyond everyone's expectations. Especially when Gu Chenfeng won the Best Actor award, the words he and his daughter Tang Tang said on the stage shocked everyone. Gu Chenfeng briefly explained what a real actor is, and Tang Tang revealed how Gu Chenfeng honed his acting skills. Everyone originally thought that Gu Chenfeng's acting skills were innate, but now they know that he was able to win the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards because of his silent hard work behind the scenes where no one can see. As the saying goes, opportunities come to those who are prepared. Thinking about it this way, it is not surprising that Gu Chenfeng won the Best Actor award. Of course, only Gu Chenfeng himself knows the real situation. For a time, netizens were excited about it online. I really didn't expect that this year's Academy Awards would be so unexpected. The Best Actor award went to newcomer Gu Chenfeng, and the Best New Director award went to Zhuo Luo from Buried Alive. Originally everyone thought that Buried would only be a runner-up and doomed to win nothing, but who would have thought that this movie would actually win 3 major awards, and 2 of them were for the most prestigious New Director and Best Actor. It's incredible. Gu Chenfeng is on the verge of success. He won the Best Actor award at such a young age. I wonder what Cohen's expression would be after seeing Gu Chenfeng win the Academy Award for Best Actor. Compared to him who only waved his hands and posed to attract attention, Gu Chenfeng, who lets his works speak for themselves and never forgets his original intention, deserves our attention. After listening to Tang Tang's words, I finally understood that nothing becomes popular without a reason. Before his rise, Gu Chenfeng had always been strict with himself, working hard to hone his acting skills, and always being prepared. It would be unacceptable if such a person wasn't popular. After the Academy Awards ceremony, Gu Chenfeng was pushed to the front page of major entertainment websites. His fame also reached a whole new level. Mango Entertainment. Lu Kuang has been paying close attention to this year's Academy Awards ceremony. When he saw that Gu Chenfeng really won the Best Actor award, he excitedly shouted in the office, as happy as a 200-pound child. After listening to Gu Chenfeng's acceptance speech and Tang Tang's explanation, Lu Kuang was even more shocked. Gu Chenfeng has a mature temperament that is very inconsistent with his actual age. Tianmong Entertainment is lucky to have such an entertainer. You know, although Tianmong Entertainment was established not long ago, due to some special relationships, it has never been well received in the industry. The other 5 signed artists under the company have also been working hard in the television industry, participating in various variety shows, with mixed reviews. However, with the appearance of Gu Chenfeng, Lu Kuang, who was originally somewhat helpless, saw hope. It was very difficult for Tianmong Entertainment to change the public's perception of it, and even Lu Kuang, the person in charge, saw no hope. However, with the rise of Gu Chenfeng, Lu Kuang saw hope. Especially now that Gu Chenfeng, a newcomer who has only been in the industry for a year, has won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards, this will definitely refresh everyone's perception of Tianmong Entertainment. Although Tianmong Entertainment is backed by Mango TV has always focused on TV dramas and has no way of getting involved in the film industry. Now that Gu Chenfeng has won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards in the film industry, everyone has understood a truth. That is, even without the backing of Mango TV, Tianmong Entertainment is still a powerful and visionary entertainment company. Like Lu Kuang, Luo Qingchang from the municipal hospital was even more excited and happier than him. Although she doesn't understand the things in the entertainment industry, she knows the importance of the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards for an actor. She knew better than anyone about the time that Gu Chenfeng and Tang Tang, father and daughter, spent in the hospital for treatment. So when she heard Tang Tang's story on the podium, Luo Qingchang's tears never stopped. At the same time, I made up my mind that no matter what my family thinks, I must take that step bravely. As for Gu Chenfeng, after attending the Academy Awards dinner, he returned to the hotel with Tang Tang. When they returned to the hotel, the first message they received was from Luo Qingchang. The message didn't contain much content, but it made Gu Chenfeng smile brightly. Moreover, this WeChat message was sent 2 hours ago, which means that she sent it when Gu Chenfeng just won the Best Actor award. Morning breeze, congratulations. Looking at Luo Qingchang's WeChat, Gu Chenfeng replied, "Thank you, I'll treat you to a delicious meal when I get back." It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening and Tang Tang had fallen asleep long ago. Gu Chenfeng sat on the sofa, replying one by one to the friends and relatives who had sent him messages to congratulate him. By the time he finished replying, it was already 12 o'clock. After taking a shower and before going to bed, I usually check Weibo. Good job. Weibo was a bit laggy, and I finally squeezed in to take a look. The first on Weibo's hot search list, newcomer actor Gu Chunfeng won the Best Actor award at this year's Academy Awards. Is Tianmeng Entertainment going to enter the film industry? Zhang Qingqing once again brings out a new Best Actor. For a time, Gu Chunfeng became famous, and his agent and contracted company Zhang Qingqing in Tianmeng Entertainment also became famous. Even what Tang Tang said at the awards ceremony became popular, making Tang Tang the national daughter again, and Gu Chunfeng the national father-in-law. Zhang Qingqing, who lived in the room next to Gu Chunfeng, kept ringing on the phone after returning to the hotel. Various variety shows, commercial performances, endorsements, and scripts all came to him at once. However, Zhang Qingqing declined all of these because she knew that Gu Chunfeng would definitely not participate in these variety shows and commercial performances. After finally getting everything done, Zhang Qingqing lay in the bathtub and murmured softly, "This Gu Chunfeng really makes me look at him in a new light. I never thought that in such a short period of time, he would be able to grow to such a level and directly win the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards. This is the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards, not some fake one." At this point, he laughed at himself and said, "In my original plan, if he won his first Best Actor award in 5 years, it would be an excellent accomplishment. But I didn't expect that he would achieve the goal I set in my mind in the first year." Even at this moment, Zhang Qingqing's face was still filled with shock and excitement. The next day, Gu Chunfeng and Zhang Qingqing and their group left Hong Kong Island and took a flight back to Jin City. When they appeared at the airport, Gu Chunfeng was frightened by the scene before him. Looking around, it was crowded with people, holding various cheering signs in their hands, with his name and Tang Tang's name on them. Not only that, Gu Chunfeng also saw a huge banner that read, "Congratulations to the Academy Award winner Gu Chunfeng for his comeback." Chapter 97, Now is the time to grow up and enter the entertainment industry. Please read and recommend. Gu Chunfeng glanced at Zhang Qingqing beside him, who gave him a reassuring look. At this time, some sharp-eyed fans had already seen Gu Chunfeng and his group. "Ah, Teacher Gu is out. The movie star Teacher Gu is back as the king. Wow, Teacher Gu is so handsome. Tang Tang, my little wife, is so pretty and cute. Teacher Gu, congratulations on winning the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards. Congratulations, Teacher Gu. You are our pride. You are the youngest winner in history, Mr. Gu. Welcome Mr. Gu to return as the king." The fans who came to pick them up at the airport went crazy at this scene, waving cheering signs and screaming crazily. Although it was the first time that Gu Chunfeng encountered such a situation, he quickly calmed down and put his hands together to express his support and gratitude to his fans. As for Tang Tang, she happily waved her little hands towards her fans. She was not at all stage nervous. Instead, she was very happy and excited. Afterwards, Gu Chunfeng and Tang Tang took the fans outside to a place where they would not affect the passage of passengers, took photos together, and then returned to the nanny car. After getting in the car, Gu Chunfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. This scene is really horrifying. Seeing Gu Chunfeng like this, Zhang Qingqing asked with a smile, "Why, you don't like this method?" Gu Chunfeng nodded and said, "Yes, I just want to shoot quietly and enjoy the beauty of the filming process. As for this kind of scene, it is really a bit scary. I am worried that a large number of fans gathering will affect the normal work of others. I am also worried that they will be hurt by the crowds, and I don't want them to spend unnecessary money." Listening to Gu Chunfeng's words, Zhang Qingqing explained helplessly, "Although you don't like it, since you have chosen to take this path, you have to accept this scene. Because those who are willing to spend money on you, put down their work and studies, and come to the airport to pick you up are all fans who love you and support you. I believe that there will be more such cases in the future." Gu Chunfeng didn't say anything. He naturally knew that what Zhang Qingqing said was true, but deep down he didn't want it to be like this. Other stars may think that if an artist does not have any fans connected to the phone, doesn't that mean he or she is not famous and no one pays attention to him or her? But for Gu Chunfeng, it doesn't matter whether there is anyone to pick him up at the airport or not, as long as everyone likes his film and television works. After all, he doesn't follow the path of a traffic star, but relies on his own works to speak for himself. At this time, Tang Tang looked at Gu Chunfeng and said, "Dad, don't you feel happy about this? So many people like Dad and Tang Tang, I feel so happy." Gu Chunfeng heard this and smiled, saying, yes, as long as Tang Tang is happy, Dad will be happy too. Some things are unavoidable when you are in this position, so just let it go. Zhang Qingqing, who was standing next to her, was stunned when she heard Tang Tang's words. This little girl, no matter how big the scene is, not only is she not stage frightened, but she actually likes this kind of atmosphere of being the center of attention. Will you enter the entertainment industry when you grow up? If that's the case, then I'm really looking forward to it. Tianmong Entertainment Headquarters. Lu Quan came in person to welcome Gu Qinfeng's triumphant return. This treatment was absolutely top-notch. In this regard, no one at Tianmong Entertainment had any objection and was quite supportive. Because they were already impressed by Gu Qinfeng, a new actor who had debuted for less than a year and had only starred in 2 movies, but he won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards, becoming the youngest Best Actor award winner in film history. They had to obey. Seeing the nanny car slowly stop and Gu Qinfeng get out of the car, Lu Quan walked forward excitedly and said, "Teacher Gu, you really surprised me. I thought you were just going to Hong Kong Island to see the world, but I didn't expect that you would directly win the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards this time." Gu Qinfeng smiled and said, "Minister Lu, I actually didn't expect this myself. Maybe it's because Tang Tang looks cute and adorable, so the organizing committee gave this award to me." Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard it. Tang Tang even smiled and said, "Dad, you are right. Tang Tang is the cutest." Gu Qinfeng raised his hand and touched Tauntaun's little head, saying, "Yes, my Tang Tang is the cutest." At this time, Lu Kuang said, "Teacher Gu, I have already booked a hotel. I will celebrate with you tonight and introduce you to other senior brothers and sisters. Come to think of it, you have joined our Tianmong Entertainment for a while, but you haven't met them yet. It's time to meet them." Hearing Lu Kuang's words, Gu Qinfeng touched his chin and thought to himself, "Are we finally going to meet?" Seeing that Gu Qinfeng didn't say anything, Zhang Qingqing next to him said, "Minister Lu, we all must be very tired after flying all the way back. How about we do it another day?" However, as soon as she finished speaking, Gu Qinfeng smiled and said, "No problem, we are all part of Tianmong Entertainment, it's time to meet and get to know each other." Gu Qinfeng said so Lu Kuang said, "Okay, I'll go get ready, you guys go and have a rest first." After saying that, he left in a hurry. Seeing this, Zhang Qingqing said to Gu Qinfeng, "Qinfeng, you guys go back and rest first. I'll go talk to Minister Lu." After saying that, Zhang Qingqing chased after him. Gu Qinfeng naturally understood Lu Kuang's intention. It would be more accurate to say that he wanted to confirm his position as the #1 star in Tianmong Entertainment rather than saying that they were getting to know each other. Not enough, Gu Qinfeng is not at all inferior. If you can't even do this, how can you talk about living a life with Tang Tang that is 100 times better than that woman? So he took Tang Tang back to the dormitory. Zhang Qingqing on the other side found Lu Kuang and said with some dissatisfaction, "Lu Kuang, what are you up to? That's not what you told me before." Lu Kuang smiled and said, "I knew you would come to ask me. If I said that this celebration is just to celebrate Gu Qinfeng winning the Best Actor award, would you believe it? Do you think I believe it?" Zhang Qingqing said unhappily, "Hurry up and tell me what you want to do. You told me before that you wouldn't let them meet so soon." Lu Kuang said seriously, "Actually, there is no meaning. I just want them to know who is the #1 in Tianmong Entertainment." "Are you sure?" Zhang Qingqing's expression changed slightly. Everyone knows that the top star of Tianmong Entertainment has always been Lu Tianyu. He has made great achievements in the field of TV dramas and is very good at making people laugh. He is a frequent guest on variety shows and has many fans. If Lu Kuang really did what he said at the party today, Lu Tianyu would definitely not be able to accept it. At this time, Lu Kuang laughed and said, "Don't worry, I have already thought of a solution to your worries." "What method?" Zhang Qingqing asked. Chapter 98, Internal Competition, the position of the #1. Please recommend and read. Lu Kuang said slowly, "This is also related to something I will announce tonight. I decided to divide the company into 2 parts, the film department and the TV series department, and the 2 departments will operate independently. At present, in our Tianmong Entertainment Company, there is only Gu Qinfeng who has entered the film industry, and there are 5 people in the TV drama industry. When the time comes, we will announce that Gu Qinfeng is the #1 in the Tianmong Entertainment film department, and Lu Tianyu is the #1 in the TV drama department. Don't affect each other." After listening to Lu Kuang's explanation, Zhang Qingqing finally understood that Lu Kuang wanted to use this method to prevent any unpleasantness from happening between Gu Qinfeng and Du Tianyu in the future. But Zhang Qingqing also had a feeling. That means Lu Kuang did all this on purpose. As long as Gu Qinfeng continues to rise, over time, Gu Qinfeng will become the spokesperson for Tianmong Entertainment Company. After all, netizens don't care whether you are from the movie department or the TV series department, they only know that they all belong to Tianmong Entertainment. Thinking of this, Zhang Qingqing looked at Lu Kuang and said, "Lu Kuang, your real intention is to overdo it, not to stop it. That's right. Lu Kuan laughed undeniably, because I have a feeling that Gu Chenfeng will rise all the way from now on, and he is destined to leave Lu Tianyu and others far behind. And there is only one top guy in Tianmong Entertainment. Zhang Qingqing shook her head and said, "Do you think Lu Tianyu and the others are fools and can't see it?" Lu Kuang shrugged and said, "So what if he figured it out? Haven't you noticed that Lu Tianyu and the others have been a little bit arrogant recently? If I don't give them a warning, I'll let them know that if they don't work harder, the position of the top brother will be given to others." Having said that, how could Zhang Qingqing not understand what Lu Kuang meant? She said, "You are really a cunning old man." It is obvious that Lu Kuang wants Gu Chenfeng to compete with Lu Tianyu in the internal competition of Tianmong Entertainment Company. From the company's perspective, this is definitely a good thing. Lu Kuang smiled and said, "If the company wants to develop, how can it do so without some means?" At this point, Lu Kuang narrowed his eyes and asked, "Don't tell me you don't have confidence in Gu Chenfeng? I'm very optimistic about him." "How is that possible?" Zhang Qingqing said domineeringly, "It may not be long before our Chenfeng will get the second best actor trophy. Just wait." After saying that, Zhang Qingqing left. However, Lu Kuang was frightened by this sentence. Soon, Lu Kuang thought of the movie Dying to Survive, which Gu Chenfeng had already finished filming. This is a movie produced by Su Zhang, and it has a huge investment. Although he has not read the script, it was originally a movie that Su Zhang was going to star in himself, so he thought the script would not be too bad. Then this Dying to Survive is really a movie worth looking forward to, coupled with Gu Chenfeng's creative acting skills. If this movie becomes a hit, Gu Chenfeng might actually be able to win his second Best Actor trophy. But, is this possible? Will Dying to Survive become a big hit? But then again, if Gu Chenfeng really won a second Best Actor trophy with Dying to Survive, Lu Kuang wouldn't have to work so hard at all. It can be announced directly to the public that Gu Chenfeng is the #1 in Tianmong Entertainment. By then, even if Lu Tianyu and the others were dissatisfied, they would have nothing to say. After Zhang Qingqing left Lu Kuang, she came to Gu Chenfeng's dormitory. Seeing Zhang Qingqing coming back, Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "Sister Zhang, have you reached an agreement with Minister Lu?" Zhang Qingqing did not answer, but asked, "Do you know what Lu Kuang meant by organizing the banquet this time?" "I guessed it. Tell me about it." "During this period, I always missed the time with the other 5 people. I originally thought that they were too busy and rarely returned to the company. Later, I found out that they didn't announce many things. Someone must have deliberately avoided our meetings." Gu Chenfeng said this, looked at Zhang Qingqing and grinned, "And this person is you and Lu Kuang." Zhang Qingqing didn't answer. Gu Chenfeng continued, "So I guessed, why did you want to avoid my meeting with them?" "The only possibility is that you were afraid that I would clash with them. Now Minister Lu is suddenly actively organizing me to meet with them. The meaning is simple. Minister Lu wants to determine the top candidate for Tianmong Entertainment Company, right? If I'm not mistaken, the candidate is me. After all, I've only been in the industry for less than a year, but I've already starred in 2 movies, and I won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards for the first movie." "You guessed it right." Zhang Qingqing nodded and said, "That's exactly what Lu Kuang meant. You also know that our Tianmong Entertainment is actually not well received in the industry." "Yeah, I know." Gu Chenfeng nodded. Zhang Qingqing continued, "So Minister Lu has always wanted to change the public's view of the company, and you are an opportunity. Because Mango TV has no achievements in the film industry, if our Tianmong Entertainment achieves amazing results in the film industry, it will change everyone's view of Tianmong Entertainment. Now, you have won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards. This is a very good opportunity. Minister Lu will definitely not give up." However, in order to avoid internal conflicts, he has divided the company again. It's divided into the TV series department and the film department. We belong to the film department, and the other 5 are in the TV series department. After hearing this, Gu Chenfeng understood. Lu Kuang was going to start an internal competition, so he smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, I'm not interested in the so-called #1 position. A false reputation is useless. As long as they don't cause trouble for me, everything will be fine. But if they deliberately cause trouble, I'm not someone to be trifled with." As he spoke, Gu Chenfeng exuded a strong sense of self-confidence. Seeing this, Zhang Qingqing felt like I am actually the clown. When she came, she was still a little worried, but Gu Chenfeng was not as fragile as she had imagined. This way, she can rest assured. That afternoon, all the people from Tianmong Entertainment Company gathered in a five-star hotel to congratulate Gu Chunfeng for winning the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards. Gu Chunfeng finally met the other five celebrity artists from Tianmong Entertainment. With Lu Quan's introduction, everyone got to know each other. After the greetings, they sat down and started eating. Gu Chunfeng clearly saw from the eyes of those people their dissatisfaction and hostility towards him. But he didn't care at all. In the face of absolute strength, any small moves are useless. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 kinds of dishes, Lu Quang stepped forward and said to everyone, "Today, please gather here together. First, we want to celebrate our teacher Gu winning the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards, a very important trophy for the Best Actor. Second, I want to announce something here." When these words came out, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Announcing something? What could it be? Chapter 99, The Jealous Cohen Was Scolded Like a Dog. Please read and recommend. Under everyone's suspicious and surprised gazes, Lu Quang continued, "After careful consideration by our senior management, we have decided to divide Tianmong Entertainment into 2 departments starting today. The film department, to which Gu Chunfeng belongs, and the TV drama department, to which Du Tianyu and others belong. The 2 departments will operate independently in the future, but of course they can also cooperate with each other." As soon as the words fell, the employees present were in an uproar. This news is simply shocking. Tianmong Entertainment has only 6 artists in total, but they are divided into 2 independent departments. This is going to cause trouble. Not to mention the agents and the artists, even the ladies at the front desk reception knew that Lu Quang was about to cause trouble. After hearing Lu Quang's words, Lu Tianyu's face changed slightly, and he immediately guessed the purpose of Lu Quang's doing so. Promote Gu Chunfeng, and make him the #1 star in Tianmong Entertainment. After Lu Tianyu figured it out, he was very angry, but he did not lose his temper on the spot. He endured it. However, the look he gave Gu Chunfeng became a bit murderous. Gu Chunfeng felt Lu Tianyu's murderous gaze, but his face remained calm, as if he didn't see it. Next, after Lu Quang finished explaining the details of the division into 2 departments, the entire banquet was over. Today's banquet is said to be to celebrate Gu Chunfeng's winning of the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards, but everyone knows that the company is trying its best to promote Gu Chunfeng. The meaning of setting up a special department just for him is too obvious. Of course, except for a few individuals, everyone understands that the potential shown by Gu Chunfeng is definitely worth the company doing this. The internet was also very lively at this time. What people talked about most was this year's Academy Award ceremony and this year's Academy Award winner, Gu Chunfeng. Especially when Gu Chunfeng received the award, his textbook-like acceptance speech became the object of imitation for everyone. Of course, Gu Chunfeng is so young. He has defeated the 4 veteran movie kings and become the youngest movie king in less than a year since his debut. Naturally, he will be criticized and dissatisfied. Among them, the most obvious were the fans of the 4 Best Actor winners, who began to question Gu Chunfeng online and said that he was not qualified to win the Best Actor trophy. Seeing this, Gu Chunfeng's fans started to argue. However, the discussion turned into a fierce battle. This fierce battle even became a hot topic on the internet, causing heated discussions among the whole nation for a while. Obviously, there must be someone behind this. What is even more interesting is that after learning that Gu Chunfeng won the youngest Best Actor award, Cohen posted a sour message on Weibo. When did the Academy Awards become so rubbish? Any random person can win the Best Actor award, so can I win the Oscar for Best Actor? But everyone can understand it. After all, seeing that Gu Chunfeng not only got nominated for the Best Actor award, but also won the Best Actor award, Cohen, who has always been at odds with him, must be jealous at this time. However, as soon as Cohen's Weibo post came out, it immediately set the internet on fire. A large group of crazy fans took to the comments section of Weibo to lick the chops, saying things like Cohen will definitely win the 5 major domestic awards in the near future, become the Grand Slam winner of Best Actor in history, and even make a bid for an Oscar. However, after seeing it, other netizens couldn't help but complain wildly online. Fuck, I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. This woman is too disgusting. Who gave him the courage? How dare he criticize the Academy Awards? He is not just targeting Gu Chunfeng, but the entire Academy Awards. Is he crazy? This guy dared to criticize the Academy Awards directly. It seems that he will be permanently banned soon. Even if he's not blocked, do you think he'll have a chance to attend the Academy Awards in his lifetime? MMP, who is this guy? He is full of shit. Gu Chunfeng was selected as the best actor by the Academy Awards organizing committee. You say he is not worthy? Mad dog, get out of here. Although I am a little uncomfortable that Gu Chunfeng defeated the other four and won the Best Actor award, I cannot watch the Academy Award being taken away by a mad dog. Go away, you mad dog, you are not even as good as one of Gu Chunfeng's toes. If you hadn't come out, we would have almost forgotten that there is such a mad dog like you. What teacher Su Zhang said is true. You are not even worthy of carrying Gu Chunfeng's shoes. As soon as Koan's Weibo post came out, the public opinion online changed drastically. Originally, the fans of the four failed actor candidates and Gu Chunfeng's fans were fighting each other, but now it has turned into a fight between the entire network and Koan's fans. There are no eternal enemies, this saying is vividly demonstrated. Unsurprisingly, Koan was criticized like a dog this time. However, just when everyone was cursing, Chow Yun-fat, who rarely used online platforms, posted a message on his social network account. Congratulations to Mr. Gu for winning his first Academy Award for Best Actor. You definitely deserve this award. I am looking forward to your new movie and the opportunity to work with you in the future. I am rooting for you. Keep it up. Following Chow Yun-fat's Weibo post, netizens were excited again. Fa Gu, the idol in the hearts of countless people and the top boss in the entertainment industry who is usually extremely low-key, actually spoke up for Gu Chunfeng this time. Oh my god, this is so unexpected. Doesn't Brother Fa usually not use social networks? He actually came out to support Gu Chunfeng at this time. Does Gu Chunfeng really have no background at all? Why would Brother Fa stand up for him? Since Brother Fa has said so, then Gu Chunfeng is definitely qualified to win the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards. As for that mad dog, he is not even worthy of carrying Gu Chunfeng's shoes. Oh my god, Brother Fa really likes Gu Chunfeng and actually wants to cooperate with him. Being picked by Brother Fa, Gu Chunfeng is going to be on a roll. If you count carefully, Gu Chunfeng was first spotted by Triple Award winner Su Zhang, and then replaced Su Zhang in the movie. Now Gu Chunfeng is also spotted by Chow Yun-fat. Gu Chunfeng must be cheating. Now that Brother Fa has spoken out about this, no one will dare to question whether there is any shady dealings in Gu Chunfeng's winning the award. Brother Fa is also a finalist, and if there was any shady dealings, he would definitely not say so. That's right. We have to admit that although Chow Yun-fat is low-key, his influence and credibility are absolutely terrifying. As soon as he posted this Weibo, netizens all quieted down. Even those who had ulterior motives had to shut up now. However, what netizens did not expect was that not only Chow Yun-fat, but also Su Zhan, Huang Xiaochu, Zhu Bing, Zhou Lu and others all posted on Weibo to support Gu Chunfeng and congratulate him on winning the Best Actor trophy. Even sisters Yang Mi and Reba posted on Weibo to congratulate Gu Chunfeng for winning the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards. Such a scene was definitely beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 100, Gu Chunfeng responds, Luo Qingchang receives candy asking for recommendation votes and follow-up reading. Just as netizens were discussing the issue, Tianmong Entertainment's official Weibo account also updated a message. First of all, congratulations to Mr. Gu for winning the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards. I would also like to tell you a piece of good news. From now on, our Tianmong Entertainment will be divided into two departments. One is the film department, with Gu Chunfeng as the main member, and the other is the TV series department, with Lu Tianyu, Ling Feng, and 5 other people as the main members. The two departments operate independently, but also cooperate with each other. Please be informed. Netizens were stunned. Divided into two departments internally? What is Tianmong Entertainment doing? What the hell, Tianmong Entertainment is going to heavily promote Gu Chunfeng. I can only say that Mr. Gu is awesome. He actually made Tianmong Entertainment set up a department just for him. But it's understandable. After all, among the artists of Tianmong Entertainment, only Gu Chunfeng is making movies, and the others are in the field of TV dramas, so they are divided into two departments. The person at the helm of Tianmong Entertainment has something. I was originally thinking Gu Chunfeng is the youngest film emperor, and Lu Tianyu, the former number 1 of Tianmong Entertainment, has made achievements in the field of TV dramas. These two are rare talents. Who will be the real number 1? Now that this has happened, there is no such thing as the number 1. That's right. Gu Chunfeng is the boss of the film department, and Lu Tianyu is the boss of the TV department. No one is in the way of the other. This is a good plan. Although this method is a bit shameful, we have to admit that it is a good idea. Do you really think this matter will be so simple? Gu Chenfeng debuted for less than a year, filmed 2 movies, and won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards for the first one. Can Lu Tianyu catch up with such an achievement? That makes sense. Then Tianmong Entertainment will become more and more interesting. However, I'm very curious as to why Gu Chenfeng has never appeared on any variety show since he appeared on an episode of Longing for Life to promote Buried Alive. Doesn't he need money? He is definitely short of money. Didn't you hear Tang Tang say that Gu Chenfeng spent all his parents' savings to treat her illness? Then why doesn't he participate in variety shows? If it were someone else, they would definitely be making a lot of money right now. That is unknown. As netizens discussed and were curious, many netizens did not understand why Gu Chenfeng did not participate in the variety show. So many netizens left messages under Gu Chenfeng's Weibo, hoping that he could come out and respond to this issue. However, the person involved, Gu Chenfeng, stayed with Tang Tang and coaxed her to sleep after returning home. It was not until after 11 o'clock in the evening, when I had finished taking a shower and was lying in bed, that I took out my cell phone. When he saw netizens asking why he didn't participate in variety shows, he smiled and responded on Weibo. Thank you all for your attention and blessings. I saw that many netizens were very curious and asked me many questions. I will briefly answer some of them here. First of all, I'm really short of money. I'm still living in the company shamelessly. I'm so short of money that I have no choice but to stay in the company. Also, as for variety shows, apart from the necessary promotion of my works, I really don't have time to participate. My daughter needs my care. Of course, I still have to shoot the movie. After all, I have to support my daughter and me. As for the reason, I feel that I have just started on the road of acting and have not yet reached the peak. I don't want to be distracted and I don't want other things to affect my love for acting. After seeing Gu Chenfeng's response, netizens first laughed, and then were shocked by his words. I didn't expect that Gu Chenfeng would actually make fun of me online, and I didn't expect that he set such high goals for his life, and that he restrained other thoughts in order to go further on the road of acting. I really didn't expect that Teacher Gu actually has such a cute side. He even started to tease me. Indeed, I have always thought that Mr. Gu was a very serious and rigorous person, but I didn't expect that he would openly make fun of himself. I admire Mr. Gu's determination to go further in his acting career without distractions. Teacher Gu is really a pure actor. He is not like other people who, once they have a little fame, will frantically participate in various variety shows and make a lot of money. The gap between a star and an artist is like the gap between Mr. Gu and a young idol. There is a fundamental difference. Oh, I didn't expect that Teacher Gu still lives in the company. It's so unexpected. Don't you know that Tianmong Entertainment has supporting apartments? And the decoration is very luxurious, not worse than the community I bought, or even better. Following Gu Chenfeng's response, netizens also started discussing and making jokes. However, this response shocked many netizens. It turns out that the reason why Gu Chenfeng doesn't participate in variety shows or commercial performances is that he just wants to be a pure actor. Time passed, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Gu Chenfeng did not go anywhere and stayed at home with his daughter every day. That day, according to Tang Tang's request, Gu Chenfeng first called Luo Qingcheng and asked her to come to his house for dinner in the evening. Luo Qingcheng was originally a little reserved, but she couldn't resist Tang Tang's constant nagging. After sending Tang Tang to kindergarten, Gu Chenfeng went to the farmer's market to buy vegetables. He had a quick meal at noon and read a book in the afternoon. He lived a very comfortable life. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Gu Chenfeng was originally planning to pick up Tang Tang, but Luo Qingcheng sent him a message telling him that she was not working overtime today and happened to be passing by Tang Tang's school, so she went to pick up Tang Tang. Gu Chenfeng started preparing ingredients at home. In front of Tang Tang kindergarten. Luo Qingcheng wore a pure white shirt on her upper body with the hem tucked into her trousers, which showed off her amazing bust and slender waist. Her lower body was wearing navy blue denim tights, and her legs were straight and slender. Her tall figure, nearly 1.7 meters tall, is well proportioned, giving an overall clean, refreshing and fashionable feel. Standing at the entrance of the kindergarten, he instantly attracted the attention of many parents. 5:10. When the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Tang Tang and her classmates lined up and walked to the kindergarten gate under the guidance of the teacher. When she saw Luo Qingcheng in the crowd, she raised her hands in surprise and waved, "Aunt Luo Luo." Luo Qingcheng looked over when she heard the voice, a charming smile appeared on her face, and she waved at Tang Tang. Tongtong's teacher asked, Tang Tang, who is this? It's my Aunt Luo Luo. Don't worry, teacher. She's the best to me. She's here to pick me up from school. All right. After explaining the situation to the teacher, Tang Tang walked out of the kindergarten, skipped over to Luo Qingcheng, and said with a smile, Wow, what a surprise. I didn't expect Aunt Luo Luo to pick me up from school. You can see that the little guy is really happy. Luo Qingcheng bent down slightly, gently scratched Tongtong's nose, and said, As long as you are happy, let's go. Great, let's go home for dinner. Tang Tang held Luo Qingcheng's hand and left the kindergarten cheering. Chapter 101, The second time I got home, did Luo Qingcheng confess? Please vote for recommendation and read on. Soon, Luo Qingcheng drove Tang Tang to the host of Tianmong Entertainment Company. Since this was her second visit to Tongtong's house, Luo Qingcheng was obviously not as reserved. As soon as he entered the door, he took Tang Tang to wash her hands, then peeled the fruit he bought and put it on the coffee table, and then took Tang Tang to hang up the sheets and quilt covers that were not hung out of the washing machine. Looking at Luo Qingcheng, who was busy, Gu Chenfeng opened his mouth, but in the end he did not try to stop her politely. He is not stupid. They have known each other for such a long time and have been in contact with each other during this period. How could he not see Luo Qingcheng's feelings for him? Moreover, Tang Tang is very dependent on her, and she has no right to deprive Tang Tang of the right to have motherly love again. Tang Tang likes Luo Qingcheng, and Luo Qingcheng also likes Tang Tang from the bottom of her heart. As for myself and her, let it be. So when Luo Qingcheng took Tang Tang to hang up the sheets and quilt covers, Gu Chenfeng went to the kitchen and got her a bottle of water. But he didn't see the slightly raised corners of Luo Qingcheng's mouth. Just now, when Luo Qingcheng brought Tang Tang to the balcony to hang clothes, he felt a little nervous, worried that Gu Chenfeng would stop him. Fortunately, no. Very good. Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but feel excited, as she had successfully taken another big step forward. Afterwards, Luo Qingcheng quickly dried the sheets and quilt covers, clapped her hands and said, Okay, now we can go look at the picture books. Okay. Then I'll take you to get the sketchbook. Tang Tang felt a sense of accomplishment after participating in the labor. Most importantly, working with Luo Qingcheng made her very happy. When they came to the room, Tang Tang found a storybook and put it in Luo Qingcheng's hand, and said coquettishly, Mom, can you read the storybook to me? Luo Qingcheng glared at Tang Tang and whispered, Don't break our agreement. While speaking, he glanced outside the door guiltily, fearing that Gu Chenfeng would hear him. Tang Tang blinked playfully and said, Oh, I forgot. Don't worry, Mom, I will pay attention next time. The tone of his voice did not show any attitude of admitting fault. Luo Qingcheng picked up the storybook, took Tang Tang out of the bedroom, and came to the living room. She happened to meet Gu Chenfeng, who came out of the kitchen. Seeing Luo Qingcheng holding the storybook, he smiled and said, Drink some water first. This little girl likes to listen to stories. Before Luo Qingcheng could react, Tang Tang took the water from Gu Chenfeng, held it up with both hands, and said to Luo Qingcheng, Aunt Luo Luo, please drink some water. Well, Tang Tang is so good. Luo Qingcheng took the water and said with a smile. Gu Chenfeng smiled, turned around and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Luo Qingcheng took Tang Tang to the living room, where they ate fruit and read storybooks. But before she finished reading a story, Tang Tang said she wanted to watch cartoons. Luo Qingcheng had no choice but to play cartoons on TV for her. With nothing to do, Luo Qingcheng got up and walked towards the kitchen, but was stunned when she reached the door. Gu Chenfeng's entire cooking process was smooth and elegant. It didn't seem like he was just cooking, but more like a visual feast. Wow, this is so handsome. Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but mutter in her heart, becoming a little infatuated. Soon, the first baked salt-fried chicken wings came out of the pot. When Gu Chenfeng turned on the air fryer, a scent of human flesh began to spread in the room. Tang Tang, who was watching cartoons, smelled the aroma and looked up and shouted, Dad, I want to eat chicken wings. Hearing Tongtong's voice, Gu Chenfeng turned around and saw Luo Qingcheng standing at the kitchen door in a daze. Luo Qingcheng asked awkwardly, I just want to ask if there is anything I can help with. Gu Chenfeng put all the chicken wings on the plate with a smile on his face and said, Then help me take this out and you guys try it first. Okay. Luo Qingcheng's ears felt a little hot, and she picked up the baked salt chicken wings and went to the living room. I walked slowly. The scene of Gu Chenfeng cooking just now couldn't be shaken off my mind. Men who work hard are the most attractive, and most importantly, Luo Qingcheng likes them. Looking down at the chicken wings on the plate, they were so colorful and fragrant that they were very appetizing. As soon as the plate was put down, Tang Tang couldn't help but reach out to take it. Luo Qingqing stopped her and said, "Go wash your hands first." Tong Tong's saliva was almost flowing out. Ha! Luo Qingqing glared at him, and Tang Tang had no choice but to follow her and wash her hands. After washing her hands, Luo Qingqing picked up a pair of chopsticks, picked up a chicken wing, blew on it to heat it, and prepared to let Tang Tang taste it first. "You can eat it now, but be careful, it's hot." But Tang Tang simply grabbed the chicken wing with her tender little hands and took a big bite. After taking this bite, the little guy's face showed extremely rich expression. Luo Qingqing smiled and shook her head, then picked up a piece of chicken wing and tasted it. It doesn't matter if you don't try it, once you try it you will fall in love with it and can't help yourself. It is crispy when you put it in your mouth, burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, with a delicate and layered taste. It's so delicious. Luo Qingqing knew that the soy sauce butter, dumplings and cold dishes made by Guanfong were delicious, but she didn't expect that his chicken wings were also so delicious. After eating a piece of chicken wing, Luo Qingqing couldn't resist her curiosity and ran to the kitchen door again. Such a beautiful picture, just seeing it once is not enough. After cooking a dish and serving it on a plate, Guanfong saw Luo Qingqing standing at the door again, looking at him, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" No, nothing." Luo Qingqing didn't shy away, but said with a blushing face, "This is the first time I realized that your cooking is so beautiful, just like a painting, a pleasing painting. Whether it's the dumplings, chicken wings, or braised beef you made, they are all the best I've ever eaten." Luo Qingqing's words were already a disguised confession to Guanfong. After saying that, she lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Guanfong. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She didn't know whether Guanfong understood or not, and she was even more worried that he would deliberately avoid her and pretend to be confused. Fortunately, Guanfong did not let her down. He put down the plate in his hand, thought for a moment, and then said to Luo Qingqing with a smile, "As long as you like it, I can cook it for you any time when I am not filming." With just one sentence, Guanfong gave Luo Qingqing a response and promise. After all, Luo Qingqing has already said this much, if I continue to avoid it, I would really not be a man. Okay. After receiving Guanfeng's affirmative response, Luo Qingqing smiled happily. Her smile, like a spring breeze, made the whole house warm in an instant. Although the window paper had not been broken, they already understood each other tacitly, and the atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. For Luo Qingqing, even though Guanfong has now become the youngest film emperor, in her heart, he is still that sunny boy. During the 2 years of treating Tang Tang, Luo Qingqing could be said to understand Guanfong better than any other woman, which is why she acted bravely. At this moment, Tang Tang ran over, stared at Luo Qingqing's red face, and said, "Mom, why is your face red?" Chapter 102, When will Mom and Dad have dinner? Please subscribe first, update once. Go back and watch your cartoons and don't eavesdrop on adults' conversations. Luo Qingqing and Guanfong said in unison. After saying this, Luo Qingqing's face became even hotter and she felt a little ashamed. I just told her not to call her mom in front of Guanfong. This little rascal must have done it on purpose. He is so mean. When Tang Tang called her mom, Guanfeng's heart skipped a beat, and he was worried that Luo Qingqing would be angry. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. Luo Qingqing was not angry, but a little shy. Tang Tang leaned against the kitchen door, stuck out her tongue, and asked with a smile, "Mom and Dad, I'm hungry. When will dinner be served?" Luo Qingqing was almost going crazy, the temperature on her face was almost over 38.5 degrees. She quickly turned around, picked up Tang Tang and walked out. On the way, Luo Qingqing deliberately lowered her voice and said to Tang Tang, "You little bad boy, I told you not to be obedient and do bad things." Then, Tong Tong's voice calling for help was heard in the living room. "Dad, help me, help me." He. Guanfong smiled and shook his head and continued cooking. Soon, 5 dishes and a soup were served. Okay, it's time to eat. Luo Qingqing put the last dish on the table. At this time, Guanfong also washed his hands and walked out of the kitchen. Wow, it smells so good. Tang Tang stood up and crawled on the table, sniffing the aroma of the food, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Can we start eating?" Luo Qingqing held Tang Tang in the dining chair, put on her bib, and then carefully picked up a few pieces of potatoes and beef brisket for her, saying, "Okay, let's eat." Wow! As soon as Luo Qingqing picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth, surprise blossomed in her eyes and she said, "This is too delicious." This was different from the potato brisket she had eaten before. It had a pure and refreshing fragrance. The potatoes were soft but not loose, and the beef was tender and delicious. After swallowing it, the fragrance lingered in her mouth. In fact, the ingredients used by Guanfong are the same as those used by others, but the cooking methods are slightly different. Unfortunately, the same ingredients were turned into the most delicious food in the world by Guanfong. Wow, this potato brisket is super delicious. Dad, you're awesome. Auntie Lolo, isn't my dad super awesome? Yes, that's great. I didn't expect shredded carrots could be so delicious. Yes, no wonder the little rabbit likes to eat carrots. Tang, you should eat more carrots. They contain a lot of vitamin A, which is very good for your eyes. Wow, this fresh soup is so delicious. Tang, try it, it's super delicious. Wow, it's true. Dad, you are amazing. Not only are you a good actor, but you also cook delicious food. Tang, slow down. Don't choke. Auntie Luo, you are still talking about me. Do you eat slower than me? Looking at the two of them, Guanfong showed a bright and happy smile on his face. This kind of life is what I want. When there is work to do, I shoot the scenes. When there is no work to do, I stay at home with Tang and cook some delicious food. After dinner, Luo Qingcheng insisted on helping to clean up. In her words, getting something for nothing and enjoying the fruits of one's labor were the most shameful behaviors. Tang also got down from the dining chair and said eagerly, "And Luo, let me help you." Luo Qingcheng picked up Tang and put her on the sofa, saying, "No need. Just sit on the sofa and watch cartoons. That will be the biggest help to me." Okay. Tang said seriously, "And Luo, you've worked hard." "It's not hard, you're so good." Just as Luo Qingcheng was cleaning up the dishes, Guanfong received a call. It's Su Zheng calling. Teacher Gu, the post-production of I Am Not a God of Medicine has been completed, and the review is also being processed. In 2 days, the national roadshow will begin. Are you ready? Hearing this news, Guanfong was not surprised at all, or rather, he had been prepared for it, and replied, "Director Su, don't worry, I'm ready." Su Zheng on the other end of the phone said, "Okay, you should get ready in the next 2 days. We will be traveling around for the next period of time, and you must be there as the lead actor." Yeah. Guanfong hummed and said, "I know. I definitely can't affect the promotion of the movie because of myself." Su Zhengdao, "Okay, I'll contact you then." After saying that, Su Zheng hung up. These days, he has no free time at all and almost runs himself to pieces. The final review of Dying to Survive was repeated and deleted, and it finally passed the review. There was no way to avoid it because the subject matter is too sensitive. After all, this movie is based on a real case, and it is a great blessing that it can pass the review. Guanfeng's home. When he answered the phone, Luo Qingcheng had already cleaned up the kitchen and was about to go home, but Tang insisted that Luo Qingcheng coax her to sleep. Tang, stop making trouble. Aunt Lolo has to go to work tomorrow. Guanfong stopped her. Dad, who called you just now? Is there something wrong? Why are you telling me a bedtime story if you have something to tell me? Tang said with blinking eyes. Hearing Tantan's words, Luo Qingcheng smiled and said, "Guanfong, you can do whatever you want first. I'll coax Tang to sleep, and you can go about your business." Tang even clung to Luo Qingcheng like an octopus, and said with an expression that she would never let go, "I just want Aunt Luo to coax me to sleep." Seeing Tantan's uncompromising attitude, and thinking about Su Zheng's call to talk about the promotion of the movie Dying to Survive, he really needed to discuss it with his agent Zhang Qingcheng, so he nodded and said, "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Qingcheng." "It's okay." Luo Qingcheng smiled and carried Tang back to the room. Guanfong went to the balcony to call Zhang Qingcheng. Tang took a quick glance and saw that the balcony door was closed. She quickly closed the door of her room and cheered excitedly, "Wow, that's great. Mom, we are a family now." Luo Qingcheng glared at him and pretended to be angry. "Little rascal, who are you and your family?" "Of course it's you, Mom." Tang suddenly pouted and said, "It would be great if we could live together, then I could see Mom every day." At this point, Tang suddenly thought of something and said, "No, I have to ask Dad to buy a house for us." "Isn't it nice here?" Luo Qingcheng said with a helpless smile. Tang said seriously, "No, this is my dad's company's house, not my dad's house." Luo Qingcheng didn't know what to say after hearing Tang's words, so she changed the subject and said, Okay, let me read you a story. Tang can talk about the matter of the house, and Luo Qingchang will definitely not say anything. Half an hour later, Tang Tang fell asleep with a smile on her face. Luo Qingchang covered her with a quilt and then tiptoed out of the bedroom. Gu Chenfeng finally finished talking about work with Zhang Xingqing, opened the balcony door and returned to the living room. Chapter 103, Giving the Key, Publicity is Difficult Seeking First Order, Second Update. Suddenly the atmosphere in the living room became a little awkward. Luo Qingcheng was the first to speak. I'm leaving. It's already past 9 o'clock, how about I take you there? Gu Chenfeng asked after putting away his phone. No, I can drive back by myself. Luo Qingcheng picked up her bag and car keys and walked out the door. Gu Chenfeng hurried forward, opened the door for her, and walked her to the elevator. While waiting for the elevator, Gu Chenfeng took out a key, handed it to Luo Qingcheng, and said, I'm going to promote my new movie in a couple of days, so I'll be busy and won't be able to take care of Tang Tang. Can you come and help look after her when you're free? Although her assistant Wu Xiaoxiao and Tang Tang get along well, there is no doubt that Tang Tang likes Luo Qingcheng more than Luo Qingcheng. Looking at the key in front of her, Luo Qingcheng was delighted, her face flushed. She took the key, nodded and said, okay. Giving me the key to the house is a sign of his trust in me. It is also a further proof of our relationship. Very nice. Bite. The elevator is here. Luo Qingcheng walked slowly towards the elevator. When she was about to enter the elevator, she turned around and hugged Gu Chenfeng, saying softly, don't worry, I will take good care of Tang Tang. After saying that, she let go of Gu Chenfeng and ran into the elevator with a red face. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, be careful on the road and send me a message when you get home. Okay. Luo Qingcheng responded, and the elevator door closed. After Luo Qingcheng left, Gu Chenfeng went back to take a shower. As soon as he finished taking a shower and lay down on the bed, his phone rang with a WeChat notification tone. It was from Luo Qingcheng. Home safely. Gu Chenfeng replied, okay, thank you for your hard work, go to bed early. Luo Qingcheng replied quickly, okay, you should go to bed early too. In the master bedroom of room 1201, building A, Linjiang Villa, Luo Qingcheng was humming a little tune while taking a bath. She is feeling both happy and sad at the same time. I am happy that I have finally taken the most crucial step, and my own happiness is within my reach. The sad thing is, how can I convince my parents? Although Gu Chenfeng is now a successful actor, he is a divorced man with children after all. Luo Qingcheng knew her parents' personalities very well. They would never agree to her marrying a divorced man with children. The worst result would even be severing the father-daughter relationship with her, especially her father. Luo Qingcheng believed that he could do it. Oh, how should I tell you? Luo Qingcheng murmured with helplessness and a hint of resentment. However, when she thought that Gu Chenfeng even gave her the key to the house, a happy smile appeared on Luo Qingcheng's face again. I made up my mind and slowly convinced my parents that my happiness was mine, and no one could break it up as long as I held on to it. 3 days later, Gu Chenfeng embarked on a half-month-long promotional journey for Dying to Survive. Their first stop was naturally Beijing. On the day of the promotion, almost all domestic entertainment reporters and media were dispatched. You know, this is a movie by triple award-winning actor Su Zhang. Although he is not the director nor the lead actor, he is the producer. Any movie he participates in will never be bad. Moreover, the protagonist of this movie is Gu Chenfeng, the youngest winner of the Academy Awards in film history, so the promotional event for Dying to Survive attracted even more attention. During this period, there was naturally no shortage of troubles from media reporters. However, they were all resolved by Gu Chenfeng one by one. But the endless harassment from those reporters also made Gu Chenfeng a little angry. Even a clayman has some temper, let alone Gu Chenfeng, who is a human being. Finally, during the roadshow in Shanghai, when a reporter deliberately made things difficult for Gu Chenfeng, he exploded. Gu Chenfeng, although you are the youngest actor, your experience is too shallow. In this play, you replaced director Su Zhang as the leading actor. How much box office do you think you can get for the movie Dying to Survive? Many people say that if director Su Zhang plays the lead role, the minimum box office is guaranteed to be 1.5 billion. What about you? How much do you think you can earn if you play the lead role? Is it 300 million, 500 million, or 600 million? This question was definitely meant to make things difficult for Gu Chenfeng and embarrass him. To put it bluntly, they are here to deliberately stir up trouble, saying that because of Gu Chenfeng's participation, the box office of Dying to Survive will drop. When Su Zhang and Wenmu heard this question, they looked at each other and became a little angry. This reporter really went too far. Just when they were about to confront the reporter, Gu Chunfeng spoke first. My friend, someone paid you to deliberately stir up trouble, right? But for me, it doesn't matter. If you want to stir up trouble, I'll accompany you. I can tell you very clearly here that the box office of Dying to Survive will definitely not be less than 3 billion. I say that. Gu Chunfeng's words immediately triggered an outcry among the reporters and media participating in the roadshow. They didn't expect that Gu Chunfeng would be so easily fooled and say such shocking words after being slightly provoked by a reporter who was trying to stir up trouble. The box office will never be less than 3 billion? This is too crazy. Not only the reporters, but even Su Zhang and Wenmu were shocked by Gu Chunfeng's words. Brother, we can brag, but there must be a limit. No, that is not called bragging, that is called boasting. According to the speculation of Su Zhang, Wenmu and others, Dying to Survive would be a great success if it could gross 1.5 billion yuan at the box office. Even if Su Zhang starred in the film himself, the box office would not be able to exceed 2 billion. But now Gu Chunfeng directly boasted that the box office would reach 3 billion. That is 3 billion. In today's Chinese film market, how many movies have grossed over 3 billion yuan? However, Su Zhang and Wenmu also knew that the reason why Gu Chunfeng said this was because he was really irritated by these reporters. Since the roadshow began, they have been frequently provoked by media reporters. Gu Chunfeng, as the leading actor, has been the main target of the reporters' provocation. They knew that Gu Chunfeng had exploded, but they did not blame him, because if they looked at it from another perspective, they would have exploded as well, not to mention Gu Chunfeng, a young man. Soon, Gu Chunfeng's words were spread online, and netizens were instantly excited. Oh my god, is this true? Did Gu Chunfeng really say that Dying to Survive could gross 3 billion yuan? Is this still the Gu Chunfeng we know? 3 billion box office, is Teacher Gu crazy? Even if Su Zhang himself participated in the film, he would not dare to guarantee that it would get 2 billion box office. But now Teacher Gu. I can only say that it is too crazy. Teacher Gu, don't get carried away. 3 billion is not that easy to come by. Humph, our Teacher Gu is definitely not that kind of person. He definitely won't get carried away. The reason why Teacher Gu said that is entirely because of that reporter's deliberate provocation. These reporters are really too mean, they specifically bully our honest Teacher Gu. That's right. Even Buddha would get angry if he was treated so harshly. Alas, I can only say that Teacher Gu is still too young and hasn't figured out the routines of these reporters. Gu Chunfeng just won an Academy Award for Best Actor and he's already so proud of himself? A box office of 3 billion? How could it be that easy? Does he really think he's a star? By the way, I seem to remember that Stephen Chow's The New King of Comedy has also been rumored to be released soon. If this is true, it will be very interesting. Chapter 104, Keeping a Low Profile for Too Long, Being High Profile for Once Asking for the First Order, 3 more chapters. Following Gu Chunfeng's wild remarks, netizens thought that this new film emperor was a little too proud and inflated. As we all know, in the current Chinese film market, let alone a new actor, even if a movie starred by a group of actors, few people dare to say that the box office can reach 3 billion. As a result, many people began to criticize Gu Chunfeng, and as a result, Gu Chunfeng's reputation among movie fans began to decline sharply. Although some bigwigs in the circle stood up to speak for Gu Chunfeng, the boasting he made this time was really too scary. Netizens simply don't buy it. In view of the impact of this incident, Su Zhang had to find Gu Chunfeng and ask him to temporarily stop participating in the roadshow. Because he was worried that the matter would get bigger and bigger, and it would affect Gu Chunfeng's acting career. Of course, Su Zhang, who has always admired Gu Chunfeng, did not blame him for this incident, and even spoke for Gu Chunfeng on Weibo. He expressed his confidence that the movie Dying to Survive would gross 3 billion yuan at the box office. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Su Zhang was deliberately helping Gu Chunfeng share the criticism directed at him by netizens. After seeing Su Zhang's Weibo post, Gu Chunfeng found Su Zhang and said apologetically, "Director Su, it seems that I have brought negative impact to this movie." Su Zhang waved his hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, Teacher Gu. Young people are always a little impulsive sometimes. I can totally understand that." Gu Chunfeng looked at Su Zhangdao and said, "It seems that Director Su also thinks that I am talking nonsense. However, I still want to say that I am very confident that the box office of this movie will not be less than 3 billion. Just kidding, when it was on Earth, this movie broke the 3 billion box office mark in 22 days after its release, becoming the 5th movie in the country to reach the 3 billion box office mark. In this world, the production is more sophisticated, and Gu Chenfeng's acting skills have reached SS level when he acted in this movie, which is more exquisite than his acting in Buried Alive. So Gu Chenfeng is very confident about this movie. Looking at Gu Chenfeng's serious expression, Su Zheng didn't quite understand why he was so confident. But it was not good to undermine his confidence, so he said, "Teacher Gu, if this movie really reaches the 3 billion box office you said, then I can add another clause to the agreement we signed. If the box office reaches 3 billion, I will give you another 20% of the box office profits after exceeding 2 billion. In fact, the calculation of Gu Chenfeng's salary for this movie is very complicated. First of all, there is a guaranteed salary of 5 million, and then there is a share of the box office profits. If the movie box office reaches 1 billion, Gu Chenfeng can get a guaranteed salary plus 5% share of the box office profits. If the box office reaches 2 billion, then Gu Chenfeng will get 10% of the profit share between 1 billion and 2 billion. Now, Su Zheng said that if the movie really reaches a box office of 3 billion, he will give Gu Chenfeng 20% of the box office revenue after 2 billion, which is definitely a very high share. In fact, to put it simply, the composition of Gu Chenfeng's remuneration for the movie Dying to Survive is as follows. The salary he received equals 5 million salary plus 5% of the box office revenue of 1 billion plus 10% of the box office revenue between 1 billion and 2 billion plus 20% of the box office revenue between 2 billion and 3 billion. Gu Chenfeng smiled when he heard this and said, "Director Su, you want to give me money, so I won't be polite." Su Zhengdao, if the box office really reaches 3 billion, what's wrong with giving you money? If this movie really reaches a box office of 3 billion, Su Zheng will agree even if Gu Chenfeng asks for a higher share. But, can it be achieved? The conversation between the two was seen by the agent Zhang Qingqing who was sitting next to them. She was also very surprised by what Gu Chenfeng said in front of the media reporters today, because in her impression, Gu Chenfeng was rarely so arrogant. But today he... Suddenly, Zhang Qingqing seemed to think of something, looked at Gu Chenfeng and said, "Chenfeng, you did this on purpose." Gu Chenfeng was stunned and asked, "Why do you say that?" Zhang Qingqing looked as if she knew it was true, and said, "Don't think I don't know. You just don't want to run around and want to go back to be with Tang Tang and that beautiful girl, so you deliberately created such a big topic. This has two benefits. The first is that it achieves the purpose of promoting the movie. The second is that you can return to your homeland happily. TSK TSK TSK. Gu Chenfeng looked at Zhang Qingqing in surprise. He admired the woman's imagination and smelled a sour smell at the same time. But this woman's intuition is so accurate, she can even sense this? Although I admitted it in my heart, I certainly couldn't admit it out loud. I pretended to be wronged and said, "Sister Zhang, who do you think I am? How could I think that?" "You don't think so?" Zhang Qingqing stared at Gu Chenfeng with suspicion, trying to see something. Unfortunately, Gu Chenfeng concealed it very well. Not only Zhang Qingqing couldn't see it, even the triple award-winning actor Su Zheng couldn't see it. Gu Chenfeng said seriously, "Of course not. I am completely optimistic about this movie, so I think it can get 3 billion at the box office. Also, I always felt that I was too low-key before, so I thought it was not good to be too low-key, so I might as well be high-profile for once." "What? Is it bad to be too low-key? Why not just be high-profile for once?" "Brother, you are being high-profile, but who will clean up your behind for you? At least you should discuss this with me before you do this. You are so impulsive and you may say you are happy, but have you ever thought about the consequences?" Just when Zhang Qingqing was organizing her words to complain, Gu Chenfeng spoke first. "Sister Zhang, you have to believe me, I am really optimistic about this movie, it will definitely be a big hit once it is released." When Gu Chenfeng said this, he was very serious and not joking at all. However, to be honest, no one believed it. It's not that Zhang Qingqing didn't believe it, but she didn't dare to believe it. After all, this is a box office of 3 billion, not 300 million. Zhang Qingqing looked helpless and shook her head. "Forget it. I've said it and I can't take it back. I'll just assume that what you said is true. I hope this incident won't have a big impact on your future. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble. I originally thought that Gu Chenfeng would be an easy-to-lead newcomer, but now it seems. It's not that easy to carry." Then, Zhang Qingqing went to book a flight back to Jin City. Since Gu Chenfeng doesn't need to participate in the upcoming roadshows of Dying to Survive, he can just go home directly. The next day, when Gu Chenfeng, Zhang Qingqing and their group returned to Jin City, another shocking piece of news broke out on the internet. The release date of Stephen Chow's The New King of Comedy has been set. Chapter 105, Master Xing's movie is released at the same time, will it be withdrawn? Please subscribe first, for more chapters. What is even more interesting is that this movie by Stephen Chow will be released on the same day as Dying to Survive. Stephen Chow is the king of comedy. Even though he has not acted in movies in recent years, the movies he directed have always had good box office performance. In addition, Gu Chenfeng had previously made a bold statement online, saying that Dying to Survive could gross 3 billion yuan at the box office. This immediately gave netizens something to talk about. Haha, this is interesting. Dying to Survive meets the new king of comedy. I wonder how Gu Chenfeng, the newly crowned film emperor, feels after hearing this news. I originally thought that Gu Chenfeng was a down-to-earth actor, but now it seems that a Best Actor trophy has made him inflated. 3 billion box office? In front of Master Xing, Gu Chenfeng still wants to get 3 billion box office? I don't think it's certain whether he can get 300 million box office now. It seems that Gu Chenfeng, who was just crowned a god, is about to fall from the altar. His acting career ended just as it was beginning. It's quite tragic. Who can I blame? He thinks he's the best actor and starts to get cocky. He really doesn't know his own limitations. I used to have a good impression of Gu Chenfeng, but now it seems that I have no feelings for him anymore. He is too arrogant and too high profile. If you say that Master Xing's the new king of comedy can earn 3 billion at the box office, I absolutely believe it. After all, Master Xing's works rarely disappoint us. But if you say that Gu Chenfeng's movie, even if it is produced by Su Zhang, the maximum it can earn is 1 billion, no more. 1 billion? You are giving face to Gu Chenfeng, right? After all, whether Gu Chenfeng can still maintain the level of performance he achieved in Buried in the movie I Am Not a Medicine God remains to be considered. Netizens obviously don't believe that Dying to Survive starring Gu Chenfeng can get a box office of 3 billion. Even Gu Chenfeng's fans were shocked by his outrageous words this time. Teacher Gu was really crazy this time. For a time, the wild talk about the 3 billion box office made Gu Chenfeng more discussed online than when he won the Best Actor award. At this time, Cohen, who had been abused by netizens some time ago, came out again to show his presence. Seeing that Gu Chenfeng is being criticized by so many netizens, how could he not add insult to injury? So he wrote on Weibo, 3 billion, I'm so scared. If someone can really get 3 billion at the box office, I will quit the film industry. But, do you have that ability? As soon as this highly sarcastic Weibo post came out, it immediately caused craziness among Cohen's fans. One by one, they rushed to the comments section of Gu Chenfeng's Weibo to mock him. After all, they were the kind of people who liked to watch the fun and make trouble. If they could see their idol's opponent being trampled on, they would be happy to add fuel to the fire. Oh, I'm so scared. Gu Chenfeng wants to get 3 billion at the box office. I was almost scared to death. Our Cohen said that if you can get 3 billion at the box office, he will quit the film industry. Unfortunately, do you have that ability? My Cohen is so domineering. Do you have that ability? That's so manly of you to say. Gu Chenfeng, do you have what it takes to get a box office of 3 billion? We are still waiting for you to win 3 billion box office. With Cohen's fans leading the trend crazily, his Weibo post also directly topped the Weibo hot search list. This makes Cohen's fans very excited. After all, it used to cost money to be on the trending search list before, but this time it's free, so cool. So they worked even harder, as if they were afraid that others didn't know how domineering Cohen was, and they boasted and promoted his style crazily. At this time, Gu Chenfeng also replied on his Weibo, I'm waiting. Then he added a screenshot of the post on Cohen's Weibo. Gu Chenfeng's response once again told everyone a message, that is, he is very confident in the movie he is starring in and has no problem with the flag he set. When the crew of Dying to Survive came to Shanghu Station for a roadshow, everyone was surprised to find that the leading actor Gu Chenfeng did not accompany the crew to attend the roadshow. Everyone was speculating whether Gu Chenfeng's outrageous remarks had angered Su Zhang and led to him being banned by Su Zhang. This speculation of netizens, directly driven by Cohen's fans, once again went viral on the internet. Gu Chenfeng, the lead actor of Dying to Survive, was not on the roadshow at Shanghu Station this time. Do you think he offended Su Zhang and was banned? I think it's possible. If Gu Chenfeng is really banned by Su Zhang, it would be a huge joke and his acting career would be over. Now it seems that Su Zhang's decision to choose Gu Chenfeng to star in Dying to Survive was a mistake. Gu Chenfeng is going to become the biggest joke in the entertainment industry. At the Academy Awards, he said he was an actor. But after all these actions, he has ruined himself. It's true that the mouth can cause trouble. As an actor who can't control his mouth, he is destined to not go far. That's right. Whether it's an actor or an actress, if they don't control their mouths, they will be drowned by the entertainment industry sooner or later. While netizens were discussing the issue, media reporters participating in the roadshow naturally would not miss this excellent opportunity. They all asked Su Zhang, director Su, why didn't Gu Chenfeng, the lead actor, come to the roadshow after the movie grossed $3 billion? Su Zhang glanced at the reporter who asked the question, then passed by and said, next question. Another reporter asked, Director Su, is it because Gu Chenfeng's outrageous remarks angered you that he was banned by you? Next question. Su Zhang said with a grim expression. Director Su, do you regret inviting Gu Chenfeng to replace you in starring in Dying to Survive? If you were the star of this movie or someone else was the star, the box office would not be too bad. But now because of Gu Chenfeng, I'm afraid it won't be too good. Next question. Director Su, I heard that Stephen Chow's The New King of Drama has been scheduled to be released at the same time as Dying to Survive. Now Dying to Survive is under attack from all sides. Will you choose to withdraw it? The questions from the reporters on the scene became more and more pointed, and in the end Su Zhang was forced to withdraw the film. This made Su Zhang explode all of a sudden. If Dying to Survive is withdrawn from the schedule now, then this movie will be truly ruined. So Su Zhang glared at them and said, you reporters are always so self-righteous. You've made up so many plots in your mind. Is that interesting? Mr. Gu did not participate in the roadshow because he had to go back to accompany his precious daughter Tang Tang. After all, Mr. Gu was out for a long time this time. It was clearly a great fatherly love, but you guys turned it into me banning Teacher Gu. What's in your head? Chapter 106, Public Opinion Turns, Fa Go personally records the video. Please subscribe first, 5 more chapters. Su Zhang continued, do you really think that Teacher Gu is just talking nonsense? Then let me tell you, Dying to Survive is a movie of extraordinary significance. The $3 billion box office has always been our goal, so Mr. Gu is definitely not just talking nonsense. As for your regrets about inviting Mr. Gu to participate? Sorry, I never regretted it. No matter what the final performance of the film is, I will not regret it, because Mr. Gu is the most creative actor I have ever seen. It's no exaggeration to say that Mr. Gu's acting skills are better than mine. As for the withdrawal of the film, as some people have said, that is impossible, forever. Here, I also want to announce something. From now on, we will cancel all the upcoming roadshows for Dying to Survive. After saying that, Su Zhang just patted his butt and left. These media reporters really went too far and made him very angry. When the other crew members of Dying to Survive saw Su Zhang leave, they also left. Only a group of confused media reporters were left at the scene. After a brief moment of stupefaction, their eyes lit up again. The crew of Dying to Survive cancelled all subsequent roadshows. This is big news. They have even thought of a title for the subsequent press release. Su Zhenglu was furious and left in anger. A 3-times winning actor can't even afford to lose? The fall of the triple award-winning actor begins from this moment. The news was quickly spread online and immediately made the front-page headlines of major entertainment websites. When netizens learned the news, they were excited. Fuck, is this true? Su Zhang got furious during a roadshow interview? Su Zhang left in anger. Was it really because he couldn't afford to lose? Fuck, Su Zhang's words seem to support Gu Chenfeng to the end. Is Gu Chenfeng's acting really that good? Su Zhang actually said in public that Gu Chenfeng's acting skills are better than his? You have to know that Su Zhang is a triple award winner, and Gu Chenfeng only won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards. This is too unbelievable. I just want to know why Su Zhang suddenly cancelled the next roadshow. I had already taken a leave and was planning to go see Guanfong, but now my dream is shattered. This is getting more interesting. As the incident fermented, and with the instigation of some people with ulterior motives, the sharp knife of public opinion once again pointed at Gu Chenfeng. Even Su Zhang's fans were affected and pointed their fingers at Gu Chenfeng. They felt that Su Zhang was suspected by netizens and his influence declined because of Gu Chenfeng. However, there was one person who was very happy, and that was Cohen, who made a bet with Gu Chenfeng. When he saw the news online, a smug smile appeared on his face. He has made a great contribution to the development of public opinion into today's trend. Coincidentally, Du Tianyu, the top star in the TV drama department of Tianmong Entertainment Company, was also as happy as Cohen. Ever since Lu Kuang divided the company into two departments, he has been unhappy and very dissatisfied with Lu Kuang's approach. Because he felt that Lu Kuang was deliberately trying to flatter Gu Chenfeng. At the same time, I also feel that it is unfair to assign an independent department to Gu Chenfeng, a newcomer who has just joined the company for less than a year. So when he saw that Gu Chenfeng was being blackened by the entire internet, he felt very happy. So Lu Tianyu wrote on his Weibo, with a box office of 3 billion, they are not afraid of the wind blowing their tongues off. -10 is still about right. It's really hilarious. As soon as he posted this Weibo, the onlookers were delighted. Oh, Lu Tianyu finally can't sit still anymore, coming out to step on me at this time, what a fool. Haha, it seems that the competition within Tianmong Entertainment is still very fierce. At this time, Lu Tianyu actually stood up to DISS Gu Chenfeng. But it's understandable. After all, no matter who it is, if a newcomer takes away the company's favor, they will feel uncomfortable. I am looking forward to seeing how Tianmong Entertainment will handle this situation. Even people from the same company came out to DISS Gu Chenfeng. He is such a failure as a human being. Who says it's not true? Gu Chenfeng is such a failure that he can't even handle the relationship with his colleagues properly. As Du Tianyu's Weibo post came out, netizens found a new excuse to discredit Gu Chenfeng. Just when everyone thought that Gu Chenfeng was about to fall from the altar, a short video was released that night, which brought a new turn to public opinion. This short video was posted by Fa Gu. The content of the short video is a video recorded by Chow Yun-fat himself. In the video, he said, "Recently, I have been paying attention to Teacher Gu's dynamics. I have seen many netizens criticize Teacher Gu for looking forward to the movie he starred in. I think everyone should be more tolerant. Perhaps in your eyes, Mr. Gu is arrogant, inflated, and conceited, but in Mr. Gu's eyes, he is just stating a fact that may have happened. That's because you're standing at a different angle, so you see different things. Because of this matter, I specially looked for director Su today and got him a sample of Dying to Survive. After watching it, I can tell you very clearly. Teacher Gu's film Dying to Survive will definitely be a big hit. It will definitely make 3 billion at the box office. As for why, you will understand when you go to the cinema and watch it. Finally, I would like to say something to Mr. Gu. If you have the chance in the future, you must work with me once. I am looking forward to acting with you on the same stage. I am sure it will be very exciting. Finally, I wish you a big box office success." When this video of Chow Yun-fat was released, netizens were dumbfounded. They never thought that at this time, Chow Yun-fat would actually ask Su Zheng for a sample film and then specially record a video to explain this matter. As we all know, Chow Yun-fat is a highly respected veteran artist with many honors. He is now basically in a semi-retired state and rarely appears on the internet. But now, Fa Go has spoken out on social media twice in a row for Gu Chenfeng. This is quite intriguing. Soon, this video of Chow Yun-fat became a hot topic on Weibo. What's going on? Brother Fa actually spoke up for Gu Chenfeng again, and this time he even recorded a video to support him. Who knows? I can only say it's too crazy. Fa Go and Gu Chenfeng probably only met once at the Academy Awards ceremony, but he spoke up for Gu Chenfeng twice in a row. This is too incredible. Could it be that Gu Chenfeng's acting skills are really so strong that Su Zheng didn't hesitate to scold the reporter for him, and Fa Gu personally recorded a video to support him? Fat Brother said in the video that he had seen the sample of Dying to Survive and said that it would be no problem for the movie to reach 3 billion box office. Is this movie really that good? Have we really wronged Gu Chenfeng? From his perspective, a box office of 3 billion is just a possible fact? For some reason, I suddenly feel a little excited. I want to see if Dying to Survive is really that good and whether it will be a big hit. Chapter 107, Pre-sale box office ranking, 1 day before release seeking first order, 6 more chapters. As Fa Go's short video appeared on the internet, netizens began to change their views on Gu Chenfeng. After all, Chow Yun-fat's status in the entertainment industry is not enough for him to lie to everyone, and there are so many big names who recognize Gu Chenfeng's acting skills. Plus, Dying to Survive was produced by Su Zheng, so it couldn't be that bad. Gu Chenfeng, who was having dinner with Tang Tang and Luo Qingcheng, suddenly received a call from Zhang Qingqing, asking him to thank Fa Go for his support on Weibo. During this period, Gu Chenfeng basically did not go online after he came back, because he knew that there must be a lot of people scolding him online, so he simply tried to out of sight and out of mind. Luo Qingcheng and Tang Tang also knew this, so they consciously did not mention what happened on the internet. After receiving Zhang Qingqing's call, Gu Chunfeng logged into Weibo and saw the video recorded by Chow Yun-fat. He was deeply moved. So he reposted Fat Gore's short video and wrote on it, "Fat Gore, if I have the opportunity to work with you, it would be my honor. I hope that day is not too far away. Thank you again, Fat Gore." After he posted this Weibo, Gu Chunfeng discovered that during the time when he was not online, Lu Tianyu from the same company actually stepped on him. This made him a little angry. After all, they were all from the same company. At this time, it would be fine if they didn't help, but they even came to step on him. It was really infuriating. However, Gu Chunfeng did not respond, but just made a note of the matter in his mind. When Dying to Survive becomes a box office hit, it will be his time to strike back strongly. As for the issue of the 3 billion box office, it has gradually calmed down, probably because Chow Yun-fat stood up. Although it has calmed down, there are still countless people watching this movie. If this movie is really as Chow Yun-fat said, then many netizens will go to the cinema to watch it. If not. However, when the trailer for Dying to Survive came out, netizens knew that there was a high probability that they would have to go to the cinema to watch it. Soon, the pre-sale box office channel for Dying to Survive was opened. Due to the extremely high popularity of the film before, the pre-sale box office continued to increase. In just 24 hours, the pre-sale box office reached 18 million, ranking fourth among the 8 films released in the same period. The first place was Stephen Chow's The New King of Drama, with a 24-hour pre-sale box office of 40 million. This shows how terrifying Stephen Chow's appeal is. Ranked second is XXX, Return of Xander Cage, starring top traffic star Kuan. With his huge fan base, it took in 30 million in pre-sale box office in 24 hours. The third place is Huang Jing's fantasy blockbuster The Legend of Exorcism, which cost 200 million to produce. The pre-sale box office on the first day received more than 26 million. As for the other 4 films, their 24-hour pre-sale box office were all below 10 million. And this ranking remained the same until there were 3 days left before the release, when there was a change. The first place is still Stephen Chow's The New King of Drama, with a total pre-sale box office of 150 million. The second place is still Kuan's XXX, Return of Xander Cage, with a total pre-sale box office reaching 130 million. The third one was Dying to Survive starring Gu Chunfeng, with a total pre-sale box office of 107 million. As for Huang Jing's The Legend of Exorcism, it ranked fourth with a total pre-sale box office of 89 million. For a time, movie fans were very much looking forward to it. The day before the May Day holiday. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In Jin City, at the hematology department of the municipal hospital, Luo Qingcheng, dressed in a white coat, had arranged her work for the next 2 days and was preparing to get off work. Colleague Zhou Qian and several doctors and nurses from the department surrounded her. "What are you doing?" Luo Qingcheng had a bad feeling. Zhou Qian said with a smile, "Nothing, isn't Teacher Gu's new movie coming out tonight? Don't you want to go see it?" Ever since the last time Gu Chunfeng sent dumplings to Luo Qingcheng, everyone could tell that there was definitely something going on between the two of them. Later facts proved that there was indeed something wrong. "Are you going to watch Teacher Gu's movie?" Luo Qingcheng did not answer. She looked at her colleagues who had changed out of their work clothes one by one and asked back. Zhou Qian nodded and said, "Of course, we have already grabbed the movie tickets. Now all we need is popcorn and Coke. You haven't given us any candy yet, so shouldn't you show some appreciation?" "What does it mean?" Luo Qingcheng blushed a little at what her colleagues said and pretended to be confused. Zhou Qian said unhappily, "Don't play dumb. We are all your family. We are here to support your husband's movie. Shouldn't you show some support? Buy some popcorn and Coke?" Hearing the word husband, Luo Qingcheng was angry and ashamed, and said viciously, "You are so good, Zhou Qian, you dare to talk nonsense. You know whether you are talking nonsense or not. Just tell me about the popcorn and Coke. Do you want to buy them? If not, we will go to Teacher Gu to ask for them." Zhou Qian simply ignored Luo Qingcheng's glare. When Luo Qingcheng heard that they were going to ask Gu Chunfeng for the money, she immediately became timid. She took out 500 yuan from her bag and handed it to Zhou Qian, saying, "Here you go." Then he ran out with a red face. I heard the laughter of my colleagues coming from the lounge behind me. Luo Qingcheng would definitely not be angry at her colleagues' behavior, as they would always be yelling in her ears for candy every day anyway. This time, it is still to support Gu Chunfeng's movie, so it is okay to treat them to some popcorn. After leaving the hospital, Luo Qingcheng drove to Tongtong's kindergarten, picked her up after school, and then went to Gu Chunfeng's house for dinner together. While Luo Qingcheng went to pick up Tang Tang, Gu Chunfeng was preparing dinner at home. Zhang Qingqing was also there because they were going to the cinema to watch a movie in the evening. Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chunfeng and asked, "Chunfeng, what do you think of the 8 movies in this May Day schedule? Who do you think will be the final winner?" Gu Chunfeng couldn't help but laugh when he heard that, and said with a smile, "Sister Zhang, is there any need to say more? It must be our dying to survive." Zhang Qingqing said, "Master Xing's new king of drama is a strong rival." "Of course." Gu Chunfeng nodded and said, "But we are not bad, right? What's more, I am very confident in our movie in terms of box office. It will definitely be the final winner." "Really?" Zhang Qingqing was a little confused and asked, "Why are you so confident?" As Gu Chunfeng prepared the ingredients, he smiled and said, "If I don't have confidence in myself, then others will have even less confidence in my movie." Zhang Qingqing didn't know what to say for a moment. Is this Gu Chunfeng's strong self-confidence? Chapter 108, Little Smart Ghost Tang Tang, on the eve of the release asking for the first order, 7 more. Zhang Qingqing thought of something else and said to Gu Chunfeng, however, Huang Jing's The Legend of Exorcism should not be underestimated. It is a fantasy blockbuster that is said to have cost 200 million yuan. Although the current pre-sale box office is not high, it definitely has potential. Gu Chunfeng smiled and said without any worries, "I believe in my movie." For a moment, Zhang Qingqing was speechless. Standing at the kitchen door, watching Gu Chunfeng busy inside. After spending some time together, Zhang Qingqing naturally knew that Gu Chunfeng's cooking skills were superb. Unfortunately, she had never been in the kitchen, so she couldn't help much and could only watch from the door. As she watched, Zhang Qingqing, like Luo Qingcheng at the beginning, was attracted by Gu Chunfeng's back as he cooked. What kind of woman is worthy of a man who is handsome, talented, and can cook? Maybe she is the only one who can do it. Boom! Boom boom! Just when Zhang Qingqing was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. "Sister Zhang, please help open the door. Tang Tang should be back." Gu Chunfeng's voice came from the kitchen. Zhang Qingqing came back to her senses, responded, and went to open the door. Open the door. Tang Tang was being held by Luo Qingcheng, and they looked like a mother and daughter, which made Zhang Qingqing slightly stunned. "Hello, Aunt Qingqing." Tang Tang called out with a smile, and then introduced, "This is Aunt Luo Luo, my future mother. Aunt Luo Luo, this is Aunt Qingqing, my father's agent." Listening to the little guy's introduction, Luo Qingcheng and Zhang Qingqing both smiled and greeted each other. "Hello, I'm Zhang Qingqing, Gu Chunfeng's agent." "Hello, I'm Tongtong's attending physician, Luo Qingcheng." Luo Qingcheng naturally would not call herself Tongtong's future mother. After all, there was still a layer of paper between her and Gu Chunfeng that had not been broken. Tang Tang wanted to add something, but Luo Qingcheng glared back at her. Zhang Qingqing naturally saw this little action, and she could only feel bitter in her heart. In this war without gunpowder, she lost, and lost completely. There is no doubt that Gu Chunfeng loves Tang Tang, so if he looks for someone else, he will definitely give Tang Tang priority. Zhang Qingqing could never catch up with the relationship between Tang Tang and Luo Qingcheng. Of course, as a strong woman, Zhang Qingqing would definitely not have any prejudice against Gu Chunfeng because of this. Instead, she was sincerely happy for Gu Chunfeng from the bottom of her heart. At least with Luo Qingcheng around, he wouldn't have to worry about Tang Tang all the time when he was filming outside in the future. Although Luo Qingcheng is not a talkative person, she still behaves very generously and appropriately. While Gu Chunfeng was cooking, Luo Qingcheng and Zhang Qingqing were looking at a picture book with Tang Tang, and the atmosphere in the room was very harmonious. Gu Chunfeng had not expected this. Half an hour later, Gu Chunfeng prepared 8 dishes in one hot pot, and the 4 of them sat at the table and started to eat. While they were eating, the internet was very lively. The competition is very fierce during the May Day period every year, and this year is no exception. After a certain website announced the 8 movies that will be released during the May Day holiday this year and the pre-sale box office, netizens became excited. The ranking remains unchanged. The first place is undoubtedly Stephen Chow's The New King of Comedy, with the final pre-sale box office reaching 250 million. The second is XXX, Return of Xander Cage, starring Cohen. Thanks to his strong fan base, the pre-sale box office reached 230 million. The third place was Dying to Survive starring Gu Chunfeng, which finally earned 110 million yuan in pre-sale box office. Huang Jing's The Legend of Exorcism finally received a pre-sale box office of 90 million. As for the other 4 movies, the pre-sale box office was much less. I really didn't expect that the pre-sale box office for this year's May Day holiday would be so strong. Who said it wasn't? Master Xing's The New King of Drama actually took in 250 million yuan in pre-sale box office. That's amazing. I bought the ticket and plan to go see it tonight. I also bought tickets for Stephen Chow's movie. I believe that Stephen Chow will not let us down. I bought Dying to Survive, not for any other reason but to see if the movie that Chow Yun-fat praised so much is really that good. By the way, Cohen's fans are too cruel. Their pre-sale box office is 230 million. How many shows have they booked? Alas, these brainless fans nowadays are really too crazy and too blind. There are still 4 hours until midnight. Everyone, bring your wives and popcorn and meet at the cinema to witness the fight between the gods. Fuck, man, you have something here. I'm afraid that what you want is unlikely to happen tonight. After all, there are too many people and the cinema is full. Fuck, what the hell are you thinking? I mean to go support Stephen Chow's movie and watch the movie fight. While netizens were discussing the issue heatedly, Cohen updated his Weibo again. Hello, Ikuan, are you all here? The movie XXX starring me will be released at midnight today. Can I get the first place? I need you guys now, please support me to reach the top. 9 daily photos with pictures. As soon as he updated this Weibo, his crazy fans screamed and wanted to stick their tongues into the phone screens. Wow, my Cohen looks so handsome today, let's go screensaver. Cohen has spoken. Fans who haven't supported Cohen yet, you need to act now. That's right, everyone should contribute a little to help Cohen win first place. Cohen needs us now. Can we let him down? Absolutely not. In order to support Cohen, I have taken out all my living expenses this month. Wait for us, Cohen. We are going to book the theater now. We will help you realize your wish even if it means selling everything we have. That's right, that's right. I'll sell everything I have to help Cohen realize his wish. When writing this, the author was also a little speechless, but I have really seen these words on Weibo fan circles. Of course, there are even crazier ones, but it is difficult to write them out for fear of being censored. As Cohen's Weibo post came out, the pre-sale box office of XXX soared again at the last minute. When netizens saw it, they were all amazed. These brain-dead fans are really crazy. In order to support a sissy's work, some people actually took out a month's living expenses, sold everything they had, and some even said they wanted to sell their blood. It's horrible. However, Cohen was very satisfied to see that the pre-sale box office of XXX soared again, especially when he saw that the gap between the pre-sale box office and Dying to Survive was getting bigger and bigger. He felt even more proud. You little brat, you still want to fight me? Even if Brother FA speaks for you, I still suppressed you. After I suppress Master Xing, I will let you know that I, Cohen, am the most sought-after star in the entertainment industry. At this moment, Cohen's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Chapter 109, watching the premiere in a low profile, meeting film critic Hu Chan again seeking first order, 8 more chapters. However, the opposite happened. Although the pre-sale box office of XXX, Return of Xander Cage soared, it was still overshadowed by Stephen Chow's The New King of Drama. From Stephen Chow to Stephen Chow, the fan base he has accumulated through many classic roles cannot be compared with the crazy fans of a traffic star. As a result, a very interesting scene appeared on the internet. Cohen's fans and Stephen Chow's fans are fighting fiercely, both wanting to take the top spot in pre-sale box office. As for the later Dying to Survive and The Legend of Exorcism, they have been steadily improving and did not participate in the fight between the two sides. Compared with the brutal fighting on the internet, Guanfong was currently enjoying a leisurely dinner with his daughter and 2 beauties. Originally, Guanfong thought that the atmosphere of tonight's dinner would be very awkward, but now it seems that what he worried about did not happen, and instead it was very harmonious. What Guanfong didn't expect was that after the meal, Zhang Qingqing and Luo Qingqing actually worked together to clean up the dishes. After the 2 girls finished packing, everyone drove to the cinema together. Soon the 4 of them arrived at the Longda Cinema in Jin City. In order to protect Luo Qingqing, Guanfong asked both her and Tang Tang to wear masks. It was not that Luo Qingqing was shameful, but Guanfong did not want her to be harassed by the paparazzi. After arriving at the cinema, I met Su Zhang and Wenmu who were in disguise. This time, Su Zhang did not organize a premiere with great fanfare, but instead called Guanfong to watch it quietly. After greeting each other, the group first entered Theater 8, found a seat in the last row and sat down waiting for the fans to enter. Su Zhang glanced at Luo Qingcheng, who was holding Tongtong's hand. Although she was wearing a mask, he could still tell that she was a beautiful woman. He patted Gu Chunfeng on the shoulder and asked in a low voice, "Teacher Gu, who is this?" Gu Chunfeng smiled and responded, "A very good friend and Tongtong's attending physician." Su Zhang smiled with an expression that said, "I understand." He said, "Not bad, not bad. Remember to buy me a drink when the time comes." Ah! Gu Chunfeng was stunned at first, then he smiled and agreed. However, when he saw that Su Zhang was still in the mood to pay attention to other things, he joked, "Director Su, you are not nervous now?" Su Zhang chuckled and said, "It would be a lie to say I'm not nervous, but I'm very confident about this movie now." Oh? Gu Chunfeng raised his eyebrows. Su Zhang explained, "I organized a group of veteran artists to watch the finished film. They all said it was good and that your performance was great. Moreover, even Xiao Yunfat thought that Dying to Survive would be a success, so I am now very confident." Gu Chunfeng smiled after hearing this. Soon they arrived at the last row. Since it was the first time that Luo Qingqing met a big shot in the entertainment industry like Su Zhang, she was a little nervous, so she took Tang Tang to sit in the corner. Tang Tang doesn't care. As long as she can watch the movie starring her father with Aunt Luo Luo, it doesn't matter where they sit. As for Zhang Xingxing, she knew that Gu Chunfeng and Su Zhang had something to talk about at this time, so she didn't sit next to them. Instead, she sat directly with Luo Qingcheng, and the two of them accompanied Tang Tang together. Not long after the group sat down, other fans began to check their tickets and enter the venue. Hu Chan, the notoriously sharp-tongued film critic, also checked his ticket and entered theater number 8. Ever since she watched Buried Alive starring Gu Chunfeng last time, she has been paying attention to Gu Chunfeng. Tonight is the premiere of Gu Chunfeng's second movie Dying to Survive, and she naturally won't miss it. Although there are many movies released tonight, including Stephen Chow's The New King of Comedy, she still chose to watch Dying to Survive starring Gu Chunfeng. The reason was simple. After watching Buried Alive, she was conquered by Gu Chunfeng's acting skills. More importantly, she believed that Gu Chunfeng was not the kind of person who would brag casually. Since Gu Chunfeng said that the box office of this movie will exceed 3 billion, then this movie must be good. Moreover, even Fa Go personally recorded a video to support Gu Chunfeng in this movie, which is enough to illustrate the quality of Dying to Survive. Hu Chan came to theater number 8 and walked towards the last row as usual. When she sat down, she glanced around and was stunned. In the middle of the last row, there were 3 men wearing masks and hats, covering themselves tightly, which caught her attention. After all, it's too weird to wear a mask and a hat in a movie theater late at night. So Hu Chan plucked up his courage, moved closer, and took a closer look. The next second, she almost screamed with excitement. Because one of these 3 men who were dressed strangely was Gu Chunfeng. After confirming it again and again, Hu Chan sighed in his heart, fate is really something beyond words. The first time I watched Buried Alive, I was sitting next to Gu Chunfeng. I didn't expect to meet him again this time. Although he was excited, Hu Chan did not show it. Instead, he suppressed his excitement and sat next to Gu Chunfeng. Just when she was struggling over whether to say hello to Gu Chunfeng, she suddenly heard Gu Chunfeng's voice next to her, "Hello, we meet again." When Hu Chan heard this, she became even more excited. She had never thought that Gu Chunfeng would recognize her and take the initiative to greet her. So he whispered excitedly, "Hello, Teacher Gu, I didn't expect you still remember me, it's really surprising." Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, "We are really destined to meet each other." Hu Chan nodded vigorously to show his agreement. Gu Chunfeng added, "Thank you for coming to support my movie again." Last time when Buried was filmed, Hu Chan's film review helped Gu Chunfeng a lot, so Gu Chunfeng was deeply impressed by her. Hu Chan smiled and said, "You are too polite, Mr. Gu. You performed very well in the last movie Buried Alive, and I believe the same will be true for Dying to Survive." "Thank you." Gu Chunfeng expressed his gratitude. Hu Chan shook his head and said, "You're welcome. I really like Teacher Gu." Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, "It's my honor. Now the movie is starting, let's watch it first." Hu Chan nodded and shifted his gaze to the big screen with difficulty. Dying to Survive is officially released. Most of the audience sitting in the front were fans of Gu Chunfeng or Su Zhang, and everyone was extremely excited at the moment. They started discussing excitedly. "Wow, it's finally started. Teacher Gu will definitely not let us down. Of course I will. I watched the trailer and it should be a comedy. I'm really looking forward to seeing Teacher Gu act in a comedy." Teacher Gu's acting skills are absolutely on point, and with director Su as the producer, this movie will definitely be good. I believe that Mr. Gu will use this work to strongly slap the faces of those who are not optimistic about this film. Okay, shut up, the movie is starting. Chapter 110, the main film begins. Movies are art, don't take them seriously. Please subscribe first, 9 more chapters. On the big screen, the main film began. The first scene is the innkeeper walking into the Prince Magic Oil shop. When fans saw Gu Qinfeng's image in the play, they couldn't help but burst into laughter because his costume was so funny. But when they saw Gu Qinfeng holding his mouth and looking back at the owner of the small hotel, they were amazed by Gu Qinfeng's acting skills. It seems like a simple action, but it perfectly portrays the psychological activities of the character Chen Yong. Gu Qinfeng expressed all the helplessness and injustice of life with just one look. Everyone secretly praised in their hearts, teacher Gu's acting skills have become even more exquisite. Especially when Gu Qinfeng, who was in his 20s, played the middle-aged Chen Yang in his 40s, there was no abruptness at all, which further proved Gu Qinfeng's acting skills. When the audience saw on the screen that Gu Qinfeng said to the inn owner, "It's your own fault that the ball is useless," they laughed so hard that they fell backwards. Oh my stomach. Mr. Gu's Chen Yang is so funny. Although the beginning is simple, it's really good. At least I laughed happily. Gu Qinfeng is obviously just a young man in his 20s, but he can play a middle-aged man so well. I have to admit that his acting skills are really amazing. Yes. Not only in terms of makeup, but also psychologically, I feel that teacher Gu has completely integrated into the role of Chen Yong. This is a real actor. It's your own fault that the ball is useless. Damn, I am dying of laughter. The owner of this small hotel is so funny. Don't you even look at your age? How can any powerful magic oil work on you? Ha ha ha. From this opening, it seems like this is a comedy. I didn't expect Gu Qinfeng to be able to handle a comedy. Director Su's movies are basically all funny, there's nothing wrong with that. The audience watched with great interest and were fascinated. Film critic Hu Chan was also fascinated by the film. She had always believed that Gu Qinfeng would not let her down. Now after seeing the finished film, she became more determined in her opinion. It's just an opening, but it's very nice. As the plot gradually unfolds, the audience becomes more and more immersed in the plot of the movie. Dying to Survive mainly tells the story of Chen Yong, played by Gu Qinfeng, a middle-aged man with a difficult life. He makes a living by selling men's health drugs. His business is extremely bleak and he can't even pay the rent for his shop. His wife divorced him and they have a son. Chen Yong has a very deep relationship with his son. In order to give his son a better life, Chen Yong tried every means to make money. The whole plot is not dragged out at all, everything is reasonable and logical, which makes it look very smooth to the audience. So from time to time, the audience's laughter could be heard in the theater. Soon. The plot goes like this: someone introduces Chen Yong to a way to make money. He asks him to go abroad to buy a drug and then bring it back, making a lot of money in the process. But Chen Yong decisively refused, knowing that this was smuggling drugs, which was illegal. Even if he was short of money or poor, he dared not do it, let alone want to do it. The person who dragged him to bring the medicine was Lu Shuyi, played by Guangu, a patient with serious leukemia. During the period, Guangu and Gu Qinfeng had many wonderful rival scenes, which made the audience very enjoyable. After seeing Guangu's performance in Dying to Survive, his fans felt that his choice was absolutely correct. Because he completely brought the character of Lu Shuyi to life in this movie, the audience remembered this character. On the big screen, the story continues. Chen Yong's father suddenly fell ill at home and had to be hospitalized, but the cost of hospitalization was too expensive and Chen Yong had no money at all. He was in despair for a moment. Suddenly, Chen Yong remembered that Lu Shuyi had asked him to go abroad to buy medicine. Based on what Lu Shuyi said before, Chen Yong also went to find out himself. For example, the genuine Gleevec sells for more than 30,000 yuan a bottle in China, but only 2,000 yuan abroad. The price difference is as much as 15 times. So Chen Yong took action. Thinking of his seriously ill father who needed expensive medical treatment and his own son, he finally decided to take a risk and go abroad. At this point, the real plot of Dying to Survive officially begins. Of course, in the following plot, there are also some very funny plots, such as the conversation between Chen Yong and the fat man, which made the fans at the scene burst into laughter. Gu Qinfeng's acting skills were also fully displayed here, which made movie fans very satisfied. Teacher Gu's acting is so amazing. It feels even better than when he acted in Buried Alive. Chung Yong's acting is so amazing. This fat guy is definitely Monkey's junior apprentice. He's as fat as a pig, but smarter than Monkey. This middleman is making too much money from the price difference. This is more than 10 times the profit. It seems that Chung Yong is going to make a fortune. I think the saying life is money is so true. Why do I feel that Mr. Gu's understanding of the role of Chung Yong is so deep that it goes deep into his bones? It's as if he has also experienced the same thing. Have you forgotten that Tang Tang had a blood disease and was treated in the hospital for 2 years? Yes, but Mr. Gu's acting is really explosive. This movie ticket is worth it. Guangu's acting was also very good this time. It was really enjoyable to see them acting together. While fans were discussing the matter, the drama continued on the big screen. After Chung Yong got a batch of medicine from abroad, he and Lu Shuyi started to travel around to promote their medicine. Although the medicine was smuggled in, it was not fake. However, no one believed their lies and they were simply regarded as scammers who tricked the elderly into buying health products. Slowly, other main actors also appeared on the stage. The group leader of the patient group, Lu Sihui, the pastor, Huang Mao, Ping Hao, and others. With the help of Lu Sihui from the group, Chung Yong finally opened up a sales channel and sold the incoming drugs to these patients, making him a fortune. Afterwards, Chung Yong obtained the Chinese agency rights of Greenland, and then money continued to flow into Chung Yong's pocket like water. When the audience saw this, they were extremely envious. After all, this money is too easy to make. Oh my god, the profit is too huge. Is Chung Yong going to reach the pinnacle of his life and achieve financial freedom? Damn it, I want to give it a try after seeing this. The money comes too fast. I work so hard and only make 3,000 yuan a month. His trip alone is worth many years of my salary. Movies are art, don't take them seriously. However, Gu Qinfeng's performance as Chang Yong was truly amazing. He portrayed Chung Yong's psychological changes throughout the process, from being in dire straits to becoming a wealthy man. Guan Gu's role as Lu Shuyi is also quite brilliant. Am I the only one who likes the yellow-haired guy? Chapter 111, the premiere is over, netizens react. Please subscribe first, 10 more chapters. However, fans soon saw in the film that Chung Yong was targeted by the police and another drug dealer, Zhang Changlin. In the end, Chung Yong had to give up his purchasing channels to Zhang Changlin. That evening, Chung Yong told his team members about this matter. Unexpectedly, everyone fell out with him because of this matter and ended up parting on bad terms. At this point in the plot, the atmosphere is no longer light-hearted and full of laughter, but begins to become depressing. Dying to Survive, the first half of this movie can be viewed as a comedy, but from now on, after the members of Chung Yong's team broke down, the atmosphere of the whole movie became depressing. There were several scenes later that moved everyone to tears. Luo Qingcheng, who was sitting in the corner with Tang Tang, secretly wiped away tears several times after seeing the scenes on the screen. Because as a doctor who had seen Gu Guanfong treat Tang Tang, her emotions were easily drawn into the plot. It was not just her, all the fans in the theater felt the same way. Many sentimental female audience members were also secretly wiping away tears. Especially when the audience saw that Lu Shuyi, played by Guan Gu, could not bear the pain and chose to jump off the building, it touched everyone's nerves. When fans saw the scene in the film where fellow patients spontaneously organized themselves to see Lu Shuyi off, they were deeply moved. The audience burst into tears again when seeing the sad scene of Huang Mao sitting on the stairs eating oranges. Although the scenes in the film did not make people cry, they were so sad that people could not help but shed tears. This atmosphere is so depressing, so sad and so uncomfortable. There was no more laughter in the entire theater at this point, only soft sobbing. The movie slowly came to an end. In order to help Chung Yong get rid of the police, the serious Huang Mao drove away the investigators. However, after Huang Mao successfully led the investigators away, he was looking back happily to celebrate when he was hit directly by a large truck. Died on the spot. When the audience saw this, they felt even more upset. Many sentimental female audience members shed tears when they saw this. Huang Mao died trying to save Chung Yong. Chung Yong was also devastated by Huang Mao's death. When he found the slightly yellowed group photo on the table in Huang Mao's residence, and the train ticket underneath the photo, Chung Yong was moved and cried. Inside the theater, the audience who had been somewhat restrained could no longer hold back and burst into tears. At this moment, all the audience felt extremely empty inside, as if their hearts were stabbed by something, causing them inexplicable discomfort. Finally, Chung Yong was arrested and prosecuted, and the court sentenced him to 5 years in prison. When he was sent to prison to serve his sentence, his fellow patients in Lu Sihui's group came spontaneously to see him off. This scene made the fans burst into tears again. Although Chang Yong's actions had violated relevant laws, he gave many patients who had no money to buy medicine hope of survival. The end of the video. After Chang Yong was released from prison, he was told by his brother-in-law that genuine Gleevec had been covered by medical insurance and was affordable for everyone, so he was advised not to go back to his old ways. Hearing this, Chang Yong showed a bright smile on his face. At this moment, Gu Chenfeng's performance of the psychological changes of hearing the good news after being released from prison was so superb that it can be called a classic. The audience clearly felt the change in Chang Yong's heart at this moment. Happy, glad, happy for all the leukemia patients. As the theme song of the movie sounded, the movie Dying to Survive came to an end. There was silence in the theater at first. I don't know who was the first to react and stand up and applaud. Then, the fans stood up spontaneously one by one and gave warm applause. They were really moved by the movie, especially when they saw the line "This story is adapted from a true story" at the end of the movie. After seeing the fans' reactions, Gu Chenfeng, Su Zhang and others sitting in the back row looked at each other and saw smiles in each other's eyes. This Dying to Survive is a sure success. So, while the audience was still immersed in the film, Gu Chenfeng called Zhang Qingqing, Luo Qingcheng, and quietly left with Su Zhang and the others. When passing by the film critic Hu Chan, with tears on his face, gave Gu Chenfeng a thumbs up and whispered, "Teacher Gu, Director Su, Director Wen, thank you for bringing us such a wonderful movie." Gu Chenfeng whispered, "I hope I didn't disappoint you." Su Zhang and Wen Mu were a little surprised. They didn't expect that they would be discovered. However, they were not ordinary people after all. They just nodded to Hu Chan and left. After leaving the cinema, Gu Chenfeng and others separated from Su Zhang and others and drove directly to send Luo Qingcheng home first. Then he took the sleeping Tang Tang and Zhang Qingqing back to the company dormitory. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. Because the feature film time of XXX and the new King of Comedy was relatively short, movie fans went home after watching them. After returning home, these movie fans did not go to sleep, but instead discussed the movies they had watched online. "Oh, I don't know if it's because I can't keep up with Master Xing's pace or what, but I always feel that I can't understand this new king of dramas. I feel that the plot is a bit awkward. You really can't keep up with Stephen Chow's pace. This movie is obviously very good, with typical Joe-style jokes, but you can't understand it. Fuck, what the hell is Huang Jing's The Legend of Exorcism? I thought it was a fantasy masterpiece, but it turned out to be such a thing. It's just garbage. Yes. I also thought it was a fantasy movie, but after watching it, I was speechless. Bad movie. Huang Jing is the father of bad movies. I will never watch his movies again. It's so insulting. Exorcist is rubbish? How can The Sissy Agent be rubbish? I was so stubborn tonight that I went to watch it. It almost made me sick to death. I don't know what the sissy is acting. He was just trying to look cool the whole time. It was so disgusting. Normal people really can't watch The Sissy Agent. If you watch it, you will turn into a she-male. Humph, you guys don't understand art. Our Cohen obviously acted very well. You are just jealous of our Cohen's beauty and acting skills. That's right, you keyboard warriors are so abominable. Our Cohen acted so well, yet you still say this about him? It's too much. Speaking of which, why hasn't anyone come out to comment on Dying to Survive, a movie that's been touted to take in $3 billion at the box office? Yeah, it should have finished airing by now. Why hasn't anyone who watched it come out to say something? Is it because it's so rubbish that no one wants to comment on it? Chapter 112, Rave Reviews, Super High Ratings First Order Required. Judging from the discussions among netizens, there is no movie in this year's May Day movie schedule that everyone agrees is good. Even Stephen Chow's The New King of Comedy was given different reviews by netizens and failed to achieve unanimous praise. Those who like Stephen Chow's style still think that The New King of Comedy is very good, but some netizens think that Stephen Chow has run out of ideas and the movie is not that good. With such evaluations, it also shows that The New King of Comedy may indeed have some problems. As for other movies, Cohen-S fans think that XXX is a very good movie, but those netizens who were stubborn enough to try the poison were wiped out and died from the poison. Even the name of the movie was changed by netizens to Sissy Agent. Huang Jing's Exorcist was directly criticized by netizens as a bad movie, comparable to The Sissy Spy. As for the other 4 movies released at the same time, netizens' reviews were not very high either. Now the only review for the movie Dying to Survive has not come out yet. Fortunately, netizens did not have to wait too long, and viewers who had watched Dying to Survive began to become active online. Dying to Survive is the best movie I've seen this year, bar none. It's really great. The lead actor Gu Chunfeng's acting is much better than in Buried Alive, and Guangu's acting is also very good this time. I really didn't expect that a young actor in his 20s could play the role of a middle-aged man so well. Gu Chunfeng's acting skills conquered me again. I strongly recommend everyone to watch Dying to Survive. This movie is good, but it's a bit tear-jerking. I advise everyone not to buy snacks to watch this movie, because you won't be able to eat them. The biggest disease of human beings is poverty. I was inexplicably moved by this line. This movie is really good. Teacher Gu's acting is absolutely explosive. I highly recommend it. Can you guarantee that you will never get sick in your life? There are many classic lines like this in Dying to Survive. They are pure, direct, and powerful, and it's a good movie worth recommending. I am a grown man, but I cried 3 times while watching Dying to Survive. It's so embarrassing, but this movie is really good. Full marks, I give full marks to Mr. Gu's film. Whether it's the plot, the rhythm, or the actor's acting skills, they are all very good. After the audiences who watched Dying to Survive expressed their opinions on the movie online, the netizens were shocked. Because all the reviews are positive. It feels like I paid for some water army. This is too crazy. However, some careful netizens discovered that this scene is exactly the same as the scene when Gu Chunfeng's Buried was released. It has received rave reviews and almost no negative reviews. But some people wonder, Gu Chunfeng's 2 films are of 2 completely different types, why do they get the same result? Is Gu Chunfeng really that powerful? Oh my god, Dying to Survive has received so many positive reviews. Is it really that good? Are you sure this wasn't created by hiring a troll army? Use your brain, check out those commenting accounts yourself, they are all legitimate accounts, not trolls at all. Fuck, that can only mean that Gu Chunfeng is too awesome. Is the movie Dying to Survive really going to be a big hit? I can responsibly tell you that Gu Chunfeng's Dying to Survive is really very good. The plot is reasonable, the rhythm is well paced, and the actor's acting skills are online. It is definitely a rare good movie. Fuck, is it really that good? Hearing you guys talking about it makes me want to buy a ticket right now. I just finished watching the new drama King, and to be honest, I was a little disappointed. Seeing so many of you say that Dying to Survive is good, I'm going to buy tickets now to see if what you say is true. I'm going too. I just don't believe that Dying to Survive is as good as you say. Even though it was already past 2 in the morning, netizens were not sleepy at all. Some netizens even saw people saying online that Dying to Survive was good, so they turned around and went to the cinema. Up to now, the first screening of all 8 movies released during the May Day holiday has been completed. Judging from the reactions of netizens, except for Dying to Survive, the other 7 movies received mixed reviews, and only Dying to Survive received unanimous positive reviews. 3 o'clock in the morning. A certain website has refreshed the ratings of 8 released movies. The most popular drama among netizens is Dying to Survive, with more than 80,000 people giving it a very high score of 9.8. This shocked netizens. Even Stephen Chow's The New King of Drama only received a score of 7.2 on a certain website. As for The Sissy Agent and Exorcist, the ratings of these 2 movies were even lower, with only 4.5 and 4.2 points. The other 4 movies also scored around 4 points. Everyone knows that the rating after the first screening of a movie has a crucial impact on the subsequent box office of the movie, so when netizens saw this rating, they all became excited. Many well-known film critics also commented on the movies they had watched online. Among them, Hu Chan, a film critic known for his sharp tongue, wrote a 1,500-word review of Dying to Survive as soon as he got home after watching it. Without revealing any spoilers, Hu Chan highly praised the movie Dying to Survive, in which she once again used most of the space to praise Gu Chunfeng. When Hu Chan's fans saw this film review, they were all dumbfounded. Is this still the sarcastic film critic they know? How come she becomes like a different person when it comes to Gu Chunfeng's movie? It was like this when Buried was filmed, and it's like this again now with Dying to Survive. This guy has simply become Gu Chunfeng's bootlicker. The appraisal is complete. Hu Chan has been conquered by Gu Chunfeng. That's what you said, but Gu Chunfeng's starring role in Dying to Survive is really damn good. I went to see it, and Gu Chunfeng's performance in this movie is better than Buried Alive, so Hu Chan is not wrong. Yes, yes, yes. I also watched Dying to Survive and I felt that Hu Chan's comments were very on point. He didn't deliberately praise Gu Chunfeng, but they were objective and true. That can only be said that Gu Chunfeng's acting skills have improved. When he played Paul in Buried Alive, his acting skills were already superb. This time, he played Chung Yong in Dying to Survive, which is even more amazing. It seems that if I want to see Hu Chan's sharp-tongued reviews in the future, I can only wait for other movies, such as The Sissy Agent and The Legend of the Demons. In the movies starring Gu Chunfeng, Hu Chan is no longer a sharp-tongued film critic. Have you noticed that Hu Chan is not the only film critic who praised the movie Dying to Survive? Other film critics are also praising the movie. It seems that this movie is really going to be a big hit. Chapter 113, The Biggest Dark Horse, Netizens' Amazing Operation First Order Required. After seeing the comments from netizens, Hu Chan smiled. I do have a bit of a sharp tongue, but it's not mindless. How could I possibly be so harsh towards an artist like Gu Chunfeng? While Hu Chan was talking to himself, Gu Chunfeng on the other side had already returned home and put Tang Tang on the bed. He also took a hot bath and prepared to go to bed. At this moment, the WeChat notification sound on my mobile phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was a message from my agent Zhang Qingqing. Oh my god, Chunfeng, take a look online. The reputation of Dying to Survive has exploded. It's all positive reviews, comparable to the reputation of Buried Alive at the time. Gu Chunfeng smiled and replied, Sister Zhang, it's so late, why haven't you gone to bed yet? I can't sleep. Zhang Qingqing replied. Then he posted another, I really didn't expect that among so many movies released during the May Day holiday, the one with the best reputation was actually our Dying to Survive, which even received a super high score of 9.8 on Douban.com. It's really amazing. Gu Chunfeng replied, this is only temporary. It will naturally subside during the day tomorrow. Zhang Qingqing replied, yes, but after the first screening, our reputation actually surpassed Stephen Chow's The New King of Drama. This is just like a dream. Gu Chunfeng replied, Master Xing's movies are always like this. People who understand them will like them very much, but people who don't understand them will think they are just average. It's really hard to evaluate this. Chunfeng, based on this reputation, the box office of Dying to Survive might actually reach 3 billion. I said at the time that the guaranteed box office for this movie would be 3 billion, but no one believed me when I told the truth. How about it, do you believe it now? I can only say that I believe it a little bit. With this reputation, it may really hit 3 billion box office during the May Day holiday. Gu Chunfeng looked at the time and replied, okay, Sister Zhang, it's already very late, go to bed quickly, and we can talk about it tomorrow. Staying up late will make you old. Okay, you should rest early too. The next day. When people who go to bed early open their eyes and habitually check the news, they are shocked when they see the news online. Dying to Survive is definitely the biggest dark horse in the May Day period. After watching Dying to Survive, I burst into tears. Another masterpiece is born. Dying to Survive scored a super high score of 9.8. Gu Chunfeng once again conquered the fans with his acting skills, he is going to be amazing. The New King of Dramas has received polarized reviews. Is Stephen Chow running out of ideas? XXX, Return of Xander Cage was renamed Sissy Agent by netizens. The father of bad movies creates another bad movie. The front page headlines of major entertainment websites are all filled with news about movies released in the early morning. Among them, Dying to Survive was the most popular, with all positive reviews and super high ratings, becoming a hot topic among netizens. The amount of discussion about the leading actor of this movie, Gu Chunfeng, is even more astonishing. When people who woke up early saw the news, they were stunned. This was completely beyond their expectations. I just took a nap, and when I woke up, did the world become so crazy? Dying to Survive is going to be a big hit. Is it going to be the dark horse of this year? Master Xing has run out of ideas? That's impossible. This is Master Xing. He is the king of comedy. How can his movies be bad? You must be talking nonsense. This fantasy masterpiece by Huang Jing, which cost more than 200 million yuan, is a bad movie again. Damn, it is worthy of being the father of bad movies. Fortunately, I didn't buy a ticket for The Legend of Exorcism. Looking at the comments from netizens, it feels like Gu Chunfeng is going to be super awesome again. Could it be that his previous boasts are going to come true? The biggest disease is poverty. Is this from the movie Dying to Survive? It's too brilliant. No, I have to get up and buy a ticket now. When people who woke up early saw the news online, they were shocked. Before its release, the pre-sale box office of Dying to Survive only earned over 100 million yuan, ranking only third. But right after its premiere, the word of mouth for Dying to Survive exploded, surpassing 7 other movies released at the same time. This also includes the new King of Drama directed by Stephen Chow, which is incredible. Therefore, during the day, the attendance rate of screenings of Dying to Survive in major cinemas began to soar sharply. In stark contrast, The Sissy Agent and The Exorcist saw large-scale ticket refunds. The reason for this situation is that the reputation of these two movies is really bad. Everyone's money doesn't come from the wind, so when spending money to watch a movie, of course they would choose a good movie. So many netizens turned around and bought tickets for Dying to Survive. For a time, more and more people bought copies of the movie Dying to Survive. More and more people know about Guanfong's acting skills and Guangu, who had always been criticized and questioned. After they finished watching Dying to Survive, their impression of Guangu changed drastically. In this movie, Guangu's role as Lu Shuyi is absolutely stunning, and netizens are conquered by his acting skills. I just finished watching Dying to Survive. I can only say that this movie is really great. At the end of the movie, it said that this movie is based on a true story, which really touched me. When I first watched it, I laughed, but as the plot unfolded, I started to cry. That line, "The biggest disease is poverty," is so insightful. What a profound understanding. There is also the phrase "life is money, and money is life," which is very touching. Only those who have experienced serious illness can understand the meaning of this phrase. In this movie, what I enjoyed most was the acting between Guangu and Guanfong. It was a real feast for the eyes. Guangu's acting skills have indeed improved a lot, but Guanfong's acting skills are what impressed me the most. He can interpret the middle-aged man Chen Yong so well at the age of more than 20. It is absolutely amazing. Who is the actor who plays the yellow-haired guy? Although he didn't play many roles like this, I still remember him deeply, especially the part where he drove the car to distract the police for Chen Yong. It made me cry. Yes, I cried when I watched this part, too. Huang Mao was loyal and righteous, but he got into an accident and died. After seeing your comments, I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to buy a ticket and watch it now. Brother, you'd better check online before you go to see if there are any tickets. Don't be like me. I ran over there, only to find out that there were no tickets. Then I thought of a way. I bought a ticket for the new King of Drama and secretly ran to the theater of Dying to Survive and sat on the steps to watch it. Fuck, you upstairs are such a genius, why didn't I think of this method? Chapter 114, The Sissy was slapped by the Cultural Affairs Bureau. Please order first. For a time, those netizens who failed to watch Dying to Survive were wedded by those netizens who had watched it. I wanted to buy tickets on site, but found that the tickets for Dying to Survive had already been sold out. So some netizens came up with a solution. They bought tickets for other movies and went to the theater of Dying to Survive to watch the movie while standing. At first there were only 1 or 2, but gradually there were more and more. As a result, not only were the seats in the theater showing Dying to Survive full, but even the aisles were filled with people. Compared with the popularity of Dying to Survive, the two movies The Sissy Agent and The Legend of Exorcist are much more miserable. After each show, if there are more than a dozen people watching, it is considered very good. Some of them stayed here because there was no room to stand in the theater where Dying to Survive was being shown, so they could only find a place to wait for the next show. Of course, ticket refunds are still continuing, but the situation of The Sissy Agent is much better than The Exorcist. Because the people who buy tickets for The Sissy Agent are basically there for the sissy guys. To put it bluntly, they go to see people, not to see the movie. Originally there were quite a few people who wanted to try something new, but after seeing the unanimous comments from netizens, they became scared and didn't dare to try it out. Cohen, who had just woken up from his sleep and was lying on the luxurious big bed, looked as if he had eaten shit after seeing the comments online. He never imagined that the movie XXX starring him would have such a bad reputation, and it was even changed by netizens to Sissy Spy, which is really infuriating. However, what is even more infuriating is that the rating on a certain website is only 3.8. This is too unexpected. In his opinion, the rating of XXX starring himself must be higher than 9 points to be worthy of his status. However, the result is, if only his own movie had failed, he wouldn't have had this expression. But the movie Dying to Survive, starring Guanfong, whom he hated the most, actually received rave reviews and even received a very high score of 9.8. This was really infuriating. Humph, they must be jealous of my beauty, that must be it. So what if the rating is a little lower? It will still be able to crush that bastard's movie at the box office. Cohen is full of confidence in himself. So he wrote on Weibo, "Happy May Day to all my Cohen fans. Did you guys book the theater today? I need your support urgently. I love you guys, mwah." As usual, 9 selfies and pictures. Whenever his Weibo is updated, his fans go crazy licking the screen. As for netizens, they frowned, thinking it was too shocking to the eyes. Those who didn't know thought it was a transvestite. But Cohen's fans were screaming like crazy. "Ah, Cohen is so handsome. Cohen, don't worry, we will definitely try our best to book the whole place. Yes, Cohen, don't worry. I've already sold my blood today. I'll have enough money to book the whole place for you soon. Wait for me. Oh my, Cohen is so handsome, the most handsome guy in the universe. The movie you starred in, Sissy Ba, XXX, was really good. It fully showed the softness of a woman. It was really perfect. When did the evil spirit appear in the world? Where is Fahai? Why don't you come and take him away quickly? Fahai, please come out and take a few steps. A monster has appeared in the world." I now agree more and more with what Mr. Gu said before. Don't put him together with traffic stars. They are 2 completely different types. I am very worried now. Such sissy people are acting weird on the internet every day, which will seriously distort the values of young people. This sissy is so shameless that he actually openly called on fans to book out his movie. Has the domestic film market fallen to this point? It's just a few cases. Most of the actors and artists in the country can still control themselves. After all, they have to save face. Following this sissy's Weibo update, smoke of war and constant insults were heard. At this time, a statement from the Culture Bureau attracted widespread attention from netizens. Originally, during the May Day holiday, both those in the system and ordinary workers should have had a holiday, but a statement was issued at this time, which shows that the Cultural Department attaches great importance to this matter. The statement from the Department of Culture reads: "In response to the recent cases where some popular stars have used their public figures to deceive young people into doing things beyond their capabilities, and some have even engaged in extreme acts that harmed themselves, the Culture Department will definitely punish them severely. Therefore, order the popular stars to immediately delete the relevant comments and reflect on themselves. As public figures, they should face up to their identities, be strict with themselves, and set a positive, active, and progressive role model." When the Culture Bureau issued this statement, netizens were stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Everyone thought that the Culture Department would issue some important instructions during the May Day holiday, but it turned out to publicly criticize a certain popular star. Although this statement did not name anyone, everyone knew who it was talking about. For a moment, netizens became excited. Oh my god, the Cultural Affairs Bureau is really awesome this time. I've been annoyed with that sissy for a long time, and now he's finally been disciplined. I feel great. I didn't expect this sissy to cause the Ministry of Culture to issue a statement. This shows how stupid his recent behavior is. For the sake of box office, he actually openly let fans book out the theater. It's really too much. It's not just this time. He has been encouraging his fans to book out the theater. His fans are just mindless supporters. Some of them are willing to sell everything they have, even their blood. The Culture Bureau will definitely come out and crack down on him. Now I'm just waiting to see if the sissy will delete his Weibo post, It's time to discipline this sissy. If he continues like this, he will sooner or later be a bad influence on this generation of Chinese youth. I suddenly remembered what Chef Huang said, "Don't compare sissy guys with Teacher Gu, that's an insult to Teacher Gu." Now seeing what sissy guys do, I realize that this is true. I wholeheartedly support the statement from the Culture Department. As the statement from the Culture Bureau came out, netizens began to wonder whether Cohen would delete his Weibo post and come out to apologize. At the same time, everyone was very excited about the statement from the Culture Bureau. When Guanfong saw the statement from the Culture Bureau, he also found it a little funny. That sissy has actually been targeted by the Cultural Affairs Bureau. It's going to be interesting to watch next. But then again, this kind of sissy should have been targeted a long time ago. The guy who always instigates fans to book out the theater crazily is openly destroying the market and instigating teenagers to do things beyond their abilities. This is absolutely courting death. Soon, Guanfong saw Cohen start deleting Weibo posts, deleting dozens of them at once. Without exception, all of them were blog posts in which Koen instigated and called on fans to support him and go to a private theater to watch a movie. Not only that, Koen also publicly apologized on Weibo. Apology: I did not take my public role seriously and did some inappropriate things, which had a negative impact on everyone. I apologize to the public here. I will be strict with myself in the future, be a positive, active, and optimistic public figure, and shoot more and better works to repay everyone. I hope everyone will supervise me together. Thank you. Chapter 115, Guanfong posted a message: "You have no chance, first order required." Guanfong couldn't help but laugh when he saw Koen's apology on Weibo. Did you come out and apologize? Are you still so strict with yourself? Be a positive and optimistic public figure? Shoot more and better works to repay everyone? Just ask yourself whether you believe it or not. Will movie fans believe it? After Koen deleted his Weibo post and issued an apology, netizens were also in an uproar. No one expected Koen to react so quickly. He directly deleted dozens of Weibo posts and issued an apology statement. And it wasn't just Koen who issued an apology statement. The official Weibo account of Dynasty Entertainment also issued an apology statement, which basically admitted the company's mistakes and stated that it would strictly regulate its celebrity artists in the future. Immediately, netizens started making fun of it online. Oh, the sissy actually gave in so quickly, huh? I thought he was going to fight to the end. It's really boring. They gave in so quickly, deleted dozens of Weibo posts and apologized. It's really boring. Ha, it looks like this wave of sissy behavior is going to hurt him. He's been targeted by the Cultural Affairs Bureau, so his future endorsements and commercial performances will be affected. It's definitely affected. Who can blame the sissy for being so self-destructive? Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a small fan base? Fuck, this sissy actually dares to say that he wants to be a positive and optimistic public figure in the future. Does he have the qualifications? Look at him. Is there anything positive about him? Koen's Weibo post not only failed to eliminate the negative impact, but instead was met with wild ridicule from netizens. At this time, Guanfong also posted a Weibo post, in which he wrote, "Just a little reminder, dreams are beautiful, but reality is cruel. I'm afraid you don't have a chance." When netizens saw Guanfong's Weibo post, they were stunned at first, then they understood what Guanfong meant and immediately laughed. Oh, it turns out that Teacher Gu has been following the developments online. I thought Teacher Gu had turned off the internet. Finally I caught a live Teacher Gu. I want to say, Teacher Gu, you played Chengyang so well. Your acting skills are even better than before. I'm going to watch it again. Hey, Teacher Gu is here. Teacher Gu, I want to say sorry to you. I criticized you before, thinking that you became arrogant and lost yourself after winning the Best Actor award. After I watched Dying to Survive, I realized that I was wrong about you. This movie may really get $3 billion at the box office. Does anyone still remember that Sissy said that if the box office of Dying to Survive starring Teacher Gu reaches $3 billion, he will quit the film industry? Now I am looking forward to it. Has he ever been in the film industry? Do you believe what this Sissy says? Teacher Gu is really amazing. His vision is so sharp and his acting skills are so explosive. He made only 2 movies since his debut, and both of them were huge hits. It's really amazing. As Guanfong updated his Weibo, netizens also gathered in the comments on his Weibo. Some came to congratulate Dying to Survive on its huge success, some came to apologize to Guanfong, and more came after watching the movie and looking forward to the $3 billion box office. Previously, netizens thought that Guanfong was bragging when he said that Dying to Survive could get a box office of 3 billion yuan, but after they finished watching it, they found that Guanfong was not bragging. But he does have the confidence to make such a bold statement. At this moment, the person who was most aggrieved and annoyed was undoubtedly Koen, who had just deleted his Weibo post and apologized. He never thought that he would be criticized by the Department of Culture. Although no name was mentioned, the whole network knew that the Department of Culture was talking about him. This made him very unhappy, but no matter how unhappy he was, he had to stand up and apologize, otherwise he would be really finished. Not only that, what made him even more aggrieved was that he was scolded by the company's leader, who told him to be quiet and stop doing stupid things online. Even though Koen was about to explode with anger, he did not dare to disobey the company's orders. As if things weren't bad enough, Koen, who was already in a very bad mood, saw the Weibo post that Guanfong posted at this time, and his face suddenly became even uglier. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Asshole, What do you mean I have no chance? You, a bastard, want to get a box office of 3 billion? Who can't brag? Fuck it, if the company hadn't banned me from posting anything online, I would have scolded you so much that you would doubt your life. Do you really think you're so awesome? As long as I'm here, you, Guanfong, are just a piece of shit. He just couldn't believe that Dying to Survive starring Guanfong could gross 3 billion at the box office. 3 billion is not 300 million. In the entire Chinese film market, how many domestic films can earn 3 billion at the box office? Just relying on Guanfong? Impossible. Absolutely not. While Cohen was thinking viciously, many netizens were waiting. They all wanted to see how this usually extremely popular star would react after seeing the Weibo post by Guanfong. But half an hour has passed and there is still no update on Cohen's Weibo. This is very strange. Could it be that the sissy suddenly changed his personality? It shouldn't be like this. As netizens waited, the time had come to past 11 o'clock in the evening of May 1st. As it was almost early in the morning, netizens began to get excited again. Why? Because the first day box office is going to break new records. I'm really a little excited. I wonder who will be the first day box office champion during the May Day holiday this year. It should be Stephen Chow's The New King of Comedy. After all, its pre-sale box office has exceeded 200 million. The first day box office will definitely not be too low. It should have no problem taking first place. I'm curious, since so many pre-sale tickets for The Sissy Agent and The Exorcist were refunded, how much is left on the first day? Don't mention it. I was stupid enough to watch Exorcist and now I regret it so much. Haha, luckily I was smart and waited for you to watch me before making a decision. In the end, I refunded the pre-sale movie tickets for Exorcist. Otherwise, I would have given away dozens of dollars at the box office for nothing. I wonder how much the first day box office of Dying to Survive will be, given its explosive word of mouth and a 9.5 rating on the first day? It should be around 200 million, because the pre-sale box office has already reached over 100 million, plus the explosive word of mouth, so 200 million should be possible. It just depends on how much it can reach in the end. In fact, the filming volume of Dying to Survive today is not high, only 17%, while the filming volume of Stephen Chow's The New King of Comedy is as high as 38%. The filming volumes of other movies are also not low, so it is hard to say what the first day box office of Dying to Survive will be. What's more, there are a group of Nyoma netizens who bought tickets for other movies and secretly watched Dying to Survive. It's simply shameful. I guess the number of screenings for Dying to Survive will increase tomorrow. After all, the attendance rate for this movie is so high that there is almost no place to stand. On the other hand, The Sissy Agent and Exorcist are completely empty and no one is watching them. It has already increased. I just read the screening announcement of Longda Cinema. The screening volume of Dying to Survive has increased to 28%. The screening volume of other movies has been reduced. The one with the biggest reduction is Exorcist, probably because its reputation is too bad. Chapter 116, First Day Box Office, the competition has just begun seeking first order. As midnight approaches, it is not just netizens who are looking forward to it. The people behind the 8 movies that will be released during the May Day holiday are waiting. Su Zhang, Wenmu, Guangu, and other people from the crew of Dying to Survive were all waiting nervously with their phones in their hands. Of course, Guanfong was also waiting, but he was not waiting as anxiously and nervously as the others. Because he believed that with the extremely high reputation of Dying to Survive, the box office would definitely not be too low. Even if it doesn't top the charts on the first day, Dying to Survive will eventually top the charts. This shows his confidence in his acting skills and also his confidence in this movie. Exactly midnight. The first day box office of the May Day holiday finally broke a new record. As expected, the first place was The New King of Comedy directed by Stephen Chow, which took in a super high box office of 380 million on the first day and had an average occupancy rate of 45%. Although this occupancy rate is not very high, its screening volume is very high. Although its reputation was polarized, thanks to Stephen Chow's appeal, the movie still won the box office championship on the first day of the May Day holiday. Ranked second is Dying to Survive starring Guanfong, which took in 250 million yuan on the first day. Although the number of screenings was not high, its attendance rate was too high, reaching over 90%, which is simply terrifying. Many netizens expressed surprise at the first day box office of Dying to Survive. After all, the screening volume of Dying to Survive was so low, yet it still got such a high first day box office. Ranked third is The Sissy Agent, which took in 240 million yuan at the box office on the first day thanks to the movie's crazy fans booking the entire theater. You know, even though many people refunded their tickets, the movie still grossed 240 million on the first day. I can only say that Kwon's crazy fans are really too crazy. The most embarrassing one was Huang Jing's The Legend of Exorcism, whose pre-sale box office was nearly 100 million yuan, but the final first-day box office only got 40 million yuan. This means that more than half of the movie fans refunded their tickets. As for the other 4 films, none of them exceeded 10 million. As the first-day box office figures for the May Day holiday were released, netizens were shocked by the result. Oh my god, this is so unexpected. I didn't expect sissy fans to be so crazy. No matter how crazy it was, it still couldn't withstand the appeal of Stephen Chow. The new king of comedy took in 380 million yuan at the box office on the first day. The reason that Stephen Chow was able to achieve this result is not only because of his strong appeal, but also because of his high film production volume. Gu Chunfeng's Dying to Survive was able to earn 250 million yuan at the box office with only 17% of the film production volume. This is terrifying. It's really scary. Gu Chunfeng's film Dying to Survive actually grossed 250 million yuan on its first day. It's amazing. The scariest thing is the attendance rate of Dying to Survive was as high as over 90%, and netizens said there was no place to stand, which shows how popular this movie is. If the number of films was higher, the first day box office would probably be even higher. By the way, Kwon's fans are too crazy. The movie grossed 240 million yuan just by booking theaters with fans. No wonder so many directors like to use popular stars nowadays. This power is simply too terrifying. That's because fans' money is too easy to earn. They simply spend money on their idols without thinking about any consequences. The funniest thing is that the pre-sale box office of Exorcist, made by the father of bad movies, was around 100 million, but the box office on the first day was only 40 million. How many people refunded their tickets? Let's not talk about bad movies. What I want to know now is, with the increase in the number of screenings, how much will the box office of Dying to Survive be tomorrow? It shouldn't be a small number. After all, the word of mouth of this movie is so explosive, and this movie is really very good. I am also looking forward to the box office of Dying to Survive tomorrow. When netizens saw the first day's box office numbers, they all discussed it enthusiastically. The one that surprised netizens the most was definitely Dying to Survive starring Gu Chunfeng. The word of mouth exploded with unanimous positive reviews. By the end of the first day, more than 150,000 people on Baidu had given it a very high score of 9.5. Moreover, with only 17% of the film's production volume remaining, the movie grossed 250 million yuan on the first day. Such a result is truly terrifying. Tianmong Entertainment. Gu Chunfeng is getting ready to go to bed? I heard someone knocking on the door, and when I opened it, it was my agent Zhang Qingqing. As soon as the door was opened, Zhang Qingqing hugged Gu Chunfeng excitedly and said with excitement, Chunfeng, good news, good news. The first day box office of Dying to Survive won 250 million. This is 250 million. Gu Chunfeng felt a little embarrassed when Zhang Qingqing suddenly hugged him, because Zhang Qingqing was only wearing a thin nightgown at that time, and her perfect body was clearly revealed. Gu Chunfeng quickly suppressed the wild power in his body, and then said, Sister Zhang, isn't it just 250 million? What's the big deal? Why do you come to my room in the middle of the night? Aren't you afraid of being misunderstood? Zhang Qingqing quickly let go of Gu Chunfeng after hearing this. Her face was extremely hot as she said, I was just too excited. Don't be so excited. The real competition is still to come. Today is just the beginning. Gu Chunfeng said with a smile. In fact, he was a little excited in his heart. After all, the first day box office of Dying to Survive in this world was higher than that on Earth. Zhang Qingqing continued, Chunfeng, I now realize that it is a great fortune for Tianmong Entertainment to be able to sign you. Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, Sister Zhang, I am where I am today thanks to you for helping me get the opportunity to act in this movie. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Zhang Qingqing smiled bitterly and said, Your acting skills and talent are here. Even if you don't shoot someone else's script, it will still be a hit if you write your own script and shoot it. Gu Chunfeng naturally had no objection to this. He hasn't even used his golden finger much, so it's easy for him to get a good script. Moreover, with his own popularity in this period, the reputation value in the system has already reached a terrifying number. He can upgrade his acting skills to SSS level at any time, and then his acting skills will be even more terrifying. At this time, Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chenfeng seriously and said, "Originally, I was a little worried about your statement that the box office of the movie Dying to Survive would be guaranteed to be 3 billion, but now it seems that I am not worried at all. Maybe it can really reach 3 billion. Of course, even if you can't reach 3 billion now, I believe the audience won't blame you, because you have presented your best acting skills to the fans." Obviously, even though Dying to Survive had great reputation and exploded at the box office on the first day, Zhang Qingqing still didn't quite believe that the movie could get 3 billion at the box office. Gu Chenfeng did not explain anything about this, but just smiled and said, "Until the last moment, no one knows what the final result will be." Chapter 117, Counterattack, Single-Day Box Office Champion First Order Required. Zhang Qingqing nodded, then checked the time and said, "It's very late now. I'm going to go back for my beauty sleep. You should also go to bed early." After saying that, he left in a hurry. Looking at that graceful figure from behind, Gu Chenfeng was a little dazed. He is also a normal man. In the middle of the night, a beautiful woman came to hug him, and then ran away. That feeling. Take a shower and calm yourself down. The next day. The attendance rate of Dying to Survive is still very popular, especially after the first day's performance and word of mouth. The attendance rate is even more amazing. The rating on a certain website is still as high as 9.4, which is simply terrifying. As for Stephen Chow's The New King of Comedy, the attendance rate dropped today. Many people said that they didn't get what Stephen Chow wanted to express, so the reputation was polarized. The rating on a certain website is only 6 points, which is already the lowest among all of Stephen Chow's movies. As for other movies, it was even worse. Huang Jing's Exorcist had only 5% attendance rate, becoming the worst movie during the May Day period. The day passed quickly, and at midnight in the morning, the next day's single-day box office was announced. As expected, the number one movie was Dying to Survive, which received explosive word of mouth and had a packed house on the first day, and grossed a staggering 388 million yuan on the second day. The second place was The New King of Comedy, directed by Stephen Chow. Although the attendance and reputation were not ideal, it also won a single-day box office of 270 million. The third one is The Sissy Agent, which, thanks to the madness of its fans, still won a single-day box office of 90 million on the second day. This made many netizens marvel again, saying that the fans of Traffic Stars are too crazy. As for the fourth place, it is no longer Huang Jing's The Legend of Exorcism, but is taken by another film called The Thief, with a single-day box office of 60 million. Huang Jing's The Legend of Exorcism had a single-day box office of only 8 million on the second day, which is the worst movie in the May Day period. You have to know that before this movie was released, it was said to be a magical blockbuster that cost 200 million yuan to make, but the result was a complete mess. The pre-sale box office has reached 100 million yuan, but judging from the performance of the movie in the past 2 days, it didn't even get half of the pre-sale box office. It's really too miserable. If this continues, no one will watch it before the next episode is released. When netizens saw the single-day box office update the next day, they also started discussing it heatedly. Fuck, Gu Chenfeng's Dying to Survive is so awesome that it actually made a comeback and won the single-day box office championship the next day, earning 388 million yuan at the box office. This is too brutal. The fact that this movie has such a high box office can only mean that it is really good and everyone likes it very much. That's right, that's right. Gu Chenfeng's performance as Chang Yong this time is so amazing and so good. I even watched it twice. Every time I was moved to tears by Gu Chenfeng's performance. This May Day period, without a doubt, Gu Chenfeng's Dying to Survive has become the biggest winner. You have to know that this is only Gu Chenfeng's second movie, and it has become a hit again. We have to admit that Gu Chenfeng's acting skills are absolutely amazing. Yes, even Stephen Chow's The New King of Comedy lost. Gu Chenfeng, the youngest winner of the Academy Awards, is really something. It's more than just a little bit. Didn't you see Su Zhang said it before? His acting skills are not as good as Gu Chenfeng's. I thought Su Zhang said that on purpose to promote Gu Chenfeng. Now after watching Dying to Survive, I found that it seems to be true. The other actors in the movie Dying to Survive all performed very well, especially Guan Gu's role as Lu Shuyi, who was really good. His refusal to participate in Apartment movie was definitely the right decision. Did you notice that the fans of this sissy are really fierce? With such a good reputation, it actually took in 90 million at the box office on the second day. It's crazy. Of course the fans of Traffic Stars are crazy. Otherwise, why would so many directors in China like to use traffic stars? Isn't it just to make money from these fans? That makes sense, but the worst movie in the May Day period this year is still The Exorcist, directed by the father of bad movies. It was rare in history that it crashed on the second day. Congratulations to the father of bad movies for breaking the record again. I just wonder if those investors and producers will be so angry that they will vomit blood after seeing such box office results. This is a movie that cost 200 million yuan to invest, and it just flopped like a dog. I don't know if he will vomit blood or not, but the father of bad movies should be quiet for a while. Netizens were shocked by the box office on the second day of the May Day holiday. Netizens were even more shocked when they saw that Dying to Survive made a comeback and became the single-day box office champion on the second day, and even earned 388 million yuan at the box office. Just as netizens were discussing the issue, Chow Yun-fat, who was far away in Hong Kong Island, posted another message on the social network. I said at the time that Mr. Gu's new movie would definitely not disappoint everyone. After the 2 days of screening, I believe everyone has agreed with what I said at the time. Finally, I would like to congratulate Mr. Gu on the box office success of Dying to Survive. As Chow Yun-fat posted this Weibo post, netizens suddenly remembered that everyone had been madly questioning Gu Chunfeng at the beginning, and they all thought that he had become arrogant and inflated after winning the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards. Now looking at the quality, reputation, and box office performance of Dying to Survive, and then thinking back to what Chow Yun-fat said at the time, many netizens suddenly blushed. At that time, Fa Gu said that Gu Chunfeng seemed to be talking nonsense, but that was because he was standing at a different height. This statement has now been confirmed. Now when I think back to what Brother Fa said at that time, my face turns red. It seems that I have wronged Gu Chunfeng. Brother Fa is right. You see things differently when you stand at different heights. We think Gu Chunfeng is just bragging, but in his opinion, this is a completely achievable fact. Yeah, seeing the current performance of Dying to Survive, I suddenly realized that the clowns are actually us. Brother Fa has really been paying attention to Gu Chunfeng all along, but Gu Chunfeng did not disappoint Brother Fa and proved himself with his works. After watching Dying to Survive, I clearly felt that his acting was even more sophisticated and outstanding than when he played in Buried Alive. I've also noticed this. Not only has Gu Chunfeng's acting skills improved, but this film Dying to Survive also gives him more room to perform. That's right. When we were filming Buried, there was only a small space. Even if your acting skills were great, there was no room to show them off. Chapter 118, Single Day Box Office of 450 million asking for monthly tickets and follow-up subscription. As soon as Chow Yun-fat's Weibo post came out, many netizens began to reflect on it. Then a large number of messages appeared in the comment section of Gu Chunfeng's Weibo, all of which were begging him to forgive them. It also confirmed what the agent Zhang Qingqing said before. Even if the final box office of Dying to Survive fails to reach 3 billion, netizens will not have any strict demands on Gu Chunfeng. Because Gu Chunfeng has already demonstrated his strength in his works. This can be seen from the comments of netizens after watching Dying to Survive. Shortly after Fa Gu spoke out, Huang Xiaochu, He Laoshi, Yang Mi, Diliaba, Zhuolu and others also spontaneously helped Gu Chunfeng promote Dying to Survive on the internet. With the successive promotion by a group of big names in the industry, Dying to Survive became even more popular. The filming volume on the third day increased again, reaching 35%. At this time of fierce competition during the May Day holiday, being able to get such a high filming volume shows how much the major theaters are optimistic about the movie Dying to Survive. There is no way around it. The word of mouth is overwhelming and the popularity is extremely high. Cinemas also need to make money. Instead of leaving some theaters empty for other movies, it is better to make money from Dying to Survive. Of course, since Dying to Survive has received such a high number of screenings, other movies are bound to be compressed. But there is nothing much to say about the other movies either, since they have such great reputations. Soon, the single-day box office figures for the third day of the May Day holiday were released. The first place is still Dying to Survive, with a single-day box office exceeding 400 million, reaching an astonishing 450 million, and an attendance rate of 78%, which shows how popular this movie is. Ranked second is still Stephen Chow's The New King of Drama, which earned 210 million yuan in box office in a single day. Although the reputation has been polarized, Stephen Chow's strong appeal remains strong. However, the third place is no longer The Sissy Agent, but was overtaken by the later Rampant, which earned a box office of 50 million in a single day. As for The Sissy Agent, it started to willful on the third day. Even the crazy fans were no longer crazy about it. It only earned 30 million at the box office. As for other films, they were similar to The Legend of Exorcist and only earned box office revenues ranging from a few hundred to 10 million. When netizens saw the single-day box office on the third day of the May Day holiday, they were shocked. Especially after seeing Dying to Survive raked in a terrifying 450 million yuan in box office in a single day, netizens were amazed. This is too brutal. This year's May Day holiday has clearly become a battlefield for a one-sided massacre by Dying to Survive, which took in 450 million yuan in box office revenue in a single day. It's really crazy. This is a bit scary. A single-day box office of 450 million yuan, this is almost breaking the record for the highest single-day box office of a domestic film, right? I can only say that Mr. Gu is really amazing. I didn't expect that even Stephen Chow would be outshined by him this time. It's simply too crazy. Who could have predicted this before the film was released? It's not that Stephen Chow's The New King of Comedy is bad, but Gu Guanfong's I Am Not a Medicine God is too explosive. The plot is very attractive, the production is also very good, and most importantly, the acting skills of the leading actors are too good. That's right. In the film Dying to Survive, in addition to the amazing performance of Chang Yong played by Mr. Gu, Lu Shuyi played by Guan Gu and the characters played by other actors are also very outstanding. It is because of their perfect combination that this amazing film was created. I can only say that Su Zhang is so amazing. The production of Dying to Survive that he supervised this time is really amazing. Gu Guanfong is also very lucky to have such a good performance opportunity. From what you mean, this movie made Teacher Gu famous? It's hard to say. Without Teacher Gu's explosive acting skills, I'm afraid this movie wouldn't be so exciting. Even if Su Zhang himself appeared, it might not be more explosive than it is now. That makes sense. While netizens were shocked by the single-day super high box office achieved by Dying to Survive, everyone started discussing a new issue. Was it the movie Dying to Survive that made Gu Guanfong famous, or was it Gu Guanfong that made the movie famous? No one can give netizens a clear answer to this topic. As the producer of Dying to Survive, Su Zhang has been keeping a close eye on the news about this movie on the internet recently. When he saw that the word of mouth of Dying to Survive exploded and the single-day box office earned 450 million, he was very excited, and became more and more convinced that his decision to find Gu Guanfong to play Chang Yong was absolutely correct. The facts also confirm this. Now all the investors and producers who had opposed it in the beginning came to apologize to Su Zhang, which made Su Zhang feel very happy. When he saw the question that netizens were discussing on the internet, is it the movie that made Gu Guanfong famous, or is it Gu Guanfong who made the movie famous, Su Zhang couldn't help but ask himself. Anyway, after thinking about it, he still couldn't find the answer. Because this is mutually beneficial. If I were to play the role of Chang Yong, would I be able to perform better than Gu Guanfong? Su Zhang was able to give the answer without even thinking about it, and Chang Yong, played by Gu Guanfong, was closer to the character in Su Zhang's mind. When Su Zhang saw that netizens attributed all the achievements of Dying to Survive to himself, he became a little restless. Why? Because he didn't deserve it. So he wrote on Weibo, "Dear friends, thank you very much for your support for Dying to Survive. I want to tell you that the success of Dying to Survive is not my credit, but the credit of everyone in the entire crew. Especially the director Wenmu, who gave his all for this drama. And the other leading actors, without their wonderful performances, there would be no success of Dying to Survive. In addition, I want to focus on Mr. Gu. He is really the most creative actor I have ever seen. His acting skills are far better than mine. No one is more suitable for the role of Chang Yong than Mr. Gu. This is what I really think." As soon as he posted this Weibo, netizens went wild. I completely agree with what Su Zhang said. The success of any movie cannot be the result of the efforts of any one person. Without the joint efforts of everyone in the crew, a movie would not be successful, let alone be shot. Having said that, I was surprised that Su Zhang once again said that his acting skills were not as good as Gu Guanfong's. This is interesting. This isn't the first time. It means Gu Guanfong really conquered Su Zhang with his acting skills. So, Su Zhang himself has confirmed it. Those who are stirring up trouble can just go to bed and stop wasting their breath. It makes no sense for us to discuss here who made whom successful, because the film and the actors made each other successful. Yes, that's right. During the next 7 days of the May Day holiday, although the single-day box office of Dying to Survive did not break 450 million, due to its explosive reputation, its daily box office remained at the top, which is terrifying. Chapter 119, First Week Box Office 2.228 billion seeking monthly tickets and subscriptions. On the fourth day, Dying to Survive earned 380 million yuan at the box office. Day 5, 320 million. Day 6, 280 million. On the seventh day, the box office fell back and only earned 160 million yuan, but it also ensured that Dying to Survive remained the single-day box office champion. Just like that, the total box office for the first week came out. Dying to Survive took in 2.228 billion yuan thanks to its extremely high reputation and publicity from various big names, winning the box office championship in the first week and even breaking the record. This result shocked everyone. Many people in the circle were very surprised. Even Guanfong was shocked when he heard the news. This result is much higher than the original version on Earth. As for other movies, except for Stephen Chow's The New King of Comedy, which earned 1 billion yuan in the first week and attracted the attention of netizens, everyone focused on the movie Dying to Survive. It's so shocking, so incredible. Oh my god, what does this mean? It grossed 2.228 billion yuan in the first week. Is Dying to Survive going to soar? It's really outrageous. The May Day holiday still managed to generate 2.228 billion in first week box office revenue. This is just the first week's box office. If a month goes by, the box office of Dying to Survive will be even more terrifying. This is the May Day holiday, so the box office has been very good for 7 consecutive days. After everyone goes to work, the box office will definitely decline. When I saw Mr. Gu's outrageous remarks, I cursed him out loud. But now, after seeing the first week's box office performance of Dying to Survive, I slapped myself in the face. I was so blind. I can only say that the first week box office performance of Dying to Survive will slap a lot of people in the face, because when Mr. Gu made the bold statement, almost no one believed that this movie could take 3 billion. They all thought he was inflated. But now, he has been slapped in the face. Although the final box office figures have not yet been released, I am sure that the final box office of Dying to Survive will exceed 3 billion. This is definitely the most popular movie this year. We've already grossed 2.228 billion yuan in the first week. Even though the holiday is over, there are still 3 weekends to go. We should have no problem breaking through 3 billion yuan. Teacher Gu is really a guarantee of box office success. The first film, Buried, made 800 million yuan at the box office with an investment of 5 million yuan. Now the second film, Dying to Survive, has made more than 2.2 billion yuan in the first week. It's simply too scary. Before we knew it, Guanfong has only been in the industry for a year and he has already won the Best Actor award at the Academy Awards and has become the best actor with a box office of 3 billion. That's amazing. With the sudden popularity of Dying to Survive, Guanfeng's daming was once again brought into the public eye. His Weibo followers soared to more than 30 million, and his reputation value in the system reached 110 million. Since it has been accumulating all the time and not consumed, the reputation value has accumulated very high. However, Guanfong did not lose himself. He knew that although Dying to Survive had achieved good results, it did not mean anything. Because in the eyes of the audience, Dying to Survive ultimately belongs to Su Zhang, and Guanfong just took advantage of the situation. Of course, Guanfong had already considered this issue before he decided to take on this role. He was worried at the beginning, fearing that the box office of Dying to Survive would be dismal after he starred in it, but now it seems that he can finally rest assured. If Guanfong wants to truly gain recognition from the audience, he still needs to have a movie that truly belongs to him. One Buried Alive and one Dying to Survive are far from enough. However, Guanfong also knew that one cannot rush into such matters and that one needs time to prepare. It is not the quantity of works that matters, but their quality. In the following period of time, Dying to Survive continued to be popular, but because everyone started to go back to work, the box office dropped a lot, but it still maintained its position as the single-day box office champion. As for Guanfong, his agent Zhang Xingxing has also been looking for a suitable script for him. Before he finds a script that satisfies Guanfong, he stays at home and stays with his daughter. After sending my daughter to school in the morning, I come home and read a book. That day, Zhang Xingxing came to Guanfeng's room and asked, "Guanfeng, you didn't like any of the scripts I brought to you these days?" Guanfeng shook his head and said, "I don't feel anything. These scripts are too ordinary." There was one thing he didn't say, which was that the system's ratings for these scripts were all 3 or 4 points, which was rubbish. Can I accept this kind of script? Zhang Xingxing was not surprised at all to hear Guanfeng's answer, and said, "Okay, I'll go take a look and see if I can find some surprising scripts." Guanfeng smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you, Sister Zhang." Although Gu Chenfeng has been at home these days, his agent Zhang Qingqing has not been idle. She looks for various scripts for him every day. However, the script she found was so mediocre that Gu Chenfeng simply passed it up. Thinking of this, Gu Chenfeng couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, good scripts are rare in any world. Don't be polite, this is just my job, Zhang Qingqing said, and left. She still had to continue looking for scripts for Gu Chenfeng. Although Dying to Survive has not been released yet, Gu Chenfeng's popularity is still there, but this guy does not participate in variety shows, commercial performances, or endorsements. Once the popularity is over, the attention will drop. If an artist does not appear in front of the audience for a long time, it is easy to be forgotten. So Zhang Qingqing was really troubled. Just as Zhang Qingqing left, Gu Chenfeng's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message from Luo Qingcheng. Congratulations to Mr. Gu for another successful movie. When Gu Chenfeng saw this WeChat message, he was stunned at first, and then he smiled brightly. Thank you. Gu Chenfeng replied, thought for a moment and sent another message. How was your work today? Are you busy? A minute later, Luo Qingcheng replied, it's okay. A patient was discharged from the hospital. I'm very happy, smiled JGP. Congratulations, it must be a great sense of accomplishment. Yeah, a great sense of accomplishment, just like your movie was a success, playful JGP. Before Gu Chenfeng replied, Luo Qingcheng sent another message. By the way, I bought a set of Tom the Rabbit's picture books for Tang Tang. I'll send them to her after get off work tonight. Okay. Gu Chenfeng replied, what do you want to eat tonight? Luo Qingcheng replied, can I order food? Playful JGP. Sure. Then I also want to eat dumplings and braised beef and soy sauce. Also, if it's not too much, I'd like to order another serving of hot beef brisket with tomatoes. Happy JGP. That's absolutely no problem. You're on duty today, so you should be off work at 6, right? Right. Happy JGP. Okay. Bye, see you tonight. Bye-bye. In the hematology department of the municipal hospital, Luo Qingcheng was sitting there staring at the information on the screen, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised and a look of happiness on her face. Chapter 120, The Warm Daily Life of a Family. Wow, Qingcheng, look at you, you look so happy. Did Teacher Gu make delicious food for you again? Zhou Qian, who was sitting next to her, turned her head and asked Luo Qingcheng with a gossipy look on her face. The relationship between Luo Qingcheng and Gu Chenfeng is no longer a secret in the Department of Hematology of the entire municipal hospital. Of course, these colleagues did not do anything unethical and kept the relationship very secret. Luo Qingcheng rolled her eyes at her in annoyance and said, you are already overweight, and you are still eating. Zhou Qian said carelessly, if I had a face like yours, I would definitely maintain my figure, but I think there is no need for me to work hard with my looks, so why should I suffer for my belly? When will you ask Teacher Gu to make something delicious again? Ever since I ate the food Teacher Gu made, I felt like the chef in our hospital cafeteria was transferred from a pig farm. Okay, I'll try. As he said that, Luo Qingcheng took out the medical record folder and stood up from the chair. Seeing this, Zhou Qian quickly asked, no, what are you doing now? Of course I'm going to check on the wards. What else can I do? Luo Qingcheng said and turned around and walked out of the office. Zhou Qian's foodie voice came from behind, Qingcheng, you must keep your word. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Gu Chenfeng picked up Tang Tang after school and said, Tang Tang, Aunt Luo is coming over tonight. She wants to eat tomato beef brisket soup. Shall we go to the supermarket to buy ingredients now? Yes, I must personally pick tomatoes for Auntie Luo's mom. The tomatoes I buy must be super sweet, and Auntie Luo must like them very much. When Tang Tang heard that Luo Qingcheng was coming home, she was so happy. Gu Chenfeng looked at the little girl, smiled and said, let's go. Soon, the father and daughter came to the supermarket, bought tomatoes, beef brisket, and yogurt for Tang Tang, and then took Tang Tang home. It was already 5:30 when they got home. After helping Tang Tang wash her hands, Gu Chenfeng opened a box of yogurt for her and put on a cartoon. Then he went into the kitchen and started cutting food. First, you need to prepare the beef brisket and stew it, prepare the tomatoes, and knead the dough. 6:30. There was a knock on the door. Tang Tang shouted happily, Auntie Luo is here. Dad, go open the door, Auntie Luo is here. Gu Chenfeng, wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen and opened the door. he saw Luo Qingcheng, wearing a black dress, standing outside the door with a bag in her hand. Tang Tang squeezed in between the two of them and shouted, "Auntie Luo Luo, come in quickly, my dad will be cooking soon and is waiting for you." "Really? I can smell the fragrance. Has Tang Tang been well behaved today?" After handing the handbag to Gu Chenfeng, Luo Qingcheng asked with a smile while changing her shoes. "Of course I am good. I am extremely good. Right, Dad?" "Yes, Tang Tang is very well behaved today." "Okay, Tang Tang, stop clinging to Auntie Luo Luo. Let Auntie go wash her hands first. Dinner will be served soon." After Luo Qingcheng washed her hands, she took out a box of cherries and a box of strawberries from her handbag, shook them at Tang Tang in her arms and said, "This is after meal fruit. I'll wash it for you after dinner." Then he took out a pack of wet wipes and said to Gu Chenfeng, who was carrying food out of the kitchen, "Teacher Gu, these are disinfectant wipes specially for infants and young children. They are non-irritating to the skin. When you take Tang Tang out, bring a pack with you. You can use them at any time." "Okay." Gu Chenfeng agreed readily. Finally, Luo Qingcheng took out a stack of picture books from her handbag and said, "Dang dang dang, Tang Tang, look what this is." Tang Tang took a look and immediately shouted excitedly, "Wow, Tom the Rabbit, this is my favorite picture book. Do you like it?" Luo Qingcheng asked with a smile. Tang Tang nodded her little head like a chicken pecking at rice, saying, I like it, I like it, I like it very much." "Thank you, Auntie Lolo." After saying that, Baji kissed Luo Qingcheng on the face. "Well, now let's go wash our hands and eat. I'll read it to you after we're done, okay?" "Okay." Luo Qingcheng picked up Tang Tang and said, let's go wash our hands." When the adult and the child came out after washing their hands, Gu Chenfeng had already put all the food on the table and was placing the chopsticks. "It's time for dinner." "Okay, let's go." Luo Qingcheng carried Tang Tang to the dining chair, then pulled the chair next to her and sat down. He picked up Tong Tong's special small bowl, served her a bowl of tomato beef brisket soup, and said, "This is a little hot, you have to wait a little longer before drinking it." "Thank you, Auntie Luo Luo." After arranging for Tang Tang, Luo Qingcheng served a bowl to Gu Chenfeng as well, and then served herself last. "Wow." After taking a sip of the tomato beef brisket soup, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but exclaimed, "Teacher Gu, I didn't expect the tomato beef brisket soup you made to be so delicious, it's really amazing. I'll try the brisket again. Wow, this beef brisket is so delicious that I can't describe it. It's definitely the best beef brisket I've ever eaten. I originally thought that the beef brisket made by my mother was delicious enough, but now I realize that I may not be able to eat the beef brisket soup made by my mother in the future." At this time, Luo Qingcheng was completely conquered by Gu Chenfeng's bowl of beef brisket soup, and she looked like a little fangirl. Suddenly, he saw Tang Tang staring at him from the corner of his eye. He was startled at first and asked, "Tang Tang, why are you looking at me if you're not eating?" Tang Tang blinked, stared at Luo Qingcheng and said, "And Luo Luo, I have a good idea. I don't want to listen. Let's eat quickly." Tang Tang was stopped by Luo Qingcheng before she could finish her words. "Whenever this little guy blinks, what comes out will definitely be embarrassing." Tang Tang shrank her neck and said, "Okay then." Seeing Tang Tang being so well behaved, Gu Chenfeng felt a little amused and helpless. Finally, someone could control this little guy. After dinner, Luo Qingcheng was still the one rushing to clean up the kitchen, and Gu Chenfeng could only let her do that while he cleaned up the living room. I don't know if it's because doctors all have a slight obsession with cleanliness, but the kitchen after Luo Qingcheng cleaned it was spotless, and even the floor was wiped clean and shiny. After cleaning up the kitchen, Luo Qingcheng washed her hands, washed the strawberries and cherry she had bought, and placed them on the coffee table, saying, "Come and have some fruit." Tang Tang jumped off the sofa as soon as she heard it and grabbed the fruit plate. "Wow, I want to eat blueberries. I like blueberries the most." Luo Qingcheng glared and said, "Go back." Tang Tang immediately stopped, retracted her hand, smiled, retreated back to the sofa, and sat down obediently. Seeing the little guy's expression, Luo Qingcheng couldn't help but burst out laughing and said, "Let's go wash our hands." "Ah?" Tang Tang said with a bitter face, "Wash it again? I just washed it before dinner. Before eating is before eating. You just played with your toys again. There are a lot of bacteria on your hands. If you don't wash your hands, they will all end up in your mouth." "Mom!" Tang Tang started to act coquettishly and cutely. Gu Chenfeng was answering the phone on the balcony at this time, so the little guy started to act unruly again. However, Luo Qingcheng didn't buy her trick at all. She glared at her. Before she could say anything, the little guy immediately stood up from the sofa and said, Okay, I'll go wash my hands. I'll go wash my hands now. As he walked towards the bathroom, the little guy looked back and asked curiously, Mom, do mothers who are doctors like to let their children wash their hands? Chapter 121, Breaking the Window Paper, a warm picture asking for monthly tickets and follow-up subscription. Tang Tang is madly testing the waters on the brink of death. This time Luo Qingqing didn't say anything. She turned around and started looking for something to hit someone with. Seeing this, Tang Tang quickly quickened her pace and ran towards the bathroom, shouting, I'm going to wash, I'm going to wash. After washing his hands, the little guy held a small bowl full of cherries and blueberries and lay comfortably beside Luo Qingqing, listening to her read the newly bought picture book. Half an hour later, Luo Qingqing finished reading 2 picture books, but Gu Chenfeng was still on the balcony making a phone call. So Luo Qingqing said to Tang Tang, Okay, let's stop here for today, Tang Tang, it's time for you to go to bed. Go back to your room and sleep. Tang Tang said with a pursed mouth, It's so early, can you let me play for a while longer? What's so early? It's already 8 o'clock. It will be 8:30 after I finish washing up. You are in the period of growth now, so you should get enough sleep. From now on, you must lie down in bed and prepare to sleep before 9 o'clock, okay? Luo Qingqing said like a stern mother. Tang Tang pouted and said, Mom, you don't live with us, how do you know? Before he could finish his words, Luo Qingqing glared back at him. Tang Tang saw Luo Qingqing's face was a little red, so she stuck out her tongue and giggled, Hee, Mom, I just said that, why are you blushing? You. Luo Qingqing almost went berserk. This little guy is really becoming more and more lawless. Tang Tang, you must listen to Aunt Lolo. Gu Chenfeng, who had just returned from a phone call, saw a big and a small child walking into the bedroom and shouted to Tang Tang. He knew that Luo Qingqing had gone to help coax the child to sleep, so he went into the kitchen to make dumplings. Maybe it was because Tang Tang was too tired from playing at school today, so she fell asleep quickly. When Luo Qingqing came out of the bedroom, she saw Gu Chenfeng making dumplings, so she walked over curiously and asked, Are you still making dumplings so late? Gu Chenfeng said, You like dumplings, don't you? I'll make some dumplings for you. You can take them home and put them in the refrigerator. When you want to eat, you can cook a bowl. It's much better than ordering takeout. Hearing this, Luo Qingqing smiled softly and said, You were so busy all day, how can you still remember it? This is a big deal, how could I forget? Gu Chenfeng said, Wait a moment, I'll pack more for you. Luo Qingqing walked up to Gu Chenfeng and said in a soft voice with a firm look in her eyes, That I'll pack it with you. Ah, okay. Seeing the determination in Luo Qingqing's eyes, Gu Chenfeng did not stop her. So the two of them chatted while making dumplings. The topic of their conversation was naturally sugar. But they had a tacit understanding with each other and no one deliberately mentioned Tang Tang. It was basically what happened in the past 2 days. After all, when talking about Tang Tang's past, we can't avoid that woman. Gu Chenfeng doesn't want to mention her, and Luo Qingqing will not take the initiative to talk about it. That was Gu Chenfeng's past, and what I love is Gu Chenfeng's present and future. Luo Qingqing smiled and said, Today Tang Tang showed me the video her kindergarten teacher and classmates recorded for her. She is very happy in school now. Yes. Gu Chenfeng said with a smile, This little guy is very popular in the kindergarten. I remember that she made many friends on her first day in kindergarten and got along well with the teacher. Yeah. Luo Qingqing smiled and nodded, Tang Tang has a cheerful and kind personality and is not squeamish. She will definitely have many friends in the future. Yes. Gu Chenfeng sighed, the little guy has made a lot of good friends in the past 6 months. He suffered a lot during the past 2 years of treatment, and the friends he made at that time were all little patients. Luo Qingqing heard the sadness in Gu Chenfeng's words and couldn't help but feel distressed. She comforted him softly, It's all over, isn't it? Yes. Gu Chenfeng nodded heavily and said with a smile, Everything is moving in a good direction now. To be honest, I am especially grateful to Tang Tang for not abandoning me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. But I am most grateful to you, Qingqing. Having said this, Gu Chenfeng raised his head and looked at Luo Qingqing seriously, saying, Without you, my father and I would most likely not be able to hold on, really. This time Luo Qingqing was not as polite as Gu Chenfeng had been in thanking her before. Instead, she tilted her head, looked into each other's eyes, and asked with a smile, Then how are you going to thank me? At this moment, Luo Qingcheng no longer had the aloofness she had in the hospital, and was now only charming and cute. Although her face was burning, her heartbeat was obviously accelerating, and the sweat on her palms was sticky enough to stick to the dumpling skins. She did not back down at all and looked at Gu Chenfeng with a smile. However, this time Gu Chenfeng did not disappoint her. He did not say I don't want to delay you or I don't like you, we are not suitable against his will, which are the kind of nonsense that show greatness but are hypocritical and disgusting. Whether you love or not, sincerity is always a respect for others, so Gu Chenfeng looked into Luo Qingcheng's eyes and said in a gentle and sincere tone, Qingcheng, thank you. It's just that I'm sorry to have wronged you. This seemingly irrelevant answer made Luo Qingcheng breathe a sigh of relief, and even her eyes became brighter. After all, his sincerity was not in vain, and he agreed. After a shy smile, Luo Qingcheng lowered her head and shook her head, saying, I'm not wronged. I like you guys. After saying this, her eyes became a little flustered, and she quickly changed the subject. There are so many, enough to eat for several days. After all, she is a girl, and she is facing a handsome guy and a big star, so it is inevitable that she will be shy. However, once this layer of window paper was broken and the most difficult step was taken, the atmosphere became elegant and refined. Sister Zhang has been looking for scripts for me recently. She may have to go out to film again soon, so I wanted to make more dumplings for you while I have time. Gu Chenfeng said with a smile. Well, okay. Luo Qingcheng nodded. Gu Chenfeng is an actor and it is impossible for him to be at home every day. She had been mentally prepared for this. At the same time, she also cherishes every minute and every second of the present. Teacher Gu, the dumplings you make are so pretty, can you teach me? No problem. Come on, stretch out your left hand, put the dumpling wrapper in the palm of your hand, and then put the stuffing in. There is a little too much stuffing, you need to remove some of it, otherwise it will easily crack when cooking. Start pinching this side of the foot first. Make sure you use force when pinching. Yes, that's it. Look, you can do it after just one lesson. You're really talented. Wow, they are so beautiful. I can't believe that I made these dumplings. Luo Qingcheng, who had learned how to make dumplings, said with joy, Teacher Gu, you are really amazing. Not only are you a good actress, but you are also good at making dumplings and cooking. I admire you. By the way, Mr. Gu, can you teach me how to roll out dough? Sure, come here and I'll teach you. Luo Qingcheng transformed into a little fangirl and stood in front of Gu Chenfeng, looking eager to try. Gu Chenfeng was also very patient and taught her step by step how to roll out the dough. Under the night sky, inside the room, Luo Qingcheng, the ice goddess in the eyes of outsiders, stood in front of the table like a little bird, feeling the 37-degree body temperature coming from behind her. Chapter 122, the 3 billion box office winner, an unexpected surprise asking for monthly tickets and follow-up subscription. While Gu Chenfeng was teaching Luo Qingcheng how to make dumplings, the second week's box office results for Dying to Survive were also released. Because everyone was at work during the week, the box office performance was only slightly better on the weekends, so the box office performance saw a significant decline. However, Dying to Survive still won the championship of this week with a box office of 500 million. Combined with the previous 2.268 billion, the total box office of Dying to Survive has now reached 2.768 billion, which is very close to the goal set by Gu Chenfeng before, 3 billion. There is still 232 million left to reach a total box office of 3 billion, and there are still 2 weeks left. It can be said that it is a foregone conclusion that Dying to Survive will take in 3 billion at the box office. For a while, netizens started discussing it hotly. Oh my god, Dying to Survive is so amazing, it's already a sure bet for the 3 billion box office. Dying to Survive is crazy. It has grossed 2.768 billion in just 2 weeks. It's only been 2 weeks. It looks like Gu Chenfeng's boasting will soon come true. In a flash, Gu Chenfeng has become the youngest movie star with a box office of 3 billion in history. Teacher Gu is awesome. Fuck, it's true. Mr. Gu had 830 million at the box office when he was filming Buried. Add to that the 2.768 billion that Dying to Survive has earned, and that's already 3.598 billion. He's truly become the youngest actor to have earned 3 billion at the box office. I just don't know if I can break through to become the best actor with a box office of 4 billion. Whether or not he can break through, it's definitely a happy event that Mr. Gu has become a 3 billion box office movie star after only 1 year of debut. When netizens saw the second week's box office and realized what was happening, they were all extremely excited. What Gu Chenfeng boasted about was about to come true. Just 1 year after his debut, he became the youngest actor with a box office of 3 billion. This is amazing. Zhou Lo, the director of Buried, even posted a congratulatory message on Weibo. Congratulations to Mr. Gu for becoming the youngest 3 billion movie star in film history. I look forward to you continuing to create your own miracles. P.S. Remember to continue to work with me if you have the chance. As soon as Zhou Lo's Weibo post came out, netizens became even more excited. Everyone can see that Zhou Lo really likes and wants to work with Guanfong. Afterwards, Su Zhan, Wenmu, Huang Xiaochu and others also stood up to congratulate Guanfong on becoming the youngest 3 billion movie emperor in Chinese film history. Guanfong, who had just sent Luo Qingcheng home, was a little surprised by these blessings from his friends. The title of $3 billion movie emperor seems pretty good, but it's a bit too little. So he responded on Weibo, "Thank you all my friends, I will reply to you one by one. The title of 3 billion movie emperor sounds good, but I think it's a bit low, what do you think?" After posting the Weibo, before even reading the netizens' reactions, he quickly sent a WeChat message to Luo Qingcheng, "I got home safely, you should get some rest early." Luo Qingcheng replied almost immediately, obviously waiting for Guanfeng's message, "Okay, thank you for sending me home, and you should go to bed early too." Okay. Good night. Good night. Seeing this message, Guanfong was also helpless. He also wanted to stay, but it didn't seem right for him to stay anywhere. Although the window paper has been broken, the time has not yet come. For a moment, Guanfong felt that he really should buy a house. It was only when he finished his shower and lay in bed that he took out his cell phone and looked at it. Wow, netizens are all night owls and they left messages in the comment section of his Weibo. "Teacher Gu, you are getting swollen again. 3 billion is not a small amount. Do you really want to win the title of Best Actor at the box office of 4 billion with just 2 movies? It's not impossible. You see, Mr. Gu's 2 works have grossed a total of 3.598 billion. As long as Dying to Survive can take another 402 million, Mr. Gu will become the youngest actor to earn 4 billion. Fuck, if you calculate it this way, it's really possible. But based on the current market conditions, is it possible? The box office of Dying to Survive has reached saturation now. Almost everyone who wanted to watch it has already watched it. Those who haven't watched it probably don't have much interest in it. There are still 2 weeks left. Maybe Teacher Gu will really create a miracle? This time, what Guanfong said was no longer considered to be bragging by a unanimous opinion. After all, there is still a gap of more than 300 million yuan. If Dying to Survive can continue the momentum of the first 2 weeks, there will be no problem at all. But the key point is that netizens noticed that in the second week's box office, the lowest day was only more than 40 million, which was completely supported by the 2 days of the weekend. Just like what netizens said, everyone who wanted to see it has already gone there. Maybe in the third week, the highest single-day box office could reach 40 million. However, early the next morning, a piece of news appeared and directly set off the internet. It turned out that the official media Weibo posted a comment about Dying to Survive. Dying to Survive is a film that is worth pondering. It allows us to have a deeper understanding of life. Although some aspects are exaggerated, it is still a film that is worth pondering and worth our understanding. I recommend it to everyone. The number of words is not that large, but its credibility and its occurrence represent some kind of signal. So as soon as this Weibo post came out, countless netizens rushed to repost this official media post. Oh my god, I actually saw the official media recommending the movie Dying to Survive so early in the morning. This is so rare. Yes, in my impression, there are only a handful of movies recommended by official media. Now they actually recommended the movie Dying to Survive. This news is really explosive. This movie is recommended by the official media, it seems it is really worth watching. I was originally trying to hold back and wait for the pirated version, but now that the official media has recommended it, I don't want to save that little bit of money on the ticket anymore. I seldom go to the cinema to watch movies. I usually pay attention to current affairs. I didn't expect the official media to recommend a movie. It seems that this movie is really good. Although I've already watched one part, but now that the official media has said that Dying to Survive is a movie worth pondering, I'll go watch it again. Therefore, with the help of official media, Dying to Survive, which had almost exhausted its potential, ushered in his second spring. When Guanfong saw this news from the official media, he was stunned. Isn't my luck a bit too good? Success in both career and love? He is definitely a man of luck. So Gu Chenfeng also reposted the official media's Weibo, and when netizens saw him repost it, they all burst into laughter. Netizens all felt that Gu Chenfeng made a lot of money this time. That evening, when the single-day box office for the first day of the third week was released, netizens who were paying attention to the box office performance of this movie were immediately shocked. Because they found that the box office, which had originally been as low as 40 million a day, was as high as 110 million on that day. This is absolutely amazing. However, this was just the beginning. On the second day of the third week, the box office grossed 130 million. At this point, the 3 billion promise that Gu Chenfeng had made before was actually exceeded with the promotion of official media, and even the 4 billion movie actor title was within reach. Chapter 123, The Youngest 4 Billion Movie Star, A Birthday Gift for My Daughter Asking for Monthly Tickets. After seeing this scene, netizens couldn't help but sigh that Gu Chenfeng not only had superb acting skills, but also had such incredible luck. It was actually recommended by the official media, allowing Dying to Survive to achieve a box office of 3 billion ahead of schedule. Not only that, in the following week, with the recommendation of the official media, Dying to Survive still won a box office of 200 million yuan, which can be regarded as squeezing out the last potential of this movie. In a short period of time, Dying to Survive won a box office of 3 billion, and Gu Chenfeng became the youngest 4 billion movie emperor. After netizens learned the news, they congratulated him online. Fuck, Mr. Gu is awesome. He's only been in the industry for a year and he's already won the 4 billion box office award. A recommendation from the official media directly helped teacher Gu achieve 2 goals. This is incredible. I thought I would have regrets, but who knew the official media would suddenly recommend it? I can only say that Mr. Gu's Yunqi is really great. Now Mr. Gu has become the youngest actor with a 4 billion yuan film award. He will definitely be the top actor in Tianmong Entertainment. That's right. Although Du Tianyu has made some achievements in the field of TV dramas, compared with Mr. Gu's achievements in the field of movies, it is nothing compared to him. Teacher Gu is really crazy. All his boasts have come true. He is really a man blessed by God. Ha, you're right, Teacher Gu is the one who was blessed by God. My father-in-law really has become the youngest 4 billion movie star in history. Congratulations. Congratulations to my father-in-law for becoming the youngest actor in history. In addition to netizens and Gu Chenfeng's fans, many people in the circle also congratulated Gu Chenfeng online. Fa Gu, Su Zhang, Wenmu, Zhou Huang Xiaochu, Yang Mi, Diliaba, and others are on the list. When netizens saw the congratulations from these bigwigs in the circle, they realized that Gu Chenfeng, who had just entered the entertainment industry, had already built such a huge network of contacts without realizing it. Gu Chenfeng has been receiving calls, text messages, and WeChat messages non-stop today. Many relatives and friends have called to congratulate him. At this time in the room, Agent Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chenfeng with surprise and said, "Oh, Chenfeng, you are really amazing. You have become the youngest actor with a film revenue of 4 billion yuan and have been recommended by the official media. Your luck is simply amazing." Gu Chenfeng rubbed his chin narcissistically and said, "This is probably why handsome and low-key people are favored by God." You are right. Zhang Qingqing really wanted to say that he was narcissistic, but he was handsome and his luck was indeed incredible. At this time, Gu Chenfeng suddenly thought of something and said to Zhang Qingqing, "By the way, Sister Zhang has something I want to ask you for help." "Oh? What's the matter?" Zhang Qingqing asked with raised eyebrows. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "It's not a big deal. It's Tonton's birthday soon, and I want to give him a gift. Then I want to ask you to ask Director Liu if we can set up an animation department. If not, I can find someone to do it myself. I just need a venue." Tang Tang is going to have a birthday? Zhang Qingqing was startled at first, then she realized something and exclaimed, "Chenfeng, you are not going to make an animation for Tonton's birthday, are you?" "I guess so." Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, "Of course, my animation can also be broadcast on TV stations, and it will probably make some money." Zhang Qingqing was completely shocked by Gu Chenfeng's words. It took her a while to recover. She asked in disbelief, "Chenfeng, you actually know animation? Animation and acting are 2 completely unrelated industries. How does Gu Chenfeng know about animation?" Gu Chenfeng explained with a smile, "I was at home, and after delivering the candies, I had nothing to do, so I fiddled with some sketchbooks and thought of some story settings. Now I want to make it and show it off. The main purpose is to give it to Tang Tang as a birthday present. Of course, it would be even better if I could make some money from it." Zhang Qingqing couldn't help but ask, "Can you show me your sketchbook?" Gu Chenfeng nodded, then walked back to the room, took out some sketchbooks and handed them to Zhang Qingqing. When Zhang Qingqing saw the sketchbook drawn by Gu Chenfeng, she was completely shocked. Every image in the sketchbook is vivid and the story is clear and interesting. If this is made, it might really sell for money. So Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chenfeng and exclaimed, "Chenfeng, you have astonished me again, really. I originally thought that you were already a monster in acting, script writing, and singing, but I didn't expect that you now have such a talent in sketching. To use a phrase that's popular on the internet right now, you really are a treasure boy." For a moment, Zhang Qingqing was reluctant to give up. When she saw Luo Qingchang and Tang Tang being as close as mother and daughter, she had already decided to give up. Now. However, at this moment, Gu Chenfeng's heart was. For a man with cheats, what does this little talent mean? Of course, these are my biggest secrets and I will never tell anyone. Now I have more than 100 million reputation points, which can be exchanged for various resources in the system store. And animation is nothing. Gu Chenfeng smiled in his heart, looked at Zhang Qingqing and asked, "Sister Zhang, how about you help me make an appointment with Minister Lu tomorrow? I want to talk to him about this." Zhang Qingqing said very domineeringly, "Now you don't need to make an appointment to see Lu Kuang, just go to him directly. After all, you are the youngest 4 billion movie star, and you are the face of the company." Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "Okay then, he should be off work today, let's talk about it tomorrow." Early the next morning. After Gu Chenfeng sent Tang Tang to kindergarten, he went straight to find Lu Kuan with Zhang Qingqing. What Gu Chenfeng didn't expect was that after Lu Kuan saw the sketchbook and listened to Gu Chenfeng's ideas, he agreed to his proposal without hesitation. On the same day, the Human Resources Department began recruiting animation professionals and set up an animation department. Gu Chenfeng was a little surprised by the efficiency. However, from Lu Kuang's perspective, Gu Chenfeng is the youngest 4 billion movie emperor in history and the face of Tianmong Entertainment. He even wants to worship Gu Chenfeng. Moreover, the establishment of an animation department would also be beneficial to the company's long-term development, so Lu Kuang agreed without hesitation. After a week, all the staff in the animation department had gathered, which was definitely quite fast. Gu Chenfeng was also a little shocked after hearing the news. Then, he directly threw all the sketchbooks of Boonie Bears and the short stories of each episode to Li Mu, the head of the animation department. This Li Mu was poached from other places by Tianmong Entertainment at a high price, so there is absolutely no problem with his strength. When Li Mu saw Gu Chenfeng's sketchbook and the short stories in each episode, his face was filled with amazement and he was immediately attracted to her. He has been working in this industry for a long time and has extremely strict aesthetic standards for animation materials, stories, animation characters, etc. After seeing Boonie Bears, he wanted to make it immediately. Chapter 124, Animation Department, Bold Ideas Subscription Request. The fact that Tianmong Entertainment had established a new animation department naturally could not be hidden from others. Especially Lu Tianyu, the boss of the TV drama department, who has been very depressed recently. Recently, after Gu Chenfeng became the youngest 4 billion movie emperor, many TV directors also wanted to find him to film TV series. However, Lu Tianyu always controls the TV drama scripts in the TV drama department. Whenever a new script comes in, he will read it first. Even though the script was written by the directors specifically to invite Gu Chenfeng to perform, Lu Tianyu read it one by one. Fortunately, there are no good scripts recently, at least not in the eyes of Lu Tianyu. More importantly, Gu Chenfeng seemed to have disappeared. Apart from picking up and dropping off his daughter from school every day, he stayed at home. Now, Lu Tianyu finally knew what Gu Chenfeng had been busy with at home during this period. They are actually working on animation, and are now using the company's resources to set up an animation department. This made Lu Tianyu very angry. But while he was angry, he was also secretly happy. After all, animation and acting are two completely different industries. Why would an actor not focus on acting but tinker with animation? Isn't this just asking for death? So Lu Tianyu didn't pay any attention to the animation made by Gu Chenfeng, and was only thinking about snatching those TV drama scripts. And what about Gu Chenfeng? Ever since he handed over the entire first season of Boonie Bears to Li Mu, apart from occasionally going over to check on the progress and give suggestions, he spent the rest of his time accompanying his daughter and keeping in touch with Luo Qingcheng. Of course, serious work must be done. For example, he will read the script that Zhang Qingqing finds for him very carefully. However, Zhang Qingqing found 10 movie scripts for him, but he didn't like any of them. This made both Gu Chenfeng and Zhang Qingqing feel helpless. Without a good script, Gu Chenfeng would definitely not act in this role. Zhang Qingqing also supports this point. After all, with Gu Chenfeng's current reputation, Zhang Qingqing would never allow him to make a bad movie. However, while Gu Chenfeng is free, the director Wenmu and producer Su Zhangliang of Dying to Survive are very busy. They sent Dying to Survive to the Golden Horse Awards organizing committee to participate in the judging of this year's Golden Horse Awards. You should know that although the Golden Horse Awards are held at different times in this world, it is definitely an award that is well known in China. In fact, the Golden Horse Awards is one of the most prestigious awards in China, so both Su Zhang and Wenmu value it very much. Although Gu Chenfeng did not participate, he also knew the news and was looking forward to it. What if I accidentally got shortlisted? Did you accidentally win the award again? There should always be some goal in life. As time went by, after Dying to Survive was taken off the screen, the news about Gu Chenfeng on the internet gradually faded. Although he is the youngest 4 billion movie emperor, he is too low-key. He never participates in variety shows or commercial performances, nor does he accept advertisements. He always stays at home and spends time with his daughter. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, another half a month passed, but Gu Chenfeng still didn't get the script he wanted. Not to mention Zhang Qingqing, even he himself was a little anxious. Although Zhang Qingqing helped him find more than a dozen scripts during this period, only 2 of them scored more than 6 points in the system. However, with a script worth only 6 points, Gu Chenfeng really didn't want to take part in it. No matter how good his acting skills are, such a low rating will not cause much sensation among the audience. It may even have the opposite effect, making people feel that their acting skills have declined, which is quite fatal. On this day, Zhang Qingqing found 2 scripts with great difficulty and found Gu Chenfeng. Chenfeng, these are almost the last 2 scripts. I have almost got all the scripts that will be filmed within the next year. Take a look. If you don't like these 2 scripts, you have to wait a little longer. Zhang Qingqing placed the 2 scripts in front of Gu Chenfeng with a tired look on her face. She has been really tired during this period. She is active in various places every day, visiting major directors and producers, just wanting to find a good script for Gu Chenfeng. However, Gu Chenfeng didn't like any of the scripts she recalled. Of course, the reason why she was able to get so many scripts was due to Gu Chenfeng's reputation. The youngest Hong Kong Film Award winner, the youngest 4 billion film winner, this is a living sign. Many directors wanted to work with Gu Chenfeng, so when they learned that Gu Chenfeng was looking for a script, they took the initiative to send the script to him, hoping that Gu Chenfeng would take a fancy to it. However, to the disappointment of those directors, Gu Chenfeng had never taken a fancy to any script. Seeing Zhang Qingqing's tired face, Gu Chenfeng was really moved. He knew that Zhang Qingqing had really put all her energy into him just to get a good script. Such an agent is really hard to find even with a lantern. So Gu Chenfeng said, "Sister Zhang, eat some fruit and take a rest first. I'll take a look. Maybe there will be surprises in these 2 scripts." Zhang Qingqing said with little interest, "I hope so. These 2 scripts are both big productions with an investment of over 200 million. I think they won't be too bad." Gu Chenfeng nodded, picked up one of the scripts and started reading. The script is called Invincible, and it is a kung fu movie. Due to the lack of novelty and old-fashioned plot, the system gave it a score of 5.8. Since the rating is so low and it's a kung fu movie, Gu Chenfeng naturally wouldn't take part in it. So he picked up another script and muttered to himself, "I hope this script will be up to standard." However, this script called The Witcher scored even lower than Invincible, with only 5 points, which is simply rubbish. Zhang Qingqing, who was sitting nearby and eating some fruit, saw Gu Chenfeng's expression and asked nervously, "How is it?" Gu Chenfeng raised his head, looked at Zhang Qingqing and said bitterly, "Sister Zhang, to be honest, these 2 scripts are not very good. If I were to rate them, they would not exceed 6 points. Ah? Zhang Qingqing suddenly felt weak. Although he was mentally prepared for the bad performance, he didn't expect it to be so bad. He only got 6 points. Gu Chenfeng saw Zhang Qingqing's expression, thought for a moment, and said, "Sister Zhang, I have a bold idea, do you want to hear it?" "What's the idea?" Zhang Qingqing asked quickly. Gu Chenfeng said, "I will write the script myself and then find a director. We will invest in filming with Tianmon Entertainment. What do you think? Is it the kind where they are buried alive?" Zhang Qingqing asked. If it was something like Buried Alive, it might not be suitable for Gu Chenfeng now. Moreover, Tianmon Entertainment has a blank in the film industry. Except for Gu Chenfeng's achievements in this field, everything else is blank. Therefore, the previous live burials were outsourced to other companies. It can be said that Tianmong Entertainment Company has no experience in filming movies, and even has little experience in investing in filming. Because the company's main business is still in variety shows and TV dramas. After all, the company is backed by Mango TV, which has top resources in this regard. Thinking of this, Zhang Qingqing smiled bitterly and said, "Even if you wrote the script, our company has no experience in filming movies." Chapter 125, If there is no script, redeem it yourself. Ask for monthly tickets and subscription. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said in a fake way, "Actually, after seeing the script you brought over, I also found some inspiration, so I tinkered with it. I didn't intend to show it to you at first, after all, I think it's not perfect yet. But there's nothing I can do now. I can't find a script that suits me outside, so I can only create one myself. And I feel that the script I've created is pretty good." When Zhang Qingqing heard this, she quickly spread her hands and said, "Where is the script? Take it out and let me see it." Gu Chunfeng said, "It's almost not perfect yet. I'll show it to Sister Zhang when I finish it tomorrow. What do you think of my idea?" At this time, Zhang Qingqing fell into silence. This is a very serious issue and should not be taken lightly. If it were before, the company could just use the model of Buried, pay some money and leave the rest to other companies. But ever since Buried made huge profits and Gu Chunfeng became famous, this model obviously no longer works. Moreover, if the company wants to do it itself, it is not as simple as setting up an animation department and just spending some money to find some people with relevant majors. The movie is going to be put on the big screen, and there are too many departments involved. If it goes wrong, not only Gu Chenfeng's brand, but even Tianmong Entertainment will be affected. But if this is not done, Gu Chenfeng will continue to be shut down. Who knows when Gu Chenfeng will encounter a script suitable for him? After some careful consideration, Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chenfeng and said, "Chenfeng, when Lu Kuang comes back from his business trip tomorrow, let's go talk to him and listen to his opinions. After all, there are too many things involved here, and we need his consent and preparation." "Okay then." Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, "Let's go talk to Minister Lu together tomorrow." Zhang Qingqing looked at the time and said, "Okay, it's almost 5 o'clock, you should go pick up Tang Tang." Gu Chenfeng looked at the time and it was time to pick up Tang Tang, so he stood up and said, "Then I'll go pick up Tang Tang first." "Sister Zhang, please think about it carefully." Zhang Qingqing nodded heavily. How could she not consider such a big thing carefully? When Gu Chenfeng came back from picking up Tang Tang, his assistant Wu Xiaoxiao also came back from buying groceries. These days, she had become Gu Chenfeng's grocery shopper. Unless Luo Qingcheng comes home for dinner, Gu Chenfeng will take Tang Tang to buy groceries in person. Usually, he lets Wu Xiaoxiao do the shopping. Of course, Wu Xiaoxiao was also very happy, because Gu Chenfeng did not treat her as an outsider and had always been very nice to her, which made Wu Xiaoxiao very grateful. After Tang Tang returned home, she read a picture book for a while, and then played building blocks with Wu Xiaoxiao in the living room. These days, Luo Qingcheng was quite busy, so Tang Tang and Wu Xiaoxiao kept playing with building blocks. As for Gu Chenfeng, he was naturally in the kitchen preparing dinner for tonight. While eating, Wu Xiaoxiao asked with a smile, "Teacher Gu, when are you going to start filming your next movie? All my friends are waiting for me in the hall, they are all your fans, hee hee." Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "If there are no accidents, it should have happened recently." "Really?" Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up when she heard this. Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, "It should be. It depends on how the conversation with Minister Lu goes tomorrow." "Ah? Do I still need to talk to Minister Lu?" Wu Xiaoxiao's expression suddenly became a little surprised. "Isn't it Mr. Gu who has the final say on whether to accept a role? Why does he need to go through Minister Lu?" Gu Chenfeng smiled mysteriously and said, "This time it's a little special. We need Minister Lu's approval and even the approval of the senior management. It's quite risky, but if it succeeds, it will definitely shock everyone." "So awesome. What movie is it?" Wu Xiaoxiao was attracted by Gu Chenfeng's words and wanted to know what movie it was. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "If there is no problem tomorrow, I will tell you. If I tell you now and it doesn't work, it will be useless, right?" Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoxiao could only suppress her inner curiosity. As for Tang Tang, she felt a little depressed when she heard that Gu Chenfeng was going to film again, because if her father went to film, he would not be able to accompany her. Gu Chenfeng immediately noticed that Tang Tang's face looked a little strange, and asked, "What's wrong, Tang Tang? Don't you want your dad to go to film?" "No." Although she thought so in her heart, Tang Tang still didn't admit it, saying, "Tang Tang also wants to watch dad work, and wants to see dad's new works, because my dad is the best." Gu Chenfeng touched Tang Tang's little head and said, Tang Tang, Daddy promises you that if we are filming this time, I will try to spare more time to accompany you, okay? Tang Tang showed her two dimples and smiled in a baby voice, Dad, I'm fine. I usually have Sister Xiaoxiao to accompany me, and occasionally I can go to Aunt Luoluo. Well, I will tell Aunt Luoluo to ask her to take you out to play more often when she is free, okay? Gu Chenfeng said with a smile. When Tang Tang heard this, she immediately said happily, okay. After dinner, Gu Chenfeng kept telling stories to Tang Tang from 7 o'clock to 8:30. When it was time to go to bed, Tang Tang went to bed consciously. Only after Tang Tang fell asleep did Gu Chenfeng have time to open the system. With his sudden popularity, his reputation within the system has been constantly increasing. Especially with the huge success of the two movies, coupled with being the youngest Hong Kong Film Award winner and the youngest 4 billion Film Award winner, his reputation has reached over 120 million. Apart from spending 5 million recently to exchange for the full version of the sketchbook and stories of the Boonie Bears animation, Gu Chenfeng has not touched the reputation points in it. Originally, he had no intention of exchanging the script again, but this time he really couldn't find a suitable script for himself, so he decided to exchange it in the system. When he saw the reputation points needed to redeem those scripts in the system store, he felt a pang of pain. The reputation value required for redemption of Wolf Warrior series is 80 million. The reputation points required to redeem Operation Red Sea are 60 million. The reputation value required to redeem Across the Stars is 120 million. The redemption of Wandering Planet requires 60 million. The redemption required for the God of Gamblers series is 160 million. It can be said that the store has all the most popular movies on the planet, but the prices are really too expensive. Originally, Gu Chenfeng wanted to exchange for the Wolf Warrior series. The two series combined had 80 million reputation points, which was still within an acceptable range. But in this world, it is too troublesome to shoot a military-themed movie. Although Gu Chenfeng has achieved certain success in the film and television industry, he does not have enough energy to handle the Wolf Warrior series. After all, when it comes to military matters, there are too many things involved. Interstellar is originally a Hollywood science fiction blockbuster. Apart from its high price, it also requires a super special effects team. Without the support of special effects, this movie cannot be produced. As for the God of Gamblers series, it is basically exclusive to Chow Yun-fat. Now Gu Chenfeng does not have that much reputation points, so he cannot redeem it. Although The Wandering Planet is also a science fiction film, like the one on Earth, it mainly tells the story of China, and the price is acceptable. Chapter 126, Deadly Sci-Fi Movie, Wandering Planet. Please subscribe and vote. After careful consideration, Gu Chenfeng finally spent 60 million reputation points to redeem Wandering Planet. Since you want to play, then go for the big one. There's a chance it will happen. Although Gu Chenfeng felt a little painful about the 60 million reputation points he spent, he also understood that the reputation points he spent now would allow him to get more in the future. Although China in this world, like on Earth, has always been looked down upon by overseas countries for its science fiction films, people think that China does not have special effects companies to support science fiction films, and that all the films produced are rubbish. But Gu Chenfeng still decided to shoot The Wandering Planet. As for the special effects company, how could a great country like China not have special effects talents? In fact, it's not that domestic science fiction films are not good, but the investment required to shoot a science fiction film is too large, and domestic investors are reluctant to invest. Over time, domestic directors no longer touch on this area. There is a saying in the industry, anyone who makes a science fiction film is a fool. Why? Any science fiction film will basically suffer a huge loss. Investors will certainly not do business at a loss, so this has led to the fact that China currently has no science fiction films to show off. Gu Chenfeng wants to challenge something that no one else dares to challenge. The reason why he dared to take the challenge was because he had seen this movie on Earth, and when he exchanged the script from the system, he also exchanged some concept drawings. With these as guarantees, as long as we can find investors and a decent director, the resulting film should not be worse than what is happening on Earth. The next day, Gu Chenfeng and Zhang Qingqing went directly to find Lu Kuang. When Lu Kuang heard what Gu Chenfeng said, he was shocked beyond words, his face full of disbelief. I couldn't help but look at Gu Chenfeng and asked, Teacher Gu, you said you wrote another script? And then you plan to find a director, and our company will invest in making a movie? Yes. Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, Minister Lu, you have asked this question 5 times. It's no wonder that Lu Kuang asked so many times, because he was really shocked by Gu Chenfeng's bold idea. Tianmong Entertainment Company has never been involved in the film industry and has almost no experience in this field. Now Gu Chenfeng asked him to form a crew and invest in filming the script he wrote. This is too crazy. Lu Kuang couldn't help but ask again, Teacher Gu, is this script still the same as Buried Alive? If it was a script like Buried Alive, Lu Kuang could try to form a crew. The investment wouldn't be much anyway. No. Gu Chenfeng smiled and shook his head, saying, I have read a lot of scripts recently, and found some inspiration in them, so I came up with a new type of script. Lu Kuang asked, Can you let me see it? Gu Chenfeng nodded, then looked at Zhang Qingqing. The latter's expression became a little strange, but she still handed the script to Lu Kuang. In fact, when she saw the script that Gu Chenfeng took out this morning, she was so shocked that she almost screamed out on the spot. Because she really couldn't imagine that Gu Chenfeng's script was actually science fiction, and what surprised her most was that Gu Chenfeng's script was extremely detailed. It also describes in detail how to start shooting, how to capture the angle, what preparations need to be made in the early stages, how to create the sci-fi props, etc. But this science fiction film is the Achilles heel of the entire domestic film industry. Even though he knew that this was a fatal flaw, Gu Chenfeng still decided to challenge it. I really don't know what he is thinking. Now Zhang Qingqing began to look forward to whether Lu Kuang would have the same expression as she did after reading the script. Lu Kuang took the script and looked at the name. Wandering Planet? The name has some meaning. Just seeing the name made Lu Kuang interested in the script, and he quickly turned to the second page. The next second, his expression changed. What? This is actually a science fiction film? This is actually the script of a science fiction movie? Doesn't Gu Chenfeng know that science fiction films are the Achilles heel of domestic films? He has just achieved some success, so he wants to commit suicide? Lu Kuang suppressed the shock in his heart and continued reading. When he saw the investment budget, he couldn't help but smack his lips. 600 million. This is too crazy. And these 600 million are just the production cost, there is also publicity and promotion to come? Wouldn't that mean? Lu Kuang didn't even dare to think about it. After he finished reading the script, his face became very interesting and it was obvious that he was struggling inside. There are no problems with the plot, rhythm, character setting, and other aspects. In fact, it can be said to be very good. But this is a science fiction film, and the investment is so huge. This. Lu Kuang raised his head and looked at Gu Chenfeng, and asked seriously, Teacher Gu, are you sure you are serious? Sure. Gu Chenfeng nodded and said, I really want to make this movie, The Wandering Planet. Even if Minister Lu doesn't agree to invest, I will find a way myself. His meaning was very clear, whether Lu Kuangtong agreed or not, Gu Chenfeng would shoot it. At this time, Lu Kuang said again, Teacher Gu, this is a science fiction film, which is the Achilles heel of domestic films. Looking at the entire Chinese film market, no science fiction film has been successful. Gu Chenfeng argued, when Buried Alive was first filmed, how many people were optimistic about the film? Its achievements should be considered a success. If Chinese filmmakers are too scared to try, then we will never be able to make science fiction films. Since others can film it, we Chinese can do it too. Gu Chenfeng's words were very contagious, and Lu Kuang felt his blood boiling after hearing them. But he didn't lose his mind. I smiled bitterly in my heart. Buried only cost a few $1 million, if it loses, the company doesn't care. But the production cost of The Wandering Planet alone is calculated in billions. If it fails, oh, no, there is no possibility of success. The money invested is just like thrown into the water. Lu Kuang looked at Gu Chenfeng and found that his eyes were determined. He knew in his heart that Gu Chenfeng was determined to make this science fiction film. So he took a deep breath and said, Teacher Gu, give me half a day. I will give you an answer this afternoon and try my best to get it. In the end, Lu Kuang chose to believe Gu Chenfeng. He knew that Gu Chenfeng was not the kind of person who would act impulsively when he got excited. Since he thought there was no problem and had made such a detailed script, he would accompany him in some craziness. However, this is an investment of hundreds of millions of dollars, and Lu Kuang has no way to make the decision on his own and has to ask for instructions from higher-ups. Hearing Lu Kuang's words, Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, Thank you, Minister Lu. You don't have to put too much pressure on yourself. If it can be done, it would be great. If it can't be done, there's nothing I can do. I will find a way myself. Lu Kuang nodded vigorously and said, Okay, wait for my news. Gu Chenfeng nodded and left with Zhang Qingqing. After returning to his room, Gu Chenfeng felt that Zhang Qingqing had been staring at him all the way, so he smiled and joked, "Sister Zhang, am I handsome?" Zhang Qingqing rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. It was already this late, and this guy was still in the mood to joke. Chapter 127, The Top Management Disagrees, I will do it myself. Ask for monthly tickets and subscription. Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Chenfeng and asked, "Chenfeng, are you serious this time? This is a science fiction film, and it is a science fiction film with such a large investment. Isn't it too risky? Not to mention other things, with such a huge investment, it is not certain whether it can find investors to make a science fiction film. The company certainly wouldn't invest so much money all at once to make a science fiction film." Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "Sister Zhang, if you want to reach a higher position, how can you do it without taking some risks? Besides, I have 90% confidence." 90% confidence? Zhang Qingqing couldn't believe her ears. You know, no one dares to say such shocking words before the work is completed. But this seemingly calm man who I brought with me actually said such words. Does he really have such great confidence, or is he a little too proud after getting the title of the 4 billion movie actor? Seeing Zhang Qingqing's shocked expression, Gu Chenfeng grinned and said, "I was afraid of scaring you, so I said 90%. In fact, I am 100% confident." Zhang Qingqing. This guy must be joking. Don't take him seriously. Don't take him seriously. This is a science fiction film, right? Not to mention Gu Chenfeng, even those big international directors would not dare to say that they have 90% confidence before the production is completed. Not to mention a 90% success rate, even if it was a 50% success rate, Zhang Qingqing felt that she was worth the risk. But the key point is that in the history of domestic films, there has never been a successful science fiction film, which means that the success rate of domestic science fiction films is 0%. Gu Chenfeng knew that Zhang Qingqing would definitely not believe him, so he said again, "Sister Zhang, believe me, as long as we can make The Wandering Planet, then we will definitely blow up the entire domestic film industry, and even have an impact overseas. This movie is destined to be a landmark science fiction film." Zhang Qingqing shuddered all over when she heard that. Taking the entire domestic film industry by storm? Does it also affect overseas? Is this possible? Gu Chenfeng stared into Zhang Qingqing's eyes and said word by word, "Sister Zhang, please believe me." Feeling Gu Chenfeng's firm gaze, Zhang Qingqing also made a decision in her heart and said slowly, "Okay, I believe you." Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "Okay, Sister Zhang, with what you said, there won't be any problem." However, Zhang Qingqing asked again, "What if the top management disagrees? After all, with so much investment, it is impossible for the company to provide it alone, and it may not be easy to find investors outside. Besides, who are you going to ask to direct? This is an old client, and I'm sure there aren't many big directors in the country who would dare to take it." Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "I already have a director candidate." "Who?" "Director Zhua." "Zhuo?" "Yes, that's right, it's him." Zhang Qingqing was frightened when she heard Gu Chenfeng's words. She really didn't expect that Gu Chenfeng would choose Zhuo Lu to be the director of a science fiction film with an investment of hundreds of millions. That's a new director. With such a huge investment, we must find a director like Zhang Yimou or Chen Kaiga to direct it. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "Sister Zhang, please don't laugh at Director Zhua. He has worked in many big crews in Hollywood. I checked online and found that the crews he worked in were all science fiction films. In other words, he definitely has more experience in making science fiction films than domestic directors." Hearing Gu Chenfeng's words, Zhang Qingqing nodded. Everyone knows this. When Zhuo Lu won the Best New Director award at the Academy Awards, he broadcast the footage of the crew he had worked in the past. If we talk about the person with the most experience in making science fiction films in China, it really is Zhuo Lu. Maybe he really is the most suitable candidate. Zhang Qingqing said, "The most critical thing now is the top management." Gu Chenfeng shrugged and said, "It doesn't matter whether the top management agrees to invest or not. I just happen to have some money from the 3 billion box office revenue of Dying to Survive. I can, persuade Director Zhuo to give me some money. It won't be a problem if he gives me some. Besides, I can act in this movie for free, so if I spend a little sparingly, it shouldn't make much of a difference." In fact, when Gu Chenfeng decided to exchange The Wandering Planet, he had already considered the possible problems he might face. Now that it has been exchanged, there is no way he will shelve the script just because the top management of Tianmong Entertainment disagrees with the investment or he cannot find investment. Now that I have exchanged it and decided to bid for it, I will do it even if I have to sell everything I have. This is a script that has been modified by the system and has a score of 9.8. What's more, this movie is of great significance to the domestic film industry. At this time, Zhang Qingqing said, "Guanfong, if the top management disagrees, I still have 50 million, so I'll invest that as well." Gu Guanfong smiled and said, "Okay." In the afternoon, Lu Kuang came to Gu Guanfeng's house. When Gu Guanfeng saw his expression, he knew the result. He said indifferently, "Minister Lu, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether the top management agrees or not. I completely understand. After all, this investment is too big and the risk is also great." When Lu Kuang heard what Gu Guanfeng said, his face became even uglier and he felt a little sorry for him. In fact, Lu Kuang himself was very optimistic about this script, but who would have known that when the chairman heard that it was a science fiction film, he rejected it without even a second thought. Not only that, they also told Lu Kuang that he could not use a single cent of the company's money to invest in this movie. Obviously, in the view of the board of directors, investing in this movie would be no different from throwing money into the water. This also made Lu Kuang feel the cold-bloodedness of capitalists for the first time, and he felt inexplicably chilled. With a bitter look on his face, he said to Gu Guanfeng, "Teacher Gu, I'm really sorry. Originally, I could have used 100 million yuan of funds for investment, but after the senior management knew that this was a science fiction film, they directly cancelled my right." Lu Kuang has always been optimistic about Gu Guanfeng. If possible, he would agree to all of Gu Guanfeng's requests because Gu Guanfeng is so outstanding. But now, he couldn't help. Looking at Lu Kuang's self-blaming and guilty expression, Gu Guanfeng smiled and said, "Minister Lu, it's really okay. I actually expected this result a long time ago, so I really don't blame you, and I understand the company's top management. Because from their perspective, with such a big risk, it's not wrong not to invest." When Lu Kuang heard Gu Guanfeng's words, his heart skipped a beat. Because he heard a hint of alienation. Understanding and being surprised are two different things. Of course, he also knew that Gu Guanfeng's estrangement was not directed at him, Lu Kuang, but at Tenmong Entertainment Company and the company's top management. But what can Lu Kuang do? He could only watch and could do nothing. It's all because the capitalists are too ruthless and cold-blooded. Gu Guanfeng looked at Lu Kuang and said, "Minister Lu, although the top management disagrees with the company's investment, I hope they won't stop me from preparing to film The Wandering Planet. I remember there was no such restriction in the original contract. Even during the contract period, I can invest on my own, and all the returns on the investment belong to me, right?" Lu Kuang nodded and said, "Yes, it's written in the contract. It's Mr. Gu's freedom." After saying that, Lu Kuang thought of something and continued, "Teacher Gu, I invested 50 million in my personal name. Although I don't know whether this movie will be successful, I believe that Teacher Gu will not let me down." Chapter 128, Meet Sholo, can you introduce me to him? Ask for monthly ticket. Gu Guanfeng smiled and said to Lu Kuang, "Minister Lu, I would like to thank you for your trust. As for the investment, I will discuss it with another person before making a decision." In fact, under such circumstances, Lu Kuang was able to come up with 50 million to invest in Gu Guanfeng's movie, which made Gu Guanfeng very touched. Lu Kuang nodded and said, "Is it the director?" Gu Guanfeng nodded. Lu Kuang asked, "I wonder who Mr. Gu is going to ask to be the director this time." Gu Guanfeng said truthfully, "Director Zhuo." Lu Kuang was stunned, and said in disbelief, "Zhuo Lu, the best new director at the Academy Awards?" "That's right." Looking at Lu Kuang's shocked expression, Gu Guanfeng said with a smile, "I think, if we want to shoot science fiction films in China, no one is more suitable than Director Zhuo." Hearing what Gu Guanfeng said, Lu Kuang recalled Zhuo Li's experience in Hollywood and nodded, "Okay, then I'll wait for good news from Teacher Gu." "It should be good news," Gu Guanfeng said with a smile. He knew Zhuo Lu better than anyone else, and was confident that his script would impress him once again. After that, Lu Kuang chatted for a few more words and then left. Looking at Lu Kuang's leaving back, Zhang Qingqing, who had been sitting on the sofa without saying a word, opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but swallowed the words back. From the conversation between Gu Guanfeng and Lu Kuang just now, she could sense a slight estrangement, which made Zhang Qingqing's heart skip a beat, but she did not blame Gu Guanfeng. Instead, she stood firmly on his side. Of course, we are all adults and understand many things. The fact that the top executives of Tenmong Entertainment refuse to invest in Gu Guanfeng does not mean that they are all bad people. But for capitalists, what they consider first is profit and return on investment. Knowing clearly that science fiction films are a dead end, these capitalists would definitely not be foolish enough to invest in Gu Guanfeng. If the money was less, or if it was a different script, maybe the top management would agree, but they definitely wouldn't invest in a science fiction film with a cost of 600 million. Everyone understands this. What made Zhang Qingqing speechless was that the top management didn't even make a symbolic investment this time, which was really disheartening. Even if the investment is 8 million or 10 million, it would at least show an attitude. But now these senior executives are not investing a penny. It would be strange if this didn't create a barrier in Gu Qinfeng's heart. Thinking of this, Zhang Qingqing looked at Gu Qinfeng and said, "Qinfeng, now we can only proceed according to the second plan." Gu Qinfeng smiled and said, "Well, actually I had already guessed the decision of the company's top management, but it's better this way. If the company were to invest, there would be more trouble later. It's better for me that they don't agree to invest now." Zhang Qingqing didn't ask why, but changed the subject and asked, "When do you plan to meet with Zhuolu to discuss this matter?" "Of course, the sooner the better, so let's do it tonight," Gu Qinfeng said with a smile. Zhang Qingqing didn't feel any nervousness about him, and even had a feeling that everything was under Gu Qinfeng's control. 8 o'clock in the evening. Gu Qinfeng asked Zhuolu to meet him in a tea house. Zhuolu was quite surprised by this. Why? Because people who have worked with Gu Qinfeng, or people who know Gu Qinfeng, know that getting an appointment with him at night is harder than climbing to the sky. Gu Qinfeng is a typical daughter slave and has to accompany his daughter every night. I didn't expect that Gu Qinfeng would take the initiative to meet me. Zhuolu looked at Gu Qinfeng flattered and said with a smile, "Teacher Gu, I didn't expect you to meet me in the evening." Gu Qinfeng smiled and said, "It's been a while since I last chatted with Director Zhua. I happened to be free today, so I asked you out to chat." Zhuolu picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, saying, good to chat, good to chat. Whenever Teacher Gu wants to find someone to chat, just call me anytime." Gu Qinfeng also picked up the teacup and took a sip, then looked at Zhuolu and asked, "Director Zhua, when are you going to start filming your next movie?" Hearing this, Zhuolu suddenly became depressed and waved his hands, saying, "Don't mention it. I haven't found a suitable script yet. How can I shoot it?" In fact, he has been looking for a suitable script during this period. However, what makes him speechless is that he has consulted many screenwriters but has not found the script he wants. So, up to now, we still don't know where the next new drama will be. Thinking of this, Zhuolu looked at Gu Qinfeng and asked, "Teacher Gu, why hasn't there been any news about your next movie? It shouldn't be like this. You are the youngest actor to win the 4 billion Hong Kong Film Awards, so you should have a lot of scripts." Gu Qinfeng said with a smile, "Don't mention it. Like you, Sister Zhang found a lot of scripts for me, and even found me scripts that would be filmed within the next year, but I still haven't found one that I'm satisfied with." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Zhuolu burst into laughter and said, "We are both wanderers in this world." Gu Qinfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Who said it wasn't true? It's not that easy to find a good script." Zhuolu nodded. Gu Qinfeng said again, "Director Zhua, if I have a very good script now and want to invite you to be the director, are you interested?" "What do you mean?" Zhuolu didn't react for a moment. Gu Qinfeng smiled and said, "The meaning is very simple. I have a script and would like to ask you to direct it." Zhuolu was stunned when he heard this, then he stretched out his hand and said, "Where's the script? Let me take a look at the script first." Zhuolu must have faith in Gu Qinfeng's vision. He said it was a good script, so it must be good. So Zhuolu was moved. Gu Qinfeng smiled and took out the script of The Wandering Planet from his bag and placed it in front of Zhuolu. Zhuolu picked up the script and started reading. When he saw that this was actually a science fiction script, a look of shock appeared on his face. Although he had been abroad before, he had always been paying attention to the domestic film market. It can be said that shooting science fiction films in China is definitely a dead end, but Zhuolu did not say anything, but read the script carefully. Half an hour later. Zhuolu looked at Gu Qinfeng with shock, as if he didn't recognize the young man in front of him who had worked with him before. He is a very professional director and he can definitely tell whether a script is good or bad. The script that Gu Qinfeng gave was absolutely perfect. All the details were listed clearly in it, and even some concept drawings were drawn. This really shocked Zhuolu. The person who can write such a detailed script must be a very professional director, at least more professional than him. It can be said that as long as the film is shot according to this script, The Wandering Planet can definitely be filmed, and the quality will not be bad. Zhuolu raised his head, took a deep breath, and then took another sip of tea. He looked at Gu Qinfeng excitedly and said, "Teacher Gu, who wrote this script? Can you introduce him to me?" To be able to write such a detailed script, this master is definitely top-notch in both directing and script writing. I really want to meet such a master. Chapter 129, If you don't make money, you might lose 200 million? Ask for monthly tickets. Hearing Zhuo Li's words, Gu Chenfeng stared at him with a strange expression, feeling a little amused and helpless. Seeing Gu Chenfeng's expression, Zhuo Lu asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Teacher Gu? Is it inconvenient?" Gu Chenfeng smiled and shook his head. "It's not inconvenient, it's just." "Just what?" Zhuo Lu looked anxious. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "It's just that the master you mentioned is far away in the sky but also close at hand." "Where? Where?" Zhuo Lu looked around and didn't see anyone else. Finally, he set his eyes on Gu Chenfeng and said in shock, "Wait, Teacher Gu, it can't be." "Yes, I came up with this script when I was free." Gu Chenfeng nodded and replied. Boom! Zhuo Lu felt like his head was exploding and his scalp was numb. He was shocked by Gu Chenfeng's answer. Although he knew that Gu Chenfeng could write scripts and that Buried Alive was written by Gu Chenfeng, he thought at the time that it must have taken Gu Chenfeng several years to polish it. Moreover, Buried is an artistic suspense film, while The Wandering Planet is a science fiction film. These belong to two completely different literary fields. And judging from the script of The Wandering Planet, many things in it require very professional knowledge to write. How could Gu Chenfeng know about science fiction? Seeing Zhuo Li's extremely shocked expression, Gu Chenfeng said with a smile, "Director Zhuo, what's with that expression?" "I just wrote a script casually." "Why do you have such an expression?" When Zhuo Lu heard this, he almost couldn't catch his breath. "A casually written script? Bro, are you sure you wrote this casually? If other screenwriters read this script and heard you say this, you would be hacked to death." "Teacher Gu, you really surprised me." In the end, Zhuo Lu could only think of this sentence to describe the shock in his heart. Gu Chenfeng waved his hand and said, "Director Zhuo, I didn't come to you to listen to your compliments. I just want to ask, are you interested in doing something big together?" Hearing what he said, Zhuo Li's expression became serious. The script is definitely a good one, but the investment is about 600 million, and that doesn't include the publicity and promotion costs. This is no joke. And making a science fiction film in the country is definitely an act of seeking death. Before Zhuo Lu could speak, Gu Chenfeng continued, "By the way, Director Zhuo, you've seen that according to this script, the investment must be at least 600 million. I've already raised 200 million so far. In other words, if you're interested, you have to bring money with you." "What?" Zhuo Lu was dumbfounded again after hearing Gu Chenfeng's words. "Oh shit. When you shoot a movie by yourself, not only do you have no money, but you also have to bring your own money to join the crew? Moreover, the budget for investment is 600 million, and you get 200 million, which means I still have to find 400 million. If this movie flopped, I wouldn't make any money, but would lose money? This is too fucking ridiculous." But when he thought of such a good script, Zhuo Li's heart was filled with excitement again. There is no way the script of The Wandering Planet is so good and written in great detail. As long as the filming is carried out according to the details in the script, there will be almost no problems. However, Zhuo Lu suddenly thought of what Gu Chenfeng had just said. He has raised 200 million yuan so far? That is to say. "Teacher Gu, aren't you investing in Tianmon Entertainment?" Gu Chenfeng shook his head and said, "No, of the 200 million, 100 million is mine, and Sister Zhang and Minister Lu each get 50 million. Now Zhuo Lu understood. The top management of Tianmon Entertainment certainly didn't want to take any risks, so they didn't invest in Gu Chenfeng's new play. But not investing at all is too much. So, Zhuo Lu said indignantly, the senior executives of Tianmon Entertainment are too ruthless. You are now their face. How much money have you made for them? You just want to make a science fiction movie, but they don't even pay a penny? It's really cold-blooded." Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, "I understand them. It's good this way. Wandering Planet has nothing to do with them. If we make a lot of money, we can just divide it among ourselves." How cool. Although Gu Chenfeng said it lightly and even seemed a little smug, Zhuo Lu could still hear a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Zhuo Lu understood it very well. If he had put himself in their shoes, he would have slammed the table and left a long time ago. However, Zhuo Lu thought seriously about whether to join. 1 minute later. Zhuo Lu looked at Gu Chenfeng firmly, gritted his teeth and said, "Teacher Gu, I've made up my mind. Go ahead. I'm going to sell those 2 villas tomorrow. They should be able to fetch more than 200 million. With 400 million, we can start filming. If it's not enough later, we'll find another way. Once the film is finished, it will be easier to attract investment. Yeah. Gu Chunfeng nodded and said with a smile, Director Zhua, have you made up your mind? Do you want to go back and think about it carefully? This is not a joke. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. Don't think about it. Zhuo Lu is also a decisive person who doesn't like to procrastinate. He looked at Gu Chunfeng and said, it's not easy to come across such a good script. I can't miss it. After that, he added word by word, even if I lose everything, I will accept it. Just like what you said in the song, the worst that can happen is that I can start all over again. Gu Chunfeng smiled when he heard this. After a long while, he said, Director Zhua, thank you for your trust. I believe that if we join forces again, it will definitely shock many people. Zhuo Lu also smiled, holding the script of The Wandering Planet in his hand as if it were a treasure, and said, yes, if this news gets out, I'm afraid everyone's jaw will drop. Although this is a dead end, I don't know why, I'm looking forward to it now, and I can't wait to start filming. Gu Chunfeng smiled and said, this is what makes it interesting. In the face of everyone's pessimistic eyes, we will return with The Wandering Planet and shock everyone in the world. Just thinking about it makes me feel very satisfied. When Zhuo Lu heard this, the scene appeared in his mind and he also felt very satisfied. But he soon thought of a problem, that is, the actors. So he asked, Teacher Gu, what do you think about the main actors? As we all know, the script and actors are two very important links in a play. However, it is far from enough to have only the young actor Gu Chunfeng in this film The Wandering Planet. Gu Chunfeng smiled, took out another document from his bag and handed it to Zhuo Lu. After taking it and looking at it, Zhuo Li's face showed shock again. Here is a list of the main actors. Zhuo Lu really didn't expect that Gu Chunfeng had already compiled a list of the main actors and all that was left was interviewing these actors. This list also includes the first sequence and the second sequence. If the first order actors don't have time or are unwilling to come, then find the second order actors. This made Zhuo Lu feel that working with Gu Chunfeng to film The Wandering Planet was an extremely correct decision. This is so worry-free. After dealing with the director, Gu Chunfeng no longer traveled alone, but together with Zhuo Lu. As for signing a contract with Zhuo Lu, Gu Chunfeng doesn't need to worry about it, as the ace agent Zhang Qingqing will handle it. Chapter 130, Signing Chow Yun Fat and Uncle Tat. Please subscribe and vote. After Zhuo Lu signed the contract, he went back and started contacting the crew and forming a crew. Originally this was an extremely tedious task, but this time the script of The Wandering Planet was extremely detailed, which saved Zhuo Lu a lot of time. Now he only had to prepare according to the script. He is now considered a well-known new director and has some influence in the circle, so he is preparing the crew very quickly. Of course, this is all later. The next day, Zhuo Lu went to Hong Kong Island with Gu Chunfeng. They were going to meet two actors, one was Chow Yun Fat who had helped Gu Chunfeng many times, and the other was the golden supporting actor Uncle Tat. These two are the two main actors that Gu Chunfeng envisioned for The Wandering Planet. Before, Chow Yun Fat had always said that he wanted to work with Gu Chunfeng, so Gu Chunfeng decided to find him this time, hoping that he could play the role of Lu Peiqiang in The Wandering Planet. Although the original version on Earth was played by Wu Jin, Gu Chunfeng did not go to find him. The reason was very simple, he didn't know him. Moreover, Gu Chunfeng believed that with Chow Yun Fat's superb acting skills, he could definitely handle the role of Lu Peiqiang. Brother Fa was very happy when he learned that Gu Chunfeng came to visit him. Fa Gu really likes his junior Gu Chunfeng. Not only does he have superb acting skills, but his personality is also very much to his liking, otherwise he would not have spoken up for Gu Chunfeng so many times. Brother Fa met Gu Chunfeng and Zhuo Lu in his villa. After listening to Gu Chunfeng's purpose, Fa Gu also became interested and asked, Teacher Gu, are you saying that you wrote a script yourself? Do you want to invite me to act in it? Gu Chunfeng hurriedly said, Brother Fa, please don't call me Teacher Gu. How dare I call myself your teacher in front of you? Just call me Chunfeng. Fa Gu smiled and said, there is a sequence in learning, and the one who is more accomplished is the teacher. Your accomplishments in acting are not inferior to mine at all, so there is absolutely no problem in calling you Teacher Gu. Brother Fa, you. Gu Chunfeng smiled bitterly. Seeing this, Fa Gu smiled and said, okay, since you don't like it, I will call you Chunfeng from now on. Gu Chunfeng nodded and said, well, this title immediately makes me feel much more relaxed. Fa Gu shook his head and laughed, Chunfeng, I never thought you could actually write a script. I thought it was just an internet rumor. You are really going against the will of heaven. Gu Chenfeng said modestly, Brother Fa, you are joking. I was just bored at home, so I learned to write casually. Hearing what Gu Chenfeng said, Zhuo Lu at the side couldn't help but say, Teacher Gu, your script doesn't look like it was written casually. I've read quite a few scripts, and yours is definitely the best and most detailed. To be honest, when I first saw the script, I was scared. Hearing Zhuo Lu say this, Fa Gu became even more interested. He stretched out his hand to Gu Chenfeng and said, Where's the script? Let me see it. I'm curious about what kind of script Chenfeng will write. Gu Chenfeng quickly took out the script from his bag and handed it to Fa Gu with both hands. Fa Gu didn't hesitate and picked up the script to read it. Soon, Fa Gu also discovered that the script was really written in great detail, so detailed that he was amazed and shocked inside. What shocked Chow Yun Fat the most was that this was actually a science fiction film script. Half an hour later, Fa Gu closed the script, looked at Gu Chenfeng and Zhuo Lu and said, Chenfeng, Director Zhuo, I'll take the role of Lu Peiqiang. Ah? Zhuo Lu didn't react for a moment. Or maybe he didn't expect that Fa Gu would agree so readily, and he hadn't even used the pretext he had prepared. Moreover, Fa Gu actually knew that the role he and Gu Chenfeng invited him to play was Lu Peiqiang. He is indeed a top figure in the entertainment industry. So awesome. Gu Chenfeng smiled without any surprise. He believed that Fa Gu was a man with good vision and would definitely be able to feel the charm of the script. If it succeeds, it will be a very good achievement for Chow Yun Fat. Although science fiction films have always been the Achilles heel of domestic films and are even more of a scourge in the eyes of directors, in Chow Yun Fat's opinion, if he can bring a little help to domestic films before retiring, it will definitely be a very meaningful thing. Gu Chenfeng stood up, smiled and extended his hand to Brother Fa, saying, We sincerely welcome Brother Fa to join us. Fa Gu also stood up, shook hands with Gu Chenfeng and said, I am now looking forward to how this movie will turn out. I'm sure it will amaze fans and shock people in the industry. Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, with Brother Fa's joining, this possibility has greatly increased. After settling the matter with Fa Gu, both Gu Chenfeng and Zhuo Lu breathed a sigh of relief. In the afternoon, both parties signed the actor contract. Originally, Gu Chenfeng wanted to pay Chow Yun Fat a salary of 50 million, but Chow Yun Fat insisted on changing it to 20 million. Gu Chenfeng couldn't help but smile bitterly about this. You know, considering Chow Yun Fat's current status, a salary of 20 million is really a bargain. That night, under the guidance of Chow Yun Fat, Gu Chenfeng and Zhuo Lu met the famous supporting actor Uncle Tat. When Uncle Tat heard that Chow Yun Fat was also going to participate in the film, he agreed to join the crew of the Wandering Planet without saying a word. Gu Chenfeng also gave Uncle D a salary of 5 million. Although the salary was very high for a supporting role, Gu Chenfeng felt that Uncle D was definitely worth such a high salary. After signing the contract with Uncle D, Zhuo Lu felt it was unreal. Because they signed two heavyweight leading actors in one day, and it all seemed too easy. So much so that after returning to the hotel, Zhuo Lu kept twisting Gu Chenfeng and asked, Teacher Gu, are we dreaming that it is so easy to sign Chow Yun Fat and Uncle Tat? Gu Chenfeng smiled and said, pinch your thigh to see if you are dreaming. Zhuo Lu said a little embarrassedly, it hurts, I just pinched you. Gu Chenfeng gave him a thumbs up. This is a ruthless person. At this time, Zhuo Lu spoke again, according to the list you gave me before, the next people we need to deal with are Guangu and Reba. Well, it's time to talk to them. Gu Chenfeng nodded. Zhuo Lu smiled and said, I think they will definitely not refuse. After all, we have two movie kings in this crew. Gu Chenfeng also smiled and said, it's hard to say, but let's see if they accept it. If not, we'll look for someone else. Speaking of the role of Han Duo, Gu Chenfeng felt a little regretful. According to his original idea, he was going to ask Zhang Zifeng to play the role because she was more suitable. But unfortunately, in addition to recording A Longing for Life, Zhang Zifeng had just taken on a drama, so Gu Chenfeng decided to invite Reba to participate. Zhuo Lu nodded, agreeing with Gu Chenfeng's words. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while and then Zhuo Lu went back to his room to rest. Gu Chenfeng was sitting on the sofa. He first sent a message to Wu Xiaoxiao and asked about Tong Tong's situation. Then he found Reba's WeChat and sent her a message. Reba, are you filming recently? I have a movie and I need a female lead. I think you are suitable. Do you want to come and try?